Chapter 1. 123 Wohnmann. Qin Zixuan, why are you here again? I told you, I really can't help with your illness. Jinsha City, Xiaoming Psychological Counseling Center. Li Xiaoming looked at the young man in front of her with some frustration. For 3 years, this guy has been coming almost every week, each time claiming to have had a strange dream filled with blood mist, abyssal invasions, and a gamified world sounding. As bizarre as it gets at a dream that has lasted over 3 years, and every time he comes, he rambles for over an hour, with the content almost never the same. Parasitic blood-sucking worms, man-eating, abyssal spiders, green-skinned lizardmen. Although this guy pays for the consultations each time, to Li Xiaoming, this consultation feels like a waste. From a professional perspective, it's possible to dream every night for 3 years, but it's impossible for one dream to persist for 3 years without a single break. In Li Xiaoming's view, this situation mostly indicates that he is not really interested in the illness. Over 3 years, the two have become quite familiar, and Qin Zixuan has long since gotten used to Li Xiaoming's reactions. With a warm smile, he said, "Sister Xiaoming, I really have no other intentions. I just came today to tell you that I won't bother you anymore. Thank you for listening to my rambling over these 3 years. Really, thank you so much." Qin Zixuan's eyes were deep and boundless, yet his attitude was extremely sincere, making Li Xiaoming recall how he looked the first time he came to her. That clear gaze mixed with a hint of fear seemed to have completely transformed into someone else. What on earth has he experienced in these 3 years? Li Xiaoming suddenly became curious. "So your dream is over?" Qin Zixuan smiled lightly. "Well, I should say I've cleared it." "Cleared it?" Li Xiaoming was puzzled. But Qin Zixuan did not explain further. He stood up and bowed deeply before turning and walking out of the counseling room. And one knew how terrifying those dreams had been over the past 3 years. If it weren't for Li Xiaoming, he probably would have gone insane at the very beginning of the dreams. After leaving the Xiaoming Psychological Counseling Center, Qin Zixuan took a taxi to the Jinhong building. Today, there was a morning meeting in the department, but as soon as he entered the meeting room, Qin Zixuan suddenly froze. Outside the window, a thick fog had risen, resembling the blood-colored fog from his dreams. The unusual blood fog attracted many colleagues to watch, and manager Chen Ling tapped her desk, calling everyone. "All right, stop looking at the commotion. It's time to start the meeting." Unfortunately, at this moment, no one took her words seriously because the situation outside was far too bizarre. Manager Chen Ling instinctively wanted to scold them, but suddenly a hollow opened up in the center of the office, and a black mist coalesced into a spherical shape that appeared. Out of nowhere, "Dear Blue Star players, hello. Welcome to the game world of Galactic Sequence." A synthesized voice, indiscernible in gender, echoed throughout the office. "I am the Black Trojan, the administrator in charge of all gaming affairs in the Jinsha area." The sudden change left the entire office in a state of shock. Galactic Sequence? Black Trojan? Jinsha area game administrator? What on earth is this? Is this a prank? Life is essentially a game, but in this world of rigid class stratification, your life trajectories are largely predetermined from the moment of your birth, and it's hard to escape. The established formula. Now, the opportunity to rewrite the established formula has come. Regardless of your previous identities, from now on, you will all return to the same identity as players. In this game, no one has privileges, everything depends on yourselves. As the spherical Black Trojan introduced itself, it suddenly shot out dozens of black lines from its surface. The black lines moved at incredible speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. The people in the office had no time to react, leaving only a few surprised gasps. Fortunately, the black lines and the entity itself caused no discomfort. Identity loading complete players can silently think panel to check their attributes. The Black Trojan explained earnestly, and some colleagues in the office immediately, albeit skeptically, tried to follow suit. In an instant, everyone who thought of the panel saw a transparent attribute panel pop up in front of them, displaying their personal data. Name, age, rank for basic attributes, strength, physique, agility, intelligence, as well as 2 hidden attributes, luck and charm. Holy crap, this is real. This scene prompted many to exclaim in surprise. A data panel. Such black technology undoubtedly confirmed one thing. The so-called Galactic Sequence was developed behind the scenes, completely crushing Blue Star civilization. Players changed the predetermined trajectory of fate. At this moment, some were eager to try, while others wore frowns, unwilling to accept. However, whether they wanted to accept it or not, everything in front of them was now reality. Some colleagues took out their phones to dial 110, but only received a busy signal. All right, having checked your attributes, I'd like to congratulate you on becoming the first batch of lucky players. After clearing 3 mini-games, you will receive a precious new player gift pack. Please, all players, give it your all, because those who fail the game will be eliminated on the spot. The Black Trojan's death announcement left everyone momentarily stunned. Someone asked, "Can we not participate?" Of course, those who forfeit will be eliminated. Does anyone need a forfeit? The Black Trojan's rhetorical question silenced most people, making them too afraid to ask or think further. Yet, there were always some who refused to believe in evil after hearing the warning of death. They still held onto a glimmer of hope, like Zhou Wu, who had just entered the meeting room and was only a step away from the door. Driven by fear of death, he chose to take a risk and dashed out the door. The others in the office immediately turned their attention to the noise. At this moment, Zhou had already burst out of the office and even turned around to show a triumphant smile. But in that instant, tragedy struck. Bang! With a dull sound, Zhou Wu, who thought he was safe, exploded without warning, showering the front of the office door with blood and guts in an instant. In a peaceful era, few had witnessed such a bloody scene, and the office immediately erupted into piercing screams. That moment, everyone finally developed a proper fear of the so-called elimination. Silence. I will only explain the game rules once after this. I will not repeat or answer any related questions. Please listen carefully. The Black Trojan's voice easily drowned out the screams, causing everyone to immediately quiet down and focus, afraid of missing any details. The first game is 123 Wooden Man. Everyone votes to select a ghost. The ghost can turn around at any time during 123 Wooden Man, and every time they turn, everyone else must stop moving. If the ghost sees anyone moving, it will be considered a failure. The time limit is 3 minutes. If no one touches the ghost within the time limit, it will also be considered a failure. The winner will receive a reward, while the losers will be instantly obliterated. If the ghost wins alone, the reward will be doubled. Once the game starts, no one is allowed to leave this office. Otherwise, they will be eliminated on the spot. As the game rules were announced, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of game is this? Are they supposed to kill each other? From the rules of the game, it was clear that the ghost was at a disadvantage, because at this moment, there were a total of 19 people in the office. Simply put, if someone was elected as the ghost, it would be a 1 versus 18 situation, a fight to the death. At this moment, no one had any concept of the rewards. The so-called doubled reward was trivial compared to their lives. For a time, everyone looked around, starting to choose their targets. Qin Zixuan remained expressionless on the surface, but inside, he was in turmoil. The familiar attribute panel. The game rules word for word. So far, the name of this game and the initial minigame setup were exactly the same as in his dreams. He couldn't help but believe that his 3 years of nightmarish dreams had become reality, and all humans on Blue Star had indeed been forced to participate in the game. And everything in this game, Qin Zixuan had already cleared with countless lives, truly a bona fide clear player. All the specifics of the secret realms, including boss, weaknesses, and hidden locations, he knows inside out. The only thing to note is that this is not a dream. He no longer has the ability to revive infinitely. In simple terms, he used to have countless lives to make mistakes endlessly, but now there is only one. With this thought, Qin Zixuan's heart raced, and he instinctively took off his jacket, gripping it tightly in his hand. The 5-second countdown for nominations begins now. Exceeding the time will be considered a collective abstention. The Black Wooden Horse wasted no time after introducing the rules. It immediately prompted everyone to nominate. 5, 4. As the Black Wooden Horse counted down to 4, more than half of the colleagues decisively pointed towards Chun-Ling at the front of the office. You all. Chun-Ling was astonished but couldn't articulate her confusion, but there's no way around it in any company. Most management and employees are not in the same circle, while employees are mostly within each other's circles. This circle undoubtedly determines the closeness of relationships. Usually, this distance isn't very important, but in times like this, it instinctively creates a divide. The ghost is selected. Take your position at the front. Everyone else, retreat to the back wall. The game will start soon. The black wooden horse declared without room for argument, forcing both sides to take their positions immediately. During the retreat to the back wall, Li Heng quietly organized his colleagues into a group. Li Heng was someone who could be described in 4 words. Very versatile. He had connections outside and good relationships inside. Originally a top salesperson under Qin Ling, he was well-liked both inside and out. When it came to nominating the ghost, most colleagues followed his lead. At that moment, everyone was in a state of panic, wanting to huddle together for warmth, and his coordination naturally resonated with them. The 17 people gathered in one spot, arranged by height and position, which seemed to imply a strategy. Huddling together, did they not think they were rushing towards death? Qin Zixuan scoffed at this, ignoring Li Heng and the others' calls, and directly walked to the right corner of the back wall and crouched down. His actions naturally drew everyone's attention. Most colleagues didn't expect this young intern, Qin Zixuan, to be so individualistic at such a moment. As both sides took their positions, Qin Ling, as the ghost, confirmed everyone's locations and resolutely turned around on the small whiteboard in the meeting room. An electronic clock formed from black mist began to tick, and Qin Ling's trembling voice spread out. 1, 2, 3 wooden person. The deadly game began with her whispered words. Chapter 2. Preparing for the blind touch. Swish. As soon as the human was called, Qin Ling suddenly turned around, her gaze immediately locking onto the group of 17 in the middle. Unfortunately, she was too nervous, and the rhythm of 123 wooden person was too uniform. The group of 17 completely saw through her turning point and had already completed their movement, stepping forward a whole step before she finished whispering. The meeting room was no longer than 10 meters in length, and with this big step, the group of 17 had moved at least more than a meter, leaving only a step away from the long, rectangular meeting table. Dangerous. Qin Ling instinctively focused most of her attention on the more threatening group of 17 that after the game started. Everyone in the group of 17 was extremely focused, and no one noticed that Qin Zixuan, who was crouching in the right corner, had already disappeared. Even the black wooden horse only noticed upon looking back that Qin Zixuan had crouched down the moment Qin Ling turned to recite the words, and then swiftly and quietly slipped under the meeting table using the desks and chairs as cover. The entire set of movements was seamless and silent, as if practiced countless times, immediately drawing the attention of the black wooden horse. In this round, no one is out. The game continues. Discovering a potentially excellent player, the black wooden horse became energized, urging the game to start again, thus rendering Qin Ling's time-wasting tricks ineffective. Qin Ling had no choice but to turn around, but this time she was much smarter. She began reciting the words as she turned. 123 wooden person. The one at the front was at the same speed as before, but the 23 wooden person suddenly accelerated to the limit. If one didn't know what she was going to say, they probably wouldn't understand. The entire action also suddenly sped up several times, and she turned her head quickly after the turn. The sudden change in speed instantly disrupted the rhythm of the group of 17. The first rose Liang Wenhao lost his balance and placed one hand on the meeting table after Qin Ling turned her head. Oh no! Everyone in the group of 17 felt a tightening in their chests, and Liang Wenhao even let out a startled cry. Unfortunately, it was all too late. As soon as he uttered a word, his body exploded with a loud bang. Flesh and bones splattered out in an instant, and the two closest, Tang Yongning and Wen Xiaowei, instantly became bloodied messes. The splattered flesh and blood already bore a certain force, and combined with the glaring color and slippery texture, the average person couldn't withstand it. Tang Yongning instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, while Wen Xiaowei began to tremble and this moment. Qin Ling was still in the process of turning. Their chain reaction not only announced their deaths, but also triggered a series of reactions from the others. A reaction that represented death. Boom, 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 boom. The piercing screams and the series of explosive sounds formed a bloody symphony, and the entire back half of the office was instantly stained red. Clearly, they had overestimated their psychological resilience by choosing to group together. The group of 17, including organizer Li Heng, instantly lost more than half, with only Gong Ziqian, Ling Fei, Min Tong, who fainted under the rain of blood, and the completely stunned Li Xiao managing to survive. On the office whiteboard, black mist condensed into 3 lines of data. Participants, 19. Deaths, 13. Survivors, 6. In less than a minute since the game started, more than half of the players were already dead. They're all dead, all dead. As the ghost, Chun Ling collapsed to the ground. She never expected that a second turn could eliminate everyone. Even less did she expect to kill more than 10 people in such a way. In that moment, her mind went blank and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. At that moment of her extreme distraction, the calm Qin Zixuan made a subtle movement, sliding several meters under the meeting table, silently arriving behind the front panel of the meeting table. This moment, he was less than 2 meters away from Chun Ling, just one step away from victory. Originally dazed, Li Zhao's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this scene, and he regained his senses. The black wooden horse naturally noticed Qin Zixuan's movement under the table and immediately said with enthusiasm, "A very good turn, but don't let your guard down, there are still survivors." Upon hearing this, Chun Ling was filled with confusion. This doesn't make sense. Those who fainted wouldn't move. Wouldn't dragging out time mean winning? The black wooden horse seemed to see through her thoughts. Don't think about dragging out time. There are still people who can move. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Ling was taken aback and immediately stood up. Even now, there are still people who can move? Scanning the completely bloodied back half of the office and carefully identifying the fainted individuals, she finally focused her gaze on Li Xiao, who was slumped against the wall and completely stunned. To be honest, Chun Ling didn't think that the other side still had the ability and courage to move. Thinking this way, she turned to look at the black wooden horse, carefully reflecting on whether she had overlooked something. After the game started, all the scenes flashed quickly, and soon she remembered the lonely figure outside the group of 17. Qin Zixuan. That in turn, where'd he go? At this moment, from her perspective, she couldn't see Qin Zixuan at all. It was then that she finally understood who this still moving person the black wooden horse referred to was. Under the meeting table, crouched Qin Zixuan was silently cursing the black wooden horse for increasing the difficulty for him, while subtly moving his wrist to reveal the corner of his shirt that he was holding. Chun Ling couldn't see Qin Zixuan's actions, but could infer his approximate position from the exposed corner of the clothing. In her mind, knowing this position would make things easier. Therefore, she turned around without hesitation, just as before, and began to chant 123 Wooden Man. This time, her speaking speed was even faster, reaching her limit almost instantaneously after once, so fast that it was completely inaudible. The moment the last syllable came out, her head turned back again, and at that very moment, Qin Zixuan threw his right hand's coat out. Slap! With a light sound. Chun Ling had just turned her head back and had not yet regained her vision when a dark coat was already smacked onto her face. Almost simultaneously, Qin Zixuan sprang out like a cheetah, taking a step forward and pressing his right hand heavily on her left shoulder. The instant their bodies made contact, the black mistimer on the whiteboard instantly vanished. Seeing this, Qin Zixuan immediately raised his hand and quickly stepped back 2 paces, while at the same time, Chun Ling screamed, "Ah, Qin!" Bang! With a muffled sound, Chun Ling's scream came to an abrupt halt, and her body exploded into a mist of blood. Ghost is defeated, the Wooden Man team wins, and all Wooden Men receive 200 sequence points. Sequence points are the hard currency of this game, which can be used to purchase valuable items that enhance combat power, such as equipment, skills, attribute stones, and bloodline potions at the starry vending machines that randomly appear around the world. Player Qin Zixuan has turned the tide single-handedly, performing exceptionally well, and receives an additional 200 sequence points as a double reward. The black wooden horse cheerfully announced the end of the first game, distributing rewards while not forgetting to praise and add rewards for Qin Zixuan. Calm, clever, independent, and fearless, his performance deserved the double bonus. At the same time, the black wooden horse noticed that some divine demons had entered his live stream. Qin Zixuan also received a message, silently reciting panel, and the transparent virtual attribute panel unfolded, with the envelope icon in the upper right corner flashing. Thought transmission conveyed the information, which popped up automatically. The divine demon Great Xia Marquis appreciates your calmness and cleverness, and has followed you. Followed? Damn, this game even has live streaming. This time, Qin Zixuan was stunned this feature wasn't in the previous dream. Human players, divine demon viewers. Life and death games, life as chips. This was strikingly similar to humans fighting crickets, only with crickets replaced by humans. Great Xia Marquis. The name sounds like a certain alien empire or a noble from another dimension. Haha, Congratulations to player Qin Zixuan for attracting the attention of a divine demon right from the start. Please continue to excel and strive to earn divine demon coins as tips next time. Attracting divine demon attention right from the start, the previously mechanical black wooden horse became lively. Tips and divine demon coins? Qin Zixuan was puzzled. The black wooden horse, in a good mood, said enthusiastically, "Asking questions requires paying sequence points, but due to your outstanding performance, your first question is free. Divine demon coins, a type of advanced currency that is more valuable and precious than sequence points, can be exchanged at a rate of 1 coin for 6,666 sequence points." 6,666 sequence points, Qin Zixuan exclaimed. He had no concept of divine demon coins, but he knew what sequence points were. 6666 sequence points could buy at least 2 or 3 pieces of top-notch beginner equipment. If he could receive tips early on, wouldn't he take off instantly? With this thought, Qin Zixuan, who originally planned to hide his talents, immediately abandoned that idea. Hiding was pointless if there were tips. It was better to perform reasonably, gain more divine demon attention, and receive tips, which was the fastest way to develop. After all, there should be plenty of rich folks, whether in the endless star sea or the myriad worlds. All right, enough chit-chat, prepare for the second game. Before that, you lucky ones should wake up. The black wooden horse's surface swirled with black mist and blood splattered on the ground, waking up the previously fainted Gong Ziqian, Ling Fei, and Min Tong. It must be said that Gong Ziqian, Ling Fei, and Min Tong were indeed lucky, as they had fainted during the most dangerous moment, covered by the blood mist of others exploding, thus escaping a calamity. Now waking up and reconstructing their thoughts, they quickly understood what had happened. Chun Ling was dead, sequence points were credited, and in the office, apart from them, only Li Xiao and Qin Zixuan remained. The three did not ask much about who ended the Wooden Man game, as it was not important to them. What mattered was that they were still alive. As the only survivor who had been fully awake throughout, Li Xiao, after witnessing Qin Zixuan's previous performance, naturally stood beside him, as if this would provide a sense of security. Unfortunately, this sense of security did not last long, as the black wooden horse spoke again. The second game, Blind Man, everyone votes to elect one person as the blind man. After the game starts, the blind man will temporarily lose their visual ability, stand still, and rotate 3 circles counterclockwise. Then, within 2 minutes, they must accurately identify 3 prey through touch, smell, and hearing to win. Exceeding the time limit or making incorrect identifications will be considered a failure. The winner receives a reward, while the loser explodes on the spot. As with the previous rules, if the lone blind man wins, the reward is doubled. Once the game rules were announced, Li Xiao, Gong Ziqian, Ling Fei, and Min Tong all instinctively looked towards Qin Zixuan. Chapter 3, The Invincible Blind Man. The rules are in opposition. It's either you die or I die. No one wants to die. Qin Zixuan had just entered the company, still in his probation period, and was the least familiar with them. The rules clearly favored the prey. If 3 people were not accurately identified within 2 minutes, they would win. If Qin Zixuan were the blind man, even if touched, he might not be able to accurately identify anyone. Such an advantage. How could they let it go? The 3 who had fainted earlier pointed at Qin Zixuan without a second thought. After witnessing Qin Zixuan's performance in the previous round, Li Xiao hesitated for a moment before trembling and also pointed at him. Qin Zixuan was not surprised. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely choose himself too. Very well, unanimous selection. The blind man is determined, both sides are in position, and the game is ready. The black wooden horse was very satisfied with this result and even looked forward to Qin Zixuan's performance afterwards. The previous Daxiao Prince was still present. The player quality in this area was quite average, and the channel's popularity was not great, hardly attracting any deities or demons. Only Qin Zixuan's previous series of performances had drawn the attention of a deity who had wandered in by mistake. So it naturally hoped for more brilliant performances from him in the future. Only then could it attract more attention from deities and demons, even tips. Attention and tips would increase the channel's popularity. The higher the popularity, the higher the channel's ranking. If lucky enough to enter the top 1,000, it could showcase its channel on the homepage of the Silver Core Center Square. At that time, all intelligent beings from planets across the galaxy would be able to see its channel, and it would become a major streamer. In other words, If Qin Zixuan could perform excellently in this game, he would qualify to be the face of the area, and it would grant him certain conveniences within the rules. The black wooden horse was filled with anticipation, while both sides were already prepared. In the silent office, Qin Zixuan stood alone in the center, observing the four people who were the prey. For people, 3 women and 1 man. Li Xiao stood at the front door of the office, the farthest from Qin Zixuan. Her professional outfit already stained with blood, her hair disheveled, looking somewhat disheveled. If anyone among the 4 did not want to choose Qin Zixuan, it must be her. Having witnessed Qin Zixuan's previous performance, she felt it was a wrong decision. But the game rules dictated that the minority obeys the majority, regardless of whether she supported him. The final result would not change. Gong Ziqian stood 3 or 4 meters to her right, his body still dripping with blood, his eyes filled with panic and confusion. As the only man who had fainted from fear, he was not a brave person in the first place. He did not like this game and did not want to participate. In his daily life, he had already given up, never thinking about changing his fate, and never thought that his last chance of survival would be determined by a game. Ling Fei was like a fish out of water, slumped in the first chair under the window on the far right, and she too was covered in blood from having fainted earlier, her eyes shimmering with pitiful tears. Everything felt like a nightmare. She wanted to faint again, but her survival instinct would not allow it. She pinched her soft thigh hard, wanting to stand up, wanting to live, very, very much. Mintong squatted beside Ling Fei, half leaning against her chair, one hand hugging her legs and the other pulling at her clothes, looking quite dejected, as if she had completely given up, perhaps out of shame, or perhaps knowing that Qin Zixuan had ended the first game. The 4 of them felt that there was a sharpness in his gaze and instinctively avoided it. The blind man's visual deprivation. The game officially begins. After both sides were in position, the black wooden horse wasted no time and directly started the game. As soon as the words fell, Qin Zixuan's vision went black, plunging him into absolute darkness. However, he did not hesitate at all. His feet moved quickly, and he began to spin rapidly, starting with 3 counterclockwise spins. As he spun, Li Xiao, Gong Ziqian, Ling Fei, and Mintong suddenly changed their seemingly dejected facade and quickly took action. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the 4 quickly changed their positions, stripped off their tops, and removed anything they considered unique to them. Their movements were swift, nothing like before, and while doing so, they continuously stomped on the blood on the office floor to disrupt Qin Zixuan's hearing as he spun. Qin Zixuan's speed was also very fast. 3 counterclockwise spins were gone in the blink of an eye, but all sounds suddenly stopped at that moment. Faced with such a situation, after completing his spins, Qin Zixuan did not pause for a moment, simultaneously grabbing 2 chairs with both hands and swinging them out. Then, he dashed forward, speeding towards the leftmost side of the front door. The chairs were not slow and aimed accurately, hurtling towards Gong Ziqian on the far left and Mintong at the right rear, as if he could clearly see them. His movements were swift and precise, not touching the conference table or the somewhat scattered chairs, as if he was extremely familiar with the entire office environment. Bang bang. The collisions and screams happened simultaneously. Gong Ziqian and Mintong clearly did not expect the other party to act so quickly and accurately. The 4 had imagined many reactions from Qin Zixuan after he spun, and had made some countermeasures, but they never expected he would not be affected by the loss of vision at all, whether it was Gong Ziqian or Mintong. In their astonishment, they could not avoid the powerful chairs thrown by Qin Zixuan, and they were instantly bruised and battered, instinctively screaming out loud. For 3 years, Qin Zixuan had been working out without missing a day. Even though he was not tall, he had a typical slim upper body and a bit of muscle below. Just as Gong Ziqian stood up, the pale-looking Qin Zixuan had already appeared in front of him. With a clean grab of Gong Ziqian's short hair, he kneeled violently between his legs. "Oh no, please." Male voice, short hair, with a bird. It must be Gong Ziqian. The deep voice echoed throughout the office, and Gong Ziqian's body exploded. Having retreated early, Qin Zixuan quickly turned around, his gray-white eyes seeming sharper than before, easily locking on Mintong, who was struggling to get up after being hit by the chair. "This isn't fair. He can see. Why can he still see?" Mintong began to hysterically accuse. "No, He indeed had no vision at this moment. The game continues. As the black wooden horse in charge, it decisively responded. As soon as Qin Zixuan cleanly dealt with Gong Ziqian, the black wooden horse immediately conducted a check. The result showed no abnormalities. Qin Zixuan's vision had indeed been temporarily deprived. This meant that all his actions were completed without any vision. It indicated one thing. Qin Zixuan's familiarity with this office had reached a level where he could move freely even with his eyes closed. And his hearing and sense of smell were exceptionally sharp. Qin Zixuan's outstanding performance made the black wooden horse very pleased, and at that moment, it suddenly heard a ding-dong sound. Zhujiao Erliang entered the live broadcast room. The second deity had graced the live broadcast room, and the black wooden horse was instantly excited. No, this is impossible. On the scene, Min Tong trembled and retreated, her eyes filled with despair. As the pale Qin Zixuan closed in step by step, a rough hand pressed against Min Tong's forehead, the thumb sliding into her left eye, while the other hand grabbed her right hand and gently brushed over her middle finger until it touched a very distinct ring mark. Contact lenses. Ring on the right middle finger, Min Tong. The deep declaration resounded throughout the office, and Min Tong, who had just been married for less than a year, exploded under this declaration. No pretentiousness, no pity, no slackening, even with the voice basically confirming the other party's identity. Qin Zixuan still moved in closer for further verification to ensure nothing went wrong. The newcomer 3 little barriers. Qin Zixuan had fallen countless times in dreams due to these. Thus he was particularly cautious. Reality is not a dream. He only has one life, and he cannot afford to lose. Resolving the situation, Min Tong turned to look at Li Xiao and Ling Fei's position. Due to Qin Zixuan's inhuman performance, the two instinctively held their breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. However, they overlooked one point. The blood dripping from their bodies made a ticking sound that was amplified in such a quiet environment. Even without this sound, Qin Zixuan could use his experience to sense the opponent's position. Time was pressing. 2 minutes were not long, and Qin Zixuan dared not delay for a moment. He turned again, grabbed a chair, and quickly rushed toward Ling Fei's position. Seeing Qin Zixuan charging toward her, Ling Fei was so frightened that her courage dissipated, her teeth chattering. It was a miracle she didn't faint on the spot, let alone think about escaping. At this moment, the fates of Ling Fei and Li Xiao were tightly bound together. If Qin Zixuan accurately identified one of them, the other would also be doomed, leading to their explosive demise together. When Qin Zixuan headed straight for Ling Fei, and she showed no reaction, Li Xiao finally overcame her fear and grabbed a potted green plant by the door, hurling it at Qin Zixuan. The game rules did not state that the prey could not attack the blind man, and time was on their side. As long as they remained silent and effectively blocked him from getting closer, they had a chance to win. Li Xiao's idea was not wrong, but she underestimated Qin Zixuan's reflexes and combat ability. Because of her reaction, Qin Zixuan changed his original plan, positioning the chair in front of him and pivoting toward Li Xiao like a bull. His speed of reaction was so quick that even a person with normal vision would find it hard to surpass, drawing curious glances from the two watching beings. Bang! With a dull thud, the green plant pot shattered, soil and fragments flying everywhere. But due to the presence of the chair, Qin Zixuan was not harmed in the slightest. Maintaining his speed, before Li Xiao could lift another green pot, Qin Zixuan was already in front of her, mercilessly bringing the maroon chair down on her head. Bang! A heavy blow struck her head, causing Li Xiao to bleed profusely, the green pot falling from her hands as her body weakened, on the brink of fainting. Qin Zixuan pressed her against the flat wall by the door with his left hand while his right hand brushed over her thigh. He made a judgment. Height matched. Black stockings matched. Naturally curly medium-long hair matched. Li Xiao, without a doubt. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiao and Ling Fei exploded into pieces, and the darkness in Qin Zixuan's eyes dissipated. The game was over. The sound of the black wooden horse echoed again in the office. Player Qin Zixuan, congratulations on winning this game. And due to your character being blind, you receive a doubled reward of 1,000 sequence points. The generous welcome package has only the last level remaining. Please continue to work hard. Chapter 4. This kid is not bad. Meanwhile, The envelope in the upper left corner of Qin Zixuan's screen flickered again, and a familiar message popped up automatically. The being, Zhou Liang, appreciates your decisiveness in killing and has followed you. Before Qin Zixuan could think further, the envelope suddenly flashed with a golden light. A black and white coin fell into it with a chime. The being, Zhou Liang, appreciates your outstanding performance in the game and has rewarded you with 1 demon coin. With this information, even Qin Zixuan jumped up in excitement. Congratulations, player Qin Zixuan. You have won the favor of a demon before finishing the 3 beginner levels, receiving 1 demon coin as a reward. The black wooden horse manifested hands and applauded for Qin Zixuan. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zixuan asked Black Wooden Horse, besides exchanging for sequence points, does this demon coin have any other uses? Of course, as the highest purchasing power currency, demon coins primarily come from rewards and demon bounties. And certain high-level equipment and rare items can only be purchased with demon coins. Perhaps it was Qin Zixuan's performance that attracted the attention of 2 demons, as the Black Wooden Horse responded very quickly and did not ask for sequence points. In the channel, De Xiao Wang Ho and Zhou Liang also started to exchange messages. De Xiao Wang Ho. So, Zhuo, you rewarded him already? Zhuo Liang. Yes. This kid is not bad. I like this clean and decisive personality. De Xiao Wang Ho. Indeed a bit interesting, has a touch of my former style. Zhuo Liang. Zha Ho, where's your face? I've heard that you wet your pants back in the day. De Xiao Wang Ho, damn. That's just a rumor. Who did you hear that from? I'm going to shark him. Zhuo Liang laughed heartily. Huh, you're getting anxious. After a few exchanges, De Xiao Wang Ho sulked and muted his mic, while Zhuo Liang was completely relaxed, and even through the screen, the Black Wooden Horse seemed to see him laughing heartily. All right, now those things are still a bit far from you. Just know that demon coins are precious, and don't exchange them easily. Next up is the 3rd level, Truth or Dare. The rules are simple. Choose truth and answer me a question. Answer correctly for a reward. Answer incorrectly and face annihilation. Choose Dare and complete my set behavior goal within 2 days. Player Qin Zixuan, please make your choice. The game continued, and the Black Wooden Horse looked at Qin Zixuan with great anticipation. Given Qin Zixuan's performance so far, it was enough to make it look at him differently. After all, in this game, called Galactic Sequence, not only players compete, but there is also competition among the Wooden Horse administrators. As the game unfolded, players from various regions would engage in fierce battles in various forms. The stronger the players in the regional channel, the greater their impact in subsequent conflicts. The law of the jungle applies not only to players, but also to Wooden Horse administrators. Truth or Dare? In Qin Zixuan's view, this was undoubtedly the simplest level among the 3 welcoming challenges. In his dreams, he mostly chose truth because he could respawn infinitely, so there were no concerns. Now, he not only had secrets, but also only 1 life. If the opponent asked about a crucial point, no matter how Qin Zixuan answered, there was a risk of annihilation. Why create trouble for himself? Ikuzidare. Qin Zixuan decisively made his choice. Very well. Then you have 2 days to conquer the secret realm in the central business district of Jinsa City. Failure to meet the conditions or surpassing the time limit will result in annihilation. The Black Wooden Horse set the goal, its words full of expectation. Qin Zixuan feigned ignorance and asked, what is a secret realm? A secret realm, in human terms, refers to an online game dungeon, but with higher difficulty and danger. In 2 hours, in areas with a certain population density, a demon's secret realm will appear, and a certain number of surrounding players will be forcibly drawn into these demon secret realms. If players cannot conquer the secret realm within the time limit, the abyss monsters inside will burst out, causing catastrophic damage to the entire blue star. As for the first conquest of the secret realm, it means being the first to conquer all levels of the secret realm and annihilate the monsters inside. Qin Zixuan frowned and pretended to worry, saying, then can I ask about the specific situation of the secret realm in the central business district of Jinsa City after 2 hours? It can be briefly introduced, but you must pay 50 sequence points. What do you think? Do you need an introduction? The Black Wooden Horse responded. A question for 50 sequence points. and it's just a so-called simple introduction. Qin Zixuan immediately shook his head to indicate he wouldn't ask. As a player who would pass through, no one knew the situation inside better than him. Seeing that Qin Zixuan stopped there, the black wooden horse was somewhat surprised. It had originally prepared to be quite detailed, but this kid was reluctant to part with 50 sequence points and chose not to ask. It really didn't know whether to say he was too confident or too ignorant. The game has its rules. If Qin Zixuan doesn't ask, it can't forcefully educate him, and the game continues as normal. Whenever you're curious, you can spend points to ask. Just pay the sequence points. Additionally, since you chose Dare, according to the rules, the reward for the novice levels can be settled in advance. You will receive a total of 1,400 sequence points, 1 random attribute stone, and 1 welcome gift pack. After completing the 3 beginner levels ahead of time, you have nearly an hour and a half to rest and can move freely. After that, the secret realm will open. I hope you continue to work hard and present more exciting moments. As the voice fell, the black mist sphere in the center of the office suddenly dispersed, and the black wooden horse disappeared. Qin Zixuan's attention turned to his personal panel. Name: Qin Zixuan. Age: 22. Rank: 0. Sequence points: 1,400. Items: 1 demon coin, 1 random attribute stone, 1 welcome gift package. Skills: none. Basic 4-dimensional values: Strength: 6, Constitution: 6, Agility: 7, Spirit: 6, in the game Galaxy Sequence. The initial maximum value for all attributes of Blue Star humans is 10. Each attribute corresponds to specific abilities, which can be enhanced through game items and attribute stones. Strength corresponds to muscle strength and explosiveness. The higher the value, the stronger the physical strength. Constitution corresponds to physical endurance, fatigue levels, and self-healing ability. The higher the value, the stronger the ability. Agility corresponds to neural response, body coordination, balance, and flexibility. The higher the value, the stronger it is. Spirit corresponds to mental strength, observation, memory, logical thinking, and psychic abilities. In addition, there are 2 hidden attributes: Charm and Luck. Qin Zixuan's values for both are 4, neither high nor low. Charm makes a person more attractive, while Luck is the mysterious concept of fortune. These 2 attributes cannot be enhanced through ordinary attribute stones. Only a few rare items can improve them. The starting attributes did not surprise Qin Zixuan. After taking a glance, he shifted his focus to the attribute stone and the gift package. He immediately took out these 2 items. The random attribute stone was a black stone, while the welcome gift package was a blood red package. After retrieving them, Qin Zixuan first swallowed the black attribute stone. As the stone entered his stomach, a wave of heat surged, and a strange power erupted within him, making him feel significantly lighter. Agility 2. A line of small text appeared at the bottom of the panel, indicating that Qin Zixuan's agility had reached 9 points. He felt a sense of familiarity with this, and then casually opened the welcome gift package. Inside the package were a set of black combat gear and a light blue mask. The combat gear, black and white, was of excellent material and had great elasticity. The mask seemed ordinary, but the internal filter was divided into no less than 10 layers, making it clear that it was not simple. The most important aspect was the equipment's effects, which were definitely rookie artifacts. Soldier combat gear type armor. Quality: superior. Equipment effect: the combat gear covers the body and can defend against small caliber handgun fire. Note: I am a soldier coming from the common people, protecting my home and country. Brave and fearless, facing invaders. Blood boiling 999. Note 2. A soldier who does not want to be a leader is not a good student. Blood mist isolation mask. Type: armor. Quality: superior, reusable. Equipment effect: can isolate harmful bacteria in the air and exterminate and filter abyss bloodworms. Note: occasionally may cause excessive isolation, leading to difficulty in breathing. Note 2. Please do not wear it while kissing, as it may cause suffocation and possible beatings from single dogs. In Galaxy Sequence, equipment ranks are divided into white ordinary level, green superior level, blue boutique level, yellow rare level, pink legendary level, orange epic level, red divine level, black super divine level, colorful cosmic level, and the rare growth type equipment with single-digit ranks. The welcome gift package contained 2 pieces of green superior equipment, 1 armor, and 1 survival item, which was definitely not stingy. After all, this package had to be fought for with one's life through 3 levels to obtain. After getting it, Qin Zixuan immediately changed into the combat gear and put on the blood mist isolation mask. Then, without any delay, he exited the office. He knew that the so-called free activity time was purely a trap set by the black wooden horse for the players. In the dream, many people enjoyed this last freedom, only to end up in a tragic fate, because an hour and a half later, the secret realm of gods and demons would appear, and the game mode inside was comparable to hell. If players wanted to survive and clear the game, they absolutely could not waste this free activity time. According to the setting of Galactic Sequence, after the world was gamified, Blue Star would first suffer an invasion from the abyssal races. Indoor players would be forced to participate in the 3 welcome levels, while outdoor players would need to endure the blood mist screening. The blood mist was the vanguard of the abyss, parasitic bloodworms. Yes, parasitic bloodworms, a type of microscopic parasite invisible to the naked eye, almost covering the entire Blue Star along with the blood mist. Once inhaled by a living being, they quickly enter the brain, turning some older, weaker beings with low immunity into bloodthirsty parasitic bloodworms. These parasites are puppets and also a huge worm nest. They will, like zombies, bite and convert other living beings into their kind. The only difference is that zombies transmit a virus, while bloodworms transmit eggs. The player's first task is to survive in this terrifying world and ultimately defeat the Abyssal Lord to end this species invasion. During this hour of free activity, the parasitic bloodworms either have not yet erupted or cannot exert the full vitality of their hosts, making their movements somewhat stiff and their aggressiveness not too high. Thus, this hour and a half became the best time for players to kill monsters and search for galaxy vending machines to buy equipment. As someone who had experienced it, Qin Zixuan naturally would not let this opportunity pass. Chapter 5. A difficult choice according to the strength of the parasitic bloodworms. Players can earn 1 to 10 sequence points for each one they kill. He needed to arm himself quickly and then kill monsters to score points. Exiting the conference room, Qin Zixuan headed straight into the manager's office, quickly finding the golf bag he remembered and retrieving the 7-iron club, which was the most suitable length for a weapon. With a handy weapon in hand, Qin Zixuan immediately took the elevator down to the first floor of the building. His first destination was a Luoyang steamed vegetable restaurant 300 meters away because there was a galaxy vending machine there. Stepping out of the building, the city under the blood mist was eerie and deep, creating a sense of inexplicable oppression. In front of the building's flower bed, a cleaning lady was diligently sweeping the leaves under the greenery without any protection, her movements particularly stiff due to her old age. 3 neatly dressed female, white-collar workers hurriedly entered the building. The cleaner was sweeping, the workers were working. Everything seemed unchanged. But just as they crossed paths, the cleaning lady's eyes quickly turned red, countless tiny blood vessels suddenly filling her eyeballs, and her body began to convulse violently, as if possessed by a ghost. With bulging veins showing a strange purplish-red color, she let out a howl that was not human-like, and instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty monster. The 3 white-collar workers were almost paralyzed with fear upon seeing this, and immediately turned to flee. However, after being parasitized by the bloodworms, the cleaning lady's strength and speed had significantly increased. With a powerful push from her limbs on the ground, she lunged forward. Bang! Let go! 2 of the 3 were tackled to the ground, and they screamed as they desperately swung their handbags in struggle, but it was all in vain. The cleaning lady held onto them tightly, opening her mouth to the limit before sinking her teeth deep into one of them. With a tearing sound, she successfully ripped open the skin on one white-collar worker's arm, visible deep red blood pouring into her body with the bite. Then, the cleaning lady let her go and turned to bite the exposed calf of the left female white-collar worker. After completing the transmission, both white-collar workers collapsed to the ground, their eyes bloodshot and making strange sound from their throats. The cleaning lady released them and began to chase after the last prey. Help! Help us! The white-collar worker who had not been tackled cried out for help, sprinting towards Qin Zixuan. Behind her, the cleaning lady was crawling on all fours, jumping stiffly. dressed in black combat gear, wearing steel-plated boots, and wielding a golf club. Qin Zixuan faced her directly, swinging the golf club fiercely at the cleaning lady's forehead. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the aunt's forehead cracked open, blood and brain matter splattering out as she collapsed to the ground. With a decisive swing, Qin Zixuan showed no discomfort. The dream from yesterday was still vivid in his mind, and he was already familiar with this feeling. Blood, slaughter, death, unrestrained. In fact, he had previously preferred the dream world over the real one. This was also the main reason he sought help from a psychologist. Ugh. The last surviving white-collar worker bent over and retched violently. The sour stench of undigested food mixed with the smell of blood filled the air, creating an indescribable odor throughout the scene. Thank you. The shaken female white-collar worker expressed her gratitude. Qin Zixuan nodded, signaling her to leave quickly, while he picked up a golf club and walked toward the two convulsing white-collar workers on the ground. Wait, they're not monsters. The female white-collar worker panicked at Qin Zixuan's reaction. Don't get in my way, or I'll give you a swing. Qin Zixuan's face was cold as he turned around, scaring the naive female white-collar worker. He had seen clearly that the two female white-collar workers had already been bitten. Their bodies no longer belonged to them, but were parasitized by blood-sucking worms. One of the downed female white-collar workers seemed to recover slightly and cried out, "I'm not a monster." The other female white-collar worker, who had been bitten on the arm, struggled to stand up, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, just as she stood up and was about to run, her body began to twist uncontrollably, quickly undergoing a complete transformation. Without saying a word, Qin Zixuan rushed forward, swinging the club with all his might. Bang! A large hole opened in the female white-collar worker's head, blood and brain matter splattering out. At the same time, the female white-collar worker who had previously claimed she wasn't a monster also began to transform while trembling. Qin Zixuan sighed and gave her a hit as well. The golf club was of excellent quality, and its power as a weapon was comparable to that of a lightweight hammer. Hitting such a vital area as the head was definitely effortless. Without the parasite providing energy, the blood-sucking worms could not survive long in the air of Blue Star and would soon die naturally. You have killed 3 blood-sucking worm parasites, gaining 12 sequence points. Only 12 points for 3 parasites was indeed a bit low. They were all the most basic parasites, but Qin Zixuan didn't dwell on it and turned to leave. Just then, the previously frightened white-collar worker suddenly cried out hysterically, "Wait, don't go." Qin Zixuan ignored her, continuing on without looking back. The female white-collar worker chased after him for a few steps, loudly asking, "Is this world going to be like this from now on? Can it return to normal?" Qin Zixuan paused upon hearing this, then smiled faintly and said, "Return to normal, to continue the 9-to-5 grind? The old world is gone for good. If you want to survive, wipe your tears and play the game seriously. Don't worry about how the world is. That's not your concern." After saying this, Qin Zixuan stepped out of the greenery. After that, he did not encounter any more parasites, nor did he actively seek them out. Instead, he rushed to the Luoyang steamed vegetable restaurant at his fastest speed. The restaurant's door was tightly closed, and a strong smell of blood wafted from inside. Judging by the situation inside, all the people had died in the Newcomer 3 Small Pass. After all, this Newcomer 3 Small Pass was indeed very difficult, and the death rate was truly high. If it weren't for the rich experience accumulated over 3 years of dreaming, Qin Zixuan would have had a hard time clearing it easily. However, right now, none of that was the focus. The focus was the Star River vending machine that randomly appeared in the private room on the 2nd floor. After breaking into the steamed vegetable restaurant, Qin Zixuan quickly crossed the blood-soaked hall and arrived at the private room on the far right of the 2nd floor. In the far left of the room stood a vending machine about the size of a slot machine, with a 1-meter-high metallic body adorned with a galaxy star map, and a glowing screen on the front. Qin Zixuan quickly approached, and the system immediately prompted him that he had discovered the Star River vending machine. "Power it on. I want to buy equipment," Qin Zixuan said excitedly. Everything was just as he remembered, and this vending machine had not been used yet. The glowing screen lit up. The galaxy star map gathered and arranged in the center of the screen, and the vending machine powered on. "Welcome, number 157-823-3214 automatic vending machine at your service." The vending machine emitted an unusual synthesized sound reminiscent of a black wooden horse, akin to a corporate worker of blue, star living day by day, without care. Qin Zixuan wasted no time. Hello, may I participate in the equipment blind box event, as this is my first time using the Galaxy vending machine? This game vending machine had such a setting in his dreams, and Qin Zixuan had come here specifically for this vending machine's blind box. That's right, player Qin Zixuan. You are the first user of this vending machine and may participate in the only blind box event for this machine. Would you like to pay 10 sequence points to participate in the event? Haha, it really exists. I want to participate. Qin Zixuan laughed out loud at the vending machine's response. I'm going to get rich. 10 sequence points after automatically deducting Qin Zixuan's sequence points. A blind box marked with a question mark appeared in the star map sequence of the vending machine. Please collect your reward. Qin Zixuan tapped the blind box. Ding dong. With a crisp chime, the blind box opened, revealing a familiar pair of gloves in front of Qin Zixuan. Haha, the flame manipulation gloves, just what I needed. Qin Zixuan beamed with joy. Flame manipulation gloves, type, functional. Grade, premium. Equipment effect. When worn, your hands can conjure flames, and attacks on targets carry explosive damage. Note, I play with fire, an irritable fire that cannot be extinguished. Note 2. Wearing them may cause bedwetting at night. Please be mindful to use a diaper. Premium grade gloves with rare elemental attributes. This equipment would definitely sell for several thousand sequence points in the marketplace. And it would be the kind that has a price, but no market. The reason Qin Zixuan had rushed here was precisely for these flame manipulation gloves. Pressing the delivery button on the vending machine's touchscreen, the gloves suddenly materialized in front of Qin Zixuan. The familiar black leather, fingerless combat gloves, embroidered with red flame patterns on the back, exuded an explosive sense of power. Putting down the golf club to wear the gloves, Qin Zixuan lightly clenched his fists, and crimson flames immediately ignited on them. Whoosh, whoosh. He swung his fists, the sound of wind whistling as explosive damage was not even mentioned. Both speed and power were significantly enhanced due to the flames, making Qin Zixuan shout with excitement. After successfully acquiring the flame manipulation gloves, Qin Zixuan did not rush to leave, but instead opened the marketplace interface. In the sequence marketplace, items were dazzlingly diverse. Heart-shaped cookies. One piece can satisfy a person's energy consumption for 30 days, priced at 10,000 sequence points. Low-level Angel Bloodline Potion, after consumption, will grant you Angel Bloodline, priced at 5 million sequence points. Mechanical Surveillance Butterfly, a powerful mini-surveillance robot, fully functional and highly concealed, priced at 500,000 sequence points. Equipment Bloodlines. Reconnaissance Machinery. Everything was available, making Qin Zixuan somewhat envious. However, despite his envy, as someone with experience, Qin Zixuan did not linger at all. Instead, he quickly clicked the refresh button at the top to find the equipment that best suited him at this stage according to his memory. Blazing Rock Battle Axe. Type, weapon. Grade, premium. Equipment effect. Accumulates heat and becomes sharper the longer you fight. Forged from highly heat-absorbent blazing rock. When equipped, it can continuously accumulate heat, the higher the temperature. The sharper the blade, and the more potent the weapon becomes. Note, an axe hotter than a sweet potato, equipped, doubles your striking speed. Note 2. Please be mindful of your body temperature when equipped for long periods. Be careful not to burn your brain. Price, 3,780 sequence points. Seeing the familiar black battle axe, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth, but then he furrowed his brows deeply. There was no way around it. He had found the item, but had forgotten its price. 3,780. As a premium grade weapon, this price was actually not expensive. When Qin Zixuan obtained this equipment in the dream, he had already cleared the Center Business District's Demon and God Secret Realm, accumulating enough sequence points. And now, the game has just begun. Even with the double rewards for the new level, Qin Zixuan only has 400 sequence points, which is simply not enough to buy anything. The only way is to exchange that freshly obtained demon coin. But thinking back to what the Black Trojan Horse said about how precious demon coins are, Qin Zixuan hesitates to let go of it. What should he do? Should he exchange it? Chapter 6. Use good steel on the blade. He decided to convert his only demon coin into 666 sequence points after some consideration. As the only player to clear the level, no one knows better than Qin Zixuan how dangerous the demon's secret realm truly is. Moreover, since he chose the big adventure, he must achieve the first clear. What does it mean to be the first clear? It means he must surpass all other players in the same secret realm. And in this central business district area, Qin Zixuan is definitely not the only one who chose the big adventure. The Black Trojan Horse certainly has more than just him targeted for the first clear of the secret realm. Under such pressure, even with his rich experience, he dares not be careless. Putting all his resources into ensuring his advantage is the most correct choice. Demon coins can be earned again, but if he loses his life, he loses everything. After exchanging the demon coin, Qin Zixuan first bought a blazing rock battle axe, then spent 4,000 points to buy 5 strength attribute stones, leaving only 276 sequence points for emergencies. He swallowed the 5 strength attribute stones in one go, and with a warm feeling, Qin Zixuan's muscles noticeably firmed up, and his strength nearly doubled. After this operation, although his sequence points were depleted, his combat power was instantly maximized. Holding the black rock battle axe and feeling the surge of power throughout his body, Qin Zixuan quickly walked out of the steamed vegetable restaurant. With some time before the secret realm opened, he, fully armed, couldn't wait to find out what level of combat power he could currently achieve. The streets were already quite chaotic. Parasites, dragging their stiff bodies, slowly wandered around. Before Qin Zixuan could seek them out, 2 wandering parasites locked onto him and jumped at him using all 4 limbs. For these parasites, Qin Zixuan naturally showed no mercy. The black, blazing rock battle axe flashed with firelight, sweeping through and leaving a trail of afterimages. Whoosh! The sound of wind and fire whistled, and the 2 parasites' heads shot up into the sky as the axe shadow passed. Strange, deep purple blood sprayed up to 10 meters high. Killed 2 parasites. Sequence points 11. One of the parasites dropped a deep blue attribute stone after dying. Qin Zixuan picked it up without hesitation, wiped it, and swallowed it. Mental power 1. Instantly, he felt refreshed. With a small test of his strength, Qin Zixuan was filled with confidence, and the scattered parasites posed almost no threat to him anymore. He happily decided to kill monsters while collecting nearby vending machine equipment blind boxes to quickly accumulate power and points. But just as he stepped onto the main road, a woman in a red dress, fully covered with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, suddenly jumped out of a car and rushed towards Qin Zixuan. She was holding a can of anti-wolf spray, but unfortunately, parasites do not respond to this. As soon as she got out of the car, 3 parasites began to pursue her. Xiaowan was very upset today. Early in the morning, she was urged by her manager to rush to the Jinhua building for a collaboration meeting. But when she finally arrived at the building, a black sphere inexplicably appeared in the sky, followed by a message to enter the game. After that, everything on the road became chaotic with frequent accidents, and cars couldn't move. Next, she witnessed a driver with eyes turning red, who bit a passenger in the car to death. After that, she locked herself tightly in the car until Qin Zixuan appeared. Through the car window, Xiaowan saw this man wielding a battle axe, cleanly and decisively cutting off the heads of 2 monsters. The afterimages of the axe swinging and the roaring flames perfectly illustrated the beauty of violence, even more exaggerated than the dramas Xiaowan filmed. This immediately sparked a thought in her heart. Super golden thigh. She must hug this super golden thigh. Qin Zixuan also saw her and, with a casual mindset, quickened his pace to meet her. The battle axe drew a crimson fire line in the air, bringing down the leading parasite in a suit. Its head flew up and blood gushed. Everything felt so unreal, making Xiaowan feel like she was on a film set. This was simply too cool. As a top star, Xiaowan was definitely not a lovesick girl, but at this moment, her heart couldn't help but race. There was no way around it. This man was too fierce. Qin Zixuan passed by her, and with a sweeping motion, he cut off the heads of 2 stiff parasites. You killed 3 parasites, sequence points 21. Only 21 points for 3 kills was a bit too little. Qin Zixuan couldn't help but complain, starting to resent this beginner-friendly setting. While killing monsters was indeed easier this way, it lowered the efficiency of scoring. After dealing with the parasites, Qin Zixuan turned around and saw that the tightly wrapped woman not only didn't run away, but was looking at him with excitement, instantly losing interest in talking and turning to leave. Wait. Nie Xiaowan, both excited and scared, called out to Qin Zixuan. He turned around and sized up the woman in front of him. Long hair, black waves, beautiful eyes, fully covered so he couldn't see her face. But she had a great figure, especially her chest, which was quite impressive. In Nie Xiaowan's eyes, this man was not tall, not muscular, of medium height, looking very proportionate and coordinated. Dressed in black, with military boots, a battle axe, and well-developed arm muscles, he exuded a unique, wild, masculine hormone. Very cool, very wild, very appealing. The rarely nervous Nie Xiaowan's heart raced like a drum, and she softly said, "Thank you. May I ask your name?" "My name is Qin Zixuan. Just a casual thing. Let's go." "The anti-wolf spray won't work on these things. Find a place to hide." Qin Zixuan replied. "You don't know me?" Nie Xiaowan was astonished. After speaking, she realized that she was wrapped too tightly for him to recognize her. She immediately took off her sunglasses and removed her mask. Nie Xiaowan. Qin Zixuan was surprised. This person turned out to be Nie Xiaowan, the star Nie Xiaowan, the national-level sexy goddess, the pinnacle of mature innocence. Seeing Qin Zixuan's astonished gaze, Nie Xiaowan felt quite pleased. "It's me." Qin Zixuan's surprise faded and rationality returned. "All right, even if you're Nie Xiaowan, it doesn't matter. Put your mask back on and let's escape. There are lethal parasites in the air. Once infected, it cannot be reversed. The ones chasing you just now were parasites." He added a few more words out of consideration for the car lights. Thinking of those monsters, Nie Xiaowan instinctively covered her mouth and nose, asking, "Where can I escape? Can I follow you?" The extremely dangerous external environment made her even more determined. Even if she had to put on a long face, she wanted to follow Qin Zixuan. After half an hour in the car, she had seen countless people escape for their lives. During that time, she had seen people kill monsters, but most of them either crushed them with their cars or smashed them with fire extinguishers, and the final results were mostly not good. The man in front of her was different from all the others she had seen before. He showed no panic when facing monsters, and instead of thinking about escaping, he chose to confront them head-on. His combat power was strong enough to completely exceed her imagination. As for her proposal, Qin Zixuan's first thought was burden. Then he reconsidered and added cannon fodder. Previously, in the dream, he had chosen to be a lone wolf, unafraid of anything, ready to start over if necessary. But now it was different. He only had one life and would definitely need some cannon fodder. This female star in front of him had a decent charm level. If she could grow, she would undoubtedly be the best cannon fodder captain. Chapter 7. Qin Zixuan's goal, however. Even as a cannon fodder captain, one must possess some strength. Qin Zixuan paused slightly, took out the number 7 golf club from his waist, and threw it in front of Nie Xiaowan. "If you want to follow me, that's fine. Take this, kill 2 parasites, and go to the innermost private room on the 2nd floor of the Luyang steamed cuisine restaurant across the street to buy a blood mist isolation mask with a 1-day effectiveness. If you manage to do all this and are still alive, wait for me at the entrance of Jinhua building." After finishing his sentence, Qin Zixuan turned around briskly, leaving a bewildered Nie Xiaowan in disarray. She had considered many possibilities, even thinking about whether to agree directly or hesitate a bit if Qin Zixuan made unreasonable demands. Who would have thought that he would simply throw her a golf club and ask her to kill monsters? She was Nie Xiaowan, the national sexy goddess, the ceiling of mature charm, a fresh meat killer. Did she have to lose face? The number of people pursuing her could circle around a city like Jinhua 100 times. Yet Qin Zixuan completely ignored her beauty and asked her to fight monsters. Is there any justice in this world? Are you serious? Nie Xiaowan couldn't believe it. She thought she must have misheard. Qin Zixuan, who was walking ahead, paused. "If you don't want to, you don't have to go." With that, Qin Zixuan said no more and quickly disappeared into the chaotic main road. For Qin Zixuan, Nie Xiaowan was not important, just a potential cannon fodder. Whether she came or not, he wouldn't care too much as he had many important things to do. After 3 years of dream training, Qin Zixuan's mind had long surpassed his external age. How could he be shallow enough to be infatuated with beauty? It was just a pity about those headlights. Nie Xiaowan stomped her feet in anger and shouted, but halfway through her voice, she covered her mouth again. Because not far away in a car, a parasite big brother started banging on the car window after hearing her scream. Qin Zixuan hurriedly ran towards Jinhua building, killing all the parasites that jumped out on the way, and soon arrived at the entrance of Jinhua building. In fact, Qin Zixuan had originally planned to return to Jinhong building, but that would make his movement pattern too suspicious. Although the black wooden horse had not materialized, it was always peeking at the screen. Qin Zixuan would naturally not risk exposing himself, so he entered the relatively unfamiliar Jinhua building. The Jinhua and Jinhong buildings looked like twin brothers, with roughly similar configurations and a similar number of companies renting office space. After quickly entering, Qin Zixuan began to search layer by layer, killing monsters while looking for the galaxy vending machines. As the greatest benefit for players who did not participate in the welcome event's 3 small challenges. The equipment blind box was no less than the newcomer's 3 small challenges. However, the newcomer's 3 small challenges relied on psychological quality and various hard strengths, while the blind box relied on luck. Of course, this was only for ordinary players, excluding player Qin Zixuan. Before long, he found 2 galaxy vending machines based on his experience and obtained 2 equipment blind boxes. Opening the first blind box, he got a high-quality broadsword. The blood-red handle and pitch-black sheath looked quite good, and the attributes were also quite decent. Blood Rage broadsword, category, weapon quality, high-quality equipment effect, bloodshed easily enrages, strength surges. Notes: while rage is at full, it is also easy to lose oneself. Please be cautious to stay alert during prolonged use to avoid becoming a bloodthirsty madman. Note 2. My anger, tears of blood, fearless. Clang. The sword was drawn, its style similar to the Tang broadsword, and its attributes matched Qin Zixuan's taste. So he immediately secured it as waste, which also made him look forward to the second piece of equipment. However, before he could open the blind box, his phone in his pocket rang. Taking out his phone, Qin Zixuan immediately stopped his actions. A fleeting joy crossed his face, only to quickly fade again. A text message from his mother, Qin Nan. Even having seen it countless times, every time he opened this text, Qin Zixuan felt a surge of mixed emotions. Zixuan, there are many strange people outside. Be sure not to go out, and don't let them bite you. I'm fine. Don't come back to find me. Take care of yourself. Mom will always love you. This was the entire content of the message, the farewell message between mother and son. Qin Zixuan did not know what his mother had gone through. He only knew that after this message, he could no longer contact her. In his dreams, he had once rushed back a great distance, but apart from seeing a rotting corpse that shattered him, he gained not a shred of effective information. Qin Zixuan had also told his mother some key points at the beginning, but the result was undoubtedly that he was ruthlessly silenced as soon as he opened his mouth. So after the game started, Qin Zixuan dared not contact his mother proactively. If he could, he actually wished this moment could come a little later, or even never come at all. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. What had to come eventually did come. This text message was most likely sent by his mother, Qin Nan, during a life-and-death crisis. Qin Zixuan instinctively called back, but it was still the familiar voice prompt stating that the call could not be connected. In her final moments, she thought of Qin Zixuan. She wanted to help him survive. Looking at this text message, tears welled in Qin Zixuan's eyes, making it hard to calm down for a long time. But due to the existence of the black wooden horse and the demons, Qin Zixuan could only suppress this breath. In the Galaxy Sequence game rules, there's a line stating that players who are the first to clear the first stage of the Abyss invasion will have all deceased players resurrected. In that case, no matter what his mother, Qin Nan, encountered, as long as he could clear the first stage of the Abyss invasion first, she would come back to life. He had done it in his dreams before, and he could certainly do it again. At this moment, the sharpness in Qin Zixuan's eyes seemed to pierce through the heavens, as he saw the black hand behind this game. Not just the first stage, this time he would clear the entire way up, turning the black wooden horse and those high-end mighty demons into crickets in his hands. With this thought, Qin Zixuan wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and opened the second blind box. A hand crossbow appeared, looking quite exquisite. But before Qin Zixuan could carefully examine its attributes, a group of uninvited guests appeared in the corridor. A total of 9 people, 7 men and 2 women, each holding a golf club, most dressed in suits, clearly white-collar workers. At the center stood a middle-aged man, over 40 years old, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Definitely a big shot who had been in high positions for a long time. Flanked by 2 beautiful white-collar women who were no less than 8 points in appearance and figure. Gao Hanhai, chairman of Hanhai Group, a definite successful person. The 2 women beside him were his special assistant, Liao Honghong, and general manager Gu Ting. Their identities were not the focus. The key was that as the core. They wore combat suits and blood-mist isolation masks, clearly having cleared the welcome event's 3 small challenges. As both sides faced each other, more than half of the 9 people revealed greedy eyes. After reluctantly accepting their player identities, everyone quickly understood the preciousness of the equipment, especially the 3 at the center. Their combat suits and isolation masks gave them a great sense of security. Meanwhile, the Qin Zixuan in front of them was simply too tempting enough to make one lose their sanity. Seeing the broadsword, battle axe, and hand crossbow, the 4 people at the front immediately surrounded him. "Friend, everything here belongs to Hanhai Group. You can't just take it like this, can you?" One burly white-collar worker said, implying that Qin Zixuan should leave the items behind and leave. Hearing this, Qin Zixuan, already in a terrible mood, couldn't be bothered to respond. He kicked off the ground like a leopard and charged forward. Chapter 8. Always welcome in the new world. The law of the jungle prevails. Stealing monsters, looting spoils, and seizing sequence points are all commonplace. As someone who has experienced this, Qin Zixuan was not unfamiliar with it and had a very mature response plan: to fight. Whoever dared to reach out would have their hands broken. Like a leopard, Qin Zixuan charged forward in the astonished gazes of the newcomers, dragging his blazing battle axe casually behind him. With a front kick from his left leg like a cannonball, he declared that the man hadn't even reacted before he was already sent flying, faster than when he came in. A person beside him had just lifted the golf ball when Qin Zixuan single-handedly grabbed his head and pushed it down. The collision between the floor and the body caused everyone to feel a tremor. Fortunately, the hefty figure acted as a buffer, and he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Before he could get back up, Qin Zixuan had already stomped down on his wrist holding the club, breaking it. This series of actions from Qin Zixuan, enhanced by his extraordinary attributes, was both fast and fierce, instantly silencing everyone present. The 4 leading white-collar workers, seeing their companion taken down in an instant, had already lost their courage and dared not approach anymore. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." Qin Zixuan lightly tapped the face of the white-collar worker, his indifferent gaze finally landing on Gao Hanhai, who was at the center. "No, I'm wrong, CEO Gao, save me." The intense pain made the white-collar worker fully realize the reality, and he began to cry out for help. Qin Zixuan knew Gao Hanhai and had interacted with him, albeit only in dreams. As the chairman of a conglomerate, Gao Hanhai was quite a prominent figure in Jinhua City, not to mention before the world was gamified. Even after the gamification, he had led his team to kill quite a few. However, he was treacherous and cunning, not someone who aligned with Qin Zixuan, and their interactions were not deep. Qin Zixuan had thought that he might encounter him when he entered the building, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly or in this manner. Compared to Qin Zixuan's calmness, Gao Hanhai was obviously shocked. He didn't immediately stop his subordinates from approaching, as he had intended to test Qin Zixuan's strength. However, Qin Zixuan's strength and performance completely exceeded his expectations. The terrifying combat power and ruthless style of handling matters made him make a judgment instantly. "Apologize. I'm sorry, little brother. My 2 subordinates were too reckless. I apologize on their behalf." Under the crowd's watch, Gao Hanhai felt an extreme sense of danger from Qin Zixuan's gaze. After spending decades in the business world, Gao Hanhai was most confident in his judgment. Seeing the other party back down, Qin Zixuan smiled. "It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes, but in the adult world, making a mistake means you have to pay a price, don't you think?" Gao Hanhai was taken aback by these words and then smiled. These two items are meant as an apology. One should be lenient when possible. Please, little brother, have mercy. Qin Zixuan glanced at the items in Gao Hanhai's hand, and the coldness in his eyes instantly turned into a smile, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Sure, CEO Gao, I accept your gesture. He released the white-collar worker at his feet, sheathed his axe, and let everyone present be stunned, with one word appearing in their minds: mercenary. The reason Qin Zixuan chose to reconcile was not out of fear, but because of the two pieces of blood amber in Gao Hanhai's hand. These were good items that were hard to come by at this stage. Blood amber, a consumable item that drops with a low probability after the parasitic organism dies, significantly enhances self-healing for a short period when consumed. In simple terms, it is a restorative item that can save a life at a critical moment. However, there was no introduction for this item. No one knew its effects at the early stage of the game, except for Qin Zixuan. Gao Hanhai had just acquired it and had gotten two pieces in a short time, which made him feel it was not that rare. He planned to ask the black wooden horse when the secret realm opened. He did not expect to encounter Qin Zixuan, a big fat sheep, in the meantime. Instead of slaughtering the sheep, he ended up as the sheep and had to pay to avoid disaster. However, he did not realize that what he thought was the lowest price was actually one of the few treasures at the early stage. Qin Zixuan was filled with joy. He also did not expect Gao Hanhai's team to be so lucky and obtain two pieces of blood amber so early. Seeing the change in Qin Zixuan's attitude, Gao Hanhai, even if he were a pig, should have sensed something was off. He naturally had some guesses about the effects of the blood amber in his hand. But since the words had already been spoken and the items had already been taken out, he could only pretend to be generous despite the pain in his heart. Stepping forward to take the blood amber, Qin Zixuan was overjoyed. Thank you, CEO Gao. I plan to continue searching floor by floor. If you want to rob me again, you are welcome anytime. The blood amber drove away Qin Zixuan's bad mood, and he suppressed his joy to extend a heartfelt invitation. Sincerely, with the blood amber in hand. He hoped Gao Hanhai would rob him a few more times, and he would definitely cooperate fully. As a master at understanding people's hearts, Gao Hanhai originally intended to use the item he did not need and did not know the effect to gain the loyalty of his two subordinates. But it now seemed he had lost significantly. Thus, he naturally wanted to recover some losses and immediately jokingly asked, "Little brother, you're joking. It was just a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. I am Gao Hanhai. May I have the honor of knowing you, little brother?" Qin Zixuan chuckled lightly. "Sure, I'm Qin Zixuan. You can call me Xiao Qin." Hearing this, Gao Hanhai sincerely said, "Not at all in this changed world. Seeing Brother Zixuan-esque gear, it seems you have quite an insight. I wonder if you could tell me the specific effects of that blood amber?" Gao Hanhai circled around and asked the question he most wanted to know. At this time, Qin Zixuan naturally played dumb. "CEO Gao, you think too highly of me. ISNT that thing yours? You don't even know. How would I know? I wanted to ask you." Qin Zixuan made it clear that he did not want to say more, and Gao Hanhai had no way to press him. After a few pleasantries, he watched Qin Zixuan go upstairs. As Qin Zixuan ascended, the others under him finally regained their senses and helped the two injured ones up. The two looked quite bad. Although injured, their wounds were not too severe, as the other party had acted with restraint. Hong, Ting, what do you think of this Qin Zixuan?" Gao Hanhai calmly looked toward the depths of the corridor, wanting to hear their opinions. Liao Hong, upon hearing this, tidied her messy hair by her ear and said in a low voice, "His combat power is very strong. He has enhanced attributes. He is experienced in handling matters. Ruthless in action, not very old, but very perceptive. He should not be underestimated. From the current perspective, it is best to avoid conflict with him unless absolutely necessary." Gu Ting immediately agreed. Hong is right. People like him are favored by heaven. Look at his gear, whether it's luck or strength. He starts off higher than most players. If there is a chance later, CEO Gao could try to recruit him. Gao Hanhai sighed upon hearing this, but did not continue the topic, turning his attention back to his injured subordinates. Gao Hanhai indeed wanted to recruit him, but from Qin Zixuan's gaze, he saw no possibility, because that kind of sharpness that can be controlled freely could never submit to others. Chapter 9. Everything depends on oneself for Qin Zixuan. This exchange was undoubtedly joyful. Gao Hanhai very much fit the image of a formidable character in Qin Zixuan's mind. In dreams, this guy was also the leader of one of the top 10 player teams in Jinhua City. After the world was gamified, in this new world of moral decay, the only goal of humanity was to clear the game and survive. Although Gao Hanhai was sinister, he treated his subordinates quite well, and keeping him around was not a bad thing for Jinhua City. After reaching the 11th floor, Qin Zixuan encountered fewer parasites, but more people appeared instead. Most of these were small teams of 1 or 2 people coming out from the 3 small gates. Currently, the network was still smooth, and the events that occurred on the 11th floor quickly spread throughout the Jinhua building. Coupled with his gear, other players merely glanced at him. No one dared to rashly provoke him. However, with more people around, the probability of discovering the Star River vending machine increased. From the 11th floor to the 30th floor, there were no less than 10 Star River vending machines, and Qin Zixuan only obtained 1 blind box. His luck seemed to have run out, as he only opened a regular grade hand crossbow that was the same as the one on his arm, 1 climbing backpack, 2 regular grade hand crossbows, 1 superior grade blood rage broadsword, and 2 pieces of blood amber. That was all of Qin Zixuan's gains in the Jinhua building. After finishing his search, Qin Zixuan had no intention of wasting more time there, nor did he pay attention to the various idle people trying to strike up a conversation, and he pressed the elevator button. The gamification has just begun, and the power system and communication towers have not yet been damaged. Devices like elevators and mobile phones are still functioning normally. Only 3 people have descended to the 30th floor, and upon seeing Qin Zixuan's equipped appearance and his do not approach expression, no one dared to come forward. As the elevator went down, people continued to come up, perhaps due to the tense and oppressive game experience, and because most of them were strangers to each other. Very few people spoke in the elevator. The elevator was not slow, and soon everyone arrived at the 1st floor. The moment Qin Zixuan stepped out of the elevator, he saw Xiaowan beside the potted plants at the entrance. She was holding a bloodstained golf club, and her mask had changed from black to light blue. Unexpectedly, this woman actually had some courage. When Qin Zixuan saw Xiaowan, she immediately approached him, having been closely watching the elevator entrance. Her familiar battle axe and do not approach aura made her stand out even in a crowd. Qin Zixuan, Xiaowan called out, her voice carrying a unique feminine tone that made everyone turn to look at him. However, it was merely curiosity, and they quickly went back to their own business. The corners of Qin Zixuan's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed this woman had suffered quite a bit while hunting monsters. Don't shout, it's just killing 2 monsters. Is it really that hard? As soon as he said this, Xiaowan, who was clearly hoping for compliments, instantly deflated. Hey, are you even a man? Letting me kill monsters alone is one thing, but can't you at least encourage me afterward? Beauty, you're not killing monsters for me, got it? Qin Zixuan didn't indulge her, and his words left Xiaowan speechless. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "You're bullying me. Player Qin Zixuan has applied to be your friend." As soon as Xiaowan finished speaking, a dialogue box popped up on the interface. It was a friend request from the super popular Qin Zixuan. Xiaowan wanted to act reserved, but her finger acted on its own and quickly selected agree. Congratulations. You have become friends with player Qin Zixuan. The friend communication system is now active. After agreeing, a friend button immediately appeared on the right side, and the cold-faced Qin Zixuan's avatar was flashing. Xiaowan focused her thoughts, and Qin Zixuan's voice rang in her ears. All right, from now on, you are my number 1 cannon fodder. The mobile communication will eventually fail, so use the game's built-in friend system to contact me from now on. Qin Zixuan's voice, which was infuriating, sounded strangely real despite him standing right in front of her, as if she could truly hear him speaking. What the hell? Number 1 cannon fodder? You're the cannon fodder. Your whole family is cannon fodder. Out of curiosity, Xiaowan pressed on Qin Zixuan's flashing avatar, and a thought appeared in the chat box with the message she wanted to send. With another thought, the message was sent out. This high-tech communication made Xiaowan unable to help but exclaim, "This communication system is amazing." Qin Zixuan smiled, but didn't say anything. Just then, his phone rang again. Unlocking it, he saw a text message from WeChat with the nickname Siki. Zixuan, where are you? What are you doing? The WeChat content was simple, but the person sending it was not. By Siki, Qin Zixuan's ex-girlfriend, had just broken up less than 2 months ago. For college students, breaking up after graduation is quite common. After graduation, Qin Zixuan became just another cog in the vast workforce, and their timelines drifted apart. He no longer had the energy or time to be around her. He needed to work and support himself, while she had many suitors besides him, making the breakup a natural conclusion. To be honest, Qin Zixuan did not expect by Siki to message him at this time. In the dream world, every time Qin Zixuan died and restarted, except for the game rules and progress remaining unchanged, everything else would undergo subtle changes based on his actions. For instance, Xiaowan beside him, or by Siki's WeChat message, none of which occurred in the dream world. Seeing this WeChat message, Qin Zixuan felt a bit dazed. Xiaowan leaned over to take a look. Who is it? Your girlfriend? Qin Zixuan paused slightly and shook his head. No. Oh, I see, your ex-girlfriend. Xiaowan hit the nail on the head, leaving Qin Zixuan astonished. He thought, how does she know without me saying anything? What's so surprising? I'm an actress, okay? Xiaowan seemed to see through his thoughts. Qin Zixuan forced a smile, realizing he had forgotten that detail. After that, he said nothing more and picked up his phone to reply. I'm fighting monsters near the company. What's up? Ding dong. As soon as Qin Zixuan sent the message, the other party replied immediately. Woo-woo, we're trapped. Can you come to the school to pick me up? A crying emoji, full of pitifulness. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan had already seen through her act. The innocent ex-girlfriend made Xiaowan feel a sense of crisis upon seeing her avatar. You're not really going to pick up this little girl, are you? Although she had only interacted with Qin Zixuan for less than 5 minutes. Xiaowan had determined through his words and actions that he was a truly reliable man. He was also her designated super strong support, so naturally, she didn't want him to be taken away by someone else. Qin Zixuan shot Xiaowan a glance and quickly replied in her presence. Sorry, I can't. If you want to survive in this game, you have to learn to rely on yourself. His ex-girlfriend had been exceptionally straightforward during the breakup, and Qin Zixuan wouldn't hesitate this time either. When something is to be cut off, it must be done decisively. Qin Zixuan had no tendencies towards self-harm, nor did he have the mindset of becoming someone else's support. In these 3 years of dreams, the only person he could rely on was himself. This statement was not only a reply to his ex-girlfriend by Siki, but also a deliberate communication of his beliefs to Xiaowan. Everything must rely on oneself first. This had unknowingly become Qin Zixuan's life motto. Chapter 10. The light of wealth. Don't look at me like that. I've filmed many action scenes. I definitely won't hold you back. The emotionally intelligent Xiaowan puffed out her chest and waved her golf club dramatically. Qin Zixuan glanced at the glaring headlights. All right, stay close. What I'm about to do is very dangerous. If you die, don't blame me. As the game progressed, it became increasingly difficult. In more than half an hour, Qin Zixuan would have to enter the secret realm to obtain the first pass. Xiaowan wanted to follow him. Perhaps she could gain some benefits, but she would inevitably encounter more dangers. Xiaowan pouted, but ultimately said nothing, nodding to indicate she understood. People do not act for others, or they will be punished by heaven and earth. Given the current situation, it was enough to follow along, even if Qin Zixuan didn't say it. Xiaowan knew it was unrealistic to expect this man she had just met for a few minutes to risk his life for her. This was just the beginning. She was Xiaowan. Give her some time, and no man could resist her charm. Seeing Xiaowan looking obedient, Qin Zixuan didn't say more. His time was precious right now. With about half an hour left, he would enter the demon's secret realm in the central business district of Jinsash City, and before that, he needed to gather resources as much as possible. Blind boxes could yield explosive returns at a minimal cost. So Qin Zixuan naturally continued to search for the maiden opening the galaxy vending machine, while also eliminating the surrounding parasites. He took a hand crossbow from his backpack and handed it to Xiaowan. 500 sequence points. I'll lend it to you for self-defense. Just return it to me once you gather enough points. Xiaowan's first reaction was that it was a robbery, but when she saw the attributes of the hand crossbow, She immediately shut her mouth. Toxic hand crossbow, equipment, weapon. Grade, ordinary. Equipment effect. The crossbow bolts are poisoned, causing the target to enter a poison state. Note, bright blades are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. The power multiplies during a sneak attack. A very ordinary and practical hand crossbow, with a poisoning effect depending on the target's physical condition. If an ordinary person is hit by an arrow, it would be equivalent to being bitten by a venomous snake. If a low-level parasite gets hit by an arrow, it would be weak for half a day. It can be considered a high-cost performance ordinary equipment in the early stages. With his crossbow, Nie Xiaowan's self-defense ability has greatly improved. With a cue-stick in one hand and a crossbow in the other, Nie Xiaowan felt quite impressive. However, thinking of the 500 points of wealth Qin Zixuan mentioned made her inexplicably heartache. Qin Zixuan didn't care much about her. After throwing the crossbow aside, he didn't spare her another glance and directly embarked on a killing spree. The once bustling street was now devoid of its former glory, with cars colliding. Blood splattered on the ground, and the screams from the shops lining the street, all proclaiming the brutality of the new world. To Qin Zixuan, all of this felt more like a dream spilling into reality. Nie Xiaowan nervously followed behind Qin Zixuan, desperately trying to keep up with just his shadow. Qin Zixuan showed no mercy. Aside from pausing for a moment to slay the parasitic creatures that lunged at him, he didn't wait for her at all. With his knife and axe dancing wildly, flames roaring, his fighting style was as ferocious as ever, cutting through enemies effortlessly while ignoring everything around him. This inexplicably excited Nie Xiaowan and ignited her desire to fight. So, she occasionally shot out cold arrows, wisely choosing her moments, and managed to score some points. At this time, the blood-sucking worms had just parasitized their hosts, and the combat power of the initial parasitic forms was not very high. As long as one could overcome their fear, even an ordinary person could defeat them. However, as the blood-sucking worms fully took control of their hosts and maximized their activity, they would evolve into various mature forms, at which point their combat power would become terrifying. Therefore, the free time mentioned by the Black Wooden Horse was actually the best time for players to kill monsters. Because of the drops, killing a batch could easily yield 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, which would greatly enhance survival capabilities afterward. Unfortunately, most people were not thinking this way. They were mostly busy scrambling for daily necessities and food, completely not prioritizing the game. Seeing Qin Zixuan, like a war god, wielding his knife and axe to slay monsters, Nie Xiaowan felt genuinely proud of her luck and choices. Currently, these parasitic creatures were not very aggressive. They would not attack humans unless they were within 5 meters. So there's no risk of being surrounded. Move faster, there's a big supermarket ahead. Let's get some supplies before it's all gone. Nie Xiaowan desperately chased from behind, while Qin Zixuan was still dissatisfied. Helpless, Nie Xiaowan summoned all her strength and sprinted forward with her big headlights blazing. The street was crowded with people, and Qin Zixuan alternated between his axe and knife, effortlessly beheading every parasitic creature that confronted him. To get from the building to the supermarket, they had to pass a bus stop, which was actually Qin Zixuan's first destination. During this time, he killed a total of 31 parasitic creatures, earning 191 sequence points, but not a single piece of loot, causing Qin Zixuan to curse under his breath. Soon, Qin Zixuan spotted the bus stop. The vending machine he remembered was right next to the bus stop sign, and the two seemed like a whole, almost indistinguishable at first glance. The screen was black, and there was no one around. It seemed he was in luck, as it hadn't been touched. Qin Zixuan's eyes lit up with joy as he hurried over to the vending machine. Just as Nie Xiaowan caught up behind him, she saw Qin Zixuan fiddling with the vending machine and pulled out a blind box. After that, Qin Zixuan didn't bother hiding it from Nie Xiaowan. He directly opened the blind box in front of her. A blue light flashed, revealing a familiar round ball item. In the corners of Qin Zixuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Rubber bomb, type, firearm. Quality, premium. Equipment effect, watch me blow up a ground dragon. Note 1, watch me blow up a whole building. Note 2, what did you say? Speak up. Qin Zixuan was very familiar with this rubber bomb. It was a powerful one-time item that could be obtained early on. Seeing this, Xiaowan immediately leaned in to study the vending machine. However, as soon as she got her hands on it, Qin Zixuan spoke up, "Don't fiddle with it. You only get a blind box the first time you use it. Let us go." Hearing this, Xiaowan caught the key point, and a glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes. She finally understood the origin of Qin Zixuan's equipment. The two continued forward, and this time, Qin Zixuan's target was the big supermarket at the end of the street. There, not only could they get free supplies, but if you remember correctly, there were also 3 vending machines and a potential elite monster. With a knife and axe in hand, Qin Zixuan's moves were extremely simple. It was this seemingly ordinary slashing that left Xiaowan, who was used to the flashy, dazzled. Each slash was exceptionally clean and efficient, with not a single unnecessary move. The street was bustling with people, and no parasitic creatures could approach. Just as Qin Zixuan and Xiaowan were rushing towards the supermarket, a group of over 10 players was also heading towards it. Among them were several figures in combat gear wearing masks. That group of people, upon seeing the knife and axe on Qin Zixuan's body, had a greedy glint in their eyes. Qin Zixuan liked this glint because it was like a light of wealth to him. Chapter 11. Dare to take a gamble. Entering the supermarket, the scene inside could only be described as chaotic. Everywhere were players frantically grabbing supplies, especially in the grain and oil section. As the world changed, many quickly adapted to their player identities and began actively hunting monsters to grow stronger. However, there were also many who thought about hoarding supplies to survive this catastrophe. They did not know that this behavior was intolerable to the Black Wooden Horse. The Black Wooden Horse, in a sense, was like a channel host and commentator. What wanted was a bloody and glamorous show, because only in this way could it please the gods and demons and gain more attention. If players hid away, then what was there to show off? Therefore, this hoarding behavior of players was mostly meaningless. Sequence points could be used to buy various supplies from the store. Supplies worth 100 sequence points were enough for a player to eat and drink well for a week. The reason Qin Zixuan came here was that supplies were just a pretext. The vending machines and the elite monster were the main focus. However, seeing the current situation, the blind boxes from the vending machines seemed out of reach, so searching for the elite monster might still hold some hope. Thus, he took Xiaowan to the snack area. Xiaowan was very quick-witted. She grabbed a convenience bag from the shelf and began stuffing various snacks into it. Qin Zixuan also set down his climbing backpack and filled it with some high-calorie snacks. There weren't many people in the snack area. Most were scattered player teams. And with limited backpack space and sufficient supplies, no one was fighting over anything. While Qin Zixuan filled his bag with snacks, he scanned the surroundings. Since they entered, the small team that had just revealed their light of wealth outside the door had been secretly watching him. Not only were they watching, but they had even split into several small teams, surrounding him from a distance. The leader, Jiang Ming, was using all means at his disposal to try to uncover Qin Zixuan's secrets. At the same time, Qin Zixuan heard a series of notification chimes in his ears, and the other players around him were also slightly startled. God and Demon, Tu Liang of Turbid Wine, entered the live stream. God and Demon, Da Xiao Wang Ho, entered the live stream. God and Demon, the stunningly beautiful Goddess Quiet, entered the live stream. The entrance of 3 gods and demons instinctively alerted Qin Zixuan. Above the supermarket, in the sky, the Black Wooden Horse appeared, as Jiang Ming, who had set his sights on Qin Zixuan, was asking it a series of questions about him. The Black Wooden Horse, this lone wolf player, wondered if they could take him down if they all rushed at once. The Black Wooden Horse actually wanted to entice him into a confrontation, but the rules did not allow it, so it truthfully provided an answer. This question pertains to player privacy. I cannot answer you. Jiang Ming did not expect that the Black Wooden Horse was also restricted by rules. Then what can you tell me? The Black Wooden Horse replied, the only thing I can tell you is the quality of the equipment he has. A glint of malice flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes as he gritted his teeth and asked, how many sequence points? Black Trojan. This question is already on the edge of permission. 200 sequence points. 200. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. They hadn't even started fighting, and he had to invest 200 points. What does 200 points mean? Normally, clearing a level with a wooden character costs only 100 points. and you need to kill more than 10 monsters. It hurts. Forget it. No more questions. Let's change the topic. If we launch a sneak attack, what would our win rate be? Seeing that the other party didn't give up, Black Trojan perked up 50 sequence points. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and paid the 50 sequence points. With the sequence points in place, Black Trojan was extremely pleased. If the sneak attack is successful, the win rate is 50-50. Thinking of Black Trojan's offer, Jiang Ming was certain that the other party must have excellent equipment. If they could succeed in the sneak attack, his combat power would achieve a qualitative leap. Since he learned that after killing a player, he could loot all their spoils, Jiang Ming had fallen in love with this method. Fortune favors the bold. A 50 win rate, isn't low. However, this also indirectly proved that the opponent was not simple and required careful planning. His pre-battle inquiry naturally sparked a discussion among the three divine demons. Divine Demon, 2 cups of turbid wine, spoke. This player named Jiang Ming is probably thinking of taking down Qin Zixuan. What do you think? Great summer marquee. What else is there to think? It's just delivering takeout. As soon as this barrage appeared, the stunningly beautiful goddess of silence was unhappy. Drunkard, Zhao. What are you two talking about? I've been watching Jiang Ming. He's really strong. Okay? 2 cups of turbid wine laughed. Well, he is strong, but it depends on who he faces. Against Qin Zixuan, it's just takeout. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence. Hey, look at what you're saying. 2 cups of turbid wine. Jing, don't be unconvinced. How about we make a bet? The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence. What kind of bet? 2 cups of turbid wine. A small bet to enjoy ourselves. Let us wager 10 divine demon coins. If Qin Zixuan wins, you give me 10. If Jiang Ming wins, I'll give you 10. Are you in? The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence. Let us bet. Are you afraid? Zhao, you act as a notary. Seeing the continuous barrage of messages, Black Trojan was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the ringing sound in Qin Zixuan's ears sounded again. Upon opening it, he saw a gift notification. Divine Demon, the stunningly beautiful goddess of silence, threw a rotten egg at you. A rotten egg? Qin Zixuan was confused, but didn't show much. Instead, he immediately informed Xiaowan through the friend system. I feel that the people around us are suspicious. When the fight breaks out, I'll want to have time to take care of you, so slip to the back of the shelf on the left. Xiaowan vashinte fudish. He actually noticed that the nearby teams were acting strangely. 3 small teams seemed casual, standing to their right, while the front 2 sides and the left were being watched by the leader of the group that had just targeted them, who was casually looking at his phone. In fact, at this moment, Jiang Ming was issuing commands to several small teams via his phone. The game had become so sudden that they had no time to study the interface, and they didn't even know about the friend communication system. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. 3 crisp message notification sounds rang out, shocking Black Trojan and the 3 divine demons. Wow, Jing, is this the player you have high hopes for? Divine Demon, 2 cups of turbid wine, cruelly mocked in the barrage, launching a sneak attack and sending messages? He doesn't even know how to use the friend system? Are you serious? The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Previously, Jiang Ming, who seemed very adaptable and pleasing to the eye, suddenly didn't look so good anymore. However, since they had already made a bet, the stakes of winning or losing didn't matter for now. They absolutely couldn't lose face. With a hard mouth, she said, "What's the rush? Just wait and see." As the 3 message sounds rang out, the 3 small teams, a total of 8 people, received Jiang Ming's instructions and pretended to pick up convenience bags surrounding Qin Zixuan and Xiaowan. The distance between the 2 sides quickly closed to less than 10 meters. At this distance, Jiang Ming thought it was like catching a turtle in a jar. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Qin Zixuan suddenly raised his crossbow and fired wildly, instantly emptying 10 bolts, shooting down the unsuspecting 3-person team on the right like a rainstorm. Chapter 12. Time for harvest. No one expected that Qin Zixuan would take the initiative to attack. Without any warning, he struck hard. Seeing Qin Zixuan make a move, Xiaowan immediately rolled out of the encirclement. The crossbow bolts were extremely fast and at tricky angles. And with the sneak attack attribute triggered, the whole arrows turned a ghostly blue. The three people on the right were all shot in the head and fell to the ground. At the same time, before everyone could react, Qin Zixuan turned and pounced. Clang! The blood rage blade was unsheathed, and the male player who was preparing to sneak attack from behind didn't even have time to draw his dagger. He felt a chill around his neck, blood spurted, and he was gone. After the blade, the blazing war axe swept through with terrifying flames, and the female player who was pretending to be his girlfriend had her head fly off. It was only at this moment that Jiangming finally reacted. He had been careless. He never expected that the opponent not only had strong abilities, but also high alertness, and was so ruthless in action. Their sneak attack failed, and they were instead ambushed by the opponent, instantly losing 5 members. The combat power was terrifying. Barges began to rise as a result. Great summer marquee. Did this kid predict the future? 2 cups of turbid wine. Beautiful. It's not that he predicted the future. He just has a high level of alertness. Smelling danger and striking directly was exactly to my taste. Qin Zixuan's explosive start made great summer marquee, and 2 cups of turbid wine extremely excited. Especially 2 cups of turbid wine. After all, he had made a bet with the stunningly beautiful goddess of silence. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence naturally kept silent. She thought to herself that she hadn't lost yet. There were still 6 people left on Jiangming's side, and if they could react, there might still be a chance. Kill. In the field, Jiangming didn't disappoint him either. Seeing that the other party was acting, he knew it couldn't end well. With a command, he flicked his right arm, and 3 flying knives shot out, then charged forward with 2 players beside him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 flying knives formed a triangle, enveloping Qin Zixuan. However, Qin Zixuan, with an agility of 9 points, nimbly dodged the flying knives, and the blazing war axe ignited in flames and swept towards the 3-person team on the left, clearly wanting to quickly reduce their numbers before meeting Jiangming head-on. Before getting close, the terrifying high temperature made the war axe glow red, and an unparalleled pressure burst forth. Whoosh! The wind and fire howled, and the war axe left a series of afterimages. The male player in the front of the left team raised his knife to resist, but he underestimated Qin Zixuan's strength too much. With a sweep of the blazing war axe, both the knife and head shattered explosively. Such terrifying combat power caused the 2 people behind him to lose confidence and turn to flee. There was no choice. They were just a group of repairmen who, after being robbed and killed, learned about the game's looting mechanism, and then under Jiangming's leadership began to loot other players. Their previous smooth sailing was merely because they encountered players who were mostly as scared as they were, with mediocre combat power and under the advantage of numbers. They chose to yield without much resistance. The one in front was different. After discovering their intentions, he didn't even say a word before attacking. Once he attacked, it was either death or injury, which was fundamentally different from the players they had encountered before. This was tantamount to sending themselves to death. But sometimes, it's easy to strike, but hard to pull back. Seeing them flee, Qin Zixuan did not pursue but glanced at Xiaowan. It was this glance that made Xiaowan, who was hiding behind the shelf, choose to take action. In such a bloody scene, Xiaowan was actually very scared. But more than that, she was afraid Qin Zixuan would think she was useless, so she screamed and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 cold arrows poured out, striking 2 people. Although they didn't hit vital spots due to the opponent's unfamiliarity with the crossbow and only caused injuries, the 2 still fell to the ground. The reason for their collapse was the double toxin triggered by the surprise attack, which left their muscles weak and immobile. It was only at this moment that Jiangming finally brought the 2 players close to Qin Zixuan. Amidst the howling wind, Jiangming swung a baseball bat at Qin Zixuan's head, while the players on either side aimed their fire axes directly at Qin Zixuan's chest. Their speed was undeniably fast, but Qin Zixuan was even faster. Before the bat and axes could land, the red-hot blazing battle axe met them head-on, creating a ringing sound as the 2 fire axes were shattered, and Jiangming's baseball bat was sent flying into the air from the tremendous recoil. It was only upon making contact that Jiangming truly understood how powerful Qin Zixuan was. The violent force made his hands tremble, and he nearly lost his grip on the bat. In contrast, Qin Zixuan absorbed the force with a slight tremor in his right arm. And with a swift motion of his left hand, the raging flames surged, launching a lightning-fast punch towards Jiangming's face. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, flames exploded, and the punch, enhanced by the fire, was so fast that Jiangming had no time to evade and was struck in the face. His entire head disintegrated into sparks from the explosive damage of the gloves, and he couldn't even let out a scream. As sparks flew, the two players beside him, already disarmed and witnessing such a terrifying situation, dared not make a move, tossing their half-axes aside and crying for mercy. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan disliked trouble. With a sweep of his battle axe, blood gushed forth as two heads flew into the air. Show mercy where one can? Not a chance. Qin Zixuan had suffered enough losses in his dreams. In this terrifying world, he believed more in rooting out the problem entirely. With this axe strike, everything's settled. How dare these weaklings come out to rob? They truly haven't faced death. Qin Zixuan's sarcastic remark ignited the bullet screen once more. Damn ruthless. The player, Great Summer Marquis, was the first to speak up, seeming both amazed and regretful. Zhuo quickly followed. Ruthless my ass, so flashy. Combat power, mentality, insight. This kid is simply abnormal. They all said it was just a delivery, but the silent goddess, you have my respect. The playful banter in the bullet screen left the silent goddess, feeling frustrated, yet she had no rebuttal. The victor takes all, an unchanging truth. She hadn't expected this player, named Qin Zixuan, to be so strong in combat. Setting aside the equipment advantage, his skills and mentality utterly crushed Jiangming. The Jiangming she had previously favored hadn't even had the chance to reveal his trump card before he was done for. A loss is a loss. Nothing can cover that up. The silent goddess didn't speak again, transferring 10 demon coins to Zhuo before decisively exiting the livestream. However, before leaving, she, who held grudges, didn't forget to keep an eye on Qin Zixuan, clearly wanting to return next time with a pitfall she was less familiar with. Receiving the notification, Qin Zixuan was even more baffled. One moment she was throwing rotten eggs, the next she was following him. He couldn't comprehend her motives at all. However, this wasn't his main focus at the moment, as the aftermath of the battle awaited him. Or rather, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 13, A Bounty of Riches and Fish Bubbles. Jiangming's team had a total of 11 members, apart from the 2 taken down by Nie Xiaowan. Everyone else was dead. Qin Zixuan was quite familiar with the process and directly moved to loot the bodies. Combat suits, masks, baseball bats. Throwing knives, he immediately acquired 4 pieces of equipment. As the leader, Jiangming was indeed quite wealthy. The combat suit and mask had the same quality attributes as those on Qin Zixuan, both coming from the rewards of the novice trials. The black baseball bat, named a violent bat, was a rare quality piece of equipment. The silver throwing knives were slightly inferior, being ordinary grade equipment like the poison crossbow. Beyond that, Qin Zixuan was somewhat surprised to find a substantial amount of wealth. 579 sequence points, 1 demon coin, and an explosive potion that Jiangming hadn't had the chance to use as his final trump card. Explosive potion, a one-time excellent grade item that temporarily boosts the user's strength, constitution, agility, and intelligence by 5 points each. After half an hour, the user will fall into a state of exhaustion. If Jiangming had used this during the earlier battle, Qin Zixuan might still have won, but it wouldn't have been so easy. However, it was too late to say anything now. Jiangming was dead, and all he had was now Qin Zixuan's loot. After collecting Jiangming's belongings, Qin Zixuan turned to the 2 players beside him. Just then, a sound of coins dropping echoed in his mailbox, prompting Qin Zixuan to immediately check the notification. Zhuo appreciated your decisive killing and rewarded you with 2 demon coins. Great Summer Marquis admired your performance in the game and rewarded you with 10 fish bubbles. Damn, fish bubbles. Qin Zixuan was stunned. At first, he thought he had misread, but after double-checking twice, he confirmed it was indeed fish bubbles. In his wealth section, alongside the 3 shining demon coins, there was an icon of a fish bubble with a hint of blood. Fish bubbles were free gifts, and their specific use would become clear later. Seeing Qin Zixuan's bewildered expression, the black wooden horse that had been monitoring him stepped in to clarify. This question-and-answer exchange was a clear case of different treatment compared to Jiang Ming earlier. As for why Qin Zixuan was treated differently, it was naturally because he was deserving. He had the potential to become the face of their area. Just moments ago, during Qin Zixuan's battle with Jiang Ming's team, the black wooden horse had already elevated the game weight of the business center to the top 3 in personal channels. If Jinsha City was viewed as a large channel, Qin Zixuan's side was a smaller sub-channel. These channels were all conducting live broadcasts, showcasing player strategies, akin to a large-scale survival show. Players who performed well attracted the attention and rewards of the gods and demons, which naturally led to their exposure being increased by the wooden horses. After all, the wooden horses also wanted to boost the popularity of personal channels to eventually become top streamers in the Galactic Sequence. Players like Qin Zixuan, who were noticed right from the start and subsequently attracted continuous attention, rewards, and even bets from the gods and demons, undoubtedly had the potential to become leading players that would bring glory to their channels. Such players were ones the black wooden horse was willing to assist in gaining strength quickly. Just as the black wooden horse was explaining to Qin Zixuan, the backend received another system reward notification. 7 Princess rewarded player Li Xiaoming with 1 demon coin. Damn, the black wooden horse was delighted. Preparing to check how this female player named Li Xiaoming had earned a reward, only to see the silent goddess had returned. The black wooden horse chuckled. This goddess probably went around and couldn't find a player to compete with Qin Zixuan, so she returned to see him again. I must say, Qin Zixuan's performance is exceptionally rare. It had seen Li Xiaoming before. Although this female player was naturally clever, she had not a single one of the inherent weaknesses of humans. Unlike Qin Zixuan, who felt more monstrous than those abyssal creatures. The strange fish bubble reward didn't confuse Qin Zixuan for long. He quickly shifted his focus back to the looting scene. The belongings of the 2 players next to Jiang Ming had all been swept clean by Qin Zixuan. However, compared to Jiang Ming, they seemed somewhat poor. The equipment on them consisted only of the combat suits and masks from the novice trials, and the 2 fire axes were products from Blue Star, not game equipment. Fortunately, they had a decent amount of sequence points. One had 2 for 123, and the other had 2 for 121, which lifted Qin Zixuan's spirits. However, after cleaning up these 3 individuals, Jiang Ming's team had basically run dry, because out of this 11-member team, only 4 wore combat suits and blood mist masks. Except for the 3 people here, only the male player who previously pretended to be a couple was wearing battle gear. The others were all in sportswear, and their equipment was purely domestic. After taking care of these 3, Qin Zixuan quickly approached that couple, once again acquiring a set of battle gear, a mask, and 2,537 sequence points. After that, the 3 players who were shot dead by crossbow arrows really had no spoils left. The 3 of them combined only had 89 sequence points. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. So in this situation, Qin Zixuan naturally searched thoroughly without wasting a single cent. With a projection of wealth, Qin Zixuan passively acquired 4 pieces of equipment, 1 bottle of premium potion, over 10,000 sequence points, and 1 demon coin. Calling it a windfall is not an exaggeration. Such gains are also the fundamental reason why Qin Zixuan enjoys this kind of brilliance. Sometimes, he really hopes that more people like this can come. After tidying everything up, Qin Zixuan casually turned to Xiaowan, who stood there like a wooden post. In front of her, 2 players were moaning in pain while begging for mercy. Fortunately, such a scene kept the surrounding players at a distance, and no one came near. Xiaowan felt very confused, extremely confused. On one hand, her pure nature instinctively made her feel that Qin Zixuan, who kills, is too terrifying. On the other hand, she couldn't help but imagine if it were Qin Zixuan who lost, and she was pitifully lying on the ground. How would he treat her after seeing through her true identity? Qin Zixuan said little, carrying a large bag of loot and an empty backpack. He directly came to her side. Take care of them, grab the loot, and follow me. No comfort, no unnecessary words. The meaning was very clear. Either join him in the corruption or go their separate ways. In fact, Qin Zixuan just wanted to test her temperament. Whether she would follow him was not something he cared about. Compared to her, Qin Zixuan cared more about the 500 sequence points he had invested earlier. So after dropping off his things, Qin Zixuan didn't linger and turned to head to the second floor. At the staircase of the second floor, dozens of players were fleeing in panic, looking as if they had seen hell. From their frantic cries for help, it was easy to tell that they must have encountered an extremely terrifying monster. And this extremely terrifying monster was likely his second target, an elite monster. Chapter 14. Bloodworm Evolution Species. Seeing Qin Zixuan leave without looking back, Zixuan didn't struggle for long before picking up 2 crossbow arrows. After 2 faint sounds, she ended the lives of the last 2 unfortunate souls. At the moment she pulled the trigger, she repeatedly told herself that if it were her who fell, she would definitely wish for death. After repeating this several times, she finally made up her mind and delivered a fatal blow to the 2. After killing the 2, all their possessions naturally became her loot. However, it was unfortunate that the more rewarding spoils had long been taken by Qin Zixuan. The fleeing duo only had a total of 78 sequence points. It was this meager number that made Zixuan deeply realize the preciousness of sequence points. Looking again at the poisoned hand crossbow in her hand, Zixuan finally fully awakened. Without Qin Zixuan, she wouldn't have survived at all. Since that was the case, what was there to think about? She quickly picked up the backpack that Qin Zixuan had thrown down earlier, stuffed it with some high-calorie snacks, and chased after him. The second floor of the Entangled supermarket mainly sold daily necessities. There were particularly many players coming to stock up on these essentials. When Qin Zixuan reached the staircase, the entrance was completely blocked by various small carts and people. Run! There's a giant, terrifying monster up there. Damn it! Who's blocking the way? I'll cut them to pieces when I get down. Damn, don't push. My cart is about to explode. Countless irritable aunties were shoving at the entrance. They could have evacuated in an orderly fashion, but they refused to leave and insisted on rushing ahead, putting their lives at risk. Such resistance was something even Qin Zixuan, with a strength beyond that of ordinary people, could not penetrate. In the end, he had to find another way. Casually finding a rope and tying it to a padlock to create a temporary hook, shooting it towards the second floor railing, and swinging himself up. Qin, what should I do to get up there? Downstairs, Zixuan had just arrived and saw this scene, immediately breaking down and asking a soul-searching question. Qin Zixuan did not answer because at that moment, he had already reached the second floor. As for how Zixuan would get up, it was completely outside his consideration. Zixuan was very angry, but had no way to deal with Qin Zixuan. With a quick thought, she unleashed a special move, the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Money Technique. A rain of red bills suddenly fell outside the entrance, and after a moment of shock, the aunties instinctively unleashed their primal strength, pouring over the red bills like a flood. After picking up several bills, the aunties finally realized that this money seemed useless now, and they immediately scattered in a commotion. After the series of operations, the entire hallway was suddenly half empty. Zixuan seized the opportunity and quickly went up to the second floor. Once on the second floor, it was chaos everywhere, and there was no sign of Qin Zixuan. With no choice, Zixuan began her search again. As for Qin Zixuan, after reaching the second floor, he headed straight for the most chaotic left side. If you remember correctly, there was a small amusement area inside the supermarket where many parents used to take their children to play. At this moment, the screams that were the loudest. The elite monster should be located there. Moving at full speed, Qin Zixuan arrived at the small amusement area inside the supermarket in less than half a minute. Almost as soon as he arrived, he saw the elite-level monster in the black-brown children's sandpit. A 3-meter-tall female parasite, its entire body swollen, had burst out of the supermarket uniform. Bloodworm, giant species. Qin Zixuan recognized it at a glance. This was a mature form of the bloodworm parasite after full activation. To be more precise, it was one of the evolutionary species of the bloodworm parasite. Besides this, they could also evolve into crawling species and the extremely rare and difficult crystal species. The giant species had the characteristics of great strength and destructive power. However, that wasn't the key. The key was that when Qin Zixuan arrived, there was also a mother and child who had managed to escape in the sandpit. Squeak! Seeing the mother and child in the sandpit, This giant species, transformed from supermarket clerk, let out a unique bug-like sound. It excitedly tapped on the slide, as if playing with prey in a cage. Its intelligence was low, and its playfulness was instinctual. With its muscular, bulging arms, it easily flattened the entire slide. The distance between them was too close, so close that Qin Zixuan didn't dare to enter easily, fearing that it would anger the giant species and cause the mother and child to lose their lives on the spot. Its form no longer entirely belonged to a human. It had sickles, claws, and all the biological weapons one could expect. Its mouth had completely transformed into a scissor-like chewing mouthpart, looking incredibly fierce and brutal. The mother in the sand pit was extremely pale, and tears of terror had long since burst forth. She knew that in front of such a terrifying monster, her and her child's chances of survival were almost zero. There were many people around, yet everyone avoided them. No one thought of helping her. Mom, I'm scared." Seeing the terrifying appearance of the giant worm, the little boy instinctively hid behind his mother, his body trembling with fear. His mother was equally terrified, her body slightly shaking. But standing in front of her son, she had to try her best to stand tall and suppress her own trembling. "Nyonya, don't be afraid. Mommy will go fight the monster in a bit. You don't need to worry about anything. Just run as fast as you can. Remember, don't look back. And you must not look back." The little boy's mother spoke solemnly. At that moment, she stopped her tears, her eyes filled only with determination to face death. At this moment, her heart held only one thought: to protect her child, even if it meant being shattered to pieces. Whoosh! The sound of wind surged as she hurled the red thermos bottle. At the same time she threw the bottle, the boy's mother turned around, picked up Nyonyo, and quickly tossed him out of the sandbox. At this moment, the tears she had struggled to hold back burst forth again, and she screamed heart-wrenchingly. "Nyonyo, run fast. Mommy, don't." Bang! With a muffled sound, amid Nyonyo's cries, his mother ruthlessly pushed him away and closed the sandbox door. "Ooh, mommy. Nyonyo doesn't want to run. Nyonyo wants mommy." Outside the door, half the height of a person, Nyonyo cried out loud, not even wanting to take a step away. The child's heart-wrenching cries were like a sharp knife, cutting deeply into his mother's heart. A woman is inherently weak, but a mother is strong. As a mother, Nyonyo's mom was no exception. Even unarmed and knowing it was death, she still thoughtlessly grabbed 2 handfuls of sand and charged forward. Bang! The thermos was easily crushed by the giant creature, and the scalding hot water splashed but couldn't hurt the thick-skinned giant. Yet, it was her bravery that bought them a chance at survival. Chapter 15. Wits against the elite monster. The situation on the field was critical, and the comments outside were buzzing. "Sajio, what do you think Qin Zixuan will do? Will he ambush the giant while that woman is being attacked? Or will he jump out to save her directly?" De Xiao Wang Ho posed the question. "Zhuojiu Er Liang, in my opinion, this kid is born cold-blooded. He will definitely ambush when the giant is happily feeding." De Xiao Wang Ho: "Not necessarily. This kid can be ruthless, but he hasn't really played any dirty tricks along the way. Using his kind as bait is something he probably wouldn't do." Zhuojiu Er Liang: "What's wrong with what you said? Is it abnormal for players to do anything to win?" With this comment, Mei Yin Bu Fong Wu De Jing Nu Shun could no longer hold back. "This time I'm siding with Jia Jia Ho. This kid is cold-blooded, but he's not devoid of humanity. Otherwise, that woman beside him would have died long ago, right?" The lively comments made the black wooden horse quite happy, and it promptly moved this channel to the top position. The demon god, 7th Princess, entered the live stream. As soon as she appeared, a player who had previously followed Li Xiaoming joined as well. Up to this point, the game had been running for less than 2 hours, and the first secret realm hadn't even appeared yet there were already 4 demon gods gathered in Qin Zixuan's channel. The black wooden horse seemed to see a clear path to becoming a top streamer. Just as the 7th Princess entered the channel, Qin Zixuan made his choice. At the moment the giant creature violently charged at Nyonyo's mother, Qin Zixuan stepped into the arena and directly knocked her away. "Without you, your son can't survive. Take him and leave." His deep declaration rang in Nyonyo's mother's ears as Qin Zixuan took her place, raising his battle axe to face the giant creature head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Qin Zixuan's battle axe violently collided with the giant's mutated claw, the terrifying force causing him to sink slightly and stumble back several steps. It was only at this moment that Nyonyo's mother, who had been knocked away, finally steadied herself and got up. Thank you, benefactor." She showed no sign of blaming Qin Zixuan, immediately kneeling and thanking him with a choked voice as she got up. Without any further delay, she quickly left with Nyonyo. Seeing this scene, De Xiao Wang Ho commented in the channel, "I said it, this kid might be cold-blooded, but he's not despicable." Mei Yin Buku Fong Wuda Jing Nu Shun couldn't help but reply. Although the plot is glitch, it still made him look good in the end. Even if he can't win and dies, he is still worthy of the title of human player. Zhujiao Erliang was somewhat dissatisfied. No, wait. So this kid still has weaknesses? Mei Yin Buku Fong Wuda Jing Nu Shun. Does it mean he has no weaknesses just because he does not resort to any means? A being strong enough in itself, regardless of character, is not a weakness. The three demon gods exchange comments. Piquing the interest of the newcomer, 7th Princess, you all seem to be discussing intensely. This player seems quite interesting. Can someone introduce the situation? De Xiao Wang Ho, wow. Little 7 is here too. It's a long story. I'll message you privately. 7th Princess, message privately for what? You. The comments began to morph. But the black wooden horse didn't pay much attention, as most of its focus was on Qin Zixuan. At this moment, the giant creature was an incredibly terrifying presence. Otherwise, it wouldn't appear as an elite monster. Qin Zixuan was the face of the channel, and if he were to die, where would they find such a popular player again? Hood. In the second clash, the fiery rock battle axe met the claw. In terms of sheer strength, Qin Zixuan was at a disadvantage. Thus, with his ample experience, he used a leap to escape the sandbox. There was no way. The children's sandbox was too small, and since he couldn't overpower the opponent, the small sandbox was not sufficient for him to display his skills. The raging giant creature quickly followed suit, its claws wide open, leaping at him like a ferocious beast. But once he was out of the children's sandbox, Qin Zixuan had countless times more space to maneuver, stepping back to hide behind a shelf in the home goods section. Clatter. The wooden shelf couldn't withstand the giant creature's claws, and as they pierced in, pots and pans scattered everywhere. Whoosh, like flowers scattered by the heavens. Qin Zixuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he swept a leg, sending 3 stainless steel bowls flying at the giant creature's eyes, while he quickly advanced under the cover of the pots and pans. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the chaos of pots and pans, the giant creature's claws moved like the wind, knocking everything in sight away. But at that moment, Qin Zixuan exploded forward from his position, like a tiger pouncing from the brush. The fiery rock battle axe was raised high, delivering a simple yet powerful strike to the back of the giant's leg. Crack! The sound of the blades slicing into flesh and the cracking of bones almost rang out simultaneously, and with a fiery enhancement. The axe easily severed flesh and shattered soft bones, causing the giant creature's right leg to buckle, its body suddenly softening and kneeling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zixuan pressed on, sweeping his axe toward the giant's head. The giant creature was no ordinary being. It seemed to have no pain receptors at all, completely disregarding its severed leg as it suddenly twisted its body and attempted to embrace Qin Zixuan with its claws, forcing him to retreat rapidly. The reason Qin Zixuan left the sandbox was to engage in close combat. He certainly didn't want to trade an axe strike for a bear hug. After all, even if his axe hit the head, it might not be a fatal blow, but if he was caught, the next strike could leave him crippled. In terms of defense and resilience, he was far inferior to the giant, and once injured, his combat power would sharply decrease, making it nearly game over for him. Moreover, he had already gained a significant advantage by taking out one of the giant's legs, drastically reducing its mobility, so there was no need to rush at this moment. After this strike, the battle situation was completely different. It was important to note that the supermarket was human territory. Qin Zixuan was far more familiar with all the tools inside than the giant creature. Coupled with his agile movements, the limping giant creature posed little threat to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver throwing knives feigned an attack, targeting the giant's eyes. Even after being injured, the giant creature remained furious, its arms flailing rapidly. deflecting the throwing knives. Then it leapt forward, dragging its remaining limb and lunging at the shelf where Qin Zixuan was hiding. The loud crashing sounds were relentless, and the array of household goods scattered everywhere as the raging giant creature recklessly destroyed everything but couldn't catch the slippery Qin Zixuan, instead providing coordinates for Xiaowan, who was searching for him. After severing the leg, Qin Zixuan was extremely calm and patient. He skillfully darted between rows of shelves, drawing the giant creature to roar continuously and destroy everything around it. Boom! Another pounce. The giant creature pressed its claw into a shelf, burying its entire arm inside. An opportunity. A cold light flashed in Qin Zixuan's eyes, and with a quick push of his foot, he turned sharply, fixating on the giant creature with a murderous intent. Chapter 16. Go Change. Whoosh. The wind howled as Qin Zixuan swept through like a storm. The blazing rock battle axe sweeping across the giant creature's head amidst the brilliant flames. Faced with this predicament again, the giant creature's right arm got stuck on the shelf, and it instinctively raised its left arm to block. The sound of a hot knife cutting through butter echoed, and amidst the astonished remarks from several demons, Qin Zixuan struck down the giant creature's arm with one axe. Clean and neat, even the skin and bone were severed, leaving Xiaowan, who was watching from the side, dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that she noticed the battle axe in Qin Zixuan's hand, which had somehow turned a fiery red, resembling a lava battle axe, exuding a terrifying sharp aura that sent chills down one's spine. But at that instant, just as the giant creature's left arm was severed, its right arm finally broke free from the shelf after its relentless efforts, and without caring for its own injuries. It suddenly turned and swept violently towards Qin Zixuan's head with a furious wind sound. At this moment, Qin Zixuan's right hand, wielding the battle axe, was at its limit. If he couldn't respond, he would definitely be severely injured by the opponent's punch. Clang! With a clash, Qin Zixuan, who had previously avoided confrontation, did not back down this time, fiercely drawing his blood rage axe, and met the attack head-on with overwhelming dominance. When the sound of metal clashing rang out again, but the horizontal axe did not manage to break through the defense. Yet that wasn't the key point. The key was that Qin Zixuan, who should have been sent flying by this sweep, stood his ground and received the giant creature's ferocious punch without moving an inch. Blood rage axe. Blood makes one angry. Power surges. This surge reached as high as 12 points after the opponent bled. Long ago, when he had caused the opponent to limp and bleed, Qin Zixuan, wielding the blood rage axe, was already nearly equal in power to the giant creature. He had just been waiting for this moment to reveal it. After this strike, there was nothing more to follow. One axe severed an arm, and another held down the other arm, temporarily incapacitating the giant creature. Qin Zixuan raised his blazing rock battle axe once more. Puffed. Black-purple blood surged forth, and as an elite monster, the giant creature's head was separated from its body. Meanwhile, several small orbs of light fell out. Qin Zixuan glanced over and saw a wrist guard, a ring, and 2 red power attribute stones. Congratulations on killing the elite monster blood shoe worm giant, gaining 1825 sequence points. At the same time, the system notification sounded. The demon 7th Princess admired your wit and bravery and followed you. Xiaowan, who had been hiding in the corner watching, finally jumped out. Wow, Qin Zixuan, you are so amazing. How did you do that? Can you teach me? So cool. On the barrage, 3 demons frantically typed question marks, but unfortunately, Qin Zixuan couldn't see them. Instead, he was having a blast with that black wooden horse. Good lad, this temperament, this strength. The top player is a sure thing. Dacia Marquis. What the hell? Did he just kill the elite monster? Black wooden horse. I strongly suggest you increase the difficulty of the secret realm later. Otherwise, it's like handing this kid the first clear. Geo Air Liang. Exactly, it must be raised. This kid is too abnormal. He needs a lesson. No, I need to find other stronger players in this area to balance the power. Otherwise, the death show will turn into a killing show. The stunning goddess. Look at you guys with your bad tastes. Actually quite like watching this kid go wild. If he dies, I won't come back to this channel. Dacia Marquis. Jing. Wait a minute, what about your stance? You didn't say that when you were supporting Jiangming before, right? The stunning goddess. What stance? Watching a show has nothing to do with stance. Seventh princess, Sister Jingjing is right. This Qin Zixuan is indeed a bit handsome, not a saint nor pretentious. Following his true self, worth looking forward to. The barrage from Seventh Princess, released, casually dropping one demon coin. Ding dong. Qin Zixuan's inbox vibrated again, and with a thought. 2 messages popped up. Demon, Seventh Princess, admired your individuality and rewarded you with 1 demon coin. Demon, the stunning goddess, admired your wit and bravery and rewarded you with 1 demon coin. 2 demon coins, both from 2 female demons. It seems that whether they are demons or ordinary people, women are always more emotional. Knowing they are in the live stream, he could do some good deeds and get some rewards. A wave of rewards and a wave of barrage exchanges, the demons dispersed. The black wooden horse remained unperturbed because they had already followed Qin Zixuan. Once this secret realm opened, they would definitely come back to watch Qin Zixuan's grand performance. As for Qin Zixuan, he didn't have much time to concern himself with the demon's affairs. The Central Business District Demon Secret Realm was about to start, and he had to quickly improve his strength to prepare for the first clear. Therefore, after collecting the spoils, Qin Zixuan grabbed his bags and began looking for the Star River vending machine. Xiaowan followed closely, as he was a golden thigh. Even if her leg hair was pricked and bleeding, she had to hold on tight. The demon's attention and repeated rewards were all noticed by Xiaowan. Although she didn't understand much, she felt it was impressive. After all, if someone else had come to this supermarket today, it would have definitely resulted in a river of blood. Besides Qin Zixuan, she didn't think any other player could deal with that terrifying monster. What are you looking for? The vending machine? Seeing Qin Zixuan looking around, the clever Xiaowan took the initiative to speak up. Qin Zixuan nodded. Yeah, I need to deal with the spoils in my hand. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. I know where it is. Follow me. After saying this, Xiaowan grabbed Qin Zixuan's arm and led him directly towards the women's clothing area on the right. As they walked, the large headlights occasionally brushed against Qin Zixuan while she carefully observed him. Qin Zixuan didn't rush to shake her off and chuckled. Is this your way of capturing a man's heart? Hearing this, Xiaowan's body trembled slightly. Then she leaned in closer and directly said, No, other men don't need any tricks. You're the first one. So how do you feel, proud? Qin Zixuan laughed. Really? Your rumored boyfriends aren't a few, right? Since you call them rumors, then they must not be real. Do you understand? I'm a goddess. I can play around. But if I seriously date someone, they just disappear. Speaking of this, Xiaowan looked helpless, causing Qin Zixuan to glance at her slightly, but not continue the topic. Ahead, in the center of the women's clothing store, the familiar Star River vending machine stood tall, and Qin Zixuan naturally let go of his arm, quickening his pace. Xiaowan cursed inwardly. Damn straight man. No wonder he's single, but she didn't dare to say anything and quickly followed. Because of the earlier giant creature's presence, there was no one around the Star River vending machine in the women's clothing store, allowing Qin Zixuan to use it directly. However, it was merely empty of people. The screen was lit, but the blind boxes were definitely gone. Arriving in front of the vending machine, Qin Zixuan didn't rush to operate it. Instead, he casually pulled out a set of battle clothes and threw it in front of Xiaowan. Go try it on in the fitting room. Chapter 17. Walking ahead of the process. Looking at the blood-stained battle clothes in front of her, Xiaowan was stunned. She couldn't quite understand what kind of person Qin Zixuan was. If you say he's good, he can make a girl go monster hunting alone. He can directly kill anyone who tries to rob him, leaving none behind. If you say he's bad, he just saved a mother and child. So he's actually not that bad to her. Is he righteous or evil? Free-spirited? Whatever, he is a bit crazy. But at least he isn't gone completely mad and killed indiscriminately, so it's best to be as obedient as possible in front of him. Thinking of this, Xiaowan picked up the battle clothes and turned to walk towards the fitting room. At that moment, Qin Zixuan smiled and said, That's 1,000 sequence points for you. Remember to pay me back. Oh, after the experience with the crossbow last time, Xiaowan was no longer surprised by this and even smiled faintly after glancing at the combat suit's attributes. A high-quality product, almost fully covered with bulletproof armor, was definitely worth 1,000 points. After all, compared to life, points were just external possessions. She could pay him back later when she became stronger and earned points. Besides, with her charm, she might win him over one day. By then, what would there be to repay? Zixuan was calculating happily in her heart, feeling very pleased. Qin Zixuan, however, didn't care about her thoughts and turned to organize the resources in his hands. He had 362 sequence points and 5 demon coins. Both were considerable sums, especially the demon coins, which 99 of players had never even seen at this stage. Next were the equipment items. Besides the extra 3 high-quality combat suits and 4 high-quality masks, there was a normal-grade combat knife, and the rest could be kept for personal use. Especially notable was the baseball bat, violent baseball bat, damage type, weapon. Grade, high quality. Equipment effect, deals explosion damage when hitting the head. Remarks, I'm a violent baseball player. I love to hit heads with a bat. Oh yeah. The attributes were quite good, but during the previous battle, it had a minor crack from a fierce collision with Qin Zixuan's flaming axe. However, it was only a slight damage, and it was perfectly fine for normal use. Qin Zixuan already had 2 melee weapons, the flaming axe and the blood rage broadsword. Both were powerful, but each had a side effect that prevented long-term use. This baseball bat was just right to act as a cooler for the two, relieving his worries about their side effects. As for the wristband and ring dropped by the elite monster, they were both quite good and practical equipment. Especially the ring, the attributes were astonishing to Qin Zixuan. Mighty ring type, accessory. Grade, fine quality. Equipment effect, mighty miracles. During combat, strength attribute doubles. Remarks, the doubling attribute limit does not exceed 50 points. Remarks 2, don't come near, I can hardly control myself. The excessively powerful strength may occasionally cause loss of control, with a destructive desire of 999. The spider silk wristband, type, functional. Grade, high quality. Equipment effect, comes with tough spider silk, useful for killing enemies, grappling, spinning, jumping, and versatile. Remarks, with great power comes great responsibility, occasionally meddling in other people's affairs after wearing it. Remarks 2, hey Spider-Man, you're not alone. One is a powerful equipment, and the other is functional. Both provided significant boosts for Qin Zixuan, so he immediately put them on. The rest was just a normal grade combat knife, which was pretty average for Qin Zixuan now, and he planned to forcefully sell it to Zixuan. Besides the equipment, there were 4 precious single-use items, 2 blood pearls, 1 rubber bomb, and 1 burst potion. Each of these items had its uses and was quite valuable, so Qin Zixuan naturally kept them close. After sorting everything out, the only items left to deal with were 3 sets of combat suits and 3 blood mist isolation masks. The Galaxy vending machine could recycle equipment, but it was very unfair. A high-quality combat suit priced at 1,500 points in the mall would only be recycled for 300 points. An unlimited use mask worth 800 points would be recycled for 160 points. Simply put, they give 20 for recycling and take 80. Qin Zixuan naturally wouldn't recycle them, and he organized and packaged these items well, preparing to sell them to other players when the secret realm gathered. Once this was taken care of, it was time for sequence point distribution. There was nothing much to think about. Qin Zixuan opened them all and directly found the attribute stones, spending a lavish 12,000 sequence points to buy 11 agility attribute stones and 4 strength attribute stones. Adding the 2 strength attribute stones from earlier, Qin Zixuan now had a total of 17 attribute stones. Among them were 11 agility stones and 6 strength stones, red as rubies and green as emeralds. Quite a spectacular sight. He casually placed the attribute stones on the Galaxy vending machine's delivery platform, moved a chair from the store to sit down, and started popping them into his mouth like candy. With each attribute stone consumed, Qin Zixuan's muscle definition grew firmer, and his physique improved. These stones digested quickly. With no sense of fullness, a wave of heat flowed through him with each one consumed, and he could digest a stone in 2 or 3 seconds. Soon, after downing 17 stones, Qin Zixuan's muscle definition seemed to be refined deeply, both aesthetically pleasing and wild. Even standing still, he exuded an inexplicable fierceness, and his overall attributes changed drastically. Name, Qin Zixuan. Age, 22. Rank, awaiting awakening. Sequence points, 362. Items, 5 demon coins, 10 fish bladders, 1 stinky egg. Martial arts, none. Basic attributes, strength, 17. Constitution, 6. Agility, 20. Spirit, 7. Hidden attributes, charm, 4. Luck, 4. His strength had reached 17 points. And agility had directly reached double its initial maximum value. This was still in normal state. In combat state, under the boost of the mighty ring, his strength would surge to 34 points, 24 times higher than the initial maximum value of 24. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qin Zixuan's combat power was now quite terrifying. At the same time, just as he finished his enhancement, the system directly provided a prompt for the awakening of a talent that he remembered. Agility attribute has reached the peak awakening threshold. You can absorb the talent scroll to awaken a talent. Talent scroll. Galaxy Sequence is a type of item specifically set for players in the game. Its specific function is that when a certain attribute reaches an initial multiple, it can be used to awaken the corresponding talent and become an awakener. During the first Demon Secret Realm game, various level 5 talent scrolls would appear. The higher the level of the talent scroll, the stronger the ability awakened after use. However, usually, even after clearing the first Demon Secret Realm, only a very small number of players meet the prerequisites for awakening. Qin Zixuan, however, had already met the conditions before this secret realm even began. Simply put, at this moment, Qin Zixuan was already ahead in the game's progress. Chapter 18. Secret Realm Gathering begins gently clenching his fist and feeling the explosive power within. Qin Zixuan did not become complacent. After all, no matter how strong he was now, as long as he was still in Galaxy Sequence, he would undoubtedly be bound by its rules. Whether it was the Trojan horses managing the game or the divine demons that acted like financiers, if they wished, there were still many ways to kill him. Qin Zixuan disliked the feeling of his life being in the control of others. Everything was just beginning. Crack! As Qin Zixuan finished packing everything, the fitting room door opened at the right moment, and Xiaowan walked out. It must be said that as a national-level sexy goddess, Xiaowan's external conditions were indeed very outstanding. After changing into the combat suit, she lost some softness and gained a bit of sharpness. Her dazzling headlights still shining so brightly that it was hard to open one's eyes. With a curvy figure, sharp eyes, and a pure aura reminiscent of a schoolgirl, she gave off an impressively mature vibe, no matter what she wore. The only exposed part of her face was her eyes, lightly adorned with eyeshadow. In terms of looks, Xiaowan was definitely a top-tier existence. Unfortunately, in this world, no matter how good-looking one was, it was only the fate of a high-end vase. To master her own destiny, she had to learn to become stronger in battle. Qin Zixuan didn't look too much and directly handed her the unlimited use blood mist isolation mask and a normal-grade combat knife. The mask was 600, and the knife was 500. Do you want them? Xiaowan mechanically took them, glanced at the attributes, and instinctively nodded, saying, "Yes, of course." "Okay. That totals 2,600 sequence points owed. Remember to pay me back after we clear the secret realm." Qin Zixuan laughed upon hearing this, looking every bit the scheming businessman. 2,600 sequence points. That's a huge sum. If I accidentally die, you'll be fine, but if you die, I'll just recover the equipment and sell it to someone else. Xiaowan also laughed, but her smile only lasted for half a sentence before being forcibly cut off by Qin Zixuan. "Qin Zixuan, you." Xiaowan was furious, but realized she could only be powerless in her anger. As for Qin Zixuan, he didn't pay her anger any mind and turned to head towards the stairs. Xiaowan stomped her feet and quickly followed him. The two went downstairs, and the first floor was completely cleared out, with the shelves nearly empty. Coupled with the fear spread by the previous antes, the hoarders had long since dispersed. After grabbing a few bottles of mineral water from the scattered shelves, Xiaowan exited the supermarket. The street outside was in complete chaos. By the time most players reacted and started frantically killing monsters, they found that the easy-to-kill monsters on the street had already been taken care of, leaving only some tougher ones huddled together. Instinctively, Xiaowan asked, "Where are we going?" Qin Zixuan replied in a low voice, "Let's kill some monsters nearby." If nothing unexpected happens, the secret realm should be opening soon. Xiaowan was taken aback and was about to ask Qin Zixuan what the secret realm he often mentioned was, when the sky suddenly tore open with a black mosaic. A giant little demon flew out, with short limbs, wearing a crown, having bat wings on its back, and holding a strange skull scepter. Hello, nice to see you again. I'm a black wooden horse. Welcome to my channel. The demon's secret realm in the central business district is about to open, gathering at Times Square in 10 minutes. Those who are late will be wiped out. This time, the black wooden horse not only changed its appearance, but also had a magnetic male voice that instantly spread across the entire central business district. As its words fell, a projection suddenly appeared in the sky. The Times Square, surrounded by the central business district, was displayed on the screen above. In the center of that square, a door shrouded in black mist was being shown in close-up. The secret realm space has been forged. Welcome all players to step onto the stage, I said, and present a splendid show with your lives and souls. The supermarket where Qin Zixuan was located was not far from Times Square, just a 5 to 6 minute walk. After hearing the black wooden horse's announcement, Qin Zixuan stopped talking and quickly headed towards the square. Xiaowan naturally followed closely behind. After experiencing the 3 beginner trials, no one dared to question the black wooden horse's words anymore. As for those who hadn't experienced it, they had long learned about the terror of the black demon in the sky through various means. Soon, the two arrived at the square, which was already filled with people. Qin Zixuan. As soon as they stepped into the square, Qin Zixuan heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Su Peng, Xiao Mengzhu, Wang Chao, and Ni Jiawei. The 4 were his university classmates, some from the same department, some from the same class, and after graduation, they all entered the central business district, working in different companies. Of course, there were more than just these 4 who graduated together and chose to stay in Jinsash City, at least over 10, but he only saw these 4 now, while the others had mostly perished. Su Peng was a rich second generation, Xiao Mengzhu was his girlfriend, and Wang Chao and Ni Jiawei were originally classmates, probably having gotten together after the game became a reality. Qin Zixuan didn't expect to run into them. In countless resets in the dream realm, he had never encountered these 4 people, and he had little interaction with them during school, so he merely responded lightly. Su Peng glanced at the equipment on Qin Zixuan and enthusiastically said, "Bro, come on, let's go in together later. We'll look out for each other." The other 3 also greeted him warmly. Among the 4, Su Peng and Xiao Mengzhu wore combat suits and masks, while Wang Chao and Ni Jiawei only had simple local weapons. The only equipment on their faces was a blood mist isolation mask, which also looked like it only had a 1-day duration. So when they saw Qin Zixuan's full set of equipment, their eyes lit up and they naturally gathered closer. Combat suit, battle axe, broadsword, hand crossbow, and a baseball bat sticking out of his backpack. Qin Zixuan's gear not only attracted the attention of his classmates, but also made the surrounding players' eyes shine. If it weren't for the black wooden horse above, these people might have rushed up already. Qin Zixuan didn't resist this attention, but Xiaowan showed a cautious expression. The 4 began to subtly probe, try to extract useful information or even equipment from the 2. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan was nonchalant, responding with hums and ohs, while Xiaowan seemed completely clueless. The 10-minute time limit quickly approached, and the black wooden horse's voice resonated throughout the central business district again. In the central business district of Jinsash City, there are over a dozen tall buildings, with a total of 327 players. After excluding those who died in the 3 beginner trials and those infected by the blood mist and parasites, there are currently 321 survivors. Among them, 319 did not arrive at the square within the stipulated time and are now subject to extermination. As the words fell, the black wooden horse waved its scepter, and the screen in the sky suddenly erupted with light. All players in the area who had not yet reached the square appeared on the screen. Then, as soon as the black wooden horse's words ended, there were loud explosions, and they burst into clouds of blood mist. In an instant, hundreds of people died, and the entire square fell silent, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Chapter 19. Tearful clearance sale. Many players were so frightened that their bodies trembled, yet they dared not make a sound, fearing that the black wooden horse would hear them. The black wooden horse didn't care about the players' thoughts and excitedly began to introduce the Demon's Secret Realm. The Demon's Secret Realm is the most hardcore and thrilling game mode in Galactic Sequence. Inside, there's a survival game I have meticulously prepared for you, guaranteed to keep all players captivated. Correspondingly, every time a player clears a secret realm, they will receive various premium rewards, including equipment, sequence points, talent scrolls, rare items, unique medals, and so on. If you're lucky enough to achieve the first clear, your name will be displayed on the leaderboard for all intelligent beings in the Galactic Alliance to see. If you become a popular player, you will attract countless attention from demons and receive unimaginable super rewards. In your original world, many of you, no matter how hard you try, will ultimately be mediocre. But now, as long as you dare to risk your lives, as long as you can clear each secret realm, you will gain unimaginable power, authority, and everything else. So, get your all, players! I announce that the Demon's Secret Realm in the Qin Zixuan Central Business District is officially open. As his words fell, the black mist door in the center of the square slowly opened. Inside, a mirage-like verdant jungle slowly appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the emerald jungle, a slight smile appeared on Qin Zixuan's lips. It matched. The Demon's Secret Realm in the Central Business District was just as he remembered, the very black jungle secret realm. Inside was a vast jungle, and they would conquer it within 2 days. As for the other players, they were all in a daze, completely unaware of what they would face next. The black wooden horse didn't care about the players' thoughts and began to urge them cruelly. Okay, stop dawdling. Hurry into the secret realm. After 72 hours, if no one clears it, the remaining 9,002 survivors will all be exterminated. Anyone attempting to escape the secret realm without clearing it will also be exterminated. Hiss! The mention of extermination caused a synchronized gasp among the players in the square. Because now, the players had no way out. Why? Why are we playing such a terrifying game? Xiao Mengzhu asked with a choked voice, but before she could finish, Su Peng beside her covered her mouth, clearly afraid that this would be heard by the black wooden horse and lead to immediate extermination. Speaking of Xiao Mengzhu, she was a tragic figure as well. Kicking her childhood friend to get close to Su Peng, she thought she could finally enjoy life afterward. Little did she know, before she could even enjoy it, the entire world had turned into a game. After struggling to survive and defeating monsters, she obtained a combat suit and mask through Su Peng, thinking she had the means to stay alive. But to her dismay, she realized that there was no such thing as safety in this game. Ultimately, her life depended on whether anyone could clear the secret realm. If not, she would die. And everyone else would too. Not just her, but all players were filled with despair at this moment. Based on the previous experiences of the novice 3 small levels and the terrifying blood mist, the subsequent secret realms would only become more difficult. Nie Xiaowan felt her heart tremble and couldn't help but turn to Qin Zixuan, asking, "You can clear it, right?" Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan was completely uninterested, not even bothering to respond to Nie Xiaowan. After the black wooden horse announced that they could enter the secret realm, he opened his backpack containing the combat suits and began selling them on the spot. Come on, a tearful clearance sale. The last chance to strengthen yourself before the secret realm. High-quality combat suits for 1,200 points. Masks for 600 points. Hurry up if you need them. Only 3 sets available. Once it's gone, it's gone. As soon as he said this, all surrounding players turned their attention to him. Most players in the square had no equipment at all. Yet someone was selling. Especially Wang Chao and Enai Jiahui, who were already standing together, never imagined that Qin Zixuan's bag contained the combat suits they had been dreaming of. Qin Zixuan, you still have combat suits. Why didn't you think of me and Wang Chao? In a rush, Enai Jiahui's words came out as a demand, her tone and demeanor carrying a questioning implication. Wang Chao, astonished, immediately echoed, "Zixuan, we're all classmates. If you have good equipment, share it with us." Su Peng glanced at the various weapons on Qin Zixuan's waist and added, Yes, if you have any unused equipment, let us digest it internally first. We can sell more later." Xiao Mengzhu also nodded, saying, "Right, classmates should help each other." The 4 of them exchanged words, showcasing their tea art. On Qin Zixuan's side, before he could speak, Nie Xiaowan exploded. What a good classmate. What a mutual help and internal digestion. Can we have some face? Looking at you all before. My little Qin was just an ordinary classmate to you. How dare you ask for equipment for free? That's someone. Can your girlfriend borrow my little Qin for a few days? How rare is equipment? Don't you have any awareness? Things earned by risking your life are not to be taken for free. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that so confidently? If you have some points, buy it. If you don't waste my little Qin's time. Joking aside, I, Qin Zixuan, have been so attentive and have even sold my looks just to get a discount, to buy on credit. You all, with your mouths full of classmates helping each other, just want to take it for free. Dreaming? Like a protective hen, Qin Zixuan repeatedly referred to my little Qin, leaving the 4 classmates speechless. A hint of amusement flashed in Qin Zixuan's eyes as he gained yet another impression of Qin Zixuan being good at tearing into people. As for the 4 classmates, after hearing Qin Zixuan's speech, they suddenly woke up. The world had changed. What they said before was indeed too naive. Qin Zixuan owed them nothing, and their relationship was not close enough. So why should he give them anything for free? However, after being classmates for several years, they were unwilling to just give up. What if the other party was soft-hearted? Enai Jiahui, who considered herself somewhat attractive, pulled down her mask and looked at Qin Zixuan with pitiful eyes, saying, "I'm sorry, Zixuan. I was too. I just wanted to survive. I really beg you." By the end, she was already in tears. Qin Zixuan initially didn't intend to pay them any mind, but seeing Enai Jiahui's tear-streaked face, he still asked, "How many points do you have?" Upon hearing this, Enai Jiahui instantly wiped her tears and excitedly replied, "I have 130 points. I can owe you the rest and pay you back later, okay?" Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan didn't have much confidence in her and wasn't buying it. "Gather up to 1,000 points and I'll sell you one." Discounts and credit weren't impossible, but it depended on whether it was worth it. For someone like Enai Jiahui, he would at most lower the discount to the same standard as Qin Zixuan. Once this was said, Enai Jiahui wilted, but after a moment's thought, she immediately turned to plead with Wang Chao, Su Peng, and Xia Mengzhu. With 1,000 points, if Su Peng and Xia Mengzhu were willing to help, there might still be hope. Unfortunately, both Su Peng and Xia Mengzhu deliberately avoided her gaze, showing no intention of helping at all. Wang Chao didn't avoid her, but their combined points were less than 300. 1,000 was just too far away. The atmosphere suddenly froze, with those who had gathered either being poor or choosing to wait and see, leaving no one interested. Qin Zixuan's time was precious, and just as he was about to pack up and head inside, a familiar voice came from the left. "I'll take the combat suit for 1,100 points and a mask for 500. Chapter 20. The Dark Jungle Show. Gao Hanhai, surrounded by more than 30 players, approached Qin Zixuan. "Brother Zixuan, I wonder if I have the qualification to be friends with someone like you." Gao Hanhai was very clever, skillfully timing his words, bargaining and making friends, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Zixuan laughed casually. "This friend of yours, President Gao, I accept. Let us make the deal," as he said. He preferred dealing with smart people, as it saved him from a lot of trivialities. "Slow down." Just as Qin Zixuan was eager to sell quickly and enter the secret realm, a voice came from behind. The crowd parted, and a similarly large group of about 30 people was led by someone Qin Zixuan recognized, or rather, someone he knew from his dreams and had met in reality. It was Yang Jinhong, the chairman of Jinhong Group. After Yang Jinhong called for a halt, his assistant leaned in and whispered something in his ear. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, President Yang." Yang Jinhong's appearance made Gao Hanhai frown slightly. Is President Yang also interested in these equipments? Yang Jinhong nodded, acknowledging Gao Hanhai, then looked at Qin Zixuan with a full smile. "You are Qin Zixuan, one of my employees at Jinhong Group?" Qin Zixuan didn't expect that selling a combat suit would cause such a stir. His time was precious, and his mind was solely focused on the secret realm. So he had no intention of engaging in small talk with this grandstanding CEO, becoming somewhat impatient. "I was before." This statement made his position very clear. He had indeed been an employee of the company, but he owed them nothing, and certainly not him. Unfortunately, Yang Jinhong had a high opinion of himself and misinterpreted Qin Zixuan's attitude as a display of personality in hopes of gaining attention. It must be said that those who have been in high positions for a long time tend to think a bit too much. A very good young man. Since you're an employee of my company, why not? Sorry, President Yang. My time is very valuable, and I can't waste it here. President Gao, let us proceed with the transaction. Before Yang Jinhong could finish his sentence, Qin Zixuan interrupted him directly. Yang Jinhong's face immediately turned sour. Not only did his employee not give him face, but he also directly undermined his authority. He immediately glared at Qin Zixuan in anger. However, Qin Zixuan completely ignored his gaze and walked straight to Gao Hanhai, throwing the combat suit at his feet and opening the trade panel. Young man, slow down. I'll offer 1,200 points. Yang Jinhong spoke again, trying to regain his face with a price increase. Unfortunately, he miscalculated again. Qin Zixuan didn't pause at all and directly completed the transaction with Gao Hanhai. All right, the money and goods are settled. President Gao, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Qin Zixuan quickly headed towards the Black Gate, and Nie Xiaowan immediately followed suit. These two CEOs were also known to Nie Xiaowan, and she was aware of their influence. Even after the world had turned into a game, she always felt smaller in their presence. She originally thought that Qin Zixuan would feel somewhat intimidated facing them as well. Unexpectedly, Gao Hanhai made friends on the high seas, while Yang Jinhong showed no mercy, directly throwing the other party's face away. Whatever he said was the truth. That feeling was refreshing. However, after the thrill, she began to worry whether Yang would seek revenge on Qin Zixuan. If he really did seek revenge, should she fight alongside him to the death or switch sides to Chao's camp? As for Su Peng, Xiao Mengzhu, Wang Chao, and Ai Zhouwei, they naturally did not expect Qin Zixuan to change so drastically in such a short time, and they immediately followed him. After all, continuing to linger there felt like they were going to take the blame for Qin Zixuan. Crossing the Black Gate, after a moment of familiar chaos, the world before Qin Zixuan changed dramatically. Skyscrapers were completely gone, replaced by towering giant trees, their lush canopies blocking the light down to just a few beams. The entire jungle was very dark, or rather, extremely gloomy. At the same time, with Qin Zixuan's entrance, the mailbox rang with several notifications. Welcome to the Dark Jungle Secret Realm. The first secret mission is released. 1,000 troops cross the single plank bridge. Humans are always greedily occupying everything, but many people live only to waste resources. Please find and cross the Tunglong Bridge to reach the dense forest battlefield. Seeing the mission at a glance, Qin Zixuan looked around and headed west with ease. If he remembered correctly, the Tunglong Bridge was in the southwest. However, finding it was not too difficult. The hard part was crossing the bridge. For ordinary players, that could be considered hell. Of course, this was only relative to ordinary players. Noticing that Qin Zixuan went directly west without a word, Nie Xiaowan glanced at the mission and wanted to follow him, but in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of Qin Zixuan. Hey, Qin Zixuan, how can you leave without waiting for me? Nie Xiaowan exclaimed in frustration and rushed in the direction Qin Zixuan had gone. Qin Zixuan heard Nie Xiaowan's call, but had no intention of stopping to wait for her. Because of the great adventure, he had to secure the first clear of the secret realm. In this game, to survive, one must learn to rely on oneself. Qin Zixuan had already provided her with considerable convenience, and if she couldn't survive even with that, it could only be said that she didn't even have the qualification to be cannon fodder. With the entry of many players, the game in the Dark Jungle Secret Realm officially began. The Black Horse immediately sent reminders to all the players who had previously followed his channel in a channel broadcaster style. The player you are following, Qin Zixuan, has entered the Dark Forest Secret Realm. An exciting show is about to unfold. Please hurry to the live broadcast room. In this session, the focus was undoubtedly on Qin Zixuan. As soon as this prompt came out, the Black Horse channel was instantly filled with continuous notification sounds. Ding dong. The deity, Da Xiao Wang Ho, entered the live broadcast room. Ding dong. The deity, Zhuojiu Erliang, entered the live broadcast room. Ding 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 dong. The deity, stunningly beautiful goddess, entered the live broadcast room. The deity, Seventh Princess, entered the live broadcast room. The deity, King of Failure, entered the live broadcast room. The deity, Old Captain, entered the live broadcast room. A total of 6 deities descended into the live broadcast room, and the first four were undoubtedly here for Qin Zixuan. The other two were there for Li Xiaoming from the Learning District Secret Realm and Qin Jinhong from the Old District Secret Realm. The first big show, with 6 deities arriving, was undoubtedly a success for the Black Horse, because no matter how lonely the deities were, they would always have 1 or 2 friends. As long as the subsequent content of the show did not collapse and the player's performance did not flop, the number of deities following would at least double. By then, the popularity of his channel would surely rise several levels. With this thought, the Black Horse felt a bit excited. In the dark jungle, a decaying atmosphere hit hard. With the sound of footsteps, a deadly show began. Chapter 21. The terrifying lizard-man slaves. Someone's being killed. Run, there are monsters. The piercing screams shattered the silence of the dark jungle, as players who had just entered were confronted by humanoid monsters over 8 meters tall, covered in grayish-green scales and wielding rusty, colorful battle knives. These monsters wore broken, rusty shackles, and a long tail swayed randomly as they moved, appearing slightly hunched but fierce. Lizardmen! No, lizardmen! A player exclaimed, immediately resonating with others. That's right, lizardmen! The creatures before them instantly reminded all players who saw them of lizards, or more aptly, they should be called lizardmen. And the combat capability of these lizardmen was far superior to those semi-living parasites outside. Swish! By the trunk of a large tree on the left, a gray-scaled lizardman suddenly nimbly leaped down from the trunk, and a rusty battle knife slashed violently onto a player's head with the momentum of its fall. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a spray of blood burst forth, mixing with brain matter, followed by a fierce lunge to drink deeply. One player after another fell, and the jungle was immediately filled with piercing screams and curses. The screams did nothing to hinder the lizardmen's assault. They moved swiftly, ravenous, taking one down with every strike. Kill, devour. It was as smooth as flowing water. The originally quiet jungle instantly transformed into the bloodiest slaughterhouse as players began to flee like headless flies, completely forgetting about any tasks. Damn, Black Horse, this is too cruel. Starting off with lizardman slaves? Are these newbies even ready? Where's Qin Zixuan? Quickly lock onto this kid's perspective. I want to see how he meets his end. In the live broadcast room, the deities began to exchange comments, the first message coming from the deity Zhuozhou early on. Previously, he had particularly admired Qin Zixuan, but after seeing him easily wipe out elite monsters, he had shifted from admiration to anticipation of seeing his tragic side. The deity Daxiao Wangho was somewhat confused. Zhuozhou, what's going on? Didn't you admire that kid before? If we don't watch this kid, who else are we going to watch in this channel? Look at these rookies. They entered the forest and still don't know to be on guard, treating this like a tourist spot. The deity's stunningly beautiful goddess couldn't help but comment, releasing lizardman slaves right from the start. How exciting. While other deities were commenting, the deity 7th Princess was searching for Qin Zixuan's figure. Found him. To the west, advancing quickly, with 3 lizardman slaves behind him. Upon seeing this comment, all the deities immediately looked to the west. Those who hadn't been paying attention to Qin Zixuan, like the deity King of Failure and Old Captain, jumped to Qin Zixuan's channel as well, drawn by the commotion. The deity King of Failure even asked, somewhat puzzled, Chi-Chi, what's the deal with this Qin Zixuan? Why are you all focused on him? The deity Old Captain asked the same, yeah, what's his background? How does he compare to Li Xiaoming? For this question, 7th Princess paused for a moment before providing an answer. In simple terms, they were not on the same level. One was a smart, normal player, and the other was a freak. You guys can see for yourselves. Once this comment was posted, the deities King of Failure and Old Captain immediately became interested and started paying attention to Qin Zixuan. Whoosh! The wind whistled past his ears as Qin Zixuan dashed forward like a monkey that had lived in the jungle for years. Behind him, 3 lizardmen could barely keep up. They were using all their strength just to avoid being shaken off, which stunned the Black Horse and all the deities who had just started to pay attention to him. In the comments, King of Failure couldn't sit still. What the hell? Can someone explain what's going on? The starving lizardman slaves can't even catch up with a newbie who's been playing for 2 hours? Old Captain began to question. Can someone explain this? Is this kid cheating? The Black Horse felt quite frustrated. He had started with slaves to see Qin Zixuan's limits. In just 2 short hours, this kid has become so strong that even the lizard man slaves can't catch up with him. I felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness towards Qin Zixuan. For other players, the difficulty of this game was already quite insane, but for Qin Zixuan, it seemed still not enough. However, before he could explain, Da Xiaowanghe, who had been paying attention to Qin Zixuan, provided the answer. They all said he was a freak. This kid's strength, temperament, wisdom, and luck are all abnormal. In less than 2 hours, he searched half a building, robbed a small team, and killed an elite. If it were us, starting with the same resources, I doubt anyone could achieve that, right? Upon hearing this, other gods and demons became even more interested in this freak named Qin Zixuan. In a barrage, King of Failure was beaming with joy and began to follow Qin Zixuan. A freak, indeed a freak. I love watching these freak players get killed. Old Captain also decided to follow. Just at that moment, suddenly 3 lizard man slaves leaped out from the left side of the rapidly advancing Qin Zixuan. Rusty war daggers flew through the air, forcing Qin Zixuan to dodge multiple times. Naturally, as he turned, his speed decreased sharply, and the 3 lizard man slaves quickly closed the distance behind him. Thus, Qin Zixuan decided not to run anymore and charged straight to the left. He didn't expect the black wooden horse to be this ruthless. The lizard man slaves appeared without any warning. Facing these monsters, Qin Zixuan showed no mercy and struck the leftmost lizard man with his axe. The moment he struck, the great power ring flashed with an inconspicuous red light. And Qin Zixuan felt a sudden surge in power, causing the speed of his battle axe to more than double. The 3 lizard men had just thrown their daggers and were now completely unarmed. Even so, the lizard men, seeing Qin Zixuan charging, still grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, swinging their right arms as the shackles chains whipped like black lightning towards him. When the anticipated outcome of the axe cutting through the opponent did not happen. Qin Zixuan's strength and the sharpness of his blazing war axe exceeded their expectations. After a soft sound, the rusty chain broke completely, and the axe's edge grazed the lizardman's scalp, drawing out a streak of dark blue blood. If it weren't for the lizardman's quick reflexes, instinctively pulling back its head, it would have already been a corpse. However, the injury completely ignited the lizardman's bloodlust, and it immediately opened its massive mouth to pounce on Qin Zixuan. But before it could get close, Qin Zixuan's left hand wielding the blood fury blade had already transformed into a flash of silver light, piercing into its gaping mouth. Blue blood sprayed everywhere as the head was completely impaled, and the lizard man's slave fell backward. Seeing their companion fall, the other 2 lizard man slaves on the left let out a brutal roar and lunged at Qin Zixuan like beasts. Chapter 22. The Cruel Secret Realm entering combat mode. The opponent had seen blood. With the Great Power Ring and the Blood Fury Blade, the combined strength allowed Qin Zixuan to be in an absolute crushing state. Bang bang. The blazing war axe swept through, and during the assault of the 2 lizard man slaves, their heads burst apart. Gore. Just as Qin Zixuan finished off the 3 lizards on the left, a sharp hiss suddenly came from behind him, and 3 lizard men wielding war daggers charged at him like a tank. Whoosh! Qin Zixuan felt a rush of wind above his head as 3 rusty serrated daggers came crashing down. When these 3 strikes were fast and fierce, under the massive sound of metal clashing, even Qin Zixuan began to retreat at the moment of crossing his axe and dagger to block. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Qin Zixuan retreated while the lizard men advanced until he had nowhere left to back up and finally braced himself against the trunk of a tree to stop his retreat, holding firm against the combined strike of the 3 lizard men. Gore. The 3 lizards were surprised to see Qin Zixuan withstand the blow and let out an extremely unexpected hiss. One of them quickly pressed down on the back of the dagger, increasing the power behind the blade again, trying to finish off Qin Zixuan with 1 strike. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan had very rich battle experience. His eyes narrowed, and with a twist of his body, he guided the 3 daggers to his left side. Zzz bang. With a loud explosion, dust filled the air as the war daggers of the three lizard-man slaves slid across the blade of the Blood Fury blade, sparking a shower of sparks before being pressed firmly down to the ground. Just as their daggers hit the ground, Qin Zixuan's right hand swung the blazing war axe like a flash of fire across the necks of the three lizards. Blood spurted out, accompanied by a stench of burning flesh. Killed 6 lizard-man slaves. Sequence points 178. Damn, 6 lizard-man slaves, and not a single hair was lost. This drop rate is too outrageous. The battle system provided the results, and Qin Zixuan couldn't help but scoff. However, despite the sarcasm, Qin Zixuan did not stop and continued to run. This scene once again shocked many gods and demons in the barrage. A single person annihilating 2 lizard-man slave teams. Black Wooden Horse, I seriously suspect you gave this kid a backdoor. Old Captain felt his blood pressure spike, feeling insulted by the intelligence of it all. A newbie, fast enough that the lizard-man slaves couldn't catch up, and strong enough that even 3 lizard-man slaves together couldn't take him down. What kind of attributes does he have? Compared to this Qin Zixuan, the Chen Jinhong I was watching before is nothing. No matter how fierce or cunning he is, it's useless. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are just bubbles that can be popped with a poke. It's impossible to have a backdoor. This is Galactic Sequence. Where could a backdoor come from? It must be due to item enhancements. The ring and the dagger must both have enhancements. It can only be said that this kid is too lucky. Interesting, too interesting. To be honest, I'm already curious about this kid's limits. King of Failure has seen something. The god and demon, Old Captain, was just making a sarcastic remark, and after hearing King of Failure's words, he fell silent. Switching channels, he looked back at Chen Jinhong. He found him leading a bunch of lackeys in a fierce battle against a team of lizard-man slaves, with corpses rolling on the ground, suffering at least 7 or 8 losses. There were guns and crossbows involved. Although the 3 lizard-man slaves were injured, killing them would still take time, and he immediately lost interest. King of Failure, who was following Li Xiaoming, felt the same way. However, compared to the stingy Old Captain, after seeing the bloodied Li Xiaoming, he casually tipped her 1 demon coin. Receiving the tip, Li Xiaoming immediately revealed a refreshing smile. The players around her also showed expressions of envy. After all, thanks to the information provided by the Black Wooden Horse, everyone now knows the value of demon coins. Up to now, she has successfully obtained 3 demon coins, firmly sitting at the top of the Secret Realm leaderboard in the Academic District. Li Xiaoming never expected that the person she had previously resisted, Qin Zixuan, would become her savior. If it weren't for him, if he hadn't forced her to interpret the dream, she definitely wouldn't have survived the 3 initiation challenges. And now, not only did she survive, but she also became a leader of a player team due to her hypnosis and some prophetic abilities. If she ever has the chance to meet him again, she must personally thank him. Besides that, she felt deep regret, regretting why she hadn't believed him earlier. If she had trusted him and remembered everything he said, she could have saved more people. The Secret Realm was like a kaleidoscope, exposing everyone in front of the gods and demons. Because of the lizard-man slaves or other dangers in the Secret Realm, the first wave of heavy casualties appeared in every Secret Realm. Taking the Secret Realm, where Qin Zixuan was located as an example, not everyone possessed his extraordinary combat power. Most players, without combat gear and suitable weapons, might not even be able to take down a single lizard-man slave with a full team of 10. The Secret Realm game had just begun, and what emerged were the weakest lizard-man slaves. They had been exiled for years and were starving, their combat power and equipment resting at the lowest end of the lizard-man hierarchy. Such a lowly existence has become unbearable for most players. Under a crooked tree, Gao Han Hai, with a gun in one hand and a crossbow in the other, is frantically firing at 2 lizardmen in the arena. One lizardman has tightly wrapped its arms around Liao Honghong's neck, and the fountain of blood is stimulating the nerves of everyone present. Damn it, Honghong, everyone attack, kill them. Gu Ting screamed, loudly reprimanding the surrounding white-collar players. However, seeing such ferocious lizardmen, everyone was trembling in fear, scared to the point that they would be glad not to lose control on the spot. Beside them, one lizardman slave had already fallen. But 5 of their companions had also been taken down. Someone, while backing away, kept shouting, "No way, Gao, retreat. These things are too strong." Charging and will bang. With a muffled sound, the player who suggested retreating had his head blown apart. Maybe charging and would lead to death, but not charging and would definitely lead to death. Who dares to flee in battle? I'll kill him on the spot. Gao on high, known to be a hero, stabilized the troops' morale with extreme measures at a critical moment. In the end, after sacrificing 4 lives, they managed to take down the remaining 2 lizardman slaves. Yet even so, Liao Honghong, whose neck had been bitten through, ultimately could not survive. This was still Gao Hanhai's team, which had considerable cohesion due to his authority and various connections. More teams, upon encountering lizardman slaves, disintegrated in the heat of battle. The result of disintegration was equivalent to defeat and demise. Chapter 23. The dangerous single log bridge. This was not only because they couldn't fight the lizardman slaves, but also because they couldn't outrun them. Moreover, the dark jungle had other deadly factors apart from the lizardman slaves, including various jungle beasts, abyssal pythons, abyssal venom spiders, and various venomous abyssal mosquitoes, among others, made humans the lowest tier of the food chain here. Out of over 9,000 survivors, more than half had already fallen upon entering the jungle. If everyone could quickly unite and fight desperately, perhaps they could reduce casualties. But at this moment, most players couldn't see this. They only saw the immediate danger. The only exception was Qin Zixuan, who was strong enough. All that remained for him was to give his all, quickly complete the secret realm without revealing his own abilities, and obtain the first clear as well as all rewards, including hidden ones, from this divine and demonic secret realm. Thus, in the eyes of the divine and demonic beings, Qin Zixuan began various flashy maneuvers. While running, he occasionally climbed onto particularly high tree trunks to survey the entire jungle and his own position. After doing this a few times, he quickly pinpointed the location of the so-called Longting Bridge and rushed there at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, most players were still flitting about like headless flies, while his progress had already surpassed all other players. The lizardman slaves mostly couldn't catch up to him. Even if they did, they would be killed by him, making his journey quite leisurely. However, due to not having enhanced stamina, Qin Zixuan's speed, while fast, was not infinite, so he also walked and stopped to conserve his energy as much as possible. After passing through a needle-leaf forest, Qin Zixuan finally saw the solitary log bridge in the distance, and by this time he hadn't seen any other players for quite a while. Climbing a large tree again, Qin Zixuan observed his surroundings while taking a bottle of mineral water from his backpack. On the tree branch, the view was very open. In his dreams, Qin Zixuan had seen this jungle more than once. The dark jungle resembled a slanted gourd, with the entrance being the gourd's mouth, followed by a small gourd segment, which grew larger as one went deeper, ultimately forming a large gourd segment. The boundary between the small and large gourd segments was a big river, with Longting Bridge spanning across it, serving as the only passage between the 2 gourd segments. The jungle trees were also quite interesting. On the small gourd segment side, towering trees soared, mostly with pointed leaves, while on the large gourd segment side, there were low forests with oval leaves, but the terrain varied greatly, with mountains undulating. The river was about 70 meters wide. At first glance, it didn't seem long. But Qin Zixuan had fallen into this river countless times in his dreams. This was because there were extremely terrifying threats both in the raging river and on the opposite bank. Hiss! The sounds of lizardmen hissing came from the jungle behind. After resting for 10 minutes, Qin Zixuan tidied up and checked his equipment. With a flick of his right arm, several strands of spider silk attached to the tree trunk, and he leapt down, landing on the ground with the agility of Spider-Man. On the ground, 3 lizardmen that had been lurking for a long time rushed out from the bushes. In fact, if Qin Zixuan had used the spider silk wristbands skillfully enough, he could have leaped rapidly between the trees like Spider-Man, completely avoiding the lizardmen. Bang! With a muffled sound, as he landed, Qin Zixuan violently swung his bat, striking a lizardman slave on the forehead, exploding its head entirely. Then he raised his axe and stick, knocking down the remaining 2 lizardman slaves one by one. Longting Bridge. It was right in front of him. The name sounded imposing, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. Because this so-called Longting Bridge was a genuine single-log bridge. Below was the rushing river, and there were no protective barriers on the bridge. A giant tree had fallen, connecting both sides of the river. The widest part of the bridge was only about 2 or 3 people wide when embraced, while the narrowest part was no thicker than a human waist. The bottom and sides were uneven and looked precarious, making it seem very unreliable. In the turbulent river, dark shadows floated, presenting immense danger. Such a bridge, under normal circumstances, one wouldn't even dare to walk on, let alone see it. But this was the first level of the secret realm. Thousands of troops crossing a single-log bridge. Qin Zixuan was undoubtedly the vanguard of this army, though no one knew he was the vanguard yet. Before approaching Longting Bridge, Qin Zixuan saw the faint outlines of spider webs and lizardman sleighs on the opposite bank, and he clearly understood that this was the challenge set by the black wooden horse. The so-called thousands of troops crossing a single-log bridge also meant that while crossing, they would be attacked by monsters on both sides. However, at this moment, he was no longer afraid of the challenge. With a flick of his right arm, the spider silk shot out, and he soared onto the bridge like Spider-Man. Then, without pausing, he dashed forward rapidly. But just as he took off, the surging river suddenly roared. Tiger-striped monster fish surfaced, their heads disproportionately large, taking up 2/3 of their bodies, with sharp teeth completely encased in their lips, strange and fierce. At the moment they appeared, their mouths opened, and water arrows shot out like bullets, tearing through the air with a whoosh. They flew at incredible speed, creating mist that concealed the fish beneath. Qin Zixuan remained calm, wielding both his axe and stick, quickly advancing while skillfully striking the water arrows with precision. Bang, 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 bang. In a series of explosive sounds, the water arrows burst, spraying water everywhere. And because he was in battle mode, Qin Zixuan's strength was enhanced. And with the flame gloves, even though the water arrows came like rain, they could not hinder his progress, only slowing him down. The entire Longting Bridge was only about 70 meters long, and with a single leap and dash, Qin Zixuan had already covered more than 20 meters. If it were just ordinary water arrows, he would surely be able to cross the bridge safely in less than a minute. But could the black wooden horse, which designed this secret realm showcase, have made the bridge so simple? Of course not. In the sky, seeing Qin Zixuan starting to cross the bridge, the black wooden horse was highly attentive, secretly cheering itself on. A good show was about to unfold. Qin Zixuan, you must show your true skills in this personal showcase. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the turbulent river. Whoosh! A violent wind roared, followed by a terrifying shriek as a water arrow, as thick as a bowl, shot toward Qin Zixuan like a cannonball. Qin Zixuan's eyes flickered. He clearly hadn't expected the black wooden horse to be so ruthless, even using hidden dangers in the river. Fortunately, he was highly agile and had very quick reflexes. He danced his axe and stick to break through the 2 small water arrows that blocked his advance, then quickly took a big step forward, successfully dodging the water arrow. But before he could catch his breath, another cannon-like water arrow shot out explosively. This time, the water became even smarter, targeting not Qin Zixuan, but the wooden bridge beneath his feet. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and water splashed everywhere as a water arrow struck the bridge, causing the entire structure to shake violently. The bridge surface was already extremely slippery, and despite Qin Zixuan's efforts to stabilize himself, he still slipped and began to fall to the left side of the bridge. Chapter 24. Exploding Fish Destroying Bridges. Burning mountains at the critical moment, with life and death hanging by a thread, the channel's barrage became lively again. Black wooden horse. What kind of ridiculous difficulty is this? A hidden trap right under the bridge? If even a player like Qin Zixuan can't get across, what hope is there for the rest? The stunning goddess, who had been watching, couldn't help but comment, seemingly predicting Qin Zixuan's final outcome. She enjoyed the thrill, but this was beyond what could be called exciting. She had previously focused on Jiang Ming, but he disappeared within minutes. Then she switched her attention to Qin Zixuan, thinking it might be entertaining. But just as things were getting interesting, he was suddenly killed by the game management, which left her extremely dissatisfied. The demon god Daxiao Marquis also expressed confusion. Yes, you just killed him off? What will there be left to watch on this channel? Watching those noobs being slaughtered by lizard men? King of Failure chimed in as well. This kid is a freak, but no matter how freakish he is, he can't withstand a freakish game management. 2 doses of turbid wine send out a humorous expression, adding, "It's a delightful scene, but why do I feel like this kid won't be so easily killed?" Whoosh! Just as 2 doses of turbid wine sent out the barrage, Qin Zixuan suddenly swung his right arm, shooting out several strands of spider silk, which he used to pull himself back onto the bridge. Then, he stored the heavy bat back in his backpack, took out his hand crossbow from his waist, and continued to stride forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff! Small and large water arrows shot at him in a crossfire, resembling a raging storm, while the wooden bridge felt like a fragile boat in the midst of it, ready to capsize at any moment. On the bridge, Qin Zixuan remained calm and collected, swinging his battle axe wildly and firing bolts from his crossbow, charging forward against the storm. Bang, bang, bang. A small water arrow was shattered, and he skillfully dodged the massive water arrows using his spider silk bracers. At that moment, Qin Zixuan seemed like a weightless butterfly, effortlessly staying on the shaking bridge. It looked beautiful, but if there was even a slight misstep, he would be dead in an instant. It was thrilling, exciting, and exhilarating, making the crowd of gods and demons cheer with joy. In the channel's back end, delightful donation sounds rang out. The black wooden horse was overjoyed. It had bet right. Qin Zixuan really held his ground. Yes, the black wooden horse was indeed gambling. It was betting on whether Qin Zixuan could withstand the pressure. Winning meant explosive live-streaming effects. Losing meant losing Qin Zixuan, a potential star. This was no small wager, as there was no other player like Qin Zixuan in the entire Golden Sand District. He was truly one of a kind. If they lost Qin Zixuan, they would likely lose competitiveness in future regional battles and be devoured by other game management. Thus, this time, it was not only Qin Zixuan's life on the line, but also the fate of the Black Wooden Horse as a game manager. Black Wooden Horse, nice gamble. I'm a fan. Old Captain excitedly sent a barrage, and the other gods and demons immediately followed up with a series of 666. Only Qin Zixuan, beneath them, was cursing the Black Wooden Horse in his heart. Damn it. If you want to show effects, you should have said so earlier. I could have played it low-key, cooperated better, and made it more thrilling. If he had the chance to complain, he would have cursed that damned horse out of existence. If he hadn't known the key to crossing the bridge from earlier and had targeted his gear accordingly, he would have definitely fallen into the river to feed the fish by now. The water arrows kept coming, but Qin Zixuan's feet didn't stop. In just a few moments of barrage, he had crossed halfway over the bridge. Below the surface, 2 abyssal ghost tigerfish and their offspring seemed to have given up their water arrow assault. They began to split into several groups, rapidly darting through the river, and the once turbulent waters became calm in certain areas. Water ripples started to surge towards the center, slowly forming a strange water tower. The moment the water tower rose, the barrage fell silent, and Qin Zixuan's pupils contracted sharply. Whoosh! A loud sound of crashing water erupted as a black monster fish, the size of a bamboo raft, shot out of the water tower, its mouth full of sharp teeth aimed directly at Qin Zixuan. This fish had a head covered in black and yellow stripes, looking more ferocious than the sand monk from Stephen Chow's Journey to the West. In such a crisis, Qin Zixuan remained incredibly calm. Instead of retreating, he stomped hard on the bridge, spread his arms wide, and leaped into the air like a giant rock. Whoosh! As Qin Zixuan leaped, the remaining abyssal ghost tiger fish in the water and the leaping monster fish simultaneously shot water arrows. The terrifying water arrows flew through the air toward Qin Zixuan like 2 water bombs. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan had anticipated this move. He yanked on the spider silk connected to the bridge, swiftly changing the direction of his leaping body and spinning to the right. The 2 water arrows missed their target, and the abyssal ghost tiger fish lost its target as well. With a spin, Qin Zixuan had already circled underneath the wooden bridge, and with a boost from his 20 points in agility, he moved with the swiftness of Spider-Man. But just as he circled under the bridge, another abyssal ghost tiger fish leaped out of the water, also aiming to devour Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan yanked again, and the spider silk from his bracers quickly retracted, pulling him back onto the bridge at high speed. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the wooden bridge was struck by the abyssal ghost tiger fish, lifting the whole structure. However, Qin Zixuan had already leaped high, completely unharmed by the creature. Damn, you really dare to come up here? Do you think I'm easy to mess with? At that moment, Qin Zixuan, while cursing, unleashed his ultimate weapon. A round object was thrown into the fish's mouth as it leaped out of the water. Without stopping, he dashed forward at full speed. Splash! With two loud splashes, the two abyssal ghost tiger fish fell back into the water one after another. Boom! Just as the second abyssal ghost tiger fish landed back in the river, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed throughout the area. Water splashed everywhere as an incredibly violent explosion occurred in the river, completely obliterating the abyssal ghost tiger fish that had just fallen back. The terrifying force sent everything around flying. The other abyssal ghost tiger fish nearby, along with countless watermelon-sized abyssal ghost tiger fish, the entire wooden bridge, and dozens of light orbs of all sizes were all flung into the air. Fortunately for Qin Zixuan, due to his mad dash, he was positioned at the front of the explosion's shockwave, and under this terrifying counterforce, he was propelled at high speed across to the opposite bank. Along with him flew the other abyssal ghost tiger fish and dozens to hundreds of variously sized abyssal ghost tiger fish and light orbs. At that moment, under the explosive backlash, flames erupted from Qin Zixuan's hands, and in an instant he adjusted mid-air, swinging his arms to gather the scattered light orbs as if casting a net. After stabilizing his form, he shot into the dense jungle on the opposite bank, as if he were flying. That's right, a spider web. But these webs weren't spun from Qin Zixuan's spider silk bracers. They were made by the abyssal poison spiders for their prey. The webs trembled as colorful abyssal poison spiders quickly swarmed towards him. Whoosh! Qin Zixuan's hands flashed with flames, instantly turning the spider webs to ashes, and then he leaped, landing steadily on the ground. At the same time, the abyssal ghost tiger fish crashed through the large hole burned by Qin Zixuan's flames, landing right next to him. The rubber bomb was indeed a high-quality item. Although it didn't explode inside the fish, it detonated nearby. This abyssal ghost tiger fish looked unharmed on the surface, but its insides had been shattered in an instant, leaving it gasping for breath. Watching the rapidly approaching abyssal poison spider, Qin Zixuan reluctantly gave it a chop. With one swing of the axe, he split its head and took down this abyssal ghost tiger fish. After that, Qin Zixuan didn't rest. He had to clear the surrounding poison spiders, or he wouldn't have time to collect the spoils scattered on the ground. The abyssal poison spider is fierce, agile, possesses highly toxic bodily fluids, can spray webs and venom from its mouth, and, being a social creature, it can be quite a troublesome abyssal monster. However, despite being troublesome, they are not without flaws and have a rather deadly weakness. Fire. That's right, fire. Whether it's their highly toxic bristles on their bodies or the webs they weave, they ignite instantly and can be turned to ashes in no time. Luckily, Qin Zixuan has a pair of gloves that can ignite flames. To be more precise, his first choice from the Galaxy vending machine blind box was the Luoyang steamed vegetable restaurant, partly because of these annoying spiders. With the blazing rock battle axe hanging at his waist, Qin Zixuan clenched his fists, and violent flames suddenly surged forth, striking a jumping abyssal poison spider with a punch. Whoosh! As the raging flames swirled, Qin Zixuan's fist sent the spider flying, while the fire rapidly spread across its body. The abyssal poison spider began to screech and scurry about, and the flames on its body became the fuse that ignited its kin. Soon, the spider swarm in the trees was in chaos, and a large area of the tree by the shore was set ablaze. The enormous fire quickly sent the swarm of abyssal poison spiders scattering in all directions. A series of sequential point notifications began to flood the system prompt list. Finally, the Blackwood horse waved its hand, summoned the weather system, and a wave of rain that came and went without a trace extinguished the fire. On the barrage, Qin Zixuan's performance caused another explosion of excitement. Ha! Blowing up hidden spots, destroying bridges, setting mountains on fire. This series of operations flowed seamlessly, so satisfying. This kid is really impressive. Where's the regional wood horse? Hurry, keep supplying. This little bit is nowhere near enough for Qin Zixuan to mess around with. Initially thought to be a plot kill, but unexpectedly, Qin Zixuan is so powerful. The stunning goddess spoke freely, and the gods and demons could feel her joy through the screen. The 2 ounces of turbid wine felt sour. Damn, who is this kid? This combat power? This big heart? He hasn't frowned once from start to finish. That wood horse, a good drum, needs a heavy hammer. Can you make this kid take a hit? The 7th princess laughed. Haha, a good drum needs a heavy hammer. You really have it, Uncle Wine. The great Siam Marquis forcibly claimed, I said this kid is capable. Truly reminiscent of my former self. Old Captain, Zatsaho, can you stop bragging? A pure newbie plays for 2.5 hours. If you can do what this kid did, I'll let you choose any flagship I have. King of Failures added, this kid can no longer be called a freak. He belongs to the category of a monster. To be honest, if it weren't for knowing the absolute rules of the Galaxy Sequence, I would suspect someone opened a backdoor for this kid. After the series, don't mention new human players with the knowledge of those present. Even with the same time and resources, they could probably only achieve this level. His aptitude is comparable to the gods and demons. Interesting with this kid around. This channel is full of fun. The gods and demons discussed, regardless of their likes or dislikes, mostly expressed disbelief. In fact, not to mention these gods and demons. Even the Blackwood horse that designed all this never expected Qin Zixuan could achieve this step. In its view, Qin Zixuan successfully crossing the bridge with a screen full of surprises should be the limit. After all, the combat power of 2 abyssal ghost tiger fish is definitely at a high level. Once in the water, even several Qin Zixuans would surely have no place to be buried. So crossing the bridge should be Qin Zixuan's limit. Who would have thought that this kid not only crossed the bridge, but also blew up the fish, destroyed the bridge, burned the mountain, completing a wave of spectacular operations in the most barbaric way. This left the Blackwood horse feeling indescribably complex. You could say it's happy that a player like Qin Zixuan has appeared in the region, which is indeed something to be pleased about. But at the same time, it was also incredibly headache-inducing, because the already monstrous Qin Zixuan would see another surge in strength after this spectacular operation. As a result, he would become so strong that he would be disconnected from ordinary players. After that, the game settings would be even harder. If the design is too difficult, other players would have nothing to play. And if it's not difficult, it would be too easy for Qin Zixuan, lacking any entertainment value. Qin Zixuan didn't care about whether it was difficult for the Blackwood horse. He had already begun the post-battle cleanup phase. It was only then that the system calculated his sequence points and rewards for this wave. Killed Abyssal Ghost Tiger Fish 372. Hidden Abyssal Ghost Tiger Fish 2. Abyssal Poison Spider 51. Total 35, 917 sequence points. First kill of Hidden Abyssal Ghost Tiger Fish. Awarded the rare title Fish Slayer. First to complete the trial of crossing a single log bridge with an army, awarded the rare title Pioneer of the Rising Dragon. Double reward of 6,000 sequence points. First kill of a high-level monster. Entered the kill leaderboard. Received 10 god and demon coins as tips. Entered the popularity leaderboard. Leaderboard system opened. Players can browse through thought. A large panel of system prompts popped up, but Qin Zixuan had no time to read carefully. His eyes filled with the light of spoils. It must be said, even after using a premium rubber bomb, this haul was absolutely worth it. A total of 15 spoils of various sizes, colors, and types. Among them, there are 7 attribute stones, 1 piece of golden rare equipment, 2 pieces of blue premium equipment, 2 pieces of green superior equipment, 2 high-level talent scrolls, and 1 low-level talent scroll. For a moment, Qin Zixuan was dazzled. Chapter 25. A good drum needs a heavy hammer first. The attribute stones. 1 agility, 3 strength, 1 constitution, 2 spirit. This was easy to handle. Qin Zixuan directly rubbed them and put them in his pocket, munching on them like snacks while examining the equipment. Next was the only piece of golden rare equipment. It wasn't a weapon or armor, but a small doll ornament that looked like his image. The moment Qin Zixuan saw it, he was filled with joy, because this piece of equipment is absolutely the most practical one for him at the moment. The reason Qin Zixuan was willing to use a premium rubber bomb was to take a gamble to see if he could blow up this ornament. He had killed it in his dreams many times, and the equipment that came out each time was different. And this ornament, among all the possible spoils, definitely belongs to the top tier. Unexpectedly, it really dropped. Ghost Tiger Fish Ornament Type Functional. Grade Rare. Equipment Effect. The doll contains a space of 50 cubic meters, capable of storing all materials except living things. Note, don't be fooled by my small size. I hide a vast universe. Note 2. Pack it all up, keep packing. And I can still hold more. Space equipment, in terms of practicality, is absolutely the most needed equipment for Qin Zixuan. As for its value, the cheapest space equipment in the shop, a 5 cubic meter premium space backpack, costs over 70,000 sequence points, which shows just how rare this piece of rare equipment is. After carefully hanging this little thing at the most convenient position on his right hip, Qin Zixuan looked at the two pieces of premium equipment. One was a bead, and the other was a short sword. Ghost Tiger Fish Bead. Type. Functional. Grade. Premium. Equipment Effect, when held in the mouth, grants the ability to breathe underwater. Note, I need you. I am a fish. The air in the water is so fresh and sweet. I am a fish standing on the shore. How can I forget that I once lived in the water? I once lived in your life. Note 2. Long-term use may carry risks of intermittent amnesia. Ghost Tiger Fish Intestine Sword. Type. Weapon. Grade. Premium. Equipment Effect. Assassination Sword. Excels at hiding in various places. Sharpness value doubles during sneak attacks. Note. Sword of Fish Intestines. Exclusive to the Fish King. When facing kings or king-like creatures, sharpness is doubled. Note 2. In my presence, no one can claim kingship. Truly a masterpiece. Both pieces of equipment have very practical attributes, especially that Ghost Tiger Fish Pearl, which is almost comparable to a rare equipment with slightly inferior attributes. As for the Ghost Tiger Fish Short Sword, it, along with the pendant, resembles a Ghost Tiger Fish, although the latter is slightly elongated and contains a hidden deadly intent, which was attached to Qin Zixuan's right waist as a pendant. After acquiring these two blue items, it seemed that Qin Zixuan's luck had run out. The remaining two green equipment pieces had very average attributes, and neither the sword nor the dagger was as good as the Blood Rage broadsword at his waist, which he tossed into the spatial pendant. The operation of the spatial pendant is very simple, and there is no need for a master acknowledgement. Just touch it and sense it to store or retrieve items, making it very convenient and practical. As for the last 3 talent scrolls, Qin Zixuan merely glanced at them before putting them into the spatial pendant. Level Hardening and Level Stealth are both quite ordinary talents, and Qin Zixuan naturally didn't want to awaken them. As a player who had previously cleared the game, he might not have decided on which talent ability to awaken yet, but it definitely wouldn't be these level scrolls. When the assembly for the second level began, he could sell them to other players. After checking the equipment and consuming the 7 attribute stones, Qin Zixuan's attributes surged by another 7 points. Strength and agility both reached a terrifying 21 points, exceeding the awakening threshold. Stamina and intelligence also saw slight increases, and, combined with the equipment gains, his combat power saw a significant boost. Aside from that, there are only 2 titles left. Fish Slayer. When facing fish-type creatures, it has a built-in intimidation effect. Dragon Pioneer, Agility 2. There's nothing to say about Fish Slayer. It's a targeted title. Dragon Pioneer is quite special. Despite the brief introduction, it may seem trivial at first. However, it is a rare percentage title, and once collected to a certain extent, its effects will be phenomenal. After collecting the loot, Qin Zixuan did not rush to leave, but instead turned around to deal with the corpse of the abyssal Ghost Tiger Fish. Drawing the Blood Rage broadsword, he casually removed the head, tail, and fins of the Ghost Tiger Fish, slicing it into pieces and stuffing them into the spatial pendant. He then broke off a few long branches from a tree, skewered the fish pieces, and set up a campfire by the shore to start grilling the fish. While grilling, he even began to tease the black wooden horse, who was silently observing everything in the secret realm. In fact, Qin Zixuan wanted to scold this guy, but after careful consideration, he held back for now. Hey, black wooden horse, Are you asleep? What happened after crossing the single log bridge? Aren't there any other game tasks? Coming. Coming, don't rush me. Qin Zixuan's words brought the black wooden horse back from his daydream. The game manager of Galactic Sequence is divided by regions, and the black wooden horse is just an obscure small character with no fame. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in charge of a small city like Golden Sand City, and only the urban area at that. At this moment, not to mention other streamer channels, just in the channel he manages, there are 25 secret realms in progress. He had just quickly glanced at the situation in the other 25 channels, and not a single one came close to Qin Zixuan's presence. What does this represent? It means he struck gold. Originally, he thought about self-preservation, but now, looking at the lively comments, a burning ambition ignited in his heart. As long as he operates properly and cultivates Qin Zixuan well, promotion is just around the corner. With this thought in mind, he became inexplicably polite towards Qin Zixuan. By the fragrant campfire, Qin Zixuan's carefree demeanor once again sparked heated discussions in the comments. Drunken Wine Tu Liang commented, "Wow, he is already grilling. This kid is so arrogant." Beautiful and unparalleled goddess replied, "What's wrong with being arrogant? For now, this guy should have the capital to be arrogant, right? Huh, I feel like the game management has gone soft." Old Captain of Gods and Demons joked. Princess 7 laughed. Huh, when game management encounters a player like Qin Zixuan, who needs to be unruly? Not looking up is already good enough. To be honest, I'm starting to worry that the game management will be afraid of losing this player and will go easy on him. If that happens, the future of the game might not be interesting. Seeing this comment, King of Failure couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what are you thinking? This is Galactic Sequence. Besides, looking at the black wooden horse's previous operations, he is definitely someone who prioritizes live broadcast effects. Such a person knows when to be polite, but won't hold back when it's time to be ruthless. After all, a good drum needs a heavy hammer. Chapter 26. Before the person arrives, the bridge is gone. Amidst the thousands of comments, the black wooden horse finally appeared in front of Qin Zixuan and began to explain the rules of the second level in detail. Congratulations on successfully passing the first level of the secret realm, where thousands of troops crossed the single log bridge. The second level, the forest ranking battle, has officially begun. The rules for the forest ranking are as follows. Once players enter the forest battlefield, they will earn corresponding points for each monster they kill. Ordinary monsters grant 1 point. Elite monsters grant 20 points, and level monsters grant 100 points. The top 200 in points will advance to the next round of the Forest Throne Battle. The points ranking battle will end tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., at which time players ranked 201 and below will be eliminated. Points can be transferred, traded, or seized. The Forest Points leaderboard is now open. Please check your points and ranking. Qin Zixuan naturally knew what the second level entailed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be leisurely grilling fish. Not only was it a points battle, but he also knew the specifics of the subsequent throne battle. Knowing in advance and preparing accordingly was Qin Zixuan's advantage. Opening the Forest Points battle leaderboard, there was only one lonely name on it, Qin Zixuan himself. This was because one of the hidden ghost tiger fish and several ghost tiger fish died only after being blown ashore. Therefore, Qin Zixuan's points reached a terrifying 523 points, which no other player could catch up to for the time being. The second reason he wasn't in a hurry to leave was that he wanted to see who the competitors behind him were. After glancing at the points leaderboard, Qin Zixuan also casually opened the 4 major rankings: tier, combat power, kills, and popularity in Galactic Sequence. The tier ranking, life tier ranking, was currently blank, because even Qin Zixuan was still just a novice at this moment, having not used any talent scrolls to become an awakened one. The combat power ranking is easy to understand. It is a comprehensive evaluation of attributes, equipment, skills, techniques, and all other factors. However, there is a standard for this combat power ranking. Combat power values below 100 will not be listed, and it is currently also blank. Qin Zixuan glanced at it. His comprehensive combat power value was only 71, still a bit away from making the list. After the combat power ranking is the kill ranking, which is the easiest to enter. As long as one has made a kill, they qualify, and currently, Only Qin Zixuan has achieved this, because he is the only player who has killed anything in the area where the black wooden horse is located. Following the kill ranking is the popularity ranking, which currently only has Qin Zixuan's lonely name. This is because he is the only one to meet the conditions for being listed, having garnered more than 5 followers and donated more than 10 times. After seeing the small text with the number 15 behind his name on the leaderboard, Qin Zixuan remembered that he still had a bunch of donation messages he hadn't checked and hurriedly clicked to open them. The God and Demon, Marquis, appreciates your excellent performance in the game and donated 10 fish bubbles. The first line he saw was not a donation of God and Demon coins, but rather the fish bubbles donated by Marquis. At that moment, Marquis was instantly labeled as stingy by Qin Zixuan. Marquis, who isn't rich enough to spend freely. This guy, always the first to watch the excitement. But the rewards are all just free fish bubbles. No wonder Qin Zixuan looks down on him. Sure enough, after him, the other gods and demons all sent a series of rewards in God and Demon coins. God and Demon, Tu Yang of Turbid Wine, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 1 God and Demon coin. God and Demon, Beauty Beyond Compare. The Goddess of Silence appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 5 God and Demon coins. God and Demon, Seventh Princess, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 3 God and Demon coins. God and Demon, Old Captain, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 2 God and Demon coins. God and Demon, King of Failure, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 1 guaranteed success scroll, 11 God and Demon coins, and 1 guaranteed success scroll. Qin Zixuan knows about God and Demon coins, but what is this guaranteed success scroll? Qin Zixuan immediately became interested, clicked on the reward email from King of Failure, and took out a scroll. Guaranteed Success Scroll, a unique scroll from God and Demon, King of Failure. Commonly used for equipment crafting and potion making. Usage effect, guarantees success for epic level and lower grade, crafting or concocting. Wow, I'm rich. After this introduction, Qin Zixuan jumped up in shock. You must know that in Galactic Sequence, legendary or higher level equipment generally does not produce finished products but rather blueprints. Players who want this level of equipment either wait until they unlock the main city's secret realm and use the universal refining furnace to craft it, or find players with the awakening blacksmith talent to forge it. However, whether using the furnace or finding a blacksmith, the success rate for crafting and concocting is only 60. This 60 is also an unstable number. The higher the grade, the lower the probability, and if it fails, both the materials and blueprints will turn to ashes. The concept of guaranteed success for epic level is equivalent to being rewarded with more than half a piece of equipment for Qin Zixuan. Because the materials and blueprints for equipment are not a big problem for him, the low success rate is the key issue. There are indeed similar auxiliary scrolls for sale in them all, but they only offer a success rate boost of around 120. Not to mention they are expensive. And when luck is bad, it's the same whether you have them or not. In the dream world, there is no such thing as God and Demon rewards. God knows how much time, energy, and sequence points Qin Zixuan has spent on making equipment. It seems that the God and Demon, King of Failure, must be paid special attention to in the future. After safely storing the guaranteed success scroll, Qin Zixuan made a silent resolution. Because of the guaranteed success scroll, Qin Zixuan felt indifferent to the 11 God and Demon coins he received. After all, one is a treasure that he knows the use of, while the other is still unknown in terms of specific utility. Just for exchanging sequence points. It no longer holds any allure for Qin Zixuan. Having obtained a good treasure, Qin Zixuan was in a great mood and looked back at the black horse, knowingly asking, "So, I can just casually kill monsters now and wait for other players to cross the river, right? Theoretically, you do have quite an advantage. But don't be too careless, because compared to you, most other players are working as a team, and once they get used to this environment, their monster killing speed 1 TB too slow. The dark jungle is very dangerous, and the dense forest battlefield is even more dangerous, with plenty of monsters inside. Alright, I won't bother you with that. You should think about how the remaining players will cross the log bridge. The Black Horse wanted to maintain the last semblance of authority as a game manager, but before he could finish speaking, Qin Zixuan interrupted him. This was the first time the Black Horse, as a game manager, was interrupted by a player, and more crucially, after being interrupted, he truly didn't know how to continue the conversation. 1,000 troops crossing a log bridge, and now there isn't even a bridge left. How will the other players play? Swim over? That is a question, a big question. Chapter 27. Heavily invested attribute enhancement. Qin Zixuan was also curious about what the Black Horse would do next. He wouldn't really let the players swim over, would he? In the jungle, the surviving players, hearing the explosion, rushed over at high speed. Because many players in the teams had climbed trees to observe, they saw the explosion and the log bridge. This included the team of cannon fodder led by Zixuan under Qin Zixuan. That's right. Zixuan has a team now. Qin Zixuan casually opened the friend interface, and a wildly jumping avatar came into view. Qin Zixuan, you are not a man. You started something and abandoned it. Didn't you say you'd take me as your #1 cannon fodder? How could you abandon me? Where are you? Come back and help me. I almost died just now. Damn Qin Zixuan, don't let me see you again, or I will definitely not let you off. Brother. Zixuan brother, I give up. I completely give up. You don't need to play hard to get. You don't need to let me know how dangerous the world is. I already know. You could do whatever you want with me. Okay? I beg you. Come save me. Ha! Qin Zixuan, you cold-blooded bastard. This girl has charm and fans everywhere. And I've already formed a team. Just wait for me. Brother. I was wrong. We were chased by disgusting lizard men. Come save us. Qin Zixuan, I live as your person and die as your ghost. If you don't save me, I will haunt you as a ghost. The moment he opened Zixuan's avatar, dozens of messages flooded in, and he could feel her hysteria even through the screen, as if dozens of Zixuans were bombarding his ears simultaneously. Qin Zixuan casually listened and roughly understood Zixuan's journey so far. She had formed a team, encountered some difficulties, and since her avatar was still lit up, it meant she hadn't died. This is very important. His 2,600 points were still intact. While enjoying delicious grilled fish, Qin Zixuan lightly replied to Zixuan, "Keep it up. I'll wait for you at the 2nd level." Then he casually shared his location with her. After doing all this, Qin Zixuan began to focus on eating. After the abyssal poison spider by the shore was burned during a wave of attacks, it didn't come back to disturb him for a while. During this time, a few lizard man slaves were drawn in by the aroma, but their strength against Qin Zixuan would lead to obvious consequences. Half an hour later, Qin Zixuan had a big meal, and according to Blue Star time, it should be just before 12 o'clock. Once inside the secret realm, time became increasingly vague for everyone. After tidying up everything, Qin Zixuan called out to the Black Horse again, expressing his desire for supplies. At present, Qin Zixuan's attributes were already quite good, but considering what he needed to do next, he decided to stock up. The Black Horse was busy and didn't waste time talking. After receiving 500 sequence points, a temporary vending machine appeared in front of Qin Zixuan. This vending machine looked shadowy and was obviously different from the normal Star River vending machines, and naturally, there was no such thing as a blind box. At this moment, Qin Zixuan didn't care about that because all he wanted was supplies. Spending 40,000 sequence points, he bought a total of 50 attribute stones, raising all 4 basic attributes to the awakening line, with the remaining points added to strength and agility. One by one, the attribute stones entered his body, and Qin Zixuan's physical abilities were once again sublimated, with his combat power soaring dramatically, exuding a fierce aura. If other players were to see his panel at this moment, they would probably be scared to death. Name: Qin Zixuan. Age: 22. Rank: awaiting awakening. Sequence points: 7357. Gifts: 15 God and Demon coins, 20 fish bubbles, 1 stinky egg, 1 guaranteed success scroll. Techniques: none. Basic 4 attributes: Strength: 30. Constitution: 20. Agility: 32. Spirit: 20. Hidden attributes: Charm: 4. Luck: 4. What does having an average of over 25 and 4 attributes mean? If he had those attributes before crossing the bridge, he could easily take down 2 ghost tiger fish without needing rubber bombs. Among players with average attributes around 10, he would be a godlike existence. At the same time, he also received a peak awakening prompt and the anticipated super awakening prompt. Physical attributes reaching the awakening peak can absorb talent scrolls to awaken talents. Mental attributes reaching the awakening peak can absorb talent scrolls to awaken talents. Detected that strength, physique, agility, and mental attributes have all reached the awakening peak, activating super awakening. What is super awakening? When a player with all 4 attributes at their peak absorbs a talent scroll, the essence of the awakened talent remains unchanged, but its grade will transcend to a super level. What does this mean? For example, level 1 hardening originally only provides localized hardening, significantly increasing local defense. However, if it transcends to level 2, the starting point is full body hardening, doubling the defense. Different grades have different lower limits and upper limits. This is just the difference up to level 2. If the absorbed talent scroll is of the top level, it will break the barriers of the talent system and achieve a super talent. This is a top secret that Qin Zixuan discovered after countless reincarnations in his dreams, and no other players are aware of it at the moment. However, in a certain sense, even if other players knew, it wouldn't matter much. Based on the current game progress, those who can truly achieve all 4 attributes reaching their peak are extremely rare. After the first secret realm, all the parasitic species outside became active, and anyone with a talent scroll would definitely awaken at the first opportunity to survive. Trying to force a super awakening might very likely lead to one's own demise, regardless of what other players do at this moment. Qin Zixuan is fully prepared and just waiting for the right opportunity. If all goes well, he will definitely obtain a level 2 talent scroll from the rewards of completing the first secret realm. Just as Qin Zixuan was about to leave, he finally spotted scattered figures on the opposite bank. He heard the sounds of players battling lizardman slaves, which made him stop again, wanting to see which team would be the first to find the location of the narrow bridge after him. Soon, the sounds of battle grew closer, and teams of figures gradually gathered. Under Qin Zixuan's gaze, he quickly recognized the familiar face of Gao Hanhai. On the other side of the river, Gao Hanhai, with a reminder of Gu Ting beside him, also spotted Qin Zixuan. Seeing the chaotic battle marks at their feet and the broken narrow bridge, he began to have some thoughts about everything that had happened here. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Gao Hanhai developed a sense of awe towards Qin Zixuan. Previously, Gao Hanhai had experienced Qin Zixuan's strength, but his concept of strength was still limited to that of a normal player. Now, he no longer thought that way because the opponent's strength had surpassed the dimensions he could imagine. With his intelligence, it was truly hard to fathom how Qin Zixuan could be strong to that extent alone, while they were still struggling to survive in a group. The other side had already completed the task alone and was grilling fish on the opposite bank. Chapter 28, Other Players' Teams. Welcome to the task location. Due to certain reasons, the content of the first level has changed from crossing the narrow bridge with thousands of troops to sailing through the waves. Players, please build your own boats to cross the river. The arrival of Gao Hanhai's team inspired the black wooden horse to come up with a solution. Wow, the game management is brilliant. Changing the narrow bridge to sailing through the waves, you really are something. The demigod, the beautiful goddess of silence, sent a barrage. Indeed impressive. But considering this, did Qin Zixuan increase or decrease the difficulty for other players? Da Xiao Wangho commented, Zhuijiu Er Liang. Isn't that obvious? Of course. It's a decrease in difficulty. If it were a narrow bridge, players would fall off and be done for. But building a boat, while slow, is much safer. King of Failure immediately added, that's right, if it were a narrow bridge. Ordinary players would have almost no chance to fight back and would have to run for their lives. But on a boat, that's different. You have to know, not only are there fewer fish in the river now, but they're also gone, unless they're as foolish as a dumb chick. Anyone a little clever should be able to get across. Several demigods watching could analyze the pros and cons, and as the party directly involved, Gao Hanhai could see through it as well. So, regardless of whether Qin Zixuan intended it or not, he immediately cupped his hands towards the shore where Qin Zixuan stood and said loudly, Brother Zixuan, thank you. Qin Zixuan smiled, roughly understanding the reason for this gesture, and returned the greeting. No problem, Gao. Good luck. After speaking, Qin Zixuan disappeared into the forest, starting his hunting journey. The black wooden horse finally began to pay attention to other players in this secret realm aside from Qin Zixuan. After some time of free combination, players striving to survive formed dozens of teams of various sizes. Some were as large as hundreds, while others were as small as dozens, each huddling together for warmth. Among these teams, the four teams of Gaohan Hai, Yang Jinhong, Nie Xiaowan, and Zhu Xiaodong successfully attracted its attention. This is because their team sizes were in the hundreds, and their combat power and cohesion were stronger than other loose teams. Gaohan Hai's team members mostly came from the Han Hai group and the surrounding community, totaling over 300 people, making it an undeniable team. From the previous exchanges between Qin Zixuan and him, it was clear that he had a unique perspective and was experienced in the world. If he survives, he is likely to become the second-in-command in the area. Yang Jinhong is very similar to Gaohan Hai, if a difference must be noted. The former inherited a family business, while the latter started from scratch. Before the game, the two were on par, and even after the game began, there was little difference. Yang Jinhong's team is also large, with even more members than Gaohan Hai's, but their equipment and cohesion are not as good as Gaohan Hai's team. This is because Gaohan Hai is willing to lead by example and dares to fight alongside his team members. Yang Jinhong, on the other hand, always considers himself superior, and the black wooden horse does not have a favorable view of him. However, his team is relatively large, and due to a minor conflict with Qin Zixuan, it may bring some entertaining drama later, so is being monitored. The third team, led by Zhu Xiaodong, is completely different from the previous two. Zhu Xiaodong is a typical street person, young, fierce, able to speak and act, with over 500 members under his command. In his team, the principle of righteousness is paramount, and rules come first. Everyone follows the rules, and cohesion is definitely not an issue. However, while the advantages are prominent, the disadvantages are also very clear. He is overbearing and has made many enemies in a short time. Such a team may shine for a moment, but it will be difficult to last long. Finally, the last team of Nie Xiaowan has about 100 members and a very complex composition. The core consists of Nie Xiaowan and a few student fans. And apart from one called Zhang Xiaobei who has decent combat power, the other members are mediocre in both combat and temperament. If it weren't for her connection to Qin Zixuan, the black wooden horse wouldn't even bother to pay attention. Fortunately, after Qin Zixuan's training, this woman has developed a fundamental difference in mindset from other players. She does everything herself, showing no hesitation in killing monsters, and is very diligent. At this moment, she is using the battle knife lent to her by Qin Zixuan to chop off the head of a lizardman slave. Throughout this journey in the secret realm, she has seen too much blood and death and is no longer afraid of it. Just now, she received Qin Zixuan's light-hearted encouragement and the location he sent her. Damn it, Qin Zixuan finally decided to contact me. Nie Xiaowan secretly cursed while a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xiaobei, inform everyone to turn west and head to the river with full speed. Zhang Xiaobei is a sophomore student and also Nie Xiaowan's ultimate fan, a gaming enthusiast. With high intelligence, quickly adapting to the game and standing out, definitely the kind of kid everyone wishes they had. In the dark environment of the jungle, he quickly recognized the fully armed Nie Xiaowan. At that moment, his combat power was not inferior to Nie Xiaowan's. Zhang Xiaobei didn't ask much and happily agreed. Besides these four teams, the remaining thousands of survivors, forming various teams, also started to rush towards the riverbank. As the various teams advanced, Qin Zixuan was not idle either. Not long after entering the dense forest battlefield, he encountered the first wave of monsters. 9 lizardman slaves and 1 leader, or more precisely, the lizardman slave leader. This was a large group from the lizardman abyss, and the slaves were the lowest and most contemptible beings among the lizardmen. They were typically transformed from the weakest of their kind, and the so-called slave leader was just the tallest among the short. It was a leader, but also a foreman. Compared to the slaves, they had stronger combat abilities and better equipment. Their scales were brightly colored, and they wore strange vine armor, wielding a long whip in one hand and a serrated dagger in the other. The whip glistened with oil, and the dagger shone coldly, indicating long-term use. Crack! Hiss! The leader with green vertical pupils locked onto Qin Zixuan, and with a sudden flick of the whip, it exploded through the air. The 9 lizard-man slaves charged forward furiously, their momentum like a pack of tigers descending from the mountain. Yet, facing them, Qin Zixuan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. After significantly enhancing his attributes, he needed combat to adapt, and his large blade was already eager for action. With big strides, he rushed forward like a sharp arrow. The two sides quickly made contact and entered combat mode. Against the lizard-man slaves, Qin Zixuan didn't even draw his weapon. With a flash of fire from his right fist, he delivered a furious punch directly to the first lizard-man. His speed was so quick that the leading lizard-man didn't even see his movement. The dagger had barely been raised when it was struck by his punch. Boom! The fiery explosion shattered the leading lizard-man's head, and the acrid smell of burning flesh mixed with the splattering of blood and brain matter filled the air. With one blow, Qin Zixuan's momentum remained unbroken. He pivoted and executed a ferocious shoulder tackle, crashing into the second lizard-man, sending both it and its weapon flying. It spat blood midair. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 lizard-man slaves had already charged in with their weapons drawn. The sound of blades whistling through the air was deafening. But Qin Zixuan moved like a darting fish, dodging them by mere inches before responding with fiery punches. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the agile movements, brilliant flames burst forth, blooming like flowers of blood in the dim forest. In less than 30 seconds, all 6 lizard-man slaves had fallen under Qin Zixuan's fists. Chapter 29. The charm of Xiaowan with strength, body, agility, and intelligence all reaching their peak awakening. Such battles were nothing more than warm-ups for Qin Zixuan. He needed stronger opponents. Hiss! Hiss! The lizard-man leader was momentarily stunned. Then, after a series of curses, it charged forward. Clang! Thud, 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 thud. Qin Zixuan unsheathed his sword, his momentum instantly soaring, dragging his weapon like a god of death. At that moment, the lizard-man leader finally understood why its slaves had fallen so quickly. This human, though seemingly frail, radiated a fierce aura. It immediately lost confidence, but at this moment, there was no turning back. Clang! PSHH! With a violent clash of metal, the two sides collided like stubborn rocks. Qin Zixuan's furious power was fully unleashed. With one strike, the slave leader's weapon shattered and its body was sent flying. In midair, its chest was completely torn open, blood and entrails spraying everywhere, dead beyond recovery. Ding! A red attribute stone flew out, and Qin Zixuan swept his sword to catch it on the blade, his face indifferent and bored. The opponent was too weak. It was unsatisfying. After 3 years of dreaming, Qin Zixuan's combat genes had become instinctively embedded in his bones. These combat genes from his dreams were like a massive treasure, gradually being released as his physical attributes enhanced. What Qin Zixuan needed to do now was to familiarize himself with them and adapt. He required opponents, powerful opponents, to fully unleash himself. Thus, after dispatching a large group of lizardmen, Qin Zixuan made a decision. This decision would begin with aimless hunting. At least in the eyes of the Black Horse and various gods and demons, it seemed that way. The dense forest battlefield was vast, with complex terrain of peaks and valleys, hills and swamps. What appeared to be aimless wandering was actually Qin Zixuan's focus on the ultimate hidden treasure of the secret realm. Indeed, not only did he plan to claim the first completion, but he had also decided to take down the final hidden challenge. In the central business district of Jinsha City, regarding the secret realm, players originally only needed to deal with one lizardman from the 2 hidden ghost tiger fish, or more accurately, one of the 3 major bosses in the entire secret realm. These 3 were the Crystal Seed, the Mountain Chaser, and the Tree King. The normal gameplay flow of the secret realm had players facing one of these 3 after completing the throne positioning battle. The so-called hidden challenge that Qin Zixuan referred to was the ultimate boss that could only be summoned after all 3 were killed and their cores obtained. If he could take it down and claim its loot, he would create a significant gap between himself and all players for Blue Star. Currently, if there was anything in this secret realm that could make him go all out, it would undoubtedly be this ultimate existence. He needed a thrilling battle that would allow his body to truly adapt to this extremely brutal dream world. To confront this ultimate hidden challenge, Qin Zixuan had to casually hunt down 2 of the 3 major bosses before the throne positioning. This way, the final challenge would become the lone remaining one. And at that time, after defeating the last one, he could challenge the ultimate hidden boss. Given Qin Zixuan's current position, the Tree King among the 3 major bosses should be the closest. Thus, he immediately decided to take on that detestable old Tree King. The Tree King, the King of Trance, was merely the first boss in the novice village, and its age was quite advanced, nearing death. However, even so, a king was still a king. Despite its old age, its power remained at the top of the 3, and its territory was situated in a vast basin at the heart of the forest. According to Qin Zixuan's combat power and stamina, it would take about 3 hours to reach. In simple terms, barring minor monster disturbances along the way, he could arrive by evening. With Qin Zixuan's current attributes and equipment, he would easily crush any small monsters or even elites he encountered along the way, with nothing much to worry about. The Black Horse and the various gods and demons naturally shifted their attention elsewhere. For instance, to other players in the Secret Realm, or to the prominent players in other Secret Realms. While Qin Zixuan's points were rapidly increasing, other teams in the Secret Realm were also making their way across the river. After over 2 hours of effort, Gao Hanhai's team finally constructed 2 large wooden boats by the river where the original single-log bridge was located. The boats were simple in design, but extraordinarily sturdy, made of solid wood with thickened and raised edges. Each boat was equipped with 20 people, with about 10 handling long poles to maneuver the boats, and another 10 wielding wooden shields and weapons for defense. Under Gao Hanhai's leadership, everyone had clear and reasonable roles, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Once the boats were launched, they sailed smoothly despite the flying fish above, which were swiftly dealt with by the players on board. After reaching the opposite bank, all the players disembarked and began clearing the surrounding dangers. The players on the opposite bank pulled on the ropes tied to the boats and to bring it back, allowing for a second batch of players to disembark. With Gao Hanhai's effective command, his team was rapidly crossing the river in the safest and fastest way, causing the Black Horse to nod in approval. In contrast, Yang Jinhong's team, which was originally on par with Gao Hanhai's, was experiencing a different situation. Due to Yang Jinhong's arrogance, his team faced many difficulties during the boat-building process, almost falling apart. The cause was that Yang Jinhong not only refused to help, but also constantly criticized the boatmakers, completely forgetting that he was no longer the imposing chairman, but rather an older player with little combat power. In simple terms, he had yet to adjust to his change in status and still saw himself as the main character. If it weren't for his assistant driver, who was holding on to gratitude and unwavering loyalty, his team might have completely disbanded. In the eyes of the Black Trojan, even if he could temporarily hold on, it would absolutely not last long. From that moment on, the Black Trojan no longer paid attention to him. Turning its gaze, the Black Trojan focused once again on Zixuan's team. To its surprise, the vase it had previously underestimated had already led more than half of the players across the river. What astonished it even more was not this, but Zixuan's personal charm. In just 2 short hours, not only had her team grown significantly, but most of the members had also transitioned from being team members to fans. Those who had originally been fans had turned into hardcore fans, even willing to give everything for her. After discovering that there were no blood-sucking worms in the jungle, she decisively removed her mask to reveal her unparalleled beauty, captivating the hearts of all her team members with every smile and frown, appealing to people of all ages. It was only then that the Black Trojan realized that Zixuan's initial charm value was as high as 9 points. After she took off her mask and completely revealed herself, not only did players flock to her, but even the gods and demons were not spared. Zhuo Erliang, 7 Princess, Old Captain, 3 gods and demons had already taken notice of her. Chapter 30. What about game management? If Zixuan relied on her personal charisma, then Zhu Xiaodong relied on a big pancake. A pancake to grow strong and dominate Jinsha. Most of those who could still survive on the streets in this era were not from good backgrounds and lacked education, and Zhu Xiaodong understood them all too well. A big pancake combined with a few half-truths made all his brothers filled with passion. The world rules had changed. They could no longer walk this path before. And there were no prospects. Those who grew strong were either in prison or eating peanuts. Now, it was different. The world rules had changed dramatically. Everything started anew. And everyone could grow strong. Seizing the opportunity might truly allow them to become kings in this new world. Most of them held such aspirations, which made them eager to work and hunt monsters. They were professionals at being brave and fierce, living by the motto, "A dead bird flies to the sky." And if not dead, it lasts for thousands of years. The time it took for the entire team to cross the river was almost equal to that of Gao Hanhai's team. At this moment, both they and their leader Zhu Xiaodong were filled with confidence. However, just after they confidently crossed the river, they were immediately struck by the leaderboard. In the dense forest battlefield's points leaderboard, first place, Qin Zixuan, 671 points. Second place, Gao Hanhai, 13 points. Third place, Zhu Xiaodong, 10 points. Fourth place, Nie Xiaowan, 9 points. Fifth place, Gu Ting, 8 points. Sixth place, Zhang Xiaobei, 6 points. Seventh place, Yang Jinhong, 5 points. Eighth place, Qi Shuai, 3 points. Ninth place, Xiao Mengzhu, 3 points. 10th place, Gao Shengnan, 2 points. 200th place, Lu Xiaoqi, 0 points. As soon as this list came out, all players who crossed the river and opened the leaderboard, including Zhu Xiaodong, were left dumbfounded. While most players had single-digit scores, or even 0, the first place already had 671 points. Who the hell is this Qin Zixuan? A lone wolf player on the leaderboard. How did a lone wolf player score 671 points all by himself? They had indeed wasted some time when they started grouping up, but it shouldn't have resulted in such a huge gap, right? Most of the points on the leaderboard came from the ghost tiger fish they encountered when logging in. One fish equals 1 point. So 671 points meant 671 fish or other monsters, which left most players scratching their heads. Only Nie Xiaowan and Gao Hanhai, who had many interactions with Qin Zixuan, began to piece things together in shock. Nie Xiaowan had seen Qin Zixuan acquire rubber bombs, and, recalling the loud noises earlier, had a rough idea of what had happened. Gao Hanhai had witnessed the scene filled with debris and basically understood how Qin Zixuan earned his points. But he hadn't expected it to be so many. After seeing the leaderboard, he was even more certain that Qin Zixuan was someone who absolutely should not be provoked in the future. For Nie Xiaowan, this leaderboard was undoubtedly a blow. She had initially felt proud of crossing the river on her own and achieved a sense of accomplishment from forming a team. She even thought that perhaps having her own team wouldn't be worse than following Qin Zixuan. However, this leaderboard completely dispelled that notion. Without comparison, there was no harm. She had just crossed the river, while he had already secured first place. It was like running a race. She had just started, and Qin Zixuan was already nearing the finish line. At this moment, all she wanted was to rush back to Qin Zixuan's side and cling to his leg. So she began to frantically message him. After Zhu Xiaodong reviewed the leaderboard, he immediately regarded Qin Zixuan as a hypothetical enemy. Since he didn't know Qin Zixuan and had never seen him kill monsters, he could only determine through some clues that the opponent had cleverly gained points. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied and wanted to replace him as the top scorer. If he could do that, he would be able to call all players in the secret realm under his banner, clear the secret realm, and dominate Jinsha. It must be said that his ideals were quite grand, but reality is often starkly different. After he opened the popularity leaderboard and saw Qin Zixuan's name, he quickly opened the kill leaderboard and saw Qin Zixuan's name again. One leaderboard could be attributed to luck, but being first on 2 or 3 leaderboards could never be just luck, not to mention the kill leaderboard. He had inquired carefully about the gods and demons and rewards in the popularity leaderboard rules with the Black Trojan. The gods and demons were all extraordinary beings, and the demon coins from rewards could be exchanged for 6,666 sequence points. Up to now, he had only received 1. If the other party could gain the attention of more than 5 gods and demons and receive more than 10 demon coin rewards, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Going hard against him wouldn't work. He could only look for opportunities during the ranking battles and see if he could leverage the numerical advantage to push the other party down through the rules. Yang Jinhong's thoughts were simpler and more direct than Zhu Xiaodong's. His first thought was to design a way to swallow the opponent and turn everything into his own. So he immediately began searching for people in the team who were familiar with Qin Zixuan, wanting to backstab him at a critical moment. People leave their names, and wild geese leave their voices. He didn't believe that after Qin Zixuan spent more than 2 months in his company, there wasn't a single familiar colleague left. The emergence of the leaderboard caused a huge psychological shift in the entire player community, and Qin Zixuan suddenly became the focus and concern of many players. Nie Xiaowan. Not to mention, even Xiao Mengzhu and Su Peng showed excited expressions upon seeing the leaderboard. This made the Black Trojan feel very pleased, as it viewed Zhu Xiaodong and Yang Jinhong as mere materials from Qin Zixuan's perspective. It hoped these people would be a bit more competent and create more trouble for Qin Zixuan, as that would make for a better live-streaming effect. As for Qin Zixuan, when he saw the second name on the leaderboard, he knew that most players had already crossed the river and that he was likely on their minds. However, he didn't care, as he always maintained a hospitable attitude towards these delivery boys. At this moment, as he made his way, he arrived at the top of a peculiar rocky mountain. Below was a basin of moderate size, surrounded by tall trees, but at the center, 100 meters wide. It was exceptionally clean, with only an old tree with yellowing leaves. Compared to the surrounding trees, the old tree was not particularly tall. If Qin Zixuan hadn't been at the top of the mountain, he might not have even seen the old tree. And Qin Zixuan came here specifically for that old tree at the center, as it was one of the 3 great tree spirits. Seeing Qin Zixuan inadvertently arrive at the edge of the tree spirit's territory, the Black Trojan was astonished and quickly pinned his location to the top of the frequency band. As a result, several gods and demons who were paying attention to him instantly noticed him. Ding dong! The god and demon, De Xiao Wang Ho, entered the live broadcast room. Ding dong! The demon, 2 doses of turbid wine, entered the live broadcast room. Ding 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 dong! The demon, the stunningly beautiful goddess of silence, entered the live broadcast room. The demon, 7th princess, entered the live broadcast room. The demon, king of failure, entered the live broadcast room. The demon, old captain, entered the live broadcast room. What the hell? What's going on? How did Qin Zixuan get here so quickly? Daxiao Marquis was the first to speak, seeing through the layout of the black wooden horse below. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence was a bit skeptical, looking at this design and the strength of this old tree. Did they already pass? Where's the game management? What is going on? Most players are still at the 2nd level, and Qin Zixuan's side is about to clear it directly? 2 doses of turbid wine, replied angrily. Clear what? The game process is irreversible. This is going to be an added rhythm. Damn right, there's an addition. If this kid can kill the old tree and then take down a crystal seed or a fierce one, wouldn't that trigger the ultimate hidden quest? Old Captain pointed out the key, and the barrage exploded instantly. Chapter 31. The Suppression of the Tree King. King of Failure exclaimed. Hidden? What does this kid want to do? Smash the scene? 7th Princess was excited. Who cares? ISNT smashing the scene great? How thrilling. To be honest, I'm already looking forward to this kid leading the team to tackle the ultimate hidden quest. Black Wooden Horse. I propose that if this kid really kills the old tree, you give him some hints later to help him meet the conditions to unlock the hidden quest. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence immediately agreed. Yes, give some hints after he kills it. But Chi-Chi, leading the team, might be hard to see. This kid is likely going to go solo. Daxiao Marquis was a bit confused. Wait, haven't the monster spawned yet? Why do you assume he will definitely win? The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence immediately got fired up. Let us make a bet. How about 100 demon coins? Daxiao Marquis backed down instantly. I never gamble. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence. Humph, stingy cower Marquis. The barrage was filled with the stunningly beautiful goddess of silence being unhappy about the failed bet. The Black Wooden Horse was also left speechless, because it never expected Qin Zixuan would find the Tree King's territory so quickly. According to the normal game procedure, after players enter the dense forest battlefield, due to the increased density and strength of the monsters, their progress would be much more cautious, and normally, players wouldn't encounter anything before 8 o'clock. But Qin Zixuan was an anomaly, due to his powerful personal attributes. He penetrated the battlefield early and arrived at the edge of the territory. The die was cast. No matter what, the black wooden horse could only accept it begrudgingly. The only thing it was relieved about was that due to Qin Zixuan's performance in the first level, it had previously enhanced the combat power of the Tree King within its permissions. The ensuing battle should not be too bad, and there should be a small climax in the channel. As for what happens next, if Qin Zixuan could indeed take down the Tree King without injury or with minimal damage, it wouldn't mind giving him hidden hints to help push its own channel to a higher peak. After all, no matter how powerful Qin Zixuan was, the final live broadcast effect would definitely benefit it as well. And just as the black wooden horse was lost in thought, Qin Zixuan had already leaped down from the mountaintop. Whoosh! Amidst the whistling wind, Qin Zixuan's wrist flicked, and he landed steadily in the basin with 2 or 3 jumps. Just as he began to survey the surroundings upon landing, the withered yellow old tree at the center suddenly opened its eyes. Indeed, the withered yellow tree trunk suddenly revealed a pair of emerald-like vertical pupils coming to life. In the next moment, these jade-green vertical pupils immediately locked onto Qin Zixuan's position, and the withered yellow tree crown began to grow wildly, instantly forming a pair of large hands. Everything was very natural, just like a person opening their eyes and stretching out their arms, except that everything about its body was wooden. In one of those large hands, a round brown fruit was rapidly growing like a balloon. In a moment, the fruit grew to the size of a large drum, and the Tree King pulled back its hands like a slingshot to the limit before letting go. Whoosh! The fruit shot through the air like a cannonball, hurtling toward Qin Zixuan. Just as Qin Zixuan had taken 2 steps, a sound of breaking air suddenly erupted ahead, and a cannonball-like wooden ball came into view. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan had his battle axe in hand and was already in combat mode. Bang! The wooden ball cannonball was indeed fast, but Qin Zixuan was not clumsy. He dodged the attack with a quick sidestep. The cannonball crashed to the ground, and the fruit's shells scattered like shrapnel from a grenade. At the same time, a half-human-high black shadow sprang out from the center. With a dark brown body, long limbs, and knotted features, it looked like a small treant about a meter tall. As soon as the small treant sprang out, its left arm instantly morphed into sharp wooden spikes, shooting toward Qin Zixuan like a storm. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan was prepared. He seemed to anticipate this move when the opponent attacked. The blazing rock battle axe swung down amidst the explosive flames, cutting through the rain of wooden spikes all the way down. Boom! With a double enhancement of fiery power and violent force. The small treant was split in half by a single axe, its cut surface igniting with crimson flames, making it squeal in pain. However, what shocked Qin Zixuan next was that under the burning flames, the 2 halves of the small treant actually grew back into another half of a body, splitting into 2 small treants. Seeing this, Qin Zixuan dared not delay. He immediately charged in to deliver 2 more axe strikes, completely igniting the 2 small treants in a blaze of glory before finally stopping. After burning the 2 small treants to death, Qin Zixuan felt no joy at all, as a series of breaking air sounds suddenly erupted ahead. A large wave of wooden ball bombs, at least more than 10, was flying toward him. Damn, what the hell? Black wooden horse, does it have to be this ruthless? The tree suns not only split, but also expanded their range to cover the entire territory. But damn it, originally a mortar-like speed has been strengthened to that of a Gatling gun. What the hell is going on? Qin Zixuan was completely on the defensive, cursing the black wooden horse and the dog management in his heart. At this moment, he finally regretted not assembling a cannon fodder team earlier, not to mention other uses. At least when encountering this kind of situation, having someone to share the aggro of the small monsters would be helpful. Bang, 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 bang. Without giving Qin Zixuan a moment to hesitate, dozens of treants appeared amidst the rain of projectiles. They then began to chase Qin Zixuan, with waves of leaves, flying knives, wooden spikes, and thorns sweeping toward him like a torrential rain of needles, forcing even Qin Zixuan to temporarily avoid them. With a sudden push off the ground, Qin Zixuan used his wrist to propel himself forward, starting to leap ahead. There was no other way. There were simply too many of these tree ants. If he really tried to deal with them, it would not only be exhausting but also a waste of time. After all, these guys have been enhanced by the dog management and now had their own splitting ability. Even burning them would take some time. With this time, the central old tree ant could produce even more sons. Capturing the thief involves capturing the king. Solving the tree king was the best long-term combat plan. Thus, Qin Zixuan began to use his spider silk wrist to dart through the outer trees of the basin like a flash. The fierce wind howled in the sky, and the tree king's wooden bombs never stopped. If Qin Zixuan weren't agile enough, just dealing with the troublesome tree sons alone would have been enough to give him a hard time, let alone the projectiles themselves. At this moment, dozens of tree sons were rapidly pursuing behind Qin Zixuan. Their arms could also morph into vines, mimicking Qin Zixuan's movement style as they traversed the jungle, albeit at a slightly slower speed. Qin Zixuan was extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, he broke through the lush woods and rushed into the 100-meter center where the tree king resided. But just as he stepped into the center, 2 gigantic roots shot up from the ground like long spears, attempting to give Qin Zixuan a foot massage. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan's body reacted extremely quickly. Almost as soon as he felt the ground change, he immediately responded, twisting and spinning his body, and with a sweep of the blazing rock battle axe, he severed the incredibly tough root spikes. Goodness, the range of the root spikes has increased more than double. As he cut through the spikes, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but complain again. At the same time, he did not dare to stop for even a moment and began to run at full speed. He knew that as long as the tree spirit was alive, the roots could almost grow infinitely. Stopping meant certain death. The roots pierced through the ground, and if he slowed down for even half a moment, he would turn into a skewered candy haw. Qin Zixuan had only one path to take: avoid the root spikes, the tree minions, the falling tree minions, and all obstacles, and strike directly at the tree spirit's core. At this moment, the tree minions chasing behind him had already broken through the thicket and entered the central area. The Gatling tree minion above the tree spirit showed no signs of stopping. The tree minions, combined with the powerful suppression from the old tree's roots, wove a massive net along Qin Zixuan's path. No matter where Qin Zixuan pushed in, it seemed there was only one dead end. Chapter 32. Shouldn't the sequence points be given? The game management, not wanting Qin Zixuan to survive, made it clear how much stronger the old tree spirit had become. Seeing the ambush below, old Captain almost laughed in disbelief. He wanted to see the hidden aspects, but the damn game management started to stir things up. With the current strength of the old tree spirit, even if it took 1,000 new players, it would just be food. Qin Zixuan was still going solo. Even after seeing the spectacular performance on the narrow bridge, old Captain no longer had faith. However, the previously defeated goddess Jing seemed composed. Don't panic. This dog management has done this before. Qin Zixuan isn't as weak as you think. How about we make a bet? Ever since she lost a bet to Zhuojiao early on, this goddess seemed a bit obsessed, wanting to bet with everyone she met. Old Captain, upon hearing about the bet, immediately pretended to drown. In the arena, Qin Zixuan, wielding dual weapons, had already begun his performance. Whether in reality or in dreams, Qin Zixuan was not someone who feared challenges. On the contrary, he enjoyed challenges, challenging powerful opponents and testing his limits. Faced with the densely woven attacks, a hint of excitement appeared in Qin Zixuan's eyes. Interesting. Boom! With a low murmur and a heavy stomp, Qin Zixuan's knives and axes danced wildly, instantly turning into a torrent of sharp blades, cutting through all the roots and wooden spikes in front of him. His immense strength, combined with sufficiently sharp weapons, made his destructive power no less than that of his opponent. His agility, surpassing the game's progression, gave him unparalleled adaptability, performing various extreme maneuvers within the tree spirit's massive net. Whoosh! Flames roared as one axe split a small tree ant, and Qin Zixuan sidestepped to avoid several wooden spikes, slipping through like a slippery mudfish. With a furious sweep of his blood-red blade, he severed all the roots in front of him, carving a path through the chaos. Calm as a maiden, swift as a hare, he dodged what he could and charged through the weak points when he couldn't. No matter how dense or powerful the Gatling tree minion cannon, the wooden spikes, or the leaf blades, they were all made of wood. For Qin Zixuan, who possessed the flame manipulation gloves and the lava battle axe, they were not unbreakable fortresses. Empowered by the flames, Qin Zixuan resembled a fiery god of war, always able to break through the weak points in the net woven by the tree spirit. Even when hit, he only received minor injuries to non-vital areas covered by his combat suit. The pain was manageable. The glint of blades flashed, axe shadows loomed, leaf blades whirled, and roots danced wildly. The spectacle was grand and thrilling. Qin Zixuan's composed performance once again amazed the black wooden horse and the gods and demons. In under 10 seconds, he swept through the area within 10 meters of the tree spirit like a storm. Roar! Qin Zixuan's frenzied advance provoked an angry roar from the tree spirit. As it roared, countless black roots in the ground surged wildly, directly lifting the earth beneath Qin Zixuan's feet. In an instant, soil flew everywhere, as if a doomsday earthquake had struck, leaving Qin Zixuan with no ground to stand on. Fortunately, his combat experience was extremely rich. He had already leaped into the air at the onset of the quake, shooting like a spark toward the tree spirit. At the forefront of this spark, the lava battle axe, forged from molten rock, pointed directly at the space between the tree spirit's eyes. Roar! The tree spirit howled in terror again, its arms merging overhead to form a round black-brown wooden hammer, which had swung violently toward Qin Zixuan. Clash! Boom! The axe and hammer collided with a tremendous shock, and a terrifying shockwave erupted, exploding the wooden hammer into splinters as Qin Zixuan was blasted backward like a cannonball. Swish! Just as he was about to land, rows of root spikes shot up from the ground like javelins. Qin Zixuan seemed to have anticipated this, twisting his body mid-air to spin rapidly, transforming into a wheel of knives and axes, easily slicing through the wooden spikes and landing steadily on the soft ground. Without a moment's pause, he kicked off the ground, his speed akin to a streak of fire shooting toward the tree spirit. Qin Zixuan had fought the tree spirit many times before and was very familiar with its combat style and weaknesses. Otherwise, even with his exceptional attributes, he would struggle against a tree spirit strengthened to this extent. The only weakness of the tree spirit was its core. Everything else could regenerate infinitely. Only by shattering the core could one truly kill it. This core was hidden between its eyes, and to shatter it, one had to get close. Whoosh! The wind howled as Qin Zixuan moved swiftly, his momentum no less than that of a cannonball. The tree spirit, equally fierce, merged its broken arms again, forming the round black-brown wooden hammer once more. Clash! Boom! The axe and hammer collided again, the wooden hammer exploding into pieces, splintering as the shockwave surged. However, this time, Qin Zixuan did not fly backward. Several tough spider silk threads had somehow attached to the tree spirit's severed arm, allowing him to convert his backward momentum into lateral momentum, spinning around to land on its back. Boom! Howl! The fully crimson lava battle axe, amidst the brilliant flames, fell with a thunderous crash, creating a large hole in the tree spirit's back and eliciting a painful howl. The one-time damage was significant, but more importantly, the temperature of the lava battle axe was no less than that of lava, igniting the tree spirit's body and rendering its proud regeneration and self-healing abilities completely ineffective. Swish! Amidst the intense pain, the tree spirit rapidly sprouted dozens or even hundreds of branch-like tentacles, launching them at Qin Zixuan, suddenly suffering a heavy blow. The tree spirit's actions seemed instinctual. Its only goal was to drive Qin Zixuan away and extinguish the fire on its back. Unfortunately, as his opponent, Qin Zixuan had no intention of letting it succeed. With a powerful push, he drove the lava battle axe directly into the tree spirit's body, using the spider silk to bounce and pull himself, spinning to face the Treant's face. With a kick aimed at the knot resembling its nose, he unleashed a furious flame fist directly at its eyes, executing a perfect demonstration of kicking the nose and hitting the face. Not only was it a nose punch, but more critically, Qin Zixuan's previous act of abandoning the axe was akin to stuffing a ball of molten lava into the tree spirit's body, causing the fire on its back to blaze even more fiercely, putting it in an awkward position of being unable to attend to both front and back. Opportunities come and go swiftly. Qin Zixuan naturally would not remain idle. Before the branch tentacles could touch the lava battle axe, he already punched between the tree spirit's eyes. Boom! With an explosive sound, terrifying flames erupted, creating a pit in the tree spirit's forehead where a green jewel glimmered faintly. At this moment, the branch tentacles on the tree spirit's back finally made contact with the lava battle axe, but the terrifying heat incinerated the branches instantly, turning them into dry wood, making it impossible to extract the axe in a short time. Compared to the distant worry of its back, the immediate concern on its face was even more urgent. The tree spirit ignored the burning pain on its back, rapidly sprouting two sharp thorns from its arms aimed directly at Qin Zixuan. Boom! It was fast, but Qin Zixuan was faster. As he broke through the surface, his right hand, like a fiery blade, violently plunged into the pit, seizing that faintly glowing green jewel. Boom! The flame manipulation gloves exploded with damage release, and the faintly glowing green jewel instantly shattered into powder. How? In the moment, the vibrant green orb burst open. The tree sovereign let out a mournful cry. Just as its thorny arms were about to touch Qin Zixuan, they lost their vitality and solidified into two oddly shaped branches. All the little tree men and the external active roots instantly solidified into normal trees. A kill notification appeared on the panel, followed by 7 glowing orbs. Congratulations! First kill of the tree sovereign. You have earned 8,000 sequence points and 100 force points. Kill leaderboard. 1. Currently ranked first. What the heck? The tree sovereign is gone just like that? Wait, who told him that the core of the tree sovereign was between its eyes? 7th princess was left wanting more and couldn't help but question. Surely, no one told him. It must be luck or talent. The stunning goddess found Qin Zixuan increasingly pleasing to the eye and casually tipped him 1 demon coin. Before this, she believed Qin Zixuan could take down the tree sovereign, but she never expected him to do it so cleanly and decisively. Damn, if this is luck, I don't believe it. This kid is too uncanny. Drunken wine felt sour again, because he couldn't match Qin Zixuan's calmness and precise judgment. Other demons didn't speak, but no one was not curious about how Qin Zixuan knew where the tree sovereign's vital spot was. Not only the demons were curious, but the black Trojan horse managing the game was also extremely curious. So, at the moment the tree sovereign fell, the black Trojan horse appeared directly in front of Qin Zixuan. Player Qin Zixuan, congratulations on killing the tree sovereign. Can you tell me how you knew its core weakness? Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan laughed. Are you asking me? The black Trojan horse, somewhat confused, replied, yes. The smile in Qin Zixuan's eyes gradually spread. 1 sequence point. The black Trojan horse was shocked. What do you mean, 1 sequence point? Qin Zixuan, you're asking me a question. Shouldn't you give me some sequence points as a courtesy? As soon as these words came out, all the demons in the channel where the black Trojan horse was located, including itself, were stunned. What the heck, good guy? I call it good guy. This kid is too bold. He is shaking down the game management for sequence points. Ha ha ha. Too ruthless. But I like it. The reserved, old captain was laughing so hard he almost fell over. Not just him. Other demons also found this situation hilarious. After a moment of being stunned, the black Trojan horse also laughed and scolded. Good kid, you really are a talent, even daring to con me. How about this? Tell me the answer, and I will give you a clue about the ultimate hidden secret of the secret realm. The black Trojan horse didn't expect Qin Zixuan to make such an unreasonable request, let alone 1 sequence point, according to the rules, besides the normal rewards. It couldn't even offer 1 sequence point, so it could only yield to the situation and provide a condition for exchange. Who knew? As a seasoned player, Qin Zixuan was not buying it at all, directly refusing. No need. Now that you mention it, I can probably find the ultimate hidden clue in the loot. Based on your previous performance and style, the ultimate hidden clue is most likely related to collecting summons. We are newbies, so the collection conditions shouldn't be too harsh, meaning the collection target won't exceed 3. In other words, if I find 2 more kills, I should be able to meet the hidden condition. After Qin Zixuan's outright rejection, he launched into a series of analyses. leaving the black Trojan horse speechless. Chapter 33, Growth Type Treeman. What the heck? Truly an unparalleled show-off. I don't care about anything else. I just admire this kid. Extortion aside, this kid even cornered the game management, leaving it speechless. Daxia Noble sent congratulations. Huh. After watching live streams for so many years, this is the first time I've discovered such an amazing player. Good guy, I call a good guy. This kid should be famous. It would be a crime if he yes not. Look, the Trojan horse's face has turned green. No way. Such an interesting player must be recommended to my friends, so they can also come and see. King of Failure sent congratulations. The barrage rolled wildly, and Qin Zixuan's side received another wave of demon coins. The influx of demon coins was secondary. After this wave of extraordinary operations, many demons felt the urge to introduce and show off to their friends. It felt like children discovering something fun and new, unable to resist sharing it. You little brat, wait for me. The black Trojan horse was quite unhappy, but seeing the exploding barrage and the stream of donation messages, it dared not take any action against this precious gem, and with a stomach full of anger, it retreated and disappeared. It was resentfully underestimating itself, thinking, why didn't this kid express gratitude for my care? Why doesn't he appreciate my kindness? This was just muttering to itself. If it were to say this in front of Qin Zixuan, it would definitely be met with a flood of insults. After all, it knew that its so-called care had never considered whether the person in question needed it or if they could bear it. Only Qin Zixuan could manage it. If it were someone else, they would have been smothered by its care. As for Qin Zixuan, he was naturally in high spirits, having finally avenged the ridiculous strengthening. So he completely ignored it and shifted his focus to the loot. The tree's sovereign, as the original boss, dropped a total of 7 items for the first kill, and each item was quite good. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 level talent scroll, 3 attribute stones, 1 special growth item, and 1 hidden trigger item. Qin Zixuan gathered the loot and leaned back against the solidified corpse of the tree's sovereign, starting with the 2 pieces of equipment, which were both rare level items. Nature's Power, equipment type, necklace. Equipment level, rare. Equipment effect, bathe in the power of nature, perceive the vitality of all things after wearing it. Your self-healing ability doubles and possesses spiritual power. Note, bathe in the power of nature, accumulate natural energy, forming a barrier to protect oneself. Note 2, can output natural power through touch for healing targets. The design looks like a lush vine, simple yet beautiful, definitely a top-notch necklace. With it, Qin Zixuan's self-protection ability would increase at least several levels. The second piece of equipment was a long weapon. Golden Spike Thorn Gun, equipment type, weapon. Equipment level, rare. Equipment effect, carries deadly poison. Those struck are beyond healing. Note, 40-meter long spear can be retracted and extended, infinitely regenerating, will never harm allies. Note 2, that's right. I am the brother of the Golden Staff, the Golden Spike Thorn Gun. The spear is quite flashy, overall dark brown and undeniably wooden. But its appearance and texture do not feel wooden at all. Instead, it resembles some kind of strange metal. Initially about 4 meters long and quite thick, Qin Zixuan felt it was a bit large and unwieldy, but in the blink of an eye, the long spear shrank a few inches. Holding in his hand, he no longer felt it was oversized. Instead, it felt very comfortable. The spear tip was deep black, showing no hint of sharpness, resembling a black short sword, with several thorns sprouting from the connection, making it look incredibly fierce, a weapon that would eat people without spitting out bones. If one had to say what was wrong with it, it was that it conflicted with the attributes of the flame glove. However, after defeating the tree sovereign, the roles of the flame glove and the blazing rock battle axe were no longer that important. Therefore, this long spear would undoubtedly replace them as Qin Zixuan's main weapon. Besides the 2 powerful pieces of equipment, what interested Qin Zixuan the most was not the level talent scroll, but the attribute stones and hidden items, as the latter 3 were all within his expectations. This special growth type item was something he had never seen before in countless rebirths. It was a withered yellow branch, a branch with only 1 tender bud remaining. Tree Sovereign's bud, growth type life form, can drop blood to recognize its master and call forth its rebirth. The description was short, but it was this brief introduction that left Qin Zixuan in shock. First is the growth type. In Galaxy Sequence, any item related to these 3 words is extremely impressive. Moreover, this growth type is not just an item, but a living being. In simple terms, it's not equipment, but a life form. And the blood oath for recognition and awakening is even more stylish. Qin Zixuan has experienced dream rebirth countless times and has only obtained 2 extremely powerful growth-type pieces of equipment, both requiring a blood oath for recognition. This is the 3rd one, and it's not even equipment. In summary, Qin Zixuan is unwilling to wait even a moment longer. He picks up the thorn-poisoned spear and pierces his fingertip, letting 2 drops of black blood fall onto the tender sprout of the small dry branch. That's right, black blood. Qin Zixuan is puzzled as to why his blood has turned black. Then he suddenly remembers that this thorn-poisoned spear seems to be highly toxic. Am I going to be poisoned? With this thought, Qin Zixuan feels a rush of hot blood and then collapses straight down. Fortunately, before this guy falls, he tightly holds onto the golden hoop thorn-poisoned spear, and as his body contacts the spear, the toxin is instantly absorbed back. Otherwise, Qin Zixuan would probably be the first player to be poisoned by his own weapon. After this little episode, Qin Zixuan has a deeper understanding of the so-called poison that has no cure. It should be known that his physique is as high as 20 points, giving him considerable resistance to ordinary toxins. But just now, let alone resistance, he fell down in less than 3 seconds. This poison is absolutely a formidable weapon. As for that small dry branch, it doesn't seem to mind the toxic blood and is rapidly absorbing the drops of Qin Zixuan's poison. It quickly grows and sprouts, soon becoming a small treeman the size of a thumb. Chapter 34. Summoning the first cannon fodder. The small treeman is similar to the previous tree king, but younger, with small arms and legs, and its eyes are incredibly cute, comparable to a young Groot from Marvel. However, perhaps due to Qin Zixuan's toxic blood, its color is darker than that of the previous tree king, appearing to have a metallic texture, with bark resembling cedar, like a set of small armor. Upon seeing Qin Zixuan, the little guy immediately jumps onto his hand, affectionately rubbing against his fingers. After donning the power of nature, Qin Zixuan inherently possesses the ability to communicate with spirits. At this moment, it seems as if he hears it calling out to him affectionately. Qin Zixuan gently presses it down and mutters, "Given your armor, I'll call you Qin Shan from now on." As soon as he says this, the data panel for the small treeman suddenly appears before his eyes. Qin Shan rank, none. Status, juvenile stage. Master, Qin Zixuan. Attributes, strength, 7. Physique, 20. Agility, 5. Spirit, 3. Remarks. The rebirth of the Tree King with indomitable will naturally possesses extraordinary nature powers, can assist the master in battle. Remarks 2. Can absorb natural energy to evolve. The introduction is short, but Qin Zixuan is very happy because it clearly signifies its identity as an evolving pet or partner. He had never obtained such a thing in his previous dreams. After all, in the dreams, Qin Zixuan, after reviving a few times, lost all sense of urgency and never exterminated the Tree King before the 3rd level of the secret realm. As for growth-type partners, Qin Zixuan believes they are even stronger than growth-type equipment. Equipment is lifeless. Partners are alive, they are life. Living beings with wisdom. They have their own thoughts, can act freely, and even use equipment, far surpassing ordinary growth-type equipment. Looking at Qin Shan's initial values, it is evident that it is a being that thrives on physique or life force, with an initial lifespan evidently higher than Qin Zixuan's. The future is definitely promising. However, the premise of strength is that he must cultivate it diligently to ensure it can grow smoothly. Natural energy seems to be a future goal that needs to lean towards the nature system. To be honest, Qin Zixuan did not expect that by exterminating the Tree King, which was originally a checkpoint in the secret realm before the 2nd level, the reward level would be elevated to such an extent. No wonder this time, he didn't even receive the first kill title, Growth-type Partner. At this moment, Qin Zixuan is not the slightest bit annoyed. Instead, he is full of anticipation for the subsequent crystal seeds, the fierce beasts, and the final hidden loot. after placing the little creature on his shoulder. Qin Zixuan then looks at the level talent scroll. This time, it did not surprise him. The level talent scroll ability is still the nature spirit he is familiar with. Nature spirit. After use, it can awaken nature power and gain control over plants and other natural forces. For little Qin Zixuan awakening this talent is undoubtedly excellent, because then he can supply it with nutrients at any time. However, unfortunately, Qin Zixuan is not very interested in this level talent scroll. Nature spirit is indeed strong and very suitable for nurturing Qin Shan, but perhaps its strength lies in control, which does not quite align with Qin Zixuan's personality. In other words, even among the same level talents, there can be differences in compatibility. The nature spirit talent that the Tree King produced does not appeal to Qin Zixuan. If Xiaowan hadn't died, selling it to her would have been a good idea. With an advanced awakening patent, Xiaowan would have to work for him for the rest of her life. With this thought in mind, Qin Zixuan puts the talent scroll into the ghost tiger fish pendant. As for the last two loot items, there is no need to look closely. 3 attribute stones. 1 for physique, 1 for strength. Finally, there's a hidden trigger item, a heart of jade filled with cracks. Tree King's heart can be placed in the magic array along with the Fong of Zheng and the core of crystal seed to summon the ultimate fear. This is the hidden clue. The Tree King's heart, the core of crystal seed, and the Fong of Zheng. Generally, players can obtain at most one type. Let alone what magic array. When first entering the secret realm, while barely managing to survive, apart from Qin Zixuan, who is extraordinarily lucky, it is unlikely for anyone else to simultaneously meet these two major conditions. He neatly stored the attribute stones and the hidden trigger item into his pendant, completely digesting the Tree King's loot. After collecting all the loot, Qin Zixuan feels very satisfied. Next, he is not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sits down and opens the points leaderboard. Dense Forest points leaderboard. First, Qin Zixuan, 815 points. Second, Zhu Xiaodong, 137 points. Third, Gaohan Hai, 120 points. Fourth, Xiaoduan, 99 points. Fifth, Zhang Xiaobei, 85 points. Sixth, Gu Ting, 80 points. Seventh, Yang Jinhong, 79 points. Eighth, Xiaoming Zhu, 57 points. Ninth, Gao Shangnian, 52 points. 10th, Luo Chun, 49 points. 200th, Li Xiao, 13 points. The leaderboard hasn't changed much, and Xiaowan is still in 4th place, which surprises Qin Zixuan a bit. No one can succeed casually. While external conditions are certainly important for Xiaowan, there must also be something commendable about her. It seems that he underestimated this cannon fodder number 1 too much before. With this thought, Qin Zixuan opens the friend system, preparing to send her message. However, just as he opens the friend system, Xiaowan's avatar starts to flash rapidly, just like before. Qin Zixuan casually clicks on it, and the previous scene replays. But this time the tone has changed. Boss, Brother Zixuan, where are you? Can I come find you? I was wrong before. Please don't be angry, okay? Don't abandon me, all right? Just a little while apart, and I already miss you. Super miss you. Where are you? Don't ignore me, Brother Zixuan. A series of sweet and sticky voice messages explode in Qin Zixuan's ears. Deliberately, that voice is as charming as it can be, making Qin Zixuan want to laugh inexplicably. It is obvious that this woman has changed her strategy after seeing the leaderboard. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan is not swayed by this tactic. After muting the screen full of flirtatious voices, he shared his location and replied indifferently, "Arrive within an hour, or I won't wait." In the southern part of the dense forest, Xiaowan was resting against a tree when her friend's system suddenly chimed. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but then she quickly opened the friend interface and saw that one particular avatar was bouncing. At that moment, Xiaowan finally understood what it meant to have a racing heart and trembling hands, because that's exactly how she felt. She clicked on that avatar with lightning speed and then heard the voice she had longed for. Within 1 hour, no latecomers. Xiao Bai, Zhang Xiaobei, hurry, gather. We're going to the central basin of the dense forest. Xiaowan sprang up like a spring, startling Zhang Xiaobei, who had just sat down beside her, and he asked in confusion, What are we going to the Central Basin for? Nie Xiaowan smiled brightly. Of course, we're going to find a man at this late hour. Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. Find a man? With a hint of melancholy, Nie Xiaowan sighed lightly. Yes, to find my man. As soon as she said this, Zhang Xiaobei stood up abruptly. Your man? Who? Who is your man? Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaowan beamed. Qin Zixuan. As soon as the words left her mouth, she walked out, leaving Zhang Xiaobei with a graceful silhouette. Qin Zixuan. Those three words instantly drained Zhang Xiaobei of all his energy. Qin Zixuan. Anyone who had entered the battlefield of the dense forest might not know him personally, but no one was unaware of his name, because when they first entered, he was already at the top of the leaderboard. Zhang Xiaobei knew that Nie Xiaowan must have other friends with her, because she had been looking around, searching and waiting for someone. However, he never expected that the person Nie Xiaowan was looking for would be Qin Zixuan, the number one on the leaderboard. Damn it. It's hopeless. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei felt disheartened. He had originally thought that with his own abilities and looks, as long as he stayed by Nie Xiaowan's side, he would eventually win her over. He was confident that in this world, no one around Nie Xiaowan was better than him. And indeed, as he had expected, no one in the team was more outstanding than him. But he never imagined that just when he thought it was only a matter of time before he could win Nie Xiaowan over, Qin Zixuan would suddenly appear. Compared to Qin Zixuan, everything he was proud of paled in comparison. Talking about strategy games, while he was struggling to survive with his team,
Qin Zixuan had already independently conquered the first level of the secret realm, and even indirectly made it easier for other players to pass.
When he finally managed to get through the first level, fighting desperately for one of the 200 survival spots, Qin Zixuan had already secured the first position on the leaderboard. Talking about combat power, Zhang Xiaobei had just seen Qin Zixuan's score jump by 100 points in an instant. This meant that he had the combat power to defeat enemies independently. Zhang Xiaobei had no concept of this, because up until now, he hadn't even seen Qin Zixuan. But not seeing him did not mean he was unaware of his strength. They had just fought a skirmish with a team led by an elite monster, resulting in 10 deaths and 7 injuries, a heavy loss. According to the Black Trojans account, elite monsters were worth 20 points, which equated to 100 points, meaning that any one of them was at least 5 times stronger than the elite monsters. He could hardly handle an elite monster alone, while Qin Zixuan could handle them independently, boasting at least 5 times the combat power. The comparison was like night and day. What made him even more upset was that Nie Xiaowan had directly declared that Qin Zixuan was her man, which was undoubtedly a direct rejection of his feelings. Throughout the journey, everyone in the team could see that Zhang Xiaobei's feelings for Nie Xiaowan were more than just admiration from a fan. It was clear he had deeper intentions. Although the time was short, many in the team had already secretly paired them together. Zhang Xiaobei was very unwilling. He truly liked Nie Xiaowan to the point of madness. I pose, Sister Xiaowan, you're no longer alone. Whatever decision you make, you should consider the other members of the team. The night was about to fall, and with limited visibility, their primary task was to gradually kill monsters and earn points, ensuring that each of their brothers could make it into the top 200. The Central Basin you mentioned, we saw it during our daytime reconnaissance. Given our current position and speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours. And that doesn't even account for various situations we might encounter along the way. It's simply not feasible. This was the first time Zhang Xiaobei openly opposed Nie Xiaowan, because if he didn't oppose her, he would have no chance of winning over the goddess in his heart. Nie Xiaowan turned to look at Zhang Xiaobei, then instantly felt relieved, smiling freely as she said, Xiaobei, you're right. I should indeed ask everyone for their opinions. All members of the Flower fan group, gather. I have an announcement. Flower was the name for Nie Xiaowan's fans, and most of the people in this team were her fans, so the team was called the Flower fan group. As Nie Xiaowan's voice echoed, everyone quickly gathered. A few demons who had shifted their attention from Qin Zixuan also began to see the situation clearly. It seemed that Qin Zixuan had finally realized the benefits of being a cannon fodder and was ready to retrieve this number 1 cannon fodder. Zhuijiao Erliang sent a barrage, expressing a sense of loss and longing. From his perspective, if that girl went, she would likely end up being taken by that perverted Qin Zixuan. Just thinking about that extraordinary beauty eventually being held by a pervert made him feel uncomfortable, wishing he could take her place. It was such a pity. So, this guy casually tipped Zixuan 2 demon coins. Haha, this is the only cannon fodder under Qin Zixuan. And yet she is being eyed by a little puppy and 2 others. Qin Zixuan is really unfortunate. Luckily, this cannon fodder isn't stupid. Following Zixuan, 7 Princess couldn't help but send a barrage. She had no bad intentions, just watch the show. Just as Zixuan was gathering her team, her inbox suddenly chimed. She quickly opened her inbox. Demon, Zhujiao Erliang appreciates your independence and bravery, and has tipped you 2 demon coins. Wow, demon coins. Zixuan, who had been feeling a bit tired, instantly radiated with energy, completely ignoring the talk about independence and bravery, taking it as encouragement from the demons for her choice, which further solidified her decision. Looking at the more than 300 fans quickly gathering, Zixuan stood on a tree stump and spoke very seriously. Brothers and sisters of the Flower Fan Group, our true leader, Qin Zixuan, has sent a message for me to meet at the Central Basin. The journey is long and undoubtedly fraught with danger. As the temporary leader of the team, I have no right to make this choice for everyone. Therefore, I have gathered everyone here in hopes that you can choose for yourselves whether to stay or go. Those who choose to stay can elect a new captain and gradually spread out to kill monsters, striving to make it into the top 200. Those who choose to follow me will undoubtedly consume a lot of time on the way, so I cannot guarantee that you will definitely make it into the top 200, nor can I guarantee that you will survive to reach the destination. I can only promise that no matter what we encounter ahead, Zixuan, will be with you. Now make your choice. As Zixuan's words fell, the fans below instantly erupted. Wow, to the Central Basin, the true leader Qin Zixuan? Zixuan's statement carried a lot of weight, and most of the team members couldn't react in time. Not only them, but Zhang Xiaobei, who held opposing opinions, also couldn't process it. He had underestimated Zixuan. He never thought she would handle this issue in such a way. His reliance on opposing her was merely the slight prestige he had built up in the team after entering the secret realm, as well as the moral high ground regarding the life and death of the team members. He intended to use this to coerce Zixuan into giving up on meeting with Qin Zixuan. But all of this was seen through by Zixuan, and her declaration of the true leader, Qin Zixuan, instantly shattered all his little schemes. The freedom to choose whether to stay or leave is nothing but a shrimp's heart and a pig's mind. If the flower people had to choose between Zixuan and Zhang Xiaobei, they might weigh the pros and cons, and in the end, even try to persuade Zixuan. But when the choice became the true leader, Qin Zixuan, there was no comparison. Those who have survived to this point are not fools. Everyone knows how to choose between the top-ranked and Zhang Xiaobei. Sister Xiaowan, I have one question. Is the Qin Zixuan you mentioned the one on the leaderboard? After a while, a tall man in the team asked the most critical question in everyone's mind. Zixuan remained silent and responded with a brilliant smile. This was a smile they had never seen before, and the message it conveyed instantly made everyone understand. Damn, what are we waiting for? We have to go. I swear to follow Sister Xiaowan to the death. Haha, that's right. I will follow Sister Xiaowan to the death. I will follow Qin Tuan to the death. In this damn game world, you have to risk your life with anyone. Fighting monsters is risking your life. Going to find Qin Zixuan with Zixuan is also risking your life. And even after finding Qin Zixuan, you still have to risk your life. No one can guarantee that anyone will survive. However, since it is risking life, it is always better to follow a top player than to play around with a bunch of rookies. Chapter 36, Second Target. You should know that if that person wanted to, most players in the secret realm would willingly serve him. If you can really follow that person, it would be like hitting the jackpot. Therefore, most people chose to follow without a second thought, while a few conservatives thought about staying but were unable to due to their lack of strength and could only grit their teeth and go with the flow. In the end, the entire team of over 300 unanimously decided to follow Zixuan to the Central Basin. Seeing the excited members below, Zixuan couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Because in Zixuan's view, Qin Zixuan asking her to come over at this time likely meant testing her loyalty and even testing the loyalty of her team. The whole team was united, and if they could successfully meet with him, perhaps they could gain his approval. All right, since everyone has decided, Let's pack up quickly and set off in 1 minute. Sure. With this thought, Nie Xiaowan immediately let everyone disperse to start gathering their spoils. However, she was mistaken. Qin Zixuan hated trouble, and even if he recruited cannon fodder, the number would definitely not exceed 10. Yu and Ti even recognized them all. Xiaobei, what about you? Do you want to go? After sending off the other team members, Nie Xiaowan turned to Zhang Xiaobei. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei looked a bit downcast and smiled wryly. If everyone is going, how can I not go? Nie Xiaowan nodded with a smile, seemingly unaware of his previous attempts to coerce her. Haha, that's more like it. We agreed that we would always be friends. That's right. We will always be friends and only friends. Zhang Xiaobei is good at everything, but he is a bit arrogant. In the early stages of team formation, he did play a huge role, but the real decisive factor in the success of this team was not him, but the fearless Nie Xiaowan. Many team members gained the courage to fight monsters only after seeing a woman like Nie Xiaowan risk her life. Nie Xiaowan owed him nothing, nor was she his possession. Their relationship was one of primary and secondary cooperation. Without Zhang Xiaobei, Nie Xiaowan could still form a team, and the fighting power wouldn't be much worse than it is now. He is not irreplaceable. In this team, mainly composed of Nie Xiaowan's fans, the only irreplaceable one is Nie Xiaowan herself. As long as she is in the team, she is there. As for Zhang Xiaobei, without him, Nie Xiaowan would still be in the team and would promote Zhang Xiaonan, Zhang Xiaodong, and Zhang Xiaoxi as the second-in-commands. Their abilities might not be as good as his, but it wouldn't be a big deal. Nie Xiaowan had always tried to keep a distance from him, but after taking off her mask, her charm was simply too great. With a little more contact, Zhang Xiaobei, who was already a die-hard fan, unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, Nie Xiaowan stopped just short, and Zhang Xiaobei took the opportunity to back down. It seemed like a small episode, but once some things are pointed out, there is no going back. Nie Xiaowan would no longer trust Zhang Xiaobei, as she did before. Zhang Xiaobei silently nodded. Yeah, I understand. But I still think you should think carefully about whether that person is really worth us risking so much. With the current game progress, is there anything that doesn't require taking risks? Staying behind to kill monsters is not taking a risk. Nie Xiaowan smiled. As for that person, if we are lucky enough to see him, you will naturally know whether it is worth it. As soon as her words fell, Nie Xiaowan stepped to the left side of a tree trunk and began packing her backpack. Just as Nie Xiaowan was gearing up to lead the team towards the central basin, Qin Zixuan, who had summoned her, prepared to leave after resting for half an hour. Yes, leave. Qin Zixuan never expected Nie Xiaowan to really arrive within an hour, because he knew that was unrealistic. The reason for giving her an unrealistic goal was mainly to urge her to come over quickly. Or, to put it another way, he was afraid she would be too far from the center circle and wouldn't be able to smoothly enter the second stage. Besides that, he was just handling some of his unused equipment. So when Qin Zixuan left, he placed the Blood Rage blade and the violent baseball bat under the Tree King's corpse, and then he carved a crooked line on the tree. Blade 2000, bat 1600, settle when we meet, don't wander too far. After leaving the note, Qin Zixuan set off again with the newly formed Qin Shan, embarking on an aimless search journey. What? Worried about someone else taking the equipment? To be honest, Qin Zixuan really wasn't too worried about this. In the current situation, most teams were conservatively killing monsters. Even if Qin Zixuan didn't speak, Nie Xiaowan's team was the same. Under normal circumstances, no other teams would recklessly dash into the central basin. To take a step back, if there really was someone with incredible luck who came here alone or led a team and took the equipment, they would have to show up for the throne ranking battle at 8 a.m. the next morning. At that time, Qin Zixuan could charge him a rental fee and take back the equipment. As for Nie Xiaowan, if such a situation arose, it could only be blamed on her being too slow and unlucky. Leaving the area where the Tree King was located, Qin Zixuan climbed a towering tree and pretended to scout around before heading straight to a large swamp on the left. Clearly, among the remaining Crystal Seed and Zheng, Qin Zixuan chose the latter, because the latter has territorial awareness, usually does not leave its own group and territory, while the Crystal Seed is a solitary jungle ranger. In terms of difficulty, the Crystal Seed is naturally weaker in battle, But unfortunately, this guy doesn't have an accurate coordinate. As for Zhong, also known as the king of crocodile lizards, it is one of the three major past challenges in the secret realm. A creature that looks like a mix of a crocodile and a lizard, yet is countless times stronger than both. They live in black swamps, covered in extremely hard scales, with very strong defense. Besides their own defense, they also occupy the geographical advantage of the black swamp, making them an extremely troublesome existence. The swamp is located to the left of Qin Zixuan, and if he moves at full speed, he should be able to reach it within 2 hours. This means that, if all goes well, Qin Zixuan could arrive and deal with it by the first half of the night, and then have a good night's sleep before heading to the throne battle scene. And while Qin Zixuan and Nie Xiaowan rushed towards their respective targets, other players in the secret realm were also engaged in fierce battles with monsters in the jungle. Or, to be more precise, they were all risking their lives to score points. After all, there are still nearly 4,000 players in the current secret realm, and by 8 a.m. tomorrow, this number will be directly reduced to 200. Therefore, being within the top 200 on the leaderboard became the primary goal for all players. For this goal, players were all in it to win it. Even Nie Xiaowan's team, while rushing quickly, was constantly paying attention to the changes in the leaderboard scores, always thinking about how to balance both sides. Risking their lives might lead to death, but not risking it all would definitely lead to death. Under such circumstances, everyone went crazy. In the jungle, lizardman slaves are grouped together, with shouts and cries echoing amid the flickering flames. Some have died in battle, while others have risen. Some fight bravely for points, while others stab from behind for points. The stinging blood blossoms are everywhere. After spending most of the day in the game, the players finally adapted to this new identity, blending into this blood-soaked jungle. Chapter 37. The awakening value of Little Qin Shan as dusk gradually fell. The jungle quickly became pitch black. Qin Zixuan took out a high-powered headlamp from his ghost tiger fish pendant, slightly slowing his pace. This item was obtained from the second floor of the Dole's supermarket, specifically for nighttime operations in the jungle. At this moment, Qin Zixuan is like a flickering ghost, swiftly moving through the darkness. The newly born Little Qin Shan is very curious about the electric light, climbing onto Qin Zixuan's head and shaking the shadows with its little hands. Having a great time. Little Qin Shan, stop playing, you're blocking my view, Qin Zixuan said, pulling it off his shoulder while giving a low warning. Their communication is quite strange. The little creature can understand Qin Zixuan's words, and he can clearly grasp what it wants to express through its expressions and actions. For example, right now, after rubbing against his face a couple of times, Qin Zixuan seems to hear it acting cute and saying it's stingy. You're not stingy. There are dangers everywhere in the jungle. If a monster grabs you later, don't blame me. Qin Zixuan thought to scare the little guy. Surprisingly, the little creature was first taken aback. Then a green light suddenly flashed in its eyes, and it stretched out its little hand, raising 3 fingers and shaking its head at Qin Zixuan. What did you say? No monsters within 300 meters? How do you know? Understanding its meaning in an instant. Qin Zixuan was perplexed. But just as he finished speaking, the little creature pressed its hands against his cheeks, and a green light seeped in like water. Qin Zixuan felt his vision suddenly shift, and a segment of 3-dimensional imagery flashed abruptly in his mind. This feeling was incredibly strange. In that moment, Qin Zixuan seemed to transform into grass and trees, clearly seeing and sensing everything around him. Wow, is this visual sharing? Plant perception? Qin Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment, while Little Qin Shan tilted its head up, filled with pride, as if saying, "Aren't I amazing? Praise me. Okay, you're the best. But remember to notify your master immediately if anything happens." Qin Zixuan praised with a smile, and the little creature chirped in excitement and nodded. The little one's astonishing reconnaissance ability was like a living radar, allowing Qin Zixuan to easily avoid large numbers of abyssal monsters in the jungle, saving a significant amount of time. In less than an hour and a half, Qin Zixuan arrived at the outskirts of the black mud swamp without a fight, almost twice as fast as expected. Looking at the little creature on his shoulder, Qin Zixuan found himself growing fonder of it. A growth-type partner, he truly hit the jackpot. It seemed that killing beyond the process in this game might enhance drop rates and loot hidden levels. He needed to think of more ways to maximize kills beyond the process. While he had moved through without a fight, upon reaching the swamp's edge, there was no way to avoid conflict. As soon as Qin Zixuan approached, a flurry of black shadows was startled into flight. Beakblade scoutbirds. Yes, scoutbirds. Or more directly, a type of ferocious bird that coexists with crocodile lizards. They are roughly the size of large raptors on Blue Star, entirely black and gray except for their eyes, which allows them to blend in with the swamp. With sharp beaks and claws, they can catch small to medium-sized prey in the jungle, and they also serve as tooth cleaners for the crocodile lizard clan, hence the name Beakblade. Usually, besides hunting prey and cleaning teeth for the crocodile lizard clan, they are responsible for vigilance in the black mud swamp. At this moment, it was already night, and the Beakblade birds were supposed to have returned to their nests. However, the abyssal environment is already extremely dark, and they have long, evolved night vision. Once prey approaches, whether day or night, they will be alerted immediately. However, Qin Zixuan and Little Qin Shan seemed to pose a low threat level, so they did not attract much attention. Yep. Several piercing shrieks echoed throughout the outskirts of the black mud swamp. From the crowns of the outermost trees, 5 black shadows shot towards Qin Zixuan like raindrops. This commotion was naturally heard by other Beakblade birds, but most chose to ignore it. To them, the prey was simply too small to warrant action. Just when I was worried about not having any monsters to test my gun on, Qin Shan, get inside the combat suit. Yep. Qin Zixuan raised a spear, effortlessly flicking out a display of gunfire to make the little creature hide. Unexpectedly, Little Qin Shan let out a tiny cry and not only did not immediately shrink back into the combat suit, but instead its fingers spread wide, transforming into agile thorns that shot out. Qin Zixuan felt a headache coming on. As the headlamp's light swept over the diving, ferocious birds, he did not hold back. Twisting the thorn-poisoned spear in his hand, it instantly elongated by several meters, like a streak of black light flashing past. Thwack! The suddenness of it all, coupled with the sheer strangeness of Qin Zixuan's thorn-poisoned spear, caught 3 large birds off guard as they dived, one being directly pierced while 2 others were grazed. After that, there was nothing more to say. Whether pierced or grazed, they all went rigid the moment they were struck, quickly plummeting like kites. As for the remaining 2, they were ensnared in the thorny web formed by Little Qin Shan's fingers, becoming 2 large cocoons. In an instant, all 5 Beakblade scout birds fell to the ground, and a kill notification appeared at the bottom of the panel. Qin Zixuan took a closer look, and his eyes flashed with surprise. You killed 5 Beakblade scout birds, earning 158 sequence points, 5 points. Partner Qin Shan absorbed the target's natural power, awakening value 1. Partner Qin Shan absorbed the target's natural power, awakening value 1. In addition to the sequence points and score, there were 2 awakening value notifications that Qin Zixuan had never seen before. Consequently, beneath Qin Shan's panel, a new awakening value appeared, with a maximum of 10,000. Qin Zixuan looked at Qin Shan in shock, who proudly lifted its head, looking as if it wanted praise for its capabilities. However, this time, Qin Zixuan did not rush to praise it. Instead, he instinctively instructed it to unfold the 2 large cocoons. The cocoon-like structure slowly unfurled, revealing 2 shriveled Beakblade bird corpses in front of Qin Zixuan. In such a situation, even a well-informed Qin Zixuan was baffled. He approached and casually poked the bird corpses with his thorn-poisoned spear. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Almost the moment the spear touched the bird corpse, it immediately disintegrated into a pile of ashes like decayed waste paper. What's going on? Just now, these ferocious birds were flying at lightning speed, but after being wrapped up by Little Qin Shan, they instantly lost all vitality and decayed into ashes? Life force absorption. Could it be that life force is a form of natural power? Wow, no way. Absorption, awakening value. From this meaning, if the little guy absorbs 10,000 awakening values, it can automatically awaken. This is incredible. Moreover, combined with the little creature's note 2, everything seemed to imply that Qin Shan could possibly evolve infinitely. Growth type. Absorption. Infinite evolution. The emergence of awakening value filled Qin Zixuan with visions for Qing Shan's future. Thus, he immediately changed his mind, initially planning for a quick resolution, and instructed Qin Shan to absorb the 3 fallen beak blade birds. 1 bird equals 1 awakening value. 10,000 points means 10,000 beak blade birds, which may not even be enough in the entire black mud swamp outskirts. But if there are not enough birds, there's still the crocodile lizards. What was originally planned as a beheading operation now seemed likely to become an extermination plan. Sigh, the workload has suddenly increased. At this moment, Qin Zixuan's mind was filled with thoughts about Qing Shan's awakening points. Natural perception, natural absorption, just these 2 abilities made Qin Zixuan incredibly excited. He was genuinely curious about what kind of incredible new abilities this little creature would gain after awakening. Chapter 38. A Man's Jealousy. Just as Qin Zixuan prepared to initiate the extermination plan for Qing Shan's awakening value, Xiaowan finally arrived at the Central Basin. This journey had come at a considerable cost. The original team of over 300 people was now reduced to less than 100. The key point is that despite the huge cost of coming here, it ultimately turned out to be a wasted trip. Looking at the empty Central Basin, Xiaowan felt a bit disappointed. She knew she definitely couldn't arrive within an hour. However, having fought her way here, she still had some fantasy that Qin Zixuan would be waiting for her. Unfortunately, fantasy is ultimately just fantasy. Qin Zixuan is still that Qin Zixuan. An hour is not long, yet not short. Sigh, can't he wait a little longer? Looking at the desolate center of the basin, Xiaowan sighed softly. Where's Qin Zixuan? Sister Xiaowan, quickly contact Qin Tuan. Because of Xiaowan's earlier mention of a true leader, the others in the team had taken a call into previously unseen Qin Zixuan Qin Tuan. Looking at the bloodied team members around her, Xiaowan felt bitter in her heart. She opened her friends list and asked Qin Zixuan, "Did you leave?" Unfortunately, this message, like the previous ones, was met with silence, like a mud cow sinking into the sea, without any response. Damn it, Sister Xiaowan, we worked so hard to get here. You weren't fooled by Qin Zixuan, were you? We lost nearly 200 brothers to come here. Zhang Xiaobei instinctively felt a bit indignant. This indignation mainly stemmed from jealousy. He casually tied the lives of over 200 people to Qin Zixuan's waist, hoping to undermine Qin Zixuan's image in Xiaowan's mind. Little did he know, as soon as he said that, it didn't affect Qin Zixuan's image at all. Instead, he himself became a villain in Xiaowan's eyes. Xiaowan was already upset about not seeing Qin Zixuan, and now Zhang Xiaobei was moralistically binding her. How could she not feel disgusted? However, everyone had indeed gone through a lot to get here, and there were some things she couldn't say. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Wanjuan stepped forward. Xiaobei, I don't like what you just said. What do you mean by being fooled? Didn't Sister Xiaowan make it clear before we came? Arriving within an hour might not be possible. Whether to come or not was voluntary. Did Sister Xiaowan beg you to come? You made your own decision, so bear the consequences yourself. You should have known the worst outcome beforehand, so why complain? Moreover, those 200 brothers, while they died in action, most of them died for points. To put it another way, who can guarantee that they wouldn't die if they hadn't come? Can you? This game has its own rules, right? What are you trying to do with this moralistic binding? You tied over 200 lives to Qin Tuan, and you really can do that. Su Wanjuan didn't look favorably upon those who stir trouble. Zhang Xiaobei was already thinking of good things, and, at a time like this, saying such things was clearly guiding everyone to feel dissatisfied with Xiaowan and Qin Zixuan, especially that line about the 200 brothers dying. It sounded as if Xiaowan and Qin Zixuan were the ones who killed them. It was as if he thought he could gain something from the team's disunity. Su Wanjuan's words brought the deviating sentiment back on track. The team members, who had been stirred up by Zhang Xiaobei, also realigned their mindset. That's right. Xiaowan had indeed explained beforehand that the other side would only wait for an hour and would not wait beyond that. Whether to come or not was indeed their own choice. Since that's the case, regardless of the outcome, they had no reason to place the blame on Xiaowan and the yet-to-be-seen Qin Zixuan. As Su Wanjuan said, you make your own decisions, you bear the consequences. However, Things always have two sides. There are reasonable people with proper views, and there are also those with distorted perspectives. Some people, even if they don't say it out loud, still plant the seeds of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Nie Xiaowan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobei to say such things because she underestimated men's jealousy. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaowan. I know. Xiaobei, you don't need to explain further. I'm not blaming you. Zhang Xiaobei, who realized he had gone too far, apologized. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Nie Xiaowan. Since we've come, complaining now is useless. Let's find a place to rest for a bit, and then we can spread out to hunt monsters and earn points. At that moment, Nie Xiaowan suddenly understood why Qin Zixuan, despite being so capable, never thought about forming a team. It was too exhausting. Just dealing with the never-ending killing games was tiring enough. Forming a team would also mean dealing with the players around them, which really wasn't worth the effort. Sister Xiaowan looked quickly. There seems to be writing on that big tree in the middle. Just as Nie Xiaowan was feeling down, dozens of flashlight beams flashed by, and finally, someone noticed the scratches on the humanoid tree in the center. Words? It must be him. He definitely left it. Nie Xiaowan jumped up excitedly, and her headlamp immediately turned towards the central monster tree. Sword 2000, bat 1600. Some parts were blurry. Only the front half could be vaguely seen. But just this inexplicable half data immediately confirmed to Nie Xiaowan that the words must have been left by Qin Zixuan. The flashlight's beam focused, and Nie Xiaowan quickly navigated through the bumpy basin. As she got closer, the crooked words gradually became clear and complete. Sword 2000, bat 1600, settle upon gathering. Don't go far. With the clarity of this message, a smile gradually spread across Nie Xiaowan's face. As she rushed forward, her headlamp slightly lowered, and she immediately saw the horizontal sword and bat under the tree, then dashed out like a cheetah. The remaining less than 100 members under her command immediately followed suit. Soon, everyone arrived at the tree where Qin Zixuan had left his message and equipment, and Nie Xiaowan was the first to obtain these two pieces of gear. The Blood Fury Sword and the Violent Bat, both premium-grade weapons, made her earlier disappointment vanish in an instant. It should be noted that the Galaxy Sequence equipment drop rate is extremely low. Even now, Nie Xiaowan's team had only a handful of premium-grade gear, most of which were obtained from new players' 3 challenges or blind boxes. Weapons were even rarer, after killing monsters for most of the day. Aside from Zhang Xiaobei's luck in finding a premium longsword, most players hadn't even managed to get a standard-grade weapon. Premium-grade weapons are definitely extremely rare treasures for most players at this stage. Even Nie Xiaowan, the leader, had only obtained a single white ordinary accessory after all this fighting. Zhang Xiaobei had previously considered trading his premium longsword to Nie Xiaowan to gain her favor, but ultimately chose to hold on to it due to the brutality of the battles. No one expected that even though Qin Zixuan had left, he had left 2 premium-grade weapons for Nie Xiaowan. In the Galaxy vending machine, the standard premium weapons with average attributes cost at least over 1,500 sequence points, and these 2 clearly did not belong to the standard category. At that moment, when everyone looked at the 2 weapons in Nie Xiaowan's hands, their eyes were filled with intense enthusiasm. Chapter 39. Pentagram Stage, because they all knew that whoever owned these 2 pieces of equipment would significantly increase their survival rate and combat power. Sister Xiaowan, 2 premium weapons. How will you divide them? One for yourself, and what about the other? Greed made people lose their reason. Someone in the crowd said this, and the entire team instantly erupted. Yeah, we worked hard to get here. We all sacrificed a lot to help the team move forward. My previous equipment was damaged, so this equipment should be mine. TCH, you only lost a piece of equipment. I lost an arm. How does that compare? Arm? My dad lost his life. What are you comparing? Under the immense temptation, many people's eyes turned red. Premium-grade weapons would instantly boost anyone's combat power, likely putting them in the top 200 of the points leaderboard. Who wouldn't be envious? As for Nie Xiaowan, at this moment, she finally realized that she had underestimated the complexity of her team. The Apocalypse Survival team was far more complicated than her previous crew. In such a team, any small misstep could escalate into a life-or-death situation. On the surface, Everyone seemed fine, but beneath it all, there was a simmering unrest. Charm can attract people, but it is not very beneficial for management. What team leaders need is not so much affinity, but an absolute deterrent power that can command everyone. When Ye Xiaowan was with Qin Zixuan, she indeed experienced blood and gore, but whether it is transformation or growth, it ultimately requires a process. Therefore, after forming the team, she consistently promoted democratic affinity internally, and while others respected her, there was no sense of awe because she was not ruthless enough. In chaotic times, strict measures must be enforced. This is not just talk. It is precisely because of this that she has fallen into such a predicament. At this moment, Nie Xiaowan finally awakened and understood the problem. However, having come this far, it is somewhat difficult to turn back. Even if she were to turn against them now, it would only exacerbate conflicts without solving any problems. After all, she couldn't have done it alone without everyone's contributions along the way. Turning against them is unreasonable both emotionally and logically, but asking her to produce an item is also something she is unwilling to do. More importantly, similar to the previous situation with Zhang Xiaobei, some words can be spoken by others, but not by her. She needed someone to stand up and speak for her. Originally, this person was Zhang Xiaobei, but since she exposed Qin Zixuan, there's been a rift between them. It would be good enough if Zhang Xiaobei did not kick her while she was down. She could hardly expect help from him. At this moment, he was crossing his arms and watching the show with a gleeful expression. It was just then that Su Ruojun stepped forward again. Hey, what are you guys dreaming about? What distribution? This equipment was sold to Sister Xiaowan at a friendship price by the Qin team. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. What are you trying to distribute right off the bat? Does everyone not have a sense of the value of high-quality weapons? If this goes outside, people would think their brains have turned to mush. What distribution? Just think about who the real owners of these two pieces of equipment are. Sister Xiaowan is too soft-hearted and values friendship, but let us not take advantage of that. Once these words were spoken, Nie Xiaowan's loyal supporters immediately reacted. Yeah, these two pieces of equipment are not just equipment. They are an invincible bond. They prove that Qin Zixuan and Nie Xiaowan are indeed connected. If we don't show our stance now, when will we? You have to know that, judging by the current trend, the team they are in now is likely to become the #1 team in Jinsha City in the future. As for the equipment, as long as that person is still around, it will be easy to get more later. That's right, this equipment was left by the Qin team, and Sister Xiaowan can completely dual-wield it. Why be jealous? Just follow Sister Xiaowan and the Qin team, and there will be plenty of equipment in the future. Stop being jealous, and think about how to get into the top 200 to save your lives. That's the real deal. After these few sentences, those who were previously dizzy with thoughts of the equipment quickly sobered up. Yes, we are not even close to where we need to be. The team spokesperson is Nie Xiaowan, but the real big boss behind the scenes is Qin Zixuan, who is ranked first on the 3 lists. The plaza sells battle suits, starting from 3 sets, and high-quality weapons can easily be exchanged for 2 by a super tough guy. If we serve him well, will we have no equipment? With this thought, the wind changed direction again. Nie Xiaowan smiled and looked at Su Ruojun with a hint of appreciation. She had noticed this muscular boy when Zhang Xiaobei was making trouble earlier and casually tossed him the original whiteboard battle knife. 500 sequence points, I don't need them. Just handle it. Su Ruojun was taken aback and quickly took the battle knife. Thank you, Sister Xiaowan. I will give you the sequence points right away. The farce came to an end, and Nie Xiaowan promptly announced, all right, there's not much time left until 8 a.m. tomorrow. We need to be within the top 200 to meet the Qin team, so let us all work hard to earn points. By the way, this central basin seems to have an inexplicable deterrent effect. The monsters that just chased us dare not step in here. If we make good use of this, it will be a significant benefit to us. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why the Qin team brought us here. After Nie Xiaowan's speech, the remaining 100 people split into several small groups and began to operate again. Qin Zixuan never expected that leaving behind 2 weapons would cause so much trouble. However, the root cause of this incident still lies in Nie Xiaowan's lack of assertiveness on a regular basis, leading the team members to even have ideas about her equipment. If it were Qin Zixuan, no one would dare to speak up just now because they wouldn't survive until then. At the edge of the Black Swamp, Qin Zixuan was busy as a bee. What was he busy with? Of course, he was busy exterminating birds. In order to maximize efficiency, as an ambitious young man, Qin Zixuan naturally did not intend to act recklessly. At the edge of the swamp, Qin Zixuan stood on a strange star-shaped clearing. Under the light of his headlamp, spider webs appeared faintly, linking the entire star into a large formation. Indeed, during the time when Niesharwan's team was tearing things apart, Qin Zixuan used spider silk bracers and the surrounding tall bushes to build a beautiful star-shaped stage for the scout birds. Now that the stage was built, it was just waiting for the main actors, the scout birds, to take the stage. Perhaps because the 5 birds died too quickly before, or because Qin Zixuan did not create a big commotion afterward, the scout birds in the black swamp did not attack him again. This means they would not come out on their own. Qin Zixuan had to invite them. Thus, Qin Zixuan brandished his golden thorn-poisoned spear, waking countless scout birds from their dreams, who then angrily chirped and flew at him. This time, in order to create a big commotion, Qin Zixuan directly used the 40-meter-long spear as a bamboo pole and combined with the 5-finger vine net on his shoulder in just a few seconds. He startled all the scout birds in the vicinity. Caw, caw, caw. In an instant, the angry bird cries rose and fell. Hundreds and thousands of scout birds flew towards Qin Zixuan like a storm. Having successfully recruited the actors, Qin Zixuan retracted his spear and started running towards the already prepared deadly stage. Chapter 40. I bought a watch last year. Whoosh! The flying birds darted like arrows. But Qin Zixuan was not an easy target. With a few agile moves around the bushes, he quickly dashed into the deadly stage he had set up. On one side was a long-planned formation, and on the other was a determined dive. It looked less like a battle and more like a self-caught play. In a moment, dozens or even hundreds of diving scout birds flew into the spider web. Then they all got stuck in the web. Caw, caw, caw. The invisible spider web made them emit terrified cries, as if warning or pleading for help. With his thorny spear flying, Qin Zixuan claimed the lives of one scout bird after another. Yeah, at the same time, the excited little Qin Shan stretched out both hands, and countless thorny vines shot out, instantly transforming into tentacle monsters, turning the scout birds on the web into large cocoons. Visibly green light being absorbed into the little creature's body through the thorns. The scene was quite bizarre. The surrounding formation looked like a 3-dimensional spiderweb, and the little Qin Shan standing on Qin Zixuan's shoulder was like that spider. No, it should be said to be a spider king, far more terrifying than a spider, because it could absorb nutrients from a distance. In no time, the large cocoons released, and the scout birds that had just been lively and struggling instantly turned into dust in the wind like rotten paper. Wow, at this absorption speed, you're not the reincarnation of a tree spirit, are you? The horrifying scene, combined with the notifications of sequence points, scores, and awakening values flooding the screen, made Qin Zixuan unable to help but complain. The little guy Qin Shan was quivering with excitement, completely ignoring Qin Zixuan. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, hundreds of scout birds didn't even touch the hem of Qin Zixuan's clothes before they all perished at the hands of little Qin Shan, turning into flying ash. After that, there was no need for Qin Zixuan to manually lure the monsters, as the sacrifice of hundreds of scout birds had already completely attracted the attention of the bird flock. More scout birds quickly gathered, soon swirling like a whirlwind outside the spiderweb formation, making both Qin Zixuan and little Qin Shan smile with joy. Qin Zixuan was quite clear about the strength of the spiderweb formation. In his dreams, he could charge into the black mire, let alone with an additional tentacle monster. Qin Shan, by his side at this moment. Regardless of how large this flock of birds was, under the collaboration of the spiderweb, Qin Zixuan and Qin Shan, the outcome was bound to be the nourishment that would strengthen these two. Because there were so many birds, Qin Zixuan's points began to roll in rapidly. With such efficiency, his sequence points and dense forest score started to increase quickly. This rolling naturally attracted the attention of others in the dense forest. Not far from the river, in the southeastern part of the forest, on a chaotic battlefield, Zhu Xiaodong smashed the last lizardman leader with a hammer, overjoyed to gain 20 points, and by chance, dropped a power attribute stone. His luck was quite good. Previously, when he killed the first elite, he obtained an elite-level gravity war hammer. instantly boosting his combat power several times. At this moment, his points had reached a staggering 359, giving him some confidence in catching up to Qin Zixuan. Just give him some more time. 700 or 800 points wouldn't be too hard for him. Haha, the boss is amazing. At this speed, if we have a few more major battles, catching up to that Qin Zixuan will be a piece of cake. A bearded little brother beside him flattered with a big smile. Yeah, I used to find it quite strange, but ever since our boss got weapons and gathered attribute stones, 700 or 800 points are really nothing. As long as we work hard, our boss being number one is practically a sure thing. Of course, that Qin Zixuan's points haven't moved for several hours. He probably just got lucky and obtained a one-time big killer, right? We have a guy in our team who is his colleague. That guy usually seems quite down. Everyone chimed in, and Zhu Xiaodong felt quite pleased with the flattery. A little brother, while speaking, opened the points leaderboard. Let me see, how many points does this guy have? Let's work harder and help our boss climb up quickly. As soon as the leaderboard opened, the little brother suddenly jolted, and his flattery came to an abrupt halt. Seeing him shocked, as if his soul had been pulled out, someone beside him patted him and asked, "What's going on? How far behind are we?" Why the surprise? Far behind. Look at the leaderboard. Quick, what's wrong with the leaderboard? This is so confusing. Damn, what the hell is this? The little brother next to him, confused, immediately opened the leaderboard and was equally stunned, stuttering a curse. Zhu Xiaodong saw this and was equally astonished, then quickly opened the leaderboard, and he too froze in shock. Because the first place, Qin Zixuan's points were rapidly fluctuating. 1-1, 2-1, 1-1, 2-2-1, 1-2, 3-1, 1-2-4. The speed was so fast that it changed 4 or 5 numbers in 1 second. Each change was only 1 point, but the speed was so quick that the last digit couldn't be seen clearly. Just in the time, he opened the leaderboard and stunned for a few seconds. It had already jumped dozens of times, reaching 1153 points. What the hell is this? 1 monster equals 1 point. How can the points jump so fast? Impossible. This can't be. Instantly killing over 100 monsters? I don't believe it. That bastard. Either he's the illegitimate son of that black wooden horse, or he's cheating. A yellow-haired little brother, seeing the wildly jumping points, couldn't help but curse. However, just as he finished, the black wooden horse suddenly appeared. Player Cheng Xiao, baselessly suspecting management. Warning issued, deducting 500 sequence points. Remember, Galactic Sequence is absolutely fair and just. There's no such thing as cheating or backdoor access. If you think it's impossible, it only shows your own narrow-mindedness. Don't use ignorance as a personality. Next time, annihilation. As the voice fell, the black wooden horse dissipated. The fate of the yellow-haired brother made Zhu Xiaodong's team dare not make random speculations anymore. There was no cheating, no backdoor. He achieved this level purely based on his own strength. Game management personally verified. Whether they believed it or not, they had to believe it. Zhu Xiaodong suddenly felt ridiculous. A few seconds were worth more than several hours. What was there to compare? He didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. At this moment, Zhu Xiaodong completely realized that aiming for first place in the leaderboard was no longer an option. He should honestly strive for second place. At this moment, it wasn't just Zhu Xiaodong's team that noticed Qin Zixuan's frantically fluctuating points. In the northeastern part of the dense forest, Gao Hanhai, sitting under a tree, almost instantly heard Gu Ting's exclamation. "Gao Hao, quick, look at the leaderboard. Big news, Qin Zixuan's points have moved." Gao Hanhai was a bit tired and didn't open the leaderboard immediately. Instead, he laughed and asked, "Oh really? Looks like he just took a break. How many points did he gain this time?" Gu Ting, in shock, trembled and said, "I can't say. You should see for yourself." Seeing Gu Ting's reaction, Gao Hanhai immediately opened the points leaderboard, and then, after decades of not cursing, he made an exception. This is too exaggerated. How'd he do it? Gao Hanhai was astonished, and the other players around him were even more so, almost turning to stone upon opening the leaderboard. All thinking the same thing that couldn't be spoken. "I bought a watch last year. Is this still a human?" Chapter 41. Points soar and cause a stir. There was no choice. Everything in front of them was truly too exaggerated. Looking at the wildly jumping numbers, everyone forgot to breathe. Their most instinctive reaction was that it was impossible, including Gao Hanhai. None could imagine how one could kill monsters to make points roll in so fast. Everything seemed so unreal. Are we playing the same game as him? Gu Ting asked soul-searching questions. Everyone on Gao Hanhai's team deeply agreed after hearing this. That's right. Is this even a game? They are still struggling on the survival line. Every monster they kill requires all their effort, while he has started mass killing. Such a gap. How could they not curse? 1 second for several monsters, 2 to 300 every minute. At this moment, the entire team forgot to think, just staring intently at the points. They wanted to see how long this crazy point fluctuation would last. It wasn't just Gao Hanhai's team. The Yang Jinhong team, not far northwest of the river, was also fixated on the leaderboard. By this point, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and Qin Zixuan's points had jumped over 800 times, reaching nearly 2,000 points without showing any signs of slowing down. At this moment, whether it was Gao Hanhai, Yang Jinhong, Zhu Xiaodong, Nie Xiaowan's 4 main teams, or all the other big and small teams and lone wolf players, after dealing with the troubles around them, all stared at that rapidly changing number until it stopped. 7 minutes, a full 7 minutes, from Qin Zixuan's points jumping to temporarily stabilizing. It had leaped for a full 7 minutes. During these 7 minutes, Qin Zixuan's points went from 1121 to 3536, jumping 2415. This means that this top player, in 7 minutes, killed 2,415 monsters, averaging about 5 to 6 per second. At this moment, everyone who calculated this number felt their heads buzzing. How did he kill 5 or 6 monsters in 1 second? It's no wonder they couldn't figure it out. After all, simply using cold weapons to kill 5 lizardmen lying in a row could take more than 1 second to kill them all. Did he use some incredible item like that explosion before? Everyone began to speculate in various ways, and apart from still being unable to believe and shocked, admiration was all that was left. That's right, admiration, awe. Whether in the old world or the new world, the survival laws of humanity have never changed, which is survival of the fittest. Qin Zixuan's ridiculously strong behavior made him the undisputed strongest in the center business circle's secret realm. At this point, Yang Jinhong realized that the face he had always cared about didn't even qualify him to mention Qin Zixuan. The 2 people who were previously incited by him to prepare to backstab Qin Zixuan immediately abandoned this foolish idea at the first opportunity because they all knew that with the speed at which he killed monsters, ambushing him would be no different from sending themselves to death. Not only did they not plan to ambush him, but they even thought about doing him a favor by secretly informing him of Yang Jinhong's plans against him in order to gain his favor and possibly join him. It wasn't just them. In such a dangerous environment, countless players began to scratch their heads, thinking about how to become Qin Zixuan's teammates. As for Nie Xiaowan's team, everyone was exceptionally excited at this moment, because the rules of the Black Wooden Horse stated that points could be lent, robbed, or traded with Qin Zixuan's number of points. As long as he wanted, he could easily share his points to ensure that most of the team survived. After all, at this moment, the second place, Zhu Xiaodong, had points that were not even a fraction of Qin Zixuan's. If Qin Zixuan were here, they would undoubtedly try every means to please him, hoping to be looked upon favorably. Now that Qin Zixuan was not here, they naturally turned their attention to Nie Xiaowan. After all, many people had heard what Nie Xiaowan said to Zhang Xiaobei, plus those 2 high-quality weapons. Most of the team had already paired the 2 together, completely forgetting about the forced grouping of Nie and Zhang earlier. Only Zhang Xiaobei. The jealousy in his heart twisted him gradually, and he looked around with resentment. Because of Qin Zixuan's explosive points, even his close teammates began to distance themselves from him. There was nothing he could do. Everyone was not foolish, and it was obvious that he had feelings for Nie Xiaowan. Nie Xiaowan also proclaimed herself as Qin Zixuan's woman, and if this matter were to reach Qin Zixuan's ears, it was likely that he would cause trouble for Zhang Xiaobei. By then, his companions would inevitably be implicated. They still wanted to live well in this secret realm. They couldn't afford to offend anyone, especially Qin Zixuan. No one expected that a small episode would make players in the entire secret realm start to fear Qin Zixuan. In fact, Qin Zixuan's method of killing monsters wasn't really that difficult. It was mainly a question of foresight, because every step Qin Zixuan took in the early game was carefully thought out. This was something other players couldn't learn. But as long as they were a little braver and smarter, they could also achieve what Qin Zixuan did. After all, the monsters in this first secret realm weren't particularly strong. Regardless of the type of monster, they all had very obvious weaknesses. For example, the lizard man slaves had a weakness for hunger, and players could easily try poisoning them. It wasn't too complicated. Just using raw meat combined with a strong laxative could yield a lot of points. Qin Zixuan's pentagram spiderweb formation could also be replaced with a regular bird-catching net. And if they had enough quantity and worked a bit harder to lure monsters, the effect wouldn't be too bad. Another example was the abyssal poison spider. They were afraid of fire. The forest anaconda was afraid of being stuffed. Once fed well, they wouldn't move. Using their brains. Killing monsters didn't necessarily have to be done with real weapons. Unfortunately, after the game was gamified, players faced death all the time, and their nerves were too tense, which caused them to lose focus and not find the right methods. In the center of the pentagram spiderweb formation, the last wave of large cocoons unfolded, and the entire black swamp fell into silence. The pentagram spiderweb formation, with holes in various places, completed its mission outside the black swamp. Within a kilometer radius where Qin Zixuan was located, all the Razor Scouts, except for a few that fled in terror, were turned into nutrients for Qin Shan. A total of 478. Because of Qin Shan's presence, the entire process went so smoothly that Qin Zixuan couldn't believe it. In less than half an hour of battle, the sequence points credited were 42, 126, with 2 for 178 points, 9 attribute stones, and 3 pieces of equipment. However, since the Razor Scouts were just ordinary monsters, the equipment dropped was all whiteboard, which Qin Zixuan didn't even bother to look at and tossed into the ghost tiger fish pendant. He didn't really value these. Whether it was sequence points or points, these things were far less important to Qin Zixuan than the awakening value of little Qin Shan. What truly made him happy was that after this series of operations, little Qin Shan's awakening value reached 483 points, which could be considered quarter. With another 2 or 3 waves, the little guy could directly awaken. The only downside was that the Razor Scouts had all been dealt with, and he could only set his sights on the crocodile lizards in the swamp. In fact, with such a commotion outside, the crocodile lizard clan in the dark swamp had already been alerted. However, under the roar of Zheng, they all shrank into the swamp mud, showing no intention of giving up their advantage or taking the initiative to attack. The crocodile lizard were extremely cunning monsters, and as their king, Zheng was even more so. Every hunt they undertook had to be nearly certain of success, and usually they wouldn't leave the black swamp unless there was an unavoidable reason. Chapter 42. Poisoning, for example. Delicious food. That's right, delicious food. Zheng, although cunning, was a foodie and loved all kinds of novel delicacies. Qin Zixuan had the super delicacy ghost tiger fish that it had never eaten in its life. Or more accurately, barbecued ghost tiger fish. During the dream, Qin Zixuan had used ghost tiger fish to lure it out of the swamp many times. At that time, he had used ordinary ghost tiger fish, but now he had the ghost tiger fish in hand. To Zheng, even ordinary ghost tiger fish could make its mouth water, let alone ghost tiger fish. Without further ado, Qin Zixuan, who still wanted to take a nap, immediately started his barbecue plan. Thanks to the flaming gloves, Qin Zixuan didn't have to worry about the fire source at all and quickly lit dozens of bonfires in the jungle. Every 50 meters, there was one bonfire, and each bonfire had a ghost tiger fish sprinkled with barbecue powder on it. The last huge bonfire had a large pile of ghost tiger fish meat. Soon, a rich aroma of barbecue fish wafted outside the black swamp. This aroma was irresistible to the abyssal crocodile lizards. One by one, the huge abyssal crocodile lizards stretched out their heads, starting to search for the source of the smell. In the center of the swamp, on a giant rock, Zheng, the size of a truck, also widened its eyes and looked towards the source of the aroma. Its mouth instinctively opened, and saliva continuously flowed out. It was certain that it had never smelled this aroma before, and it must be an unparalleled delicacy it had never eaten. So delicious, it absolutely couldn't miss it. With this thought, it instinctively moved its body and followed the aroma. In fact, long before it set off, several abyssal crocodile lizards that were already in the vicinity had violated Zheng's orders and chased the aroma into the jungle. In the dark jungle, just 10 meters away from the first bonfire, 3 abyssal crocodile lizards, each the size of a small car, were quietly approaching the barbecue rack. So fragrant, so fragrant. The closer they got, the more the 3 abyssal crocodile lizards couldn't resist. That incredibly tempting aroma was as if 1,000 claws were scratching at their hearts. Unable to hold back any longer, they began to rush forward. Thud, thud, thud. The crocodile lizards, with their limbs moving quickly, were no slower than small cars, and they made quite a noise. In just a few seconds, they rushed to the bonfire rack. Crunch! The watermelon-sized barbecued ghost tiger fish was finally swallowed whole by the first abyssal crocodile lizard to emerge from the swamp. The other 2 abyssal crocodile lizards that couldn't get the delicious food began to fight over the delicacy in their companion's mouth. But how could something so delicious be spit out? The first abyssal crocodile lizard on shore bit down hard, refusing to let go. The unparalleled meat aroma exploded in its mouth, making it emit a low humming sound, and in just a few bites, it swallowed both the fish and the stick. The other 2 abyssal crocodile lizards, seeing this, continued to follow the aroma and rushed to the second bonfire point 50 meters away. As for the one in the middle, after tasting the ghost tiger fish, it became even more excited and chased after it without hesitation. So delicious. It had never eaten anything this good in its life. The 3 abyssal crocodile lizards, no longer caring about any noise, charged wildly towards the second bonfire point. Behind them, more abyssal crocodiles, unable to resist temptation, crawled out of the black marsh in batches. Roar! Roar! In front of the second bonfire, 3 abyssal crocodiles confronted each other, unwilling to back down, and began to fight fiercely in front of the bonfire, heads colliding with tails in a lively manner. In the end, it was the one on the far left that took advantage of the moment when the other 2 were entangled and bit into the fragrant roasted fish. But just at that moment, as it had just bitten into the roasted fish and its taste buds exploded, a dragon-like roar suddenly came from behind. Ing! This was a roar reminiscent of a dragon's, causing Qin Zixuan, who was hiding behind the last big tree and eagerly watching everything, to burst into laughter. Ha, it's here! I knew you couldn't resist. Just as Qin Zixuan's words fell, a huge shadow rushed out of the swamp, with a massive head resembling both a crocodile and a lizard. Sharp teeth interlocked, a long and thick snout, it was comparable to the ichthyosaur of the Cretaceous period on Blue Star. It had 4 limbs, but unlike a crocodile's short and small limbs, they were strong and robust like those of a Komodo dragon on Blue Star. Its entire body was covered in scales that looked forged from steel, with a thick and powerful tail ending in a sharp bony blade. And its back and claws bore fin-like keratinous blades, making it appear like a mutated dinosaur from Blue Star. The appearance of the creature made the 3 crocodiles instinctively shudder. But before they could react, the tank-like creature charged forward, opening its massive jaws and violently biting at the abyssal crocodile that had just taken a bite of the roasted fish. Blood sprayed, and with a huge tearing sound, the abyssal crocodile, which had not even had time to chew the roasted fish, had half its head bitten off, not even able to scream before it was done for. As a predator, it showed no mercy, even savoring the roasted fish along with its fallen kin's head. Afterward, it turned its body and roared again. At this roar, the 2 trembling abyssal crocodiles felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and fled back into the black swamp, as if their lives depended on it. Only when they returned to the swamp did they fix their watery eyes on the roasted fish by the bonfire, silently drooling. They desperately wanted to come up and take a bite, but no abyssal crocodile dared to step forward. Every group has its own way of survival. As the king of the crocodile clan, the creature enjoyed the rights of priority feeding and mating. If any other crocodile dared to overstep, it would be seen as a challenge to the king's authority, and the creature would kill it on the spot, just like the one that had eaten the roasted fish earlier. After dispersing its underlings, the creature strode domineeringly toward the 3rd roasted fish. 1, 2, 3. It quickly became addicted to the watermelon-sized ghost tiger fish, devouring one after another. It followed the bonfire's guidance without realizing it was getting further and further from its home in the black swamp. When it finally ate the 10th roasted fish, it saw the super feast that Qin Zixuan had specially prepared for it. Half of a ghost tiger fish. The small fragrance almost made it cry with desire. It immediately abandoned the small ghost tiger fish and charged toward the ultimate delicacy like a mad tank. It didn't notice that hiding in the tree on the left side of the half-ghost tigerfish were Qin Zixuan and Qin Shan. It never thought about where this food came from in the middle of the night. Charging forward, it couldn't wait to take a bite and began to feast. The fish meat was tender and fragrant, combined with the slightly charred skin, surpassing all the delicacies it had ever eaten, causing it to be completely entranced by the taste. In just a few bites, it devoured all the half-raw fish meat. Then, just as there was nothing else to follow, as it finished the fish meat and prepared to return, it began to bleed from all 7 orifices, and the intense poison was corroding its internal organs. It didn't even have time to let out a roar before it collapsed. That's right, Qin Zixuan had poisoned the half-ghost tigerfish. The deadly poison of the thorn poison gun, which had no cure. At that moment, Qin Zixuan pulled his wrist, shooting down with a thread of spider silk. Whoosh! The long spear shot through its dim eyes, turning its brain into a mushy mess. The king of the swamp, without even a grunt, was done for. And the kill prompt appeared, with 6 light orbs bursting out. Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the Abyssal Crocodile King, gaining 6,000 sequence points and 100 force points. First kill of the Abyssal Crocodile King, gaining the rare title of Gourmet Connoisseur. Kill leaderboard number 1, currently ranked first. A smile reappeared on Qin Zixuan's face as he took out the blazing rock battle axe and chopped off the creature's tail. Little one, the rest is up to you, absorb it. As he spoke, the little one excitedly let out a sound, spreading its 10 fingers, and the thorny vines unfolded, quickly wrapping the creature into a cocoon, beginning to absorb its life force. This time, perhaps because the creature was special, or because the little one had reached a certain absorption threshold. During the process of absorption, Qin Shan radiated a greenish glow and fell into an unconscious state. Qin Zixuan immediately became anxious and opened Qin Shan's panel, seeing that the status bar indicated it was absorbing, which relieved him. Confirming that Qin Shan was only in a meditative state, Qin Zixuan no longer interfered and began to check his loot. 6 light orbs, a battle knife, a piece of inner armor, a level talent scroll, a pair of cool sunglasses, a hidden quest item, and a 2 attribute stone. The talent was named Power of the Creature, a strengthening talent similar to Werewolf Transformation, temporarily allowing transformation into a half-orc with the characteristics of the creature, a combat-type talent with absolute offense and defense. As for the equipment, the inner armor was of rare quality, the battle knife was of premium quality, and the attribute stone was of strength attribute, especially the inner armor. After Qin Zixuan obtained it, he immediately took off his battlesuit's top and put on the inner armor, which resembled a bulletproof vest. Creature armor, equipment type, armor. Equipment quality, rare. Equipment effect, all attacks of rare quality and below cannot penetrate defense in the covered area. Note, don't underestimate my small size. I'm quite sturdy. Note 2, concentrated essence, only hard enough can stand forever. The description was simple and straightforward. With this equipment, Qin Zixuan's defense level rose significantly. In a sense, he had already reached an unbeatable position. Not to mention, having a premium weapon among players is incredibly impressive. A super rare weapon is simply unthinkable. After donning the inner armor, Qin Zixuan looked at the battle knife. It was a black serrated battle knife, nearly 2 meters long with a blade width of about 5 inches, shaped like a wide sword, with a serrated edge starting 2/3 of the way along the blade. Resembling a snarling creature, extremely ferocious and savage. The equipment effect was as simple and brutal as the creature armor, but the effect shifted from defense to offense. Creature knife, equipment type, weapon. Equipment quality, rare. Equipment effect, a sharp battle knife with the power to break armor, easily shattering rare quality and below armors. Note, unbreakable. Nothing can withstand it. Note 2, cut, and cut again. Everything in my path can be severed. 1 knife and 1 armor perfectly inherited the terrifying offense and defense of the creature, indirectly reflecting its strength. If it weren't for the powerful poison, Qin Zixuan would never have easily taken down the creature, which had extreme offense and defense. Chapter 43, The Swamp Journey ends. Why does it seem so easy for this kid to kill everything? If killing the tree spirit was luck, then what about this creature? How does this kid know that the one rolling in the mud all day would be a glutton? An existence that is nearly invincible on both offense and defense was poisoned to death without revealing any strength. It's bizarre. Too bizarre. Can anyone manage this? On the bullet screen, Gio Leon was 3 parts confused and 7 parts indignant. What's so bizarre about this? The tree spirit was newly born with spiritual abilities. Is it so hard to figure out the creature's weaknesses? This is great. Killing the creature guarantees the secret realm's hidden treasures will definitely be revealed. A grand spectacle. The only downside is that this guy is currently too strong, so everyone needs to find him a rival. The King of Failure comments are filled with anticipation from various gods and demons. They quickly disperse to look for players who could become Qin Zixuan's opponents. The point ranking battle, the throne contest, and the hidden development phase are coming to an end. After that, players will face off against each other. And finally, the ultimate hidden challenge will arrive for the last showdown. Qin Zixuan didn't think too much, donning his fierce armor, slinging the fierce dagger, and using the golden rod with poisonous thorns as a surprise weapon. He collected the ghost tiger fish pendant and then turned his attention to the high-quality sunglasses. Night vision goggles, equipment type, functional. Equipment grade, boutique. Equipment effect. Provides a certain level of defense and grants night vision ability when worn. Note, I understand the darkness of the night that you don't know during the day. From now on, you will always understand the darkness of a night. Note 2. Wearing it at night raises your status, easily attracting attacks from show-off fighters. The goggles look good and are very practical because with them, Qin Zixuan can say goodbye to his flashlight. After putting them on, Qin Zixuan's field of vision instantly turned fluorescent green, but everything around him became extremely clear. Thus, he immediately turned off his headlamp and stored it in his pendant. The remaining 2 loot items weren't particularly interesting. One was a stone with 2 agility attributes, and the other was a hidden item, the Fong of Zhun. Fong of Zhun, when combined with the Heart of Tree King and the Core of Crystal Seed in a magic array, it can summon the ultimate fear. The description of this item is exactly the same as that of the Heart of Tree King, just with a different name. Qin Zixuan has already collected 2 of the 3 hidden items, meaning that after everyone goes through the throne contest, the final item will definitely be the Crystal Seed, completing Qin Zixuan's set task. He just needs to wait for the last stage, kill the Crystal Seed, and summon the ultimate hidden challenge. After organizing the loot, he waited a few minutes as the little creature lazily stretched, its green light retracting back into its body, regaining consciousness. Upon opening its eyes and seeing Qin Zixuan, the little creature hugged his face and started rubbing against him, causing Qin Zixuan discomfort. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, you're not a kitten or a puppy. Why are you rubbing your face like that? At that moment, a system notification appeared on the panel. Your partner Qin Shan has completely absorbed a powerful life form and gained growth attributes. Strength 3, Constitution 7, Agility 3, Spirit 1. Wow, a growth of 14 attribute points all at once. Qin Zixuan was shocked, quickly pulling off the little creature and opening its attribute panel to examine it closely. Qin Shan rank, none. Status, juvenile stage. Awakening value, 268410000. Master, Qin Zixuan. Surrounding attributes, strength, 10. Constitution, 27. Agility, 8. Spirit, 4. Note, the rebirth of the Tree King's indomitable will, naturally mastering strange natural powers, can assist the master in battles. Note 2. Can absorb natural energy to evolve. Not only did the awakening value increase by 200, but its attributes also took a leap, and its body had grown a bit taller. It was originally thumb-sized, but now had grown to palm size. Its dark brown skin became even darker, and its metallic texture became richer, much to Qin Zixuan's satisfaction. Good. Very good. Absorbing energy and gaining attributes. I'll feed you every day from now on. The little creature understood Qin Zixuan's words and jumped up happily. After tidying up the little fellow, Qin Zixuan didn't rest, but set up a large formation again. However, this time it wasn't a spider sill formation, but a bonfire formation. Dozens of scatter bonfires formed a huge roasting area, with several ghost tiger fish, coated with the poison of the thorny spear, roasting over each fire. In an instant, the aroma of fish wafted through the air, attracting many crocodile lizards in the swamp, their mouths watering. Initially, they were intimidated by the lingering power of the fierce creature and dared not come ashore to steal food. But once one crocodile lizard succeeded, the mud immediately churned. Over 100 crocodile lizards, like a fleet of war machines, rushed into the roasting area, starting a fish roast. They fought frantically for each fragrant and toxic ghost tiger fish, not stopping until death. The scene was chaotic, and soon the joy faded, leaving behind bleeding, dismembered crocodile lizards that could no longer stand. Qin Zixuan turned to look at little Qin Shan, who opened its small hands and turned them into large cocoons. In just a few seconds, the crocodile lizards that had just been celebrating turned to ashes. Qin Zixuan's serial point score jumped dramatically, while Qin Shan's awakening points surged by 147. Thus, Qin Zixuan's journey in the dark swamp came to a perfect end. All set tasks were completed, and, as night deepened, Qin Zixuan did not plan to kill any more monsters. Little Qin Shan's awakening points were not urgent for this night, and, as for his own ranking battle points, they were already enough to secure first place in advance. The Crocodile Lizard clan was very poor, and this last wave only yielded 2 pieces of basic equipment. Taking out the 9 attribute stones he had saved up, along with the 2 agility attribute stones just dropped, Qin Zixuan began to enhance his attributes. With 9 attribute stones, 3 for strength, 3 for constitution, 1 for agility, and 2 for spirit, plus 1 with 2 agility, he swallowed them in order. After looking at his attributes, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Zixuan's mouth. Name: Qin Zixuan. Age: 22. Rank: awaiting awakening. Serial points: 65846. Gifts: 17 demon coins, 20 fish bubbles, 1 stinky egg, 1 guaranteed success scroll. Cultivation method: none. Basic surrounding values: strength: 37. Constitution: 26. Agility: 35. Spirit: 22. Hidden attributes: charm: 4. Luck: 4. His average attributes exceeded 30 points, surpassing the awakening peak by another 10 points. Such attributes would make any other player dream of waking up laughing. After organizing his attributes, Qin Zixuan moved away from the crocodile lizard's troublesome area, found a small cave sheltered from the wind, sealed the entrance with spider webs and traps, and comfortably leaned against the cave wall. Opening the forest ranking board, he watched as the scores of other players slowly fluctuated, while he cultivated his drowsiness. Chapter 44. Gathering Point Coordinates released Forest Ranking Board. First, Qin Zixuan, 3,637 points. Second, Zhu Xiaodong, 412 points. Third, Gaohan Hai, 410 points. Fourth, Zhang Xiaobei, 357 points. Fifth, Nie Xiaoruan, 353 points. Sixth, Gu Ting, 341 points. Seventh, Xiaomeng Zhu, 328 points. Eighth, Gao Shangnan, 278 points. Ninth, Luo Chun, 255 points. 10th, Yang Jinhong, 253 points. 200th, Feng Xiaoqiang, 112 points. Overall, the changes on the board were not too significant. Apart from Qin Zixuan, the top group would typically score around 700 points after a night without sleep, and whether they could surpass his score was still uncertain, posing no threat whatsoever. After watching for a minute or two, with only slight fluctuations in the numbers, drowsiness overcame Qin Zixuan, and he fell into a deep sleep. The black wooden horse noticed that this kid had started a sleep broadcast and immediately canceled the top position, lowering the frequency. Thus, except for a few gods and demons who particularly valued Qin Zixuan and kept him on their frequency, the others quickly dispersed. In order to create a rival for Qin Zixuan, the gods and demons gathered around Zhu Xiaodong and began to frequently reward him. Zhang Xiaobei, how dare you? In his sleep, Qin Zixuan suddenly spoke, uttering an unexpected name. This murmuring immediately attracted the attention of the black wooden horse. The two had no previous interactions, and Qin Zixuan shouldn't know Zhang Xiaobei, having only seen this name on the leaderboard. Why did he suddenly scold him in his dream? Not only the black wooden horse, but also the goddess Jing, who had not logged out of the live broadcast, looked puzzled. Xiao Qi, what's going on? Did this kid know Zhang Xiaobei before? Similarly, The demon Princess 7, who had not logged out of the live broadcast, pondered briefly but was equally baffled. Based on the data and action trajectory, it seems that this person should not be recognized, right? Normally, it would be impossible for Qin Zixuan to dream of anyone, let alone him. Could it be that this kid has some kind of foresight ability that the Galactic Sequence system cannot detect? That shouldn't be the case. Under the original conditions and energy levels of Blue Star, higher life forms shouldn't be able to develop. The two gods and demons ultimately couldn't find an answer. But this only made them more interested in Qin Zixuan. As for Qin Zixuan, he simply had a dream, one that was not much different from his previous dreams. In the dream, it was 8 in the morning, the fourscore battle had ended, and he had successfully entered the throne competition as the first place. He was currently competing with the top 200 from the fourscore battle for the final throne. This state and feeling were very strange, as if the events about to happen were unfolding within a dream. Throughout the night, while sleeping, Qin Zixuan occasionally muttered the names of strangers. However, the tone and intonation made it seem as if that person was standing right in front of him. After checking for a long time without any abnormalities, the two gods and demons watching the sleep broadcast had become accustomed to it. Time flew by, and the sky in the secret realm gradually brightened as it neared 7 a.m. Ding dong. Good morning, players. The final 60-minute countdown for the fourscore ranking battle begins now. The coordinates for the throne competition gathering point have been released. All players must arrive at the gathering point before the fourscore ranking battle ends. If you miss the time, your scores will not be counted in the ranking system. The voice of the black wooden horse suddenly echoed from the sky, startling Qin Zixuan awake. As soon as he woke up, he felt a damp sensation in his groin, and there seemed to be a lingering smell of urine in the air. He instinctively looked down and instantly turned beet red. Oh no, how could I forget about this? Little Qin Shan covered her non-existent nose and ran away in disgust. This flaming glove is truly a pain. Qin Zixuan couldn't help but complain. He didn't even have a change of underwear. Fortunately, there was still plenty of mineral water in the ghost tiger fish pendant. He immediately took off his pants and rinsed them inside and out a few times, then dried them with the culprit flaming glove. At his age, wetting his pants would be something to be laughed at for a lifetime if anyone saw it. Thankfully, no one saw and no one knew. When he went to sleep at night, there shouldn't be any gods or demons guarding the live broadcast room. This scene, apart from Little Qin Shan, should not be seen by anyone else. Little one, if you dare to tell anyone, I'll use you as firewood. Qin Zixuan threatened sternly. And Qin Shan first shook her head in confusion, then immediately nodded. It was unclear whether she understood or not. As for the black wooden horse, it probably wasn't always present. However, just as Qin Zixuan quickly covered everything and breathed a sigh of relief, his email suddenly pinged. The god and demon, the beautiful and unmatched goddess of silence, appreciates your innocent cuteness and rewarded you with 1 demon coin. As soon as this notification sounded, Qin Zixuan covered his face and slumped down. If he could, he would have wanted to return this demon coin to that strange goddess and then ask her to leave the live broadcast room. Haha, it's too funny that he wet himself. Little Zixuan is just too cute. Haha, this is so much fun. I've decided to keep watching this live broadcast room while sleeping from now on. The bullet comments were filled with the goddess of silence, rolling with laughter. Qin Zixuan never expected that someone would be watching him sleep. From then on, his impression of the goddess of silence was forever frozen as a perverted female demon. As the final rankings of the score ranking battle were about to be revealed, the players following the black wooden horse channel had started to slowly enter the scene. Soon, Qin Zixuan's embarrassing incident of wetting his pants was spread by the goddess of silence. The name of incontinent Master Qin Zixuan spread like wildfire. Of course, at that moment, Qin Zixuan had no idea about the gossip among the gods and demons. If he knew, he might have even thought about killing the goddess of silence. After 3 years of training in the dream, Qin Zixuan was somewhat seasoned. His skin was not that thin, and he quickly forgot about the incident. After a simple wash, he set off for the gathering point of the throne competition. The location of the gathering point was generally set at the center of all players in the secret realm. At this moment, this location was just a few kilometers to the right of the central basin. It was daytime now, and with Qin Zixuan's speed, it would naturally not be a problem to arrive within an hour. But for other players, it was not necessarily the case. One must know that the forest was filled with abyss monsters, and they did not have Qin Zixuan's high mobility. If they rushed, they might lose their ranking. But if they didn't rush, they would likely miss the gathering time. The journey to the gathering point was undoubtedly a life-and-death test for them. At this moment, almost all teams were caught in a dilemma, except for Qin Zixuan's team, because their team was less than 5 kilometers from the supposed gathering point. At this moment, everyone in Qin Zixuan's team, including Qin Zixuan herself, was deeply impressed. Because of a single sentence from Qin Zixuan, they had rushed to the central basin last night. Thus, the more than 2 hours they thought they would lose were miraculously returned. Not only did they get it back, but because they arrived near the gathering point in advance. Their scores would definitely be counted in the ranking battle. Although they had also rushed yesterday, they had ultimately killed monsters while on the way. So the time wasted was not much, and their scores had not dropped significantly. Now, because of the rule that late arrivals would be excluded from the rankings, other teams had to rush. Meanwhile, Qin Zixuan's team could continue to earn points without worrying about the gathering point. In this back and forth, Qin Zixuan's team was certainly reaping the rewards. And all of this came from that Qin team that most of the team members had never even met. Little Ruan, Qin team is just too awesome. In the team, Su Ruojuan sincerely praised, and other team members immediately started showering him with compliments. Indeed, this operation was truly impressive. We are at most 10 minutes from the gathering point, and as long as our scores are enough, we will definitely survive to enter the throne competition. Haha, this is great. Thankfully, we all chose to trust Little Ruan and the great Qin team yesterday. Otherwise, we would be rushing like other teams, peeing and rolling. Everyone in Qin Zixuan's team, except for Zhang Xiaobei, sincerely praised Qin Zixuan, wishing they could shout, "Qin Zixuan, awesome." In contrast to them, the situation of other teams was not so optimistic. For example, the Gaohan High team, which was the farthest from the central point and had encountered a strange crystal snake on the way. At this moment, several main members in his team, including himself, were injured, and other members were exhausted. They originally wanted to take a good rest before facing the score ranking battle. Who would have thought that before they could rest? They suddenly had to march urgently? If they didn't arrive on time, their scores would be invalidated, and those outside the top 200 would be directly eliminated. This meant that if they couldn't make it in time, no matter how many points they had, they would be done for. Under such rules, they could only grit their teeth and rush forward at all costs. Other teams were not doing much better. The Zhu Xiaodong team was just southeast of the river and had been fighting monsters with all their might, completely unaware of the existence of a gathering point. At this moment, they were the farthest from the gathering point. Fortunately, he had dropped a few Constitution attribute stones, and his condition was decent, considering various unexpected situations. They should be able to make it if they rushed for 1 hour. He might be able to guarantee his arrival, but the other members under him might not be so lucky. As for Yang Jinhong's team, they were located not far from the riverbank in the southwest, and the distance to the gathering point was not much different from Zhu Xiaodong's team, making it quite difficult to reach the gathering point. However, while the distances were similar, the capabilities of their members were not. Zhu Xiaodong's team is mostly made up of people from the underworld, and their physical fitness and combat ability are generally stronger than theirs. If they're desperately trying to catch up, then Yang Jinhong's team is even more so. Almost the moment they left the gathering point, the entire team was instantly divided into several small squads, ranging from a few to dozens of people, and began rushing toward the gathering point. Even so, only a few main forces would likely make it in time. If the 4 large teams are like this, it goes without saying that the smaller squads are even worse. Aside from a few lucky ones who stumbled into good positions, most small teams were effectively sentenced to death the moment the gathering point was announced. Their strength was too weak, and the distance to the gathering point was too far. Even with an extra half hour, it would be impossible to arrive. In this timed gathering journey, the number of players in the secret realm would decrease from thousands to 200, and the so-called Forest Points ranking battle would officially begin. Chapter 45. Versailles Qin Zixuan. As the minutes ticked by, the team closest to the gathering point, led by Qin Zixuan, managed to stabilize at 43 people within the 200 limit and arrived at the gathering point 10 minutes before the countdown ended. Then she finally saw again the man she admired infinitely Qin Zixuan, dressed in blood-stained battle gear, with a waist axe and a back knife. Cold eyes and a stern face, he casually sat on a tree stump. He looked exceptionally relaxed, yet exuded an extremely violent and fierce aura, instantly dominating everyone present, including Xiaowan. For some reason, seeing this cold face made Xiaowan feel inexplicably at ease. Qin Zixuan, she instinctively called out, her voice trembling, emotions very complex. Hurt, attachment, gratitude, relief. This single call contained too much, nearly pulling the souls of her devoted fans behind her out. It gave rise to a feeling that if she could be called like this in this lifetime, she would gladly die for it. Well, you're not dead, so the points should be returned, right? Qin Zixuan's lips curled slightly, as always low and indifferent. It was as if he couldn't see her charm or hear her alluring voice. His eyes only held the points she owed. Upon hearing this, the fans and team members who were imagining the sweet plot ahead were taken aback. This isn't right. Wasn't he supposed to be her man? Do you mean to say that in your eyes, I'm still not worth that? Of course not. That's 6,200 sequence points. A down-and-out actress could buy a whole bunch. Do you believe that? Xiaowan protested with a face full of discontent, but she was cut off mid-sentence by Qin Zixuan. After that, there was no rebuttal. She knew that Qin Zixuan was right, even more absurdly so. In the current environment, what stars or no stars really didn't mean much. In a few days, someone like Qin Zixuan could easily gather a truckload without needing points. 6,200 points, not to mention converting them into equipment. Even converted into food would be enough for a person to eat for 2 years. Their brief exchange left Xiaowan at a loss for words, and the others behind her felt increasingly uneasy. The script seemed to have changed. What was supposed to be her man was now a strong licking dog vibe. Xiaowan was too humble, even more so than they were in front of her. As for Qin Zixuan, he completely matched their image of a strong person, cold, unapproachable, and flawless. This back and forth made their position in the Jinsha first team seem less stable. The way Qin Zixuan treated Xiaowan was like this. So it would be even more so for them, who were just her teammates. At this moment, many people were anxious and began to pray in their hearts that Xiaowan could unleash her unparalleled charm to win over this extraordinary man. Only Zhang Xiaobei, for some unknown reason, wore a self-deprecating grin. Xiaowan and Qin Zixuan, one represented everything about the game for him, while the other insulted his entire being. He hated both. After several encounters, Xiaowan had learned a bit about Qin Zixuan, a typical super straight man who only responds to softness and not toughness. Not to mention he probably wasn't at that stage with her yet. Even if he were, he certainly wouldn't be easily swayed or show any affection. Therefore, whether now or in the future, if she wanted to win him over, the first thing she needed to do was lower her stance. Here. That's exactly 6,200 sequence points, all for you. With this thought, Xiaowan felt much more comfortable. She quickly descended the slope and hurried to Qin Zixuan's side, voluntarily transferring 6,200 sequence points to him. Qin Zixuan casually opened the leaderboard, glanced at Xiaowan's ranking points exceeding 650, then calculated her sequence points and chuckled. You don't need to pretend in front of me. I just happen to have some garbage to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zixuan casually set down his backpack and slowly opened it. Hand crossbows, flying knives, short swords, battle knives, combat suits. Over 10 pieces of various equipment were laid out before Xiaowan. Look, tell me which one you like. I'll give you a friendship price. There were many eyes around, and Qin Zixuan wasn't worried about being watched, but spatial items were still too high profile at the moment. On the way to the gathering point, Qin Zixuan had taken this backpack from a dead guy, filling it with equipment he no longer needed or had discarded. The various pieces of equipment scattered before them, some ordinary, some good, and even some exquisite, immediately dazzled Xiaowan. Useless garbage. Is that even a human thing to say? To be honest, Xiaowan knew that with Qin Zixuan's points, his gains must have been substantial, but she didn't expect it to be this much. The equipment he had on him was already impressive, and the discarded gear was more than the total she had brought for her team. Did you get all this from fighting? Xiaowan couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy and blurted out a thoughtless remark. Well, Where else could I have stolen it? Qin Zixuan replied nonchalantly, making Nie Xiaowan feel like punching him. But after thinking about it, it seemed she wouldn't win, so she could only give Qin Zixuan a gentle glare. With so much equipment, considering our relationship, can we get a 50 discount? I'll take them all. Upon hearing Nie Xiaowan's words, Qin Zixuan didn't waste any time, picking up his backpack as if to leave. Wait. If that doesn't work, how about buying one good item and getting a whiteboard one for free? For the sake of the equipment, Nie Xiaowan lowered her stance as much as possible, not caring at all about what the dozens of teammates behind her thought. In fact, at this moment, those dozens of people had no thoughts of their own. If they were in her place, they knew they wouldn't be able to act as modestly as Nie Xiaowan and would certainly be even more obsequious. After all, those were glaring pieces of equipment, more than 10 various items. While Qin Zixuan could call them garbage, they couldn't, because among them were even blue exquisite equipment they had never seen before. At this moment, Qin Zixuan appeared to them as a towering giant. Unfortunately, this giant was simply too tall. He was at a height where he couldn't see them at all. Up to this point, everyone finally understood why even someone like Nie Xiaowan had to put on a smiling face to please him, even willing to pay out of her own pocket. Unfortunately, even paying out of her own pocket didn't seem to be so easy. Qin Zixuan did not accept Nie Xiaowan's suggestion, but he did make some concessions. I'll give you a chance to buy one and get one free. As for buying out the whole lot, you probably don't have enough points. These pieces of equipment would be a waste if kept in his spatial accessories. Selling them could not only convert them into sequence points, but also indirectly enhance other players' combat abilities, further digging into their value as cannon fodder. Why not do it? Chapter 46. Zhu Xiaodong's entrance. Buying out the whole lot is a must. If I don't have enough points, I'll find someone to make up for it. Nie Xiaowan declared decisively, and the hearts of the team members behind her finally relaxed. For players, equipment is a necessity when there's an opportunity to acquire it. They naturally don't want to miss out. Moreover, they could tell with their toes that Nie Xiaowan's willingness to buy out the lot was already considering them. Qin Zixuan's backpack contained a total of 11 items. 1 exquisite short sword, 1 pair of fine-grade swords, 3 ordinary-grade poison crossbows, 2 sets of ordinary-grade silver throwing knives, 2 sets of ordinary-grade combat outfits, and 1 ordinary-grade small round shield. Nie Xiaowan reached out with one hand and grabbed the ghost tiger fish intestine sword. How much for this friendship price? 3,500 points. Qin Zixuan did not set a high price. The reason he took out this short sword was to sell it to Nie Xiaowan, because in his opinion, this short sword was suitable for her. After glancing at the equipment attributes, Nie Xiaowan immediately transferred 3,500 points without hesitation, then casually pulled out the only small round shield from the plain equipment and smiled brightly. Thank you. Exquisite equipment with equal premium attributes is rare even in the shop, and the prices are higher than Qin Zixuan's offer, so Nie Xiaowan naturally knew its worth. After settling her equipment, Nie Xiaowan pointed at a group of about 40 people nearby, feeling a bit proud. So, how about the team I organized for you? A team, is this it? Don't say you organized it for me. Just take your time playing. Nie Xiaowan had no idea what they were about to face. This so-called team was meaningless to Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan smiled indifferently, clearly showing no interest, and casually tossed the equipment bag to Nie Xiaowan. After settling down, give me the sequence points directly. This action undoubtedly told Nie Xiaowan that he wasn't interested in joining a team or even making contact. Nie Xiaowan guessed this would be the result and didn't say much. She took the backpack and walked back. She understood Qin Zixuan. Once he made a decision, he would not be easily swayed. After that, everything went smoothly and everyone was very cooperative. In the team, Su Wanjuan spent 1,500 points to buy the cold lizard battle knife from the pair of fine-grade swords. Wu Xuelan spent 1,500 points to buy the fine-grade fishbone sword. The remaining 7 pieces of ordinary equipment were all sold off at around 500 points each. After getting the new equipment, Su Wanjuan was very happy and couldn't help but ask, Sister Xiaowan, what's going on? Does Qin's team think we're embarrassing and not planning to accept us? Nie Xiaowan scanned the surroundings and smiled. That's not the case. He will accept us, just not yet. Upon hearing this, everyone felt they had a rough idea. It was clear to any discerning person that Zixuan had feelings for Qin Zixuan. As for the first-ranked Qin team, it was hard to see anything on the surface. However, from the central basin and the equipment sales, it was evident that he had some consideration for Zixuan. Whether Qin Zixuan accepted them depended entirely on whether Zixuan could win him over. As for them, if they wanted to wait for that moment, they first had to survive the ranking battle. After collecting the sequence points, Zixuan returned to Qin Zixuan's side, holding the empty bag. In and out, including the 6,200 sequence points Zixuan exchanged back, Qin Zixuan directly gained 16,000 sequence points this time. After handing over the sequence points, Zixuan didn't hurry to leave, but instead sat down on a tree stump beside him and began to casually ask Qin Zixuan what he had been doing. Qin Zixuan remained calm and had little desire to answer Zixuan's questions. With little time left before the assembly, players began to arrive at the gathering point one after another, with some lucky teams and a couple of solo players. The atmosphere gradually became tense, with players watching the leaderboard while praying that those with higher scores wouldn't arrive. Just then, a team of about 30 people burst out from the bushes on the left side of the gathering point. Most of these people were burly, with colorful hair and numerous tattoos of dragons and tigers, looking very intimidating. Leading them was a young man around 30, who didn't have any flashy accessories. He wielded a war hammer in one hand and a large shield in the other, wearing iron armor, exuding a strong sense of oppression. With just one glance, Qin Zixuan recognized him as Zhu Xiaodong, a prominent figure in Jinsha City both before and after the game. As Zhu Xiaodong emerged from the jungle, he almost immediately noticed Qin Zixuan. To be precise, he first saw Zixuan and then Qin Zixuan beside her. There was no helping it. Zixuan's prominent features were simply too eye-catching. In Zhu Xiaodong's eyes, the person who could catch Zixuan's attention would certainly not be ordinary. He had heard of Zixuan during his years in Jinsha. She was the biggest star to emerge from Jinsha. If she were just a star, that would be one thing, but one who could also make it onto the leaderboard after the game could not be underestimated. When his gaze shifted to Qin Zixuan, he was immediately taken aback because Qin Zixuan's equipment was even more impressive. Swords, axes, gloves, bracers, rings, necklaces, everything was present, and they all looked to be at least fine grade. Thus, Zhu Xiaodong was even more certain that the one sitting in the center was indeed Qin Zixuan, because in this secret realm, there would be no second person with such luxurious equipment. His subordinates quickly noticed this and moved closer. Zhu Xiaodong didn't give much instruction. He nodded to signal everyone to enter. The arrival of this team instinctively drew Zixuan's team closer. The gathering point was very simple, just an unremarkable open space. Or to be more precise, it was a clearing cut out from the dense forest, with uneven tree stumps all over the ground. Fortunately, the tree stumps were relatively flat. Otherwise, the players arriving at the gathering point would have to sit on the ground or stand. However, at that moment, if someone was observant enough, they would notice that there were exactly 200 tree stumps. Qin Zixuan sat on the central tree stump, with Zixuan beside him, and her team members also gathered in the central area. After Zhu Xiaodong led his team in and took a glance, he did not lead his people to fight for positions, but directly sat a few meters to the left of Qin Zixuan. Two large teams, one with over 40 people and the other with over 30, occupied almost half of the stumps. No one spoke. They all silently watched the changes on the leaderboard. The points on the board had already stabilized for the top 200. These people were either on their way or had come and would not go out to fight monsters again. Unless there were transfers, trades, or thefts, there would be no further changes in points. Just at that moment, someone noticed something unusual about the tree stumps and began to whisper. The black wooden horse also appeared in the air at the right moment, followed by a system prompt. The countdown for the end of the forest ranking battle is 5 minutes. Players who have not yet arrived at the gathering point should hurry. At the same time, the gods and demons paying attention to the central business circle secret realm began to enter one after another. Chapter 47. Help me out. Ding dong. The god and demon, Great Xia Marquis, enter the live broadcast room. Wow, the forest ranking battle is finally reaching its final moments. There's a good show to watch. Ding dong. The god and demon, Zhuo Erliang, enter the live broadcast room. Ha! The trash marquis is here too. Who do you think will win? That freaky kid? As soon as this comment appeared, the beautiful and unimaginable goddess of silence, who had been lurking in the live room, couldn't help but retort. With that kid Sue in this frequency band, can any other player compete? Jiao Liang immediately countered. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes having too much strength at the beginning isn't a good thing. Jing, you don't really think that kid has already won, do you? Hearing this, the beautiful and unimaginable goddess of silence became even more energized, of course. Unless Qin Zixuan intentionally concedes, otherwise he is bound to be first in the ranking battle. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it must be his. You don't really think that in this secret realm, there is anyone who can match Qin Zixuan, do you? How about we make a bet? Jiao Liang laughed. Goodness, Jing, you're relentless in seeking revenge. Then I'll reluctantly join you in this bet. 10 demon coins. I bet Zhu Xiaodong will take first place. Betting continued, and the stunning goddess Jing was instantly energized. 10 is too few. Let's go big this time. How about 100? Are you brave enough? Ding dong. The demon, 7th princess, entered the live stream. Wow, just in time for the 100 demon coins bet. Don't be cowardly, come on. Ding dong. The demon, king of failure, entered the live stream. Haha, audience member 1. He's probably going to back down. The title of incontinent Master Qin Zixuan doesn't come for free. Ding dong. The demon, old captain, entered the live stream. Audience member 2. I don't know if you can hold it in, but I definitely wouldn't be able to. Old captain is a typical troublemaker. Ding dong. The demon, karma, entered the live stream. Audience member 3. A newcomer just arrived. Can someone explain the situation? I wonder if I can still place a side bet. Ding dong. The demon, ink-stained elegance, entered the live stream. Audience member 4, confused and pulled in. Seems like it's quite exciting. What's going on? Wow, that loser MO has finally arrived, just in time. A friend exclaimed, to Xiao Wangho looking a bit excited. The chat was clearly buzzing again, with demons commenting one after another, even bringing in their own friends, causing the channel's heat to soar. The demon, Murky Wine Tu Liang, felt a bit trapped, agreeing might not have a big chance of winning. But if he didn't agree, he'd be labeled a coward in minutes. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and sent a challenge message. 100 demon coins, I'm betting, but just so you know, if I lose, no crying. As soon as this message came out, the demons immediately flooded the screen with 666. As for the Black Trojan, seeing 2 new demons arrive and set a 100 demon coin bet, he almost couldn't contain his excitement. For Qin Zixuan, he regarded him as a treasure. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Qin Zixuan had become the face of the game in his eyes. There was no way around it. So many demons were focused on him. With demons above and desperate players below, the game was in full swing, and the 5-minute countdown was underway, time ticking away second by second. The score leaderboard showed little movement. More and more people were arriving, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the countdown. Exhausted, Gao Hanhai and Gu Ting arrived at the meeting point with over 20 others. At this moment, they were weary and covered in wounds. Almost all of the 20-plus people were injured, instantly attracting the attention of all players at the meeting point. This guy isn't dumb. He knew that in this state he would easily be targeted, so as soon as he stepped into the meeting point, he greeted Qin Zixuan with a bright smile. Brother Zixuan, you finally made it. After saying that, this old fellow naturally led his remaining team to sit down on the empty tree stump to the right of Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan slightly nodded, acknowledging him. It was this nod that made most players around abandon any malicious thoughts that had just arisen. The name Qin Zixuan held an unimaginable deterrence for players in the dark jungle secret realm, being first on 3 leaderboards. Just thinking about that title made no team dare to act recklessly. Even the seemingly strong Zhu Xiaodong would never want to confront Qin Zixuan directly. Qin Zixuan liked smart people like Gao Hanhai. A nod exchanged for a favor. Such a deal was naturally beneficial. Behind the calm leaderboard, undercurrents were surging. Having more friends was always better than having more enemies. As for Gao Hanhai, after arranging his team to sit down, he immediately approached Qin Zixuan and thanked him generously. Qin Zixuan smiled faintly. You owe me a favor. It needs to be repaid. Gao Hanhai smiled warmly. Brother Zixuan, if you need anything, just say the word. Gao Hanhai remained clear-headed, unaffected by his superior status or wealth before the game, maintaining a low posture before Qin Zixuan. He was confident in his judgment. Someone like Qin Zixuan was like a fierce dragon crossing the river, destined to soar. Such a person, he would befriend if possible, avoid if not, and absolutely avoid making enemies. The facts proved his judgment was correct. If it weren't for Qin Zixuan's nod just now, he and his team might not even have had the chance to enter the final tally. Qin Zixuan waved his hand. Go treat your wounds. As soon as he spoke, Qin Zixuan sent a friend request. Gao Hanhai was taken aback, nodded and retreated while immediately accepting the request. As soon as he accepted, Qin Zixuan quickly sent a message. Mobilize mid-level points. Be careful of your head ranking being eliminated. Qin Zixuan's voice rang in his ear, and Gao Hanhai understood instantly. Gao Hanhai also felt something was wrong, but he didn't expect that in the final points battle, someone would want to eliminate him. Indeed, the calmer it was, the more turbulent it became. Time passed, and the countdown reached 3 minutes when Yang Jinhong finally appeared with over 10 players. However, compared to Gao Hanhai's team earlier, they looked even more miserable. Not to mention the others. Even he himself had lost an arm, covered in blood. If it weren't for his driver, who had stayed by his side, he probably wouldn't have made it here at all. In fact, even if they barely arrived, it would be meaningless. Because before they could sit down, countless bloodshot eyes were already staring at them. Yang Jinhong's ranking was in the top 10. If they could take him down, their own ranking would surely rise again. Although the Black Trojan never stated, there were surely advantages to high and low scores. According to its previous behavior, higher rankings were definitely better. Yang Jinhong's team of defeated soldiers was like a delicious piece of meat. Yang Jinhong knew they were being targeted and realized that if he didn't come up with a plan soon, he would be finished. But the problem was, he had no ideas. Just then, he saw Qin Zixuan sitting in the center and immediately shouted excitedly, Qin Zixuan, help me out. I'll give you my sequence points and scores. Chapter 48. Preparing for elimination even when asking for help. Yang Jinhong's tone still carried an innate nobility. It felt less like a plea for help and more like a chance to be charitable, giving others the opportunity to save him. Deep down, he exuded a strong sense of class, feeling inherently different from others. No matter what happened in the team, he always attributed the reasons to others. He never made mistakes, and he never thought he could be wrong. It was always the fault of others for not cooperating with him and not strictly following his commands. Right now, he just felt unlucky. He just needed to survive this phase. He never considered why, under such realistic game rules, others should unconditionally obey him. And on what basis? Due to previous interactions and the equipment selling incident, Qin Zixuan was already somewhat annoyed by him. Naturally, he didn't think of helping him and simply replied indifferently with a smile. Yang, where do you see that I need those points and sequence points? As soon as these words were said, several loose teams, including a few from Zhu Xiaodong's team, immediately turned their attention to Yang Jinhong's side. After all, at this moment, they were just a team of defeated soldiers. Other teams could easily take them down without much effort. Yang Jinhong's side had a total of 16 people, and aside from Yang Jinhong, who was ranked 10th, the rest had scores over 200, which was no small number. Anyone who took them down would achieve a qualitative leap in points. Just then, the driver Zhao, who had been supporting Yang Jinhong, suddenly let go of him. Then, as everyone thought even he was about to give up on Yang, he took a few steps to Qin Zixuan's side. Qin Xiao, please save my boss. I'll give you all my points and sequence points. I can even give you my life. Please save him this time. As he spoke, Zhao knelt down in front of Qin Zixuan, preparing to bow his head. Qin Zixuan saw the situation and raised his hand to stop his movements, asking, Don't bow yet. What is your name? The driver, old Zhao, quickly replied, My name is Zhao Zhongming. I'm General Yang's driver. Qin Zixuan nodded, Okay, tell me, why go to such lengths? Without him, I would have died over 10 years ago. I know he has many flaws, but he has done me a favor, and I hope he can live. Please. Zhao Zhongming, in his 40s, had a face full of wrinkles, looking weathered, simple, and sincere, repaying kindness with kindness, even at the cost of one's life. Such purity moved Qin Zixuan. All right, the final moment is approaching. Yang Jinhong, you should be grateful that you still have such a driver by your side. For old Zhao's sake, I'll take half of your points and all your sequence points. And I'll guarantee you once. The others, half points, half sequence points. Qin Zixuan laid out the terms, and old Zhao bowed gratefully, saying, "Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place shook. Everyone turned to look at the standing Qin Zixuan, who did not shy away from their gaze at all. "Yes, you heard me right. I've guaranteed Yang Jinhong's team. If you have any objections, step forward." Clang! The bright blade was drawn, and Qin Zixuan stood with his sword, speaking domineeringly. Seeing this, the people who had just started to form thoughts put down their intentions of grabbing points again. Zhao Zhoming quickly returned to the team and helped Yang Jinhong over. The 16 people, except for Yang Jinhong, who submitted 300 points, all submitted half of their points, which ranged from dozens to hundreds. In just a few seconds, Qin Zixuan's points soared to 3684, and his sequence points increased by 29251, causing the surrounding players to shine with envy. However, knowing their own strength was too weak, they could only watch with jealousy. At this moment, there were only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left until the final settlement of the leaderboard. A few scattered small teams entered, including 2 familiar figures, Xiao Mengzhu and Wang Chao. Just as they stepped into the gathering point, the black wooden horse suddenly descended. 200 people full, countdown of the last 2 minutes for the points ranking battle. A heads up, the player in first place will receive a super generous reward. As soon as this was said, the whole place shook. The barrage outside also exploded instantly. Damn, I knew the dog management would stir things up. Isn't this telling others to team up to gather points and fight for rankings? Xiao Zixuan, you must not be careless. My sister is counting on you to turn the tide. The stunningly beautiful goddess Jing was the first to speak, angrily cursing the black wooden horse. But she was not overly worried. From past performances, Qin Zixuan was not a careless person. As the two who were betting against each other, Zhuo Erliang, followed closely. Haha, in the last 2 minutes, that kid is probably floating. On Zhu Xiaodong's side, he was preparing for a final 30-second kill. Jing, why don't you surrender now? Surrender and lose half. Just 50 divine demon coins. Get lost. Surrender and lose half? Am I short of this 50 divine demon coins? Xiao Zixuan can kill everyone in 1 minute. Do you believe it? Gathering points for a kill. Are you kidding me? The stunning goddess, Jing, who never loses in a battle of wits, immediately shot back. Haha, so lively this time I stand with Jing. With Qin Zixuan's current strength, he might not be able to kill everyone in 1 minute, but he can definitely take out quite a few. Da Xiaowangho spoke up to support. That's hard to say. Qin Zixuan is strong, but Zhu Xiaodong is not weak either. Last night, he received rewards several times, so he might have the strength to fight. Since there was earlier encouragement for Zhuo Erliang to bet, old captain was naturally on his side this time. Haha, what a surrender and lose half. Uncle Gio is so funny. Seven Princess spoke, clearly leaning towards the goddess Jing. Other gods and demons, seeing this excitement, began to choose sides. Moran Qianhua and King of Failures sided with the goddess Jing. The last one, who was led into a pit by old captain, ultimately stood with Zhu Xiaodong, even naively starting an outer betting market. They were betting on Qin Zixuan being careless, whether in terms of points or regarding Zhu Xiaodong as a person. Would Qin Zixuan be careless? Of course not. Because of the existence of the newcomer 3 Challenges adventure, he had to secure first place to meet the conditions for the first completion. So, for others, the ranking might just be about how many rewards they receive. But for him, it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he had to ensure that he was definitely first, and could only be first. Considering the characteristics of point borrowing and trading, his points must exceed the total of at least half of the others to guarantee he was definitely first. To achieve this, it was too difficult or too easy. From Qin Zixuan's perspective, supported by his immense strength, there were at least 2 feasible methods. The first was to have Nie Xiaoruan and Gao Hanhai collect half of their team's points and transfer them to him. The second was to take down the only threat, Zhu Xiaodong's team. Either one would work. With this thought in mind, Qin Zixuan opened the points leaderboard one last time. First place, Qin Zixuan, 3,684 points. Second place, Zhu Xiaodong, 867 points. Third place, Nie Xiaoruan, 694 points. Fourth place, Zhang Xiaobei, 654 points. Fifth place, Gaohan Hai, 650 points. Sixth place, Gu Ting, 642 points. Seventh place, Xiaoming Zhu, 560 points. Eighth place, Gao Shengnan, 550 points. Ninth place, Luo Chun, 525 points. 10th place, Li Jin, 512 points. 200th place, Feng Xiaoqiang, 203 points. He was still in first place, and the top 10 remained unchanged except for Yang Jinhong being replaced. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, Qin Zixuan immediately noticed frequent subtle changes in the top 100 of the leaderboard. It seemed that Zhu Xiaodong's side had already been secretly operating to control the points, just waiting for the last moment to deliver a fatal blow to him. Thus, Qin Zixuan had nothing else to think about. He raised his blade and headed straight for Zhu Xiaodong's team. Chapter 49, From Gods and Demons to Carrying Buckets into the Factory. Qin Zixuan was never one to have a good temper. Since someone was blatantly eyeing him, how could he not take the initiative to confront them? The distance between the two sides was not far, and as Qin Zixuan charged with his sword, Zhu Xiaodong's team was naturally alert right away. The first little brother at the front, upon seeing Qin Zixuan's imposing manner, felt a bit intimidated. However, being someone from the underworld and relying on the brothers behind him, he feigned bravado and shouted, "You? What do you want? Don't come any closer." Qin Zixuan did not respond, swiftly sweeping past with his sword. Whoosh! A flash of cold light, blood spurted into the sky. The speed was so fast that no one at the scene could see how he drew his blade. And in the instant the blade flashed, a head had already fallen in front of Zhu Xiaodong. Since he had decided to make a move, it was a situation of no retreat, so why waste words? Qin Zixuan's ruthlessness made everyone present shudder, and those uninvolved immediately retreated to the side. Looking at the unblinking corpse of his little brother, Zhou Hongyi, Zhu Xiaodong's heart raced, and he sternly asked, "Qin Zixuan, what are you doing?" Zhu Xiaodong had seen many ruthless characters, but he had never encountered someone like Qin Zixuan. No declarations, no grandstanding, just silence and direct killing. After killing Zhou Hongyi, Qin Zixuan's points approached 4,000, and he smiled indifferently at Zhu Xiaodong, saying, "What am I doing? Of course, I'm clearing obstacles." Boom! As soon as his words fell, Qin Zixuan wasted no time. His foot stomped down, and with the power of the enhanced ring, nearly 8 times the strength of an ordinary person erupted completely, shooting towards Zhu Xiaodong like a cannonball. Too much bullying kill. Knowing that his plan to accumulate points had been uncovered, Zhu Xiaodong also gave the order, leading dozens of players armed with close combat weapons to rush forward. At this moment, Zhu Xiaodong was already starting to regret planning this so-called kill, because Qin Zixuan was completely different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that the other party would not notice his covert actions. Even if he did notice, he should not act immediately, and in a back-and-forth manner, the success probability on his side would be quite considerable. Who would have thought that Qin Zixuan not only had sharp instinct, but also acted decisively? Without a word of nonsense, he just attacked. Bang! Bang! Crack! Splat! With each explosive sound, equipment shards and blood flew everywhere, and a cannonball like Qin Zixuan exploded through Zhu Xiaodong's team. As for the battle situation, 2 words described it: chaotic slaughter. Under his powerful attributes and indestructible serrated knife, no one in Zhu Xiaodong's team could withstand a single blow from him. One knife for one little kid, so smooth that everyone watching forgot to breathe. In 10 seconds, maybe even shorter, the only ones left standing in Zhu Xiaodong's team, aside from a few ranged attackers who forgot to shoot, were himself and the 4 who hadn't had the chance to engage yet. No, to be precise, Zhu Xiaodong had already engaged with Qin Zixuan, and the price was that his shield was split in 2 and his iron armor was basically scrapped. Both were high-quality equipment he had purchased at a great cost, but they were sliced apart like paper by the peculiar serrated blade in the opponent's hand. If he had held on to a glimmer of hope for a battle against Qin Zixuan before, that glimmer was completely shattered after this blow. The 2 sides were simply not on the same level. Zhu Xiaodong's average attributes were less than 20 points, while Qin Zixuan's average was 35 points, and in combat, his strength soared to 84 points. With such attributes, what battle was there to speak of? It was a complete one-sided crushing. You have killed Zhou Guani, gaining sequence points 73-58, score 423 points. You have killed Xiao Jianyuan, gaining sequence points 57-98, score 460 points. You have killed Dong Yuanjia, gaining sequence points 59-70, score 399 points. You have killed Li Yuchuan, gaining sequence points 45-26, score 423 points. You have killed Li Ruqi, gaining sequence points 45-64, score 410 points. In an instant, more than 10 members of Zhu Xiaodong's team were killed, and the system notification board was flooded with over a dozen red data points. Qin Zixuan's score soared by 52-98, bringing his total score to an astonishing 91-78. The situation was set, with a score reaching this number, even if others accumulated points. It could be basically confirmed that he would be first. Wait, this time I admit defeat. All my team members will surrender half of their points. Looking at Qin Zixuan, who raised his knife again, Zhu Xiaodong swallowed hard, immediately lowering his stance and expressing his submission. Is this it? Where's the swagger? The guy you had high hopes for is this level? One knife kneels? How boring. I haven't seen enough yet. In the barrage, seeing Zhu Xiaodong submit, the stunning goddess went wild. There was no way it felt too good. Finally finding the chance to vent this frustration. On the side, she casually threw down 2 demon coins for Qin Zixuan. At this moment, the stunning goddess felt the joy that Zhuojiao Erliang had before. As for the latter, he naturally felt the previous frustration of the stunning goddess. Focusing on the character swap, the experience was completely reversed. Zhuojiao Erliang, also like the stunning goddess before, unwillingly retorted, "What's the rush? All's fair in war. Zhu Xiaodong still has trump cards." Haha, still has trump cards? A dead duck's mouth is hard. Not even on the same level. Okay, go prepare the demon coins, 100 pieces. The stunning goddess unhesitatingly pounced on the drowning demon dog. The demons who had stood by her also began to speak sarcastically. "Uncle Wine, don't struggle. Give up if you don't have enough demon coins. I can lend you some. We all know each other so well. I'll 1T blacken you. How about 9 out of 18 return?" Princess 7 started to talk about high-interest loans. "Haha, what a 9 out of 18 return. Good guy, I'm calling you a good guy. Erliang, if one day you can't pay back the high-interest loan, you can come to my little shop for help. I'll give you double wages." After the high-interest loans from Princess 7, King of Failure had already started to think of a follow-up path for him. Or if you don't want to work in iron, our paper mill is always hiring. The wages and benefits are very good. Or you could carry a bucket into the factory. That wouldn't be bad. After all, you're still a demon body. The assembly line speed can definitely be maxed out. After working for 10 or 8 years, you'll definitely be able to pay back those demon coins. The newly joined demon, Imo Ranxianhua, added a finishing blow. Ha ha ha, this is directly going to the assembly line. Poor Uncle Wine. The great Xia Prince burst out laughing and added a jab. Several demons, one after another, with a few barges, Zhuojiao Erliang completed the transformation from demon to factory worker carrying a bucket. This round of ridicule nearly gave Zhuojiao Erliang a stroke. The black wooden horse on the side laughed so hard it sounded like a pig. What is called effect? This is called effect because of Qin Zixuan's brilliant performance. The demon's explosive barrage had already raised the channel's heat to a major city level. At this moment, the black wooden horse almost wanted to shout. Qin Zixuan, on the ground, Zhu Xiaodong began to slowly retreat because he knew that if he continued fighting, he might also have to give up. So it was better to admit defeat and wait for another day. But such thoughts were simply naive to Qin Zixuan, like a 3-year-old child. Admit defeat? I'm not playing house here. With a low, cold laugh, Qin Zixuan, who had killed more than 10 people, did not stop there. Instead, he raised his black serrated knife again and leaped forward like a fierce tiger. Chapter 50. Cruel game rules. He launched an extremely swift jump slash before it even landed. The sharp aura had already sent chills down Zhu Xiaodong's spine. The situation was repeatedly beyond Zhu Xiaodong's expectations, forcing him to passively respond. Buzz. At the critical moment, The war hammer in Zhu Xiaodong's hand suddenly burst forth with a strange black light, and the gravity around him suddenly doubled. Under the sudden increase in gravity, Qin Zixuan's furious slash deviated from its target. Bang! With a loud explosion, Qin Zixuan's knife struck the ground, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding air to stir violently, sending wood chips and dust flying. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Xiaodong's war hammer swept through, howling straight towards Qin Zixuan's head. At this moment, Qin Zixuan's serrated knife had just hit the ground, and it was clearly too late to raise his knife to defend, but he remained completely calm. Flames ignited in his left palm as he pressed down. Bang! With a dazzling explosion of fire. Everyone was dumbfounded as Zhu Xiaodong's war hammer was actually pressed down by Qin Zixuan's left palm, and then tightly held, no matter how hard he tried. It didn't budge an inch. With such an opportunity, how could Qin Zixuan let it go? His right arm's serrated knife flicked, transforming into a flash of cold light. This knife was so fast that Zhu Xiaodong completely did not see the trajectory of the blade. He only instinctively moved to the left at the moment the other party flicked it. Splat! Blood splattered, and Zhu Xiaodong only felt a chill in his left shoulder. His left arm, along with his armor, flew out. Qin Zixuan, don't bully me too much. In excruciating pain, Zhu Xiaodong let out a cry and no longer dared to hesitate for a moment. He loosened his grip on the heavy war hammer and quickly retreated. 2 strikes. The shield shattered, the armor cracked, and the hammer was dropped as his arm flew away. Zhu Xiaodong was frantic, and the only remaining right arm suddenly pulled out his last trump card from his bosom, a metal wine flask. Qin Zixuan did not recognize this wine flask, but it did not hinder him from knowing how tricky this thing was. With a flick of the war hammer, it rebounded like a cannonball back at Zhu Xiaodong, and his body closely followed. At this moment, Qin Zixuan had only one thought, no matter what that thing was. It was best not to give him time to release or use it. But just at this moment, a few ranged attackers behind Zhu Xiaodong finally reacted. Bang, bang, bang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bullets and arrows shot out like a rainstorm, trying to restrain Qin Zixuan and buy time for Zhu Xiaodong. But an unexpected thing happened again. Facing the rain of bullets and arrows, Qin Zixuan did not retreat at all. A flash of green light appeared around his neck, and a green light barrier emerged, after which he charged through the rain of bullets and arrows, closing in on Zhu Xiaodong. As soon as the latter's wine flask appeared, it had to dodge the war hammer. With no time to use it at that moment, Qin Zixuan unleashed a frenzied strike, blooming like moonlight. PFFF. Blood spurted like a waterfall, and Zhu Xiaodong's body was already split in two, never managing to open the wine flask before dying. Killing player Zhu Xiaodong yielded Qin Zixuan 867 force points, 26, 382 sequence points, and 5 demon coins. The system notification popped up. Qin Zixuan showed no sadness or joy, and with a flick of his knife, the wine flask in Zhu Xiaodong's hand changed ownership. Ha, great, I won. Saucy wine. Is this the trump card you mentioned? Is it this weak? So weak that you couldn't even open it before dying? Seeing Qin Zixuan cleanly slay Zhu Xiaodong, the triumphant goddess Jing declared her victory. Ha, congratulations, Sister Jing, saucy wine. I wasn't joking before. If you need it, I can really lend you some demon coins. Princess 7 cruelly added a finishing blow. Yes, yes, yes. 2 tails. What I said before was the truth. If one day you can't repay the high-interest loan, you can really come to my little shop, and the treatment will be preferential. King of Failures chimed in with a similar finishing blow. 2 tails, no more words, it's exhausting to forge. Just grab a bucket and enter the factory. Everyone in the factory is talented, speaks well, and there are many exotic factory girls. How great. Ink-stained beauty violently added a finishing touch. Saucy wine was on the verge of exploding with anger, wanting to retort, but found no words. He never expected that the seemingly strong Zhu Xiaodong would be so useless against Qin Zixuan. Not only did he fail to convert the demon coins he gifted into sequence points to buy attribute stones for reinforcement right away, but he also gave away his trump card for free. Everything was handed over to Qin Zixuan. Is this how he survives in the underworld? Ultimately, it was a miscalculation. Meanwhile, the 2 demon gods who had supported him old captain, and Yi immediately muted themselves to avoid attracting fire. At this moment, there was no one to speak up for him. It was only 100 demon coins. He could actually afford it, but he couldn't afford to lose face. However, it was useless to say anything now, except defeat. After transferring 100 demon coins to the goddess Jing, Saucy Wine cast a cold glance at Qin Zixuan in the arena and sent one last message. Save this for you. Come back next time to collect. Ha ha. Always at your service. Goddess Jing, stunningly beautiful, was particularly happy. In her excitement, she grabbed a handful of demon coins and rewarded Qin Zixuan. The other demon supporters also felt relaxed, starting a wave of continuous rewards. Ding dong, ding dong, ding ding ding. Qin Zixuan's inbox suddenly rang with a series of notifications. However, the battle in the arena was not over. Qin Zixuan was not in a hurry to check. Taking advantage of the duration of a natural barrier, he transformed into a blade wheel, shooting towards Zhu Xiaodong's range team. The crushing power of attributes and equipment left them with no ability to resist, and in an instant, they fell like wheat. Thus, Zhu Xiaodong's team of 34 was completely wiped out. The system notification board was once again flooded with red data. Qin Zixuan's forest points reached 16,759, and no one could threaten his position as the top in the forest rankings. At this moment, there were still more than 40 seconds left until the final settlement of the forest points ranking battle. This meant that Qin Zixuan had eliminated Zhu Xiaodong and his team in just 1 minute and 20 seconds. His powerful strength left all players witnessing this scene dumbfounded and shocked. From then on, he was marked as a top-level threat. At the gathering point, the ground was littered with the bodies and bloodstains of Zhu Xiaodong's team, as well as various equipment spoils. Yet no one dared to reach out to pick them up, even though the equipment lay right beside them. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. After all, Qin Zixuan's recent battle had been overwhelmingly shocking to them. His strength was formidable and extremely ruthless. Any involvement could lead to death. They dared not touch his spoils. Seeing such a scene, Qin Zixuan shouted towards the collar of his shirt. "Qin Shan, stop sleeping, get up and clean up." As soon as he said this, everyone was puzzled about whom Qin Zixuan was calling, when suddenly a small treant the size of a palm crawled out from his collar. Then, to everyone's astonishment, as the little treant stretched, dozens of thorny vines shot out, instantly encasing the bodies of Zhu Xiaodong's team in a large cocoon, while all the spoils were dragged in front of Qin Zixuan. In 5 seconds, or even less, while Qin Zixuan was packing up the equipment, the large cocoon unfolded once more. The bodies that had just been lying there were left with only soft, limp clothing, and the corpses had dissipated in the wind. As for Qin Zixuan, aside from the warhammer that Zhu Xiaodong had left, the other equipment was all trash to him. However, despite the meager equipment haul, he did obtain something remarkable: the wine flask that Zhu Xiaodong had just revealed at the last moment. Frenzied Demon Wine, a unique strong liquor brewed by the demon, Saucy Wine. Drinking it temporarily triples life attributes below the current tier for 1 hour, after which the user will fall into a deep sleep for 3 days. It must be said that this wine is truly abnormal. If Zhu Xiaodong had drunk it just now, even Qin Zixuan, as strong as he was, might have encountered some trouble. Fortunately, he decisively activated the natural barrier, and coupled with the severe side effects of this item, he was initially hesitant, otherwise he might have been caught off guard. However, at this moment, nothing else mattered, as this item was already his. Time quickly approached the last 10 seconds countdown for the Forest Points leaderboard settlement, during which more and more players arrived at the gathering point. The vacancies in Zhu Xiaodong's team were quickly filled, and there were even more players than before. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Forest Points leaderboard settlement. As the countdown numbers in the sky reached 0, a large board unfolded like a sky curtain. Forest Points leaderboard. First place, Qin Zixuan, 16,759 points. Second place, Nie Xiaoruan, 694 points. Third place, Zhang Xiaobei, 654 points. Fourth place, Gao Hanhai, 650 points. Fifth place, Gu Ting, 642 points. Sixth place, Xiao Mengzhu, 560 points. 7th place, Luo Chun, 525 points. 8th place, Wang Xinmin, 512 points. 9th place, Su Xianbing, 485 points. 10th place, Qi Yifeng, 484 points. 200th place, Feng Xiaoqiang, 203 points. As soon as the leaderboard was released, the sound of the black wooden horse rang out. Congratulations to player Qin Zixuan for reaching first place in the Forest Points ranking battle, earning the unique special title, Forest First. Ranking rewards were distributed, and those who had not reached the gathering point or were ranked below 200 would be eliminated. As the announcement concluded, the split screen in the sky reappeared, and the unfortunate players who failed to arrive or were ranked 200 and below exploded into blood mist with a series of dull sounds. Correspondingly, the successful players received a stream of reward notifications. Player Qin Zixuan, congratulations on achieving first place. Reward sequence points, 10,000. Reward, Tier, Jungle Guardian Talent Scroll. Reward, Random 10 Attribute Stones X1. Reward, Rare Equipment, Forest Cloak. The rewards were indeed plentiful, but aside from the Forest Cloak and title, Qin Zixuan was not particularly interested. The title was due to its excellent attributes, while the equipment was valued for its special characteristics. Forest First. When in a jungle environment, all attributes too. The only title that grants all attributes, just the all-attribute boost alone is enough to drive people crazy, which Qin Zixuan really liked. As for the Forest Cloak, its attributes also held significant meaning for Qin Zixuan. Forest Cloak, equipment type, functional. Equipment grade, rare. Equipment effect, disguise and invisibility, ever-changing. Note, you can't see me. Can't recognize me. Can't see me. Can't recognize me. Note 2. The universe is a dark jungle, full of dangers of disguise and invisibility. The equipment attribute introduction was quite vague, inheriting the game's usual nonsensical style. It might leave an average person dumbfounded for a moment. But Qin Zixuan doesn't need to worry at all, as he's already very familiar with this piece of equipment. After acquiring it, he effortlessly donned it. In the blink of an eye, those watching him suddenly saw him transform into a black-clad female warrior. Moments later, he appeared as a frail old man. The image seen from different angles was completely different, and saying it was ever-changing would not be an exaggeration. This is the characteristic of this equipment: invisibility and disguise. Changing form at will. With just a thought, Qin Zixuan could make others see what he wanted them to see, which was incredibly useful. However, since everyone already knew his location, there was no need for Qin Zixuan to disguise himself, and after a little play, he reverted to his true form. After putting on the cloak and tidying everything up, Qin Zixuan noticed that the other players present were also receiving a significant update to their equipment. Just as everyone was busy claiming rewards and changing gear, the black wooden horse spoke again. All right, this is both an end and a beginning. After the Forest Points ranking battle, you will face the ultimate battle for the throne. Now, there are 200 tree stumps under your feet, representing you 200 players. In 10 minutes, these stumps will be halved, and you will circle around them to the music. When the music stops, you must sit on a stump. Anyone not seated on a stump when the music stops will be considered a failure, and the failed players will be eliminated on the spot. Due to limited space, no weapons may be used in this round. It will be a pure test of physical strength. This game consists of 3 rounds. The first round with 100 to 200 players, the second round with 50 to 100, and the third round with 10 to 50. Those who successfully pass all 3 rounds will qualify for the final battle in this secret realm. Is that clear? The black wooden horse carefully explained the rules, a vicious grin on its face. Clear? After all the effort to get here, you tell us the survival rate is 10 out of 200. The last 10 still have to fight to the death. You might as well just kill me now. A female player complained angrily, and in her moment of rage, the black wooden horse had her killed. After that, there was nothing more to say. All right, I will fulfill your wish. The black wooden horse scoffed coldly, and the accuser exploded into fragments. Is there anyone else who would rather die than participate? If so, step forward, and I will give you a quick end. The black wooden horse asked, but no player dared to step forward. With 200 players down to 10, and then to fight again, most knew they might not survive to the end, But living for even a moment longer was better than dying without a fight. Now that they had come this far, who wouldn't want to make it to the end? Even the smallest chance was still a chance, much better than dying for nothing. Chapter 51. The two major principles of cannon fodder, however. Under this rule, the so-called team dynamics became awkward. The first 2 rounds were manageable, as they could rely on their numbers to push out other players. But what about the last 2 rounds? In the face of life and death, could they really let each other go? That seemed unrealistic. So in the end, even among teammates, competition was inevitable. In other words, it would be a life and death struggle. You die or I live. As a result, any bond of teamwork would be severed. Once this rule was announced, Zixuan immediately looked at Qin Zixuan. For some reason, she had a feeling that Qin Zixuan had long known that the throne battle would unfold like this. In the very center of the gathering point, Qin Zixuan sat alone. Within a 5-meter radius around him, no player dared to linger. The recent scenes of Zhu Xiaodong's team meeting their demise were still fresh in the players' minds. No one dared to utter a word, even if he just sat on the central stump, let alone if he occupied several nearby stumps. While others hesitated to approach Qin Zixuan, Zixuan quickly broke away from her team after a few brief instructions and walked briskly towards him. Her actions made Qin Zixuan smile slightly. It seemed his choice of a cannon fodder team leader wasn't too foolish after all. He had just thought to himself that if Zixuan hadn't come over on her own, he would have completely abandoned her in the subsequent throne battle. But since she had, he would conveniently keep her. Leaving her team, Zixuan felt a sense of lightness, as if shedding a heavy burden. In just a few steps, she was beside Qin Zixuan, sitting down next to him with ease. Qin Zixuan grinned, no longer as cold as before. What is going on? Why did you come over? Aren't you leading your team? Zixuan smiled brightly. Given the upcoming game format, I've disbanded the team, so everyone can fight for themselves. Haha, what a disbandment. Isn't that like burning the bridge after crossing it? Qin Zixuan teased. Hearing this, Zixuan playfully rolled her eyes at him. What do you mean, burning the bridge after crossing? Disbanding is a good thing for everyone, right? This way, in the future games, no one has to worry about feelings, and 1T carry the stigma of killing teammates. Qin Zixuan nodded. Yeah, that's a clear thought. Of course. I am your chosen cannon fodder. Zixuan leaned closer, lowering her posture significantly. Qin Zixuan chuckled and asked, Are you sure you want to be my cannon fodder? Absolutely. Zixuan replied without hesitation. Qin Zixuan said seriously, All right, 2 requirements. First, in the course of the game, you must prioritize my life above all else. Second, you must unconditionally obey all commands and orders. Think it over before you tell me. Once you agree, you must execute. Otherwise, you will die. Qin Zixuan's words made Zixuan pause slightly. Then she instinctively asked, What will I get in return? A degree of protection and priority to purchase certain items, such as equipment and talent scrolls. Upon hearing this, Zixuan immediately replied without hesitation, Then, I agree. Qin Zixuan smiled. Good, from today on, you are mine. Without my permission, you won't die. Hearing this, Zixuan was very happy, her eyes sparkling. Then I'll be relying on you from now on, boss. This sudden movement caused Qin Zixuan to be momentarily distracted, as he absent-mindedly replied, Yeah, sure. However, being someone who had been through it all, Qin Zixuan quickly regained his focus. By the way, as the second in the Force Points ranking battle, you should have received a talent scroll, right? When it came to business, Zixuan became serious. Yeah, a level lava blacksmith talent scroll. Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting that Zixuan, as the second place, would receive this talent. In a way, this talent scroll was even better than his first place reward, because this lava blacksmith is a secondary profession talent. In the game Galactic Sequence, there is no strict class division. It is just that due to different talent functions, players have categorized them into combat and secondary professions. Combat talents, needless to say, refer to talents that enhance one as attributes or other abilities. Secondary profession talents refer to those that allow players to forge equipment according to blueprints without using the universal forge. The lava blacksmith is a secondary profession talent that, upon awakening, comes with fire control abilities and can create weapons and armor using a furnace, and it is also quite a rare secondary profession. Due to the fire control ability, its combat power is not inferior to that of general combat talents. One cannot help but say that Zixuan's luck is truly remarkable. Haha, good, very good, excellent. Hand it over. Qin Zixuan laughed, surprising Zixuan a bit, but she didn't refuse and immediately took out the scroll from her pocket. However, just as she was about to hand it over to Qin Zixuan, she suddenly said, "Can I make a small request?" Qin Zixuan, in a good mood, smiled and asked, "What request? Go ahead." Zixuan's eyes sparkled. "Take off your mask. Let me see what you look like." Qin Zixuan was taken aback. "Just this?" Zixuan smiled and said, "We've known each other for so long, and I still don't know what you look like." Qin Zixuan didn't say much, naturally took off his mask, and snatched the talent scroll from Zixuan's hand. Zixuan didn't pay attention to the talent scroll in her hand, but instead stared intently at Qin Zixuan's face. It was stern and resolute. At first glance, he could only be considered slightly handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye, especially the depth of his eyes that revealed the full view after removing the mask, deep as an endless starry sky, making one want to delve into them. Overall, he was stunning, very stunning, making Zixuan suppress her urge to smile. However, Qin Zixuan didn't care about this praise at all and said in a deep voice, "You can't take this talent scroll for free. When your attributes reach 20 points, I'll give you a high-level talent scroll." "Well, it's fine. My life belongs to you. What's a talent scroll?" After hearing the promise from the other party, Zixuan half-jokingly and half-seriously acted generous. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan was very familiar with her routine and shot back, "Don't think too much. You have to make up the difference. You deserve to be single." The latter half of the sentence was naturally not spoken. After all, she was still helping him to find a partner. Just as the two officially confirmed their relationship, everyone else had also changed their equipment and started forming teams freely. That's right, forming teams. The final battle could only have 10 participants. Large teams weren't allowed, but small squads were fine. At that moment, 3 more warriors walked towards Qin Zixuan in the center of the tree stump. The 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. And Qin Zixuan recognized the first 2, Gaohan Hai and Gu Ting. The last one was someone he didn't know, but had seen before. If he remembered correctly, he was a boy next to Zixuan. Gaohan Hai approached first, fist-bumping and greeting, then directly offered 30,000 sequence points. "Brother Zixuan, just a small token of respect. I wonder if we can stand by your side in this 3-round competition. Don't worry, we just want to survive. We absolutely won't have any thoughts or actions about stealing the throne from you." Gaohan Hai was as clever as ever, directly offering sequence points to buy position. Qin Zixuan glanced at Gaohan Hai and Gu Ting and smiled. "You can stand, but add 20,000 more. And I'll let you be the closest to the tree stump when the music stops." As soon as these words came out, the other 4 in the small circle were shocked. Gaohan Hai and Gu Ting didn't expect Qin Zixuan to have a rough estimate of their total points. Zixuan and the girl behind her, Suruojuan, were also surprised that they would bring so many sequence points to buy position. "All right, thank you for your support, Brother Zixuan." Gaohan Hai agreed without thinking, and then Gu Ting came up to add 20,000 sequence points. That was 50,000, not 505,000. Zixuan estimated that Gaohan Hai and his secretary probably had just that much total points. At that moment, she suddenly felt that her identity as the first cannon fodder was quite valuable. After all, she was sitting next to him for free. Zixuan and Suruojuan had a new understanding of Qin Zixuan's decisiveness. As for Gaohan Hai, he didn't think Qin Zixuan was being excessive. If he were in Qin Zixuan's position, he would be even harsher. After the 2 sat down, only Suruojuan was left standing awkwardly. "Qin team, I, Suruojuan, want to join you." Suruojuan was very nervous. His voice trembled a bit. There was no way around it. Everyone at this gathering point felt nervous in front of Qin Zixuan, because he was too powerful and too fierce. It took a lot of courage for Suruojuan to walk up and say that. Qin Zixuan immediately noticed his cold lizard battle knife and violent club and smiled lightly. "Joining is not impossible, but you have to give me a reason to accept you. What are you good at?" Upon hearing this, Suruojuan immediately replied firmly, I am good at risking my life." As soon as this was said, Qin Zixuan's smile widened but he didn't agree right away. Instead, he immediately checked Su Ruojuan's basic situation through the friend system from Ye Xiaowan. All right, you can sit down. From now on, you're the number 2 cannon fodder. As for the rules, let your sister Xiaowan tell you. To be honest, when Su Ruojuan heard Qin Zixuan tell him to sit down, his first reaction was that he misheard. So he confirmed again, Brother Qin, I didn't mishear, did I? But this time, Su Ruojuan's words were interrupted by Ye Xiaowan. Stop talking nonsense, you heard right. If I tell you to sit, then sit. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojuan immediately gratefully cupped his fists. Yes, thank you, Brother Qin. Thank you, Sister Xiaowan. After that, Ye Xiaowan began teaching Su Ruojuan the 2 major rules of cannon fodder through the friend system. Naturally, Su Ruojuan had no objections because he trusted his instincts and believed in Ye Xiaowan. If he guessed correctly, she was the number 1 cannon fodder in Qin Zixuan's words. In this world, someone like Qin Zixuan, who could easily command followers with a wave of his hand, made it his luck to be able to join. 10 minutes wasn't short, and even with the small interlude of Gaohan Hai and Su Ruojuan, only 4 minutes were left. Bored, Qin Zixuan finally remembered his reward mailbox and opened it. He then saw a whole page of messages. God Demon, Da Xiao Wangho appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with a string of fish roe. Fish roe. Yes, that's right, fish roe. As soon as the first message came out, Qin Zixuan rolled his eyes. 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind. What kind of Da Xiao Wang Ho is this? Do they raise fish at home? Last time it was fish bubbles, and this time it's fish roe. Are they planning to make a fish roe and fish bubble hot pot for him? This is too boring. If you don't have money, you don't have to reward. This is just messing with people's mentality, right? Don't let me find this person. Otherwise, I'll have to feed him fish roe and fish bubbles for a day, so he can eat his fill at once. After a rant of indignation, Qin Zixuan finally calmed down and looked at the second message. God Demon Beautiful, unparalleled beauty of the quiet goddess, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 23 God Demon coins. Damn, did I read that wrong? 23 coins. This is definitely a gold sponsor. No, it should be a gold sponsor, Mom. She must have rewarded me for killing Zhu Xiaodong cleanly. If she is in the live broadcast room in the future, I can kill even more excitingly. At this moment, Qin Zixuan was filled with thoughts of God Demon coins, completely forgetting about the embarrassing incident from the morning. The following few rewards were much more normal. God Demon, 7th Princess, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 2 God Demon coins. The 7th Princess was still the same. A steady stream of small rewards, high frequency, but usually wouldn't exceed 5 coins. God Demon, King of Failure, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with 1 guaranteed success scroll. The King of Failure seemed to have enjoyed the show today as well, rewarding Qin Zixuan with a treasured guaranteed success scroll again. After that, there was a new God Demon. God Demon, Inkstained Lead, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and follows you. God Demon, Inkstained Lead, appreciates your wonderful performance in the game and rewards you with a calligraphy set. 2 messages, one was a follow and one was a reward. But before Qin Zixuan could open it, another person walked up to him. Chapter 52, the so-called throne competition. The newcomer was Xia Mengzhu. She looked anxious, with a hint of pleading. Qin Zixuan, can you take me with you? Looking at Xia Mengzhu, who could score over 9 points in looks and figure, Qin Zixuan was a bit surprised. Take you with me? Wang Chao is too scared to come over. Aren't you afraid of me? Xia Mengzhu was very direct. I'm afraid, but I have no choice. Take me, I'll do whatever you want. With this determination, you should learn to rely on yourself. I can't take you with me. Qin Zixuan was also very direct and refused without hesitation. There was no relationship between them, and he couldn't trust her character. Why would Qin Zixuan seek trouble for himself? Xia Mengzhu looked deeply at Qin Zixuan, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't say it, and turned to leave. Until she walked away, Ye Xiaowan, who was beside Qin Zixuan, finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, at that moment, she was very afraid that Qin Zixuan would pity this girl and include her in the team. She had seen this girl before. It was obvious she was someone who knew how to ingratiate herself. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan was highly immune to feminine charm, and regardless of the enticing conditions offered, He rejected her without hesitation. After dismissing Xiao Mengzhu, Qin Zixuan turned his attention back to the reward mailbox. The last reward was a calligraphy practice book named Mo Ran Qing Tian. Mo Ran Qing Tian, a unique calligraphy practice book by the demon Mo Ran Qianhua. Its effectiveness can be known after writing it 1,000 times. Writing 1,000 times? Who has that much free time? Qin Zixuan casually tossed it into his space ornament. After cleaning out the reward mailbox, Qin Zixuan looked down at the large package of equipment. He naturally threw the equipment bag in front of Zixuan and said, "You all handle this equipment. I need to take care of something." Qin Zixuan glanced to the time. There were 2 minutes left, and he quickly merged into the crowd. Time passed quickly. After comfortably relieving himself, Qin Zixuan returned to the gathering point. By this time, everyone had been pushed out of the tree stump area and stood in a circle around it. The tree stump area had also undergone significant changes. The outermost circles of tree stumps had sprouted small saplings, clearly indicating that they could no longer sit there. Less than a minute remained before the first round of the throne competition began. Zixuan, Su Ruojun, Gaohan Hai, and Gu Ting stood together, leaving a spot for him in the middle. Qin Zixuan was not pretentious at all. Once he entered, he headed straight for the group and, after standing firm, looked at the empty-handed Zixuan and Su Ruojun and asked what's going on. Sold everything? Zixuan chuckled and showed him 270,000 sequence points. What else is there to say? Zhu Xiaodong's team equipment is not bad. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Su Ruojun raised the gravity war hammer in her hand and said happily, "Yeah, this hammer is really good." Qin Zixuan said nothing more and directly accepted the sequence points. Based on his estimate, selling the entire package of equipment for 250,000 would be decent. But he didn't expect them to sell it for 270,000. It seemed that Zixuan or Su Ruojun had a knack for business. He could just hand over such matters to them in the future. Having 2 cannon fodder was indeed different. Many things no longer required his direct involvement. Brother Zixuan, what do you think about this round? With little time left, Gaohan Hai seized the last opportunity to ask Qin Zixuan for strategies. Qin Zixuan smiled and replied, "No thoughts. Just keep moving in circles. When the music stops, sit on the stump in front of you, and leave the rest to me." As soon as Qin Zixuan finished speaking, the voice of the black wooden horse rang out again. "All right, rest time is over. Welcome to the throne competition, first round." Before the game officially began, I must reiterate once again that during this game, no one is allowed to use equipment. Music start. Fate, even if it is turbulent. Fate, even if it is twisted. Fate, even if it threatens you. As the black wooden horse's words fell, a classic old song, Red Sun, suddenly echoed through the forest. With the music playing, everyone began to move around the tree stumps. The music continued, and the speed of the crowd's rotation increased. When the music reached the line should not be abandoned, it abruptly stopped. The players who were spinning fell over in a moment of chaos. 100, 200, which means 12. One person is eliminated, and one can survive. Moreover, the 100 tree stumps are not in a single layer but in 2 layers, with a 23-meter gap in between. The game rules state that once the music stops, you must sit on a tree stump. In reality, there is still a time limit. After all, you need reaction time and action time. In simple terms, the so-called throne competition is just a game of musical chairs, but the penalties for this game are a bit severe. In the first round, there was naturally no problem for Qin Zixuan and his group. First, his position was excellent, and second, Qin Zixuan's attributes were simply too strong. At the moment the music stopped, including Gaohan Hai, Zixuan, and the others, they were all momentarily stunned. A moment later, when they reacted, there were no other players on either side, not just on the sides. It should be said that there was no one in the area where the 5 of them were, within a 5-meter radius in front and behind. Some were knocked down, some flew away. Most people hadn't reacted yet, and they had already sat on the tree stumps. According to the rules, once you sit on a tree stump, you are already considered qualified. Even if you are pulled up afterward, it will still not be considered a failure. Of course, at this time, no one came to pull them up. Others also began their battles, pushing and tripping each other, using all means to obstruct one another. and then sitting on the tree stumps. The situation was as brutal as it could be. Before this, they might have been teammates, clients, or even lovers. But under the threat of life, everything became so fragile. At this moment, the only thing in their eyes was the tree stump. For example, Zhao Zhoming, just as he was about to sit on a tree stump, was unceremoniously kicked away by Yang Jinhong, who had been squeezed out by others, taking his place. If it hadn't been for his good luck, accidentally landing in a spot due to that kick, he would have been out this round. And after that kick, Zhao Zhoming no longer felt indebted to Yang Jinhong, because Yang Jinhong's first tree stump was originally given to him by Zhao Zhoming. But Yang Jinhong, due to his injuries, had been robbed by others. He had already repaid his life twice. If Yang Jinhong asked for it the second time, he would have given it without hesitation. But he really shouldn't have kicked him away like that. You see, voluntarily giving and forcibly taking are two completely different concepts. After that kick, Yang Jinhong completely lost his driver and his chance to survive. Soon, after about 35 seconds, all the tree stumps were filled. The players who sat down looked terrified, while those who didn't were filled with despair. Then, they began to dissolve rapidly. Yes, dissolve. Their entire bodies melted away like ice cream under the sun, quickly vanishing into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Qin Zixuan looked around and saw many familiar faces. Yang Jinhong, Xiao Mengzhu, and Zhang Xiaobei from Ye Xiaowan's previous team. The scene was not much different from what he dreamed of last night. Chapter 53, The Old Captain's Reward. The first round ended. Players exited the circle, and preparation for the second round began. The voice of the black wooden horse sounded again, and the remaining 100 people didn't even have time to grieve before being pushed off the tree stumps. When everyone walked out, the tree stumps circle changed again. The outer circle of 50 of the 100 stumps had sprouted saplings. Zhao Zhoming, if you trust me, come over here. It was at this moment that Qin Zixuan took the initiative to extend an invitation for the first time. Zhao Zhoming was quite surprised because he had never thought that Qin Zixuan would invite him over. After all, in this secret realm, no one didn't know Qin Zixuan, the strongest. In fact, in the eyes of most people, if anyone could survive out of this secret realm, it would definitely be Qin Zixuan, because Qin Zixuan was not only powerful, but also understood human nature. Zhao Zhoming was a small character, but he had many shining points. For Zhao Zhoming, after drawing a clear line with Yang Jinhong, he naturally agreed without hesitation. However, Yang Jinhong beside him, still not understanding the situation, either pretended to be confused or genuinely didn't get it, saying, "That's great, Lao Zhao. Qin Zixuan invited you. We can all survive." While speaking, he followed closely beside Zhao Zhoming. At this moment, Yang Jinhong finally woke up, finally realizing who had supported him all the way to this point. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhao Zhoming was completely disheartened. "Yang, after that kick just now, I no longer owe you anything. Take care of yourself." Once the words fell, Zhao Zhoming didn't say another half sentence of nonsense and quickly walked to Qin Zixuan's side. Yang Jinhong's skin seemed to suddenly thicken. He didn't argue, but quickly followed him. Unfortunately, just as he got closer, Qin Zixuan spoke up. "Yang Jinhong, if you take one more step, I'll be the first to throw you out of the game." Upon hearing this, Yang Jinhong naturally dared not advance any further, but still unwillingly said, "Old Zhao." Zhao Zhoming, more than a decade ago. Yang Jinhong clearly wanted to play the emotional card, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was knocked down by a fiery punch, almost shattering all his teeth, and his throat felt burned. For a while, he probably wouldn't be able to speak. This punch was, of course, delivered by Qin Zixuan, who really disliked Yang Jinhong. If it weren't for Zhao Zhoming, he would have died a long time ago. After being knocked down with one punch, Yang Jinhong no longer dared to make a fuss and quickly crawled out of Qin Zixuan's sight. Second round, 50,100 ready. Music start. The black wooden horse paid no attention to this little episode, and with a command, the music started again. The sound of red sun filled the air. "I wish to accompany you for a lifetime." However, as the music played, a bizarre scene unfolded. Within a 10-meter radius in front and behind Qin Zixuan, there were no other players except for those he allowed. After witnessing Qin Zixuan's dominance in the first round, the players in the second round became smarter. They had all seen what attributes Qin Zixuan possessed. Even Zhu Xiaodong and his entire team could be directly eliminated. They were even less of a match. Competing for position with him was essentially akin to committing suicide. Since that was the case, why bother competing with him? They simply assumed that the few people in his position had already cleared the level, allowing others to compete fairly. The music continued. Even if fate is tossed and turned. Even if fate is twisted and strange. Even if fate intimidates you. Life is uninteresting. This time, the music abruptly stopped at life is uninteresting. Qin Zixuan's team easily took their seats on the tree stumps. The spectators, the gods and demons, grew somewhat bored, and a few had quietly exited the venue. To be honest, this three-stage game had become a bit dull for Qin Zixuan. The god and demon, old captain, began to complain. Indeed, with his current attributes. Saying it was a one-sided fight was no exaggeration. The god and demon, Destiny, agreed. I now understand why that guy, Liang, suddenly didn't like this kid and went to support others. He's too ridiculously strong. Black wooden horse. Hurry up and think of a way to deal with this kid. Old captain grumbled. Unfortunately, this conversation was ultimately just a monologue between the two gods and demons. As the other gods and demons had mostly left, finding it boring. The only one remaining, the goddess of silence, loved to watch the crushing scenes. Qin Zixuan's style was very much to her taste, perfectly in line with her preferences. In a good mood, she casually browsed them all while watching the live stream, purely enjoying the fact that old captain and the others had lost without caring at all. As for the black wooden horse, whether he admitted it or not, Qin Zixuan had already become the face of his frequency, and an irreplaceable one at that. In a sense, he could no longer do without Qin Zixuan. Or to be more precise, the two of them had already become a community of shared interests. Shared glory, shared loss. Therefore, aside from making the level design a bit more interesting and exaggerating the live broadcast effects, he had no way to handle Qin Zixuan. Moreover, as he became increasingly important, as a wooden horse, he would inevitably become more concerned about Qin Zixuan's life and death. The small city was a competition among peers. And after the 3 major Level 2 secret realms opened, they would soon have to fight against other small cities. This battle would not only affect player rankings, but also his own weight in the hierarchy. So, what old captain said about management sanctions was merely talk. He himself knew it was unrealistic, because according to this trend, Qin Zixuan was destined to be a fierce dragon crossing the river. No equal player could stop him. He had already surpassed the game progress, let alone other players. They could only support other strong players to compete against him, like Zhou Liang. This was a vicious cycle. Even without betting, if the supported opposing player was defeated by Qin Zixuan, everything they had rewarded would become Qin Zixuan's. However, there would still be some degree of entertainment. Thus, this twisted god and demon, old captain, flipped his hand and rewarded Zhang Xiaobei with 3 god and demon coins. Ding dong. The god and demon, old captain, appreciated your persistence and distortion of love, rewarding you with 3 god and demon coins. Please continue to promote this. Let the flower of evil bloom freely. With a light sound, Zhang Xiaobei, who was watching Qin Zixuan and the others effortlessly take their seats on the tree stumps, couldn't help but show a sinister smile. Rewards. God and demon rewards. Haha, I didn't expect Zhang Xiaobei could have today. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei, who had also secured a position, carefully examined the reason for the reward. Persistence and distortion of love. Continue to promote. Does this god and demon mean that I should continue to move toward the opposite side of Qin Zixuan? At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei's subtle gaze fixed on Qin Zixuan and his group. Unfortunately, his current strength was still too weak. Qin Zixuan was too strong. Even with the favor and support of the gods and demons, he needed time to develop. So, the question is, does he still have time? Chapter 54. In the blink of an eye, 8 out of 10 go away. Congratulations to all players for successfully clearing the second round. If you clear one more round, you will see the secret realm cleared. Additionally, congratulations to player Zhang Xiaobei for gaining the favor of a god and demon, and receiving 3 god and demon coins as a reward. As per tradition, since it was Zhang Xiaobei's first reward, The black wooden horse gave a verbal commendation, which made both Zhang Xiaobei and the rewarding god and demon, old captain, want to curse. Because this commendation was like adding fuel to the fire, causing all the players present to focus on him. What Zhang Xiaobei wanted most now was to keep a low profile. What was with the black wooden horse announcing this as game management? Sure enough, after hearing this commendation, Qin Zixuan also glanced at Zhang Xiaobei. That glance made Zhang Xiaobei break out in a cold sweat, the scene of Zhu Xiaodong's tragic death vividly replaying in his mind. And he, in terms of strength, was even weaker than Zhu Xiaodong. He immediately forced a smile, trying to convey his goodwill. Damn it, you dog management, what are you doing? Intentionally notifying Qin Zixuan to eliminate threats? Just for 3 god and demon coins, was it really necessary? The god and demon, old captain, cursed. The black wooden horse ignored him, because he had already guessed that such a day would come long before the gambling ended. Most gods and demons are fickle. In their eyes, whether players or management, they are merely playthings. Attention, approval, rewards, destruction, all in a moment's thought. They mostly enjoy manipulating players to develop according to their own wishes and designs. And Qin Zixuan was obviously an exception. His development curve was completely unaffected by the gods and demons. Or to be more precise, he had completely surpassed the imagination of ordinary gods and demons. This made some gods and demons see him as an extremely unconventional toy. On one hand, they hoped this unconventional toy would grow stronger, and on the other hand, they wanted to see the day he shattered. This is a very interesting process, and both the gods and demons, Zhuo, Jiao Liang, and Old Captain, enjoy this process very much. The goddess of silence also knew their thoughts, and she enjoyed this process as well. However, she didn't like frequent changes. Silly boat, stop cursing. I still know your little thoughts. But in this frequency, you really don't need to mess around. If you want to find quality opposing players, isn't it better to go to other frequencies? With Qin Zixuan's current strength, don't even mention this secret realm. There isn't a player in the entire Golden Sands area who can compete with him. If I were you, I would definitely run to other regions like Silly Wine. Zhang Xiaobei won't amount to anything. You should quickly find someone who can fight. Then we can bet big. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence was infuriated. Haha, great, very good. This is what makes it interesting. Jing, just wait and see. Next time we find someone, they will definitely be able to topple this little toy you like. The old captain spoke decisively, as if he could see Qin Zixuan's miserable state. As soon as this barrage appeared, he exited the live stream. The god and demon, Yegua, he brought along also exited the live stream. Qin Zixuan didn't need to know about the god and demon. He only needed to know what benefits and dangers they could bring him. At this moment, the second round of the game ended. The 100 survivors from before were reduced to 50, and the tree stump circle shrank to just 10. Not only was there a simple change in number, but the form also began to change. On the central tree stump, tender shoots and flowers continuously sprouted, quickly growing into a colorful and magnificent throne. Next to the throne were 2 seats, which transformed into emerald green armchairs entwined with vines. Even the outer positions 4 to 10 had turned into bench shapes. Seeing this situation, Qin Zixuan immediately said to the 5 people around him, I will prioritize taking the throne. I can only keep an eye on it. You have to rely on yourselves. Everyone was taken aback by his words, and Ye Xiaowan laughed. Don't worry, look, even with only 10 positions, they still dare not come too close to us. Besides, we are not little chicks. If we can't survive in this situation, it's better to die cleanly. The other 4 looked around and immediately nodded in agreement that Nie Xiaowan was right. Within 3 meters around them, there were only Xiao Mengzhu and Zhang Xiaobei. Xiao Mengzhu stood at the front, as that position was relatively close to Qin Zixuan. She was very smart, knowing that Qin Zixuan might not accept her, but also wouldn't deliberately drive her away. Of course, this was under the premise that she wouldn't compete for their predetermined positions. What she wanted was just a position that was more advantageous compared to other players. Zhang Xiaobei was the same. He was also very smart, but he stood relatively close to Nie Xiaowan at the back. Their pursuit was the same, just a positional advantage. After all, regular players wouldn't even dare to get close. As soon as the group formed a circle, the sound of the black wooden horse rang out again. The third round began. Music start. even if fate is turbulent, even if fate is twisted and strange, even if fate is threatening you. Life is boring. The music played again. Stopping abruptly when it reached life is boring. Qin Zixuan took a swift step, pushing his speed to the limit, almost sitting firmly on the throne as the music stopped. His speed was so fast that it even left several afterimages. Following him were Nie Xiaowan, Su Ruo Jun, Gao Hanhai, Gu Ting, and Zhao Zhoming. Nie Xiaowan followed closely behind. In the previous attribute enhancement, she had always prioritized agility as her first attribute. At this moment, her agility attribute had nearly reached a peak of 20 points, and her speed was quite impressive. As Qin Zixuan sat down, she activated her target and headed straight for the emerald green armchair on her left. Her competitor with equal speed was a male player in the southeast direction. If not mistaken, should be from the team of Yang Jinhong, one of the few who survived until the end. His speed was also fast, equal to Nie Xiaowan's, and the two quickly dashed to the side of the throne. However, just as he was about to make a move on Nie Xiaowan, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. With the loss of her competitor, Nie Xiaowan naturally took her seat on the second chair as she wished. Following her were Zhao Zhoming, Su Ruo Jun, Gao Hanhai, and Gu Ting. Zhao Zhoming was quite honest. His attributes weren't that bad, and coupled with the advantage of no interference and his cautious personality, he easily took the outer seventh tree stump. Su Ruo Jun, as he had said before, was good at playing with life. In the absence of interference, he charged forward like a tyrannosaurus, successfully taking the third chair next to Qin Zixuan. Among them, if Zhang Xiaobei had also competed fiercely, he would have had a chance. However, after seeing the fate of the player competing with Nie Xiaowan, he directly gave up the struggle and turned to the fourth position. The remaining Gao Hanhai and Gu Ting, unhindered by others, quickly occupied the sixth and eighth positions. Xiao Mengzhu, due to being close to Qin Zixuan's end, found most players actively avoiding that side. And since her ultimate goal was merely survival, she steadily secured the 10th position. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 8 out of 10 participants in the throne competition were eliminated, leaving only 2 seats, 1 fifth bench and 1 ninth bench. The competitors were quite numerous and extremely frantic, because apart from Qin Zixuan and a few others, they were similarly hindered when they activated. Their attributes were not much different, and before they even touched a bench, many had already fallen. Among them was Yang Jinhong, the previous boss of Zhao Zhoming, who was pushed down by a robust player and eliminated. Ultimately, the 9th position was secured by a thin woman, while the 5th position was taken by a portly man. When these two successfully settled, a faint smile appeared on Gao Hanhai's lips, because these two were from his previous team. The woman was named Huang Jiao, an accountant from a branch office, skilled in data analysis, and a super tennis enthusiast. In simple terms, she had considerable calculation ability while also possessing good physical attributes and coordination skills. The fat man was named Lu Junyong, a company security guard, who was a bit of a nobody before the game. But after the game began, because he dared to fight and was willing to go hard, he became a subordinate of Gao Hanhai. He was one of the participants in the previous corridor incident with Qin Zixuan, the one who was kicked away by Qin Zixuan. To be honest, Qin Zixuan didn't expect that this guy could survive until the end and even secure the 5th position. I don't know whether to call it luck or fate. By now, the throne competition was considered over. Qin Zixuan successfully secured the first throne and also gained the genuine admiration of the other 9. Because they all knew that without Qin Zixuan's absolute strength, these 3 rounds of games would have been chaotic like hell and under equal attributes. It would have been a matter of luck for survival. I announced that the throne competition is over. Congratulations to players Qin Zixuan, Nie Xiaowan, Su Ruo Jun, Zhang Xiaobei, Lu Junyong, Gao Hanhai, Zhao Zhoming, Gu Ting, Xiao Mengzhu, and Huang Jiao for successfully clearing the game. Congratulations to player Qin Zixuan for winning first place in the throne competition, rewarded with the unique special item, the Forest Throne. The rewards for other rankings will be distributed accordingly, and players who did not make the top 10 will be eliminated. After a 20-minute rest, you will face the clearance battle. As the voice fell, players who did not make the top 10 melted into nothingness in an instant. Correspondingly, the top 10 players received generous reward notifications. Player Qin Zixuan, congratulations on winning first place, rewarded with 20,000 sequence points, a reward of the chosen talent scroll, reward of 1 random attribute stone, and a rare grade equipment upgrade scroll. The clearance rewards were similar to those from the forced ranking battle, except that the talent scroll changed from fixed to chosen, and the rare equipment turned into an upgrade scroll. Both were good, but compared to these, Qin Zixuan's favorite was still the unique special item, the Forest Throne. Because it was an advanced existence, Forest Throne, unique special item, when seated and practicing, power is 20. A very simple and straightforward introduction, yet involves the most core system of the Galaxy Sequence, and this effect and enhancement are truly extraordinary. If it weren't for having already seen the real item in the mailbox, Qin Zixuan might not even believe that this thing truly exists. A unique special item, with a power of 20 for cultivation, even a power of 10 would be enough to drive people crazy, and here it was 20. Qin Zixuan was genuinely surprised and taken aback. However, at this moment, he did not take it out because without any martial arts, there was no point in doing so. As for the remaining Destiny Scroll and Equipment Upgrade Scroll, they were also quite good items. First, the Destiny Scroll. What is Destiny? Simply put, it is automatically selected by the system. This means that once a player uses it, they will awaken the most suitable talent for the user after the system selection. Unfortunately, it is just a talent. The reason Qin Zixuan did not use the talent scroll in his hand to awaken was that he was waiting for a higher level Destiny talent scroll. As for the Equipment Upgrade Scroll, it was even more straightforward. Using it would allow one to specifically upgrade a piece of equipment by 1 level. But the equipment must be below rare grade. After obtaining this item, Qin Zixuan did not hesitate and immediately used the upgrade scroll on his right hand. The premium grade, Mighty Ring, a flash of light passed, and a small fist imprint appeared on the originally simple ring, increasing its sense of power. Of course, the change in appearance did not mean much to Qin Zixuan. What he was truly looking forward to was the change in attributes. Mighty Ring, type, accessory grade, rare effect. Mighty Miracles doubles strength attributes in combat. Note, the doubling attribute cap does not exceed 100 points. Note 2, don't come near me. I can hardly control myself. Excessive power may occasionally lead to loss of control. Destructive power, 999. The attributes after upgrading to rare indeed did not disappoint Qin Zixuan. Given his rate of attribute growth, this ring's enhancement would soon reach a critical point, and at that time, this upgrade would directly raise the enhancement cap to 100. Enough for after awakening. After the upgrade, aside from the doubling enhancement cap, the change in Note 2 from Desire for Destruction to Destructive Power, although only one word changed, marked the difference between side effects and enhancement. After putting the ring back on, Qin Zixuan was done with his adjustments. Like him, they were now splitting into several small groups to check their rewards. First, there was Gaohan Hai. His luck was excellent, as among the last 10 people, including him, his previous team occupied 4 positions. Although the highest rank was only 5, the number of people was quite large. Previously, due to unavoidable reasons, everyone had scattered. But now that the crisis was temporarily lifted, they naturally gathered together again. Besides Gaohan Hai, it was Qin Zixuan himself, Ni Xiaowing, Su Wuyun, and Zhao Zhongming all honestly surrounded Qin Zixuan. Almost as soon as Qin Zixuan looked at them, they actively took out their spoils. This action surprised Qin Zixuan somewhat. Nie Xiaowan and Su Ruojun were understandable. They knew the so-called cannon fodder principle, so it wasn't surprising for them to do this. However, Zhao Zhongming, with such rich spoils in hand, was quite rare to actively and selflessly hand them over. This action undoubtedly told Qin Zixuan that he did not misjudge the person and was not dreaming. Old Zhao, these things should be precious to you. I didn't ask you for them, so why are you handing them over voluntarily? Qin Zixuan roughly knew Zhao Zhongming's answer, but still wanted to hear it from him. Zhao Zhongming said earnestly, "To repay kindness, I can survive to the end thanks to you. Qin Xiao, these things should belong to you." Qin Zixuan smiled upon hearing this. "Good, because of your straightforwardness, you can follow me from now on." At this moment, Zhao Zhongming nodded earnestly. "I owe you a life this time after receiving your great kindness before. From now on, my worthless life belongs to you." Hearing this from old Zhao, Qin Zixuan felt very pleased, laughed happily, and began to explain the rules. Haha, I don't want your life. You need to live well for me. Don't call me Qin Xiao in the future. It sounds strange. Just call me by name or captain. Also, rewards are your personal spoils. Keep them. I'm not exploiting you. If I want something, I'll tell you directly, either for an equivalent exchange or point purchase. If you want team resources, it's the same. Do you understand? Chapter 56. Collective Candy Bean Eating What? Rewards are all personal spoils? Zhao Zhongming was taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Zixuan to be so generous. Previously, when Yang Jinhong led the team, the spoils were said to be freely allocated, but in reality, he was dictating the distribution. Whatever good items there were, he would choose first, regardless of suitability. This was also the main reason for the team's discontent. You heard it right. The spoils belong to whoever they belong to, but after you obtain the talent scrolls, don't use them until your attributes meet the standards. After we clear this secret realm, I will properly consider it for you. Qin Zixuan spoke again, this time not only to Zhao Zhongming, but also to Su Ruojun. Naturally, the three of them obeyed someone as skilled as Qin Zixuan. On the other side, Zhang Xiaobei and Xia Mengzhu each stood to one side, happily playing with their new equipment. There was still ample time to rest, and Qin Zixuan summoned the black wooden horse and applied for a temporary supply again. Spending 500 sequence points, a temporary galaxy vending machine suddenly tore through space and appeared before everyone. This scene shocked everyone present, as they had no idea that the galaxy vending machine could appear in such a way. Startled, Su Ruojun exclaimed, "Boss, what is going on?" Qin Zixuan replied expressionlessly, "What is going on is what you see, a temporary supply. You guys haven't had supplies all the way, have you?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruojun collapsed. "Can you really summon temporary supplies? Boss, tell us the truth. Are you the illegitimate child of management, or what?" Go, what illegitimate child? I spent 500 sequence points to apply for this limited time, 20-minute temporary galaxy vending machine. Before Su Ruojun could finish his nonsense, Qin Zixuan interrupted him. Su Ruojun's eyes lit up at the mention of 500 sequence points and temporary supply. Can this thing be shared? Qin Zixuan turned around while operating the machine and replied, "No." Su Ruojun sighed. "All right, looks like I can't save those sequence points." Nie Xiaoruan and Zhao Zhongming, upon hearing this, also began to look for the black wooden horse to apply for the temporary galaxy vending machine. The four entered a state of exchanging information and purchasing enthusiastically. Seeing Qin Zixuan like this, Gao Hanhai naturally learned from him and spent some sequence points to understand the temporary galaxy vending machine, beginning to stock up on supplies. Moreover, he intentionally moved closer to Qin Zixuan, starting to ask various questions. If he was like this, Xia Mengzhu was even more eager to approach without hesitation. Only Zhang Xiaobei, due to previous attempts to stir trouble, had already strained his friendship with Nie Xiaoruan, feeling quite awkward as he huddled alone by a tree stump. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish. After spending some sequence points, he also managed to apply for a galaxy vending machine. Thus, everyone entered a supply state. On Qin Zixuan's side, he mainly replenished the attribute stones, as he would definitely face the ultimate hidden challenge next. Therefore, with sufficient sequence points, he wanted to directly raise his surrounding attributes to the awakening pre-limit of 50 points. Before that, he swallowed the 2 random attribute stones of 10 he had on hand. The sudden increase of 20 points in attributes made Qin Zixuan's body temperature rise, and he began to sweat slightly. The system finally gave the judgment. Strength 10, Constitution 10. At this point, Qin Zixuan's surrounding attributes were just 54 attribute stones away from reaching 50 points. Strength 47 points, needing 3 more. Constitution 36 points, needing 14 more. Agility 35 points, needing 15 more. Spirit 28 points, needing 22 more. In total, he needed 54 attribute stones, costing 200 sequence points. In the next moment, under the astonished and envious gazes of everyone, 54 attribute stones of various colors piled up into a small mountain on the Star River vending machine. Qin Zixuan remained calm and casually picked one up to eat slowly. That's right, slowly eat. While digesting the attribute points and experiencing bodily changes at a rate of about 20 seconds per stone, he began to instruct others on how to replenish their attributes. Here, replenishment meant putting aside equipment for now and boosting all attributes to 20. Only after that could they consider equipment with any remaining sequence points. Siuwen, Huyun. You two only need to think about armor. You both have enough weapons. Lao Zhao, wait for me a moment. I'll come over to show you. After hearing Qin Zixuan say this, everyone felt enlightened, no longer confused, and directly followed Qin Zixuan's advice. First, they aimed for all attributes to reach 20 points. With their current sequence points, they couldn't even manage that. After all, their attributes averaged around 13 points, requiring about 30 stones to supplement, which translated to 24,000 sequence points. Among the three of them, except for Nie Wan, who had the most sequence points, Su Ruojun and Zhao Zhongming didn't have enough. Fortunately, the wealthy Qin Zixuan was there. Ensuring he had 200,000 sequence points to spare, he lent them 10,000 each, making it possible for them to complete their attributes. Thus, the four of them began to collectively eat jelly beans. Seeing the situation, Gao Hanhai also naturally followed suit and started buying attribute stones to replenish his attributes. However, he and Gu Ting had previously been heavily exploited by Qin Zixuan, and now they only had a few thousand sequence points from the recent throne competition rewards. Barely enough to raise their agility attribute to 20. After all, like Nie Wan and the others, they had never thought about developing all attributes comprehensively with limited sequence points. They had always focused on one main attribute, while the others were left to chance drops from monsters. Xiao Mengzhu and Zhang Xiaobei were in the same situation, as neither Gao Hanhai nor they had Qin Zixuan's forward-thinking vision. Thus, the scene turned extremely bizarre. The 10 surviving players from the throne competition began a jelly bean-eating contest. During this time, Gao Hanhai took the opportunity to approach and speak. Brother Zixuan, if you need us to charge into battle later, I won't hesitate. No need, Gao. Just keep your people out of it. I want to test them. Qin Zixuan casually tossed a jelly bean into his mouth, openly looking at Nie Wan, Su Ruojun, and Zhao Zhongming. Upon hearing this, the three couldn't help but tremble as they gripped their attribute stones. As for Gao Hanhai, after a slight pause, he solemnly said, I understand. If you need us, Brother Zixuan, just let me know. After saying this, he clasped his fists in salute and returned to his team. As soon as Gao Hanhai left, Xiao Mengzhu approached, and Qin Zixuan wasted no time, directly instructing, from now on, don't go down. Just watch from the sidelines to survive. Going down means certain death. Xiao Mengzhu came seeking survival, thanked him, and said nothing more, quietly finding a tree stump to hide and consume her attributes. Zhang Xiaobei found himself in an awkward position again. Chapter 57. The appearance of the crystal seed. He thought about going over to greet them, but he couldn't bear to lose face. Yet, if he didn't go over, he was afraid Qin Zixuan would think he was disrespectful. After all, among the 10 people present, the other two sides had greeted each other, and he was the only one who hadn't. If it didn't go, it was hard to say what the others might think, and if they would look for opportunities to deal with him later. At this moment, he felt both fear and resentment. Terrified, yet hating the situation, he found nowhere to hide. While Qin Zixuan ate his attribute stones, he was also waiting for Zhang Xiaobei. To be honest, during this replenishment time, he was most curious about Zhang Xiaobei's choice. Strictly speaking, Zhang Xiaobei and Nie Wan, whether it was with him or not, had no real grievances. If anything, it was just Zhang Xiaobei's one-sided resentment after feeling unappreciated. If it didn't erupt, they could say they had nothing to do with each other. In fact, according to normal logic, Qin Zixuan wouldn't even notice him. But Qin Zixuan was an anomaly. Events that had not yet happened often appeared in his dreams. Last night, he dreamed of Zhang Xiaobei, not only learning everything about him, but almost suffering a loss from him. Therefore, he regarded him as a hidden danger that had to be eliminated. In about 5 minutes, or perhaps even less, Zhang Xiaobei took action, but he didn't choose the two paths that Qin Zixuan had picked. Instead, he chose to send a message to Nie Wan through the friend system. Sister Wan, can we go back to the way things were? Nie Xiaoruan glanced at it, but had no interest in replying. The past? Back when they were teammates. But just because she said one word to extinguish his thoughts. He had made things difficult for her along the way. Go back to the past. What past did they have? From Nie Xiaoruan's perspective, after disbanding the team, she no longer wanted to have any interaction with him. Seeing the message disappear without a trace, Zhang Xiaobei naturally understood Nie Xiaoruan's answer. A flash of resentful anger crossed his eyes, but he made no further attempts. He quickly retreated to his vending machine and bought 3 pieces of premium gear in one breath, then raised his agility attribute above 35. Using the level up talent scroll from the second round of rewards, he armed himself to the teeth, both for protection and as a last-ditch effort. Time passed quickly, and after about 17 or 18 minutes, Qin Zixuan, drenched in sweat, finally completed his attribute enhancement, with all attributes reaching a terrifying 50. What does having all attributes at 50 mean? In general terms, it represents the limit for newcomers before awakening. To be more specific, it means 5 times the strength, agility, intelligence of an ordinary person. And this doesn't even account for equipment bonuses. After all, if equipment bonuses were included, Qin Zixuan's strength could reach 100 points in combat, which is 10 times that of an ordinary person. With such strength, not to mention anything else, he was in an absolutely invincible state among the players in this secret realm. No player present could withstand a single punch from him. Seeing this attribute, Qin Zixuan felt reassured. Even if he had to hide later, he was absolutely confident. As for Zhang Xiaobei, he had no intention of clearing things up immediately because he still wanted to use him to give his underlings a lesson. Meanwhile, Ni Xiuwen, Su Wuyun, and Zhao Zhongming had all completed their attribute enhancements, achieving 20 points in 4 attributes and receiving the system activation prompt for Super Awakening. However, Qin Zixuan did not let them awaken immediately because Super Awakening is not like regular awakening. It could come with adverse reactions like drowsiness and fatigue, and clearly, this was not the right time. So, in their boredom, they either browsed the mall or exercised their enhanced bodies. During this process, while casually flipping through the mall, Nie Xiaoruan suddenly asked, Zixuan, what do you know about what is coming next? Nie Xiaoruan had always been suspicious of whether Qin Zixuan had prophetic abilities, because every step he took along the way was too clever. Many things she hadn't thought much of at the time, the more she thought about them later, the more suspicious they became. For example, the vending machine at the bus stop or the elite monster in the supermarket. Everything seemed to be under Qin Zixuan's control. At this moment, Qin Zixuan naturally played dumb. How would I know? I'm not a black wooden horse. If you ask me, I'll say one thing. If you want to kill, you still need to rely on hard power. Su Ruo Jun nodded in agreement. What Qin said is right. When the soldiers come, the generals block. When the water comes, the soil covers. Besides, we have the top brother here. Sister Wan, what are you afraid of? Just go all out. After all, we're cannon fodder under Brother Qin. We shoot and die before we prove our worth. Nie Xiaoruan was displeased. You're good. Su Ruo Jun, starting to flatter now? When did I ever say I was afraid? How come I didn't notice you were so good at flattery when we were in the team before? Su Ruo Jun laughed. Haha, of course you wouldn't notice. Back then, Zhang Xiaobei was around. You, Su Ruo Jun, are you going to bring up the wrong topic again? Nie Xiaoruan ultimately couldn't make sense of it. Qin Zixuan said with a relaxed expression. That's right, Su Ruo Jun is a bit reckless, but that's pretty much how it is. Remember, don't expect too much from me. Besides delivering the final blow, the rest relies on you guys. Old Zhao is busy with ironwork, so I'll try my best to keep him from losing limbs. As for you all, just don't die. As soon as these words were spoken, Nie Xiaoruan and Su Ruo Jun couldn't help but roll their eyes in protest. Unknowingly, a team atmosphere had developed among the 4. Just then, the black wooden horse appeared again. The rest time is over. The crystal seed for clearing the secret realm has descended in this area, and defeating it will allow us to clear the level. Let's fight, young ones. After the black wooden horse finished speaking, the bushes behind began to stir and rustle. Everyone turned to look, and a giant crimson snake came roaring in. Hiss! The enormous snake hissed, its body like a spear, adorned with red scales resembling crystallized water, with parts standing up more than 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, exuding an extremely frightening presence. Chapter 58. Don't mind me, kill it. This is a powerful crystallized creature evolved from an abyssal giant python. What is a crystallized creature? It is the rarest and strongest evolutionary form of the blood slave parasite, named for the red crystals that form on its surface. It is formidable both offensively and defensively, and coupled with its snake-like characteristics, is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying existence. Scattering into the jungle will put you at a disadvantage in open combat. With a command, Qin Zixuan ordered Nie Xiaoruan, Su Ruojun, and Zhao Zhongming to spread out immediately. Gao Hanhai, Xiao Mengzhu, Zhang Xiaobei, and others, upon hearing this, also retreated into the left jungle. The crystallized creature, seeing its prey scattering, paused slightly and then targeted the tender Nie Xiaoruan as its first prey, rapidly twisting its body and chasing into the jungle. The powerful momentum and earth-shattering roar startled Nie Xiaoruan, Su Ruojun, and Zhao Zhongming, who had never seen such a spectacle, causing them to instinctively choose to flee. Nie Xiaoruan, Su Ruojun, old Zhao, what are you doing? Planning to exhaust yourselves? Qin Zixuan's roar, Ihud, making Nie Xiaoruan, Su Ruojun, and Zhao Zhongming blush. Previously, Qin Zixuan had indeed stated that if they coordinated well, killing it wouldn't be too difficult. After all, the requirements for clearing this level, adjusted to player attributes, average around 30 points, with 3 people having the numerical advantage, plus various equipment assistance. They should be able to manage with a little thought. However, due to the suddenness of the situation and the first encounter with such ferocity, the 3 instinctively chose to run away. Got it. After Qin Zixuan's reminder, Nie Xiaoruan swiftly turned and stopped. Su-san, let's use a divine move, and we'll improve our meal at noon by eating snake meat. To her left, on a large tree, Su Ruojun laughed heartily. Haha, great. Snake meat. Old Zhao, we're not familiar with your moves. Just watch for the right moment. Nie Xiaoruan added. Understood. To her right, on another large tree, Zhao Zhongming responded calmly. The crystallized creature's goal was to eliminate them, and as soon as Nie Xiaoruan stopped, it opened its mouth and shot out 3 red crystal spikes, shooting towards Nie Xiaoruan like bullets. The snake's head then rapidly lunged forward, attempting to bite her. Clang! Nie Xiaoruan drew her blood-raging battle knife and swiftly slid behind the tree to her left. The crystallized creature pursued relentlessly, but just as its attention was completely drawn to Nie Xiaoruan, a loud shout suddenly rang out from above. Beast! D! Su Ruojun, hiding in the bushes, used the tree for leverage and leaped over the giant snake's head, bringing down her gravity hammer. Boom! The terrifying power after attribute enhancement exploded fully, and one could imagine the force of that blow. The giant head of the crystallized creature was struck as if it were a large drum being hit hard. With a loud bang, the creature's eyes bulged slightly, and blood spilled from its mouth, clearly injured. The giant snake went insane from the attack. But before it could go wild, Nie Xiaoruan seized the opportunity, shooting 3 crystal spikes towards the giant snake's vital point like an arrow. The battle knife, now stained with blood, surged with violent power. However, the crystallized creature seemed to sense the danger and quickly coiled its body to defend, while its head snapped back, opening its massive mouth to bite Su Ruojun. Su Ruojun reacted extremely quickly. Just as its head lifted, she stomped down hard, using the leverage to grab a branch to her right, rolling and landing on that large branch. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoruan's knife pierced the crystallized creature's body. Although the red crystal scales were hard, they were still penetrated by the blood-raging knife. However, it only went in half an inch, missing the vital point, resulting in just a superficial wound for a creature of this size. Instead, after that strike, Nie Xiaoruan found herself in a dangerous position. The giant snake quickly tightened its body, intending to strangle her, but old Zhao would never allow it to succeed. Mimicking the previous move, he leaped into the air, holding a violent baseball bat, and slammed it down at the center of the giant snake's head. As the giant snake was about to tighten its body around Nie Xiaoruan, it lowered its head with a loud bang. The explosive sound echoed, and blood flowed from the crystallized creature's eyes and mouth. The point of old Zhao's violent baseball bat shattered the scales on its head, leaving it unrecognizable. This drove the crystallized creature completely insane, its body shaking violently. Nie Xiaoruan didn't even have time to pull out the knife embedded in the giant snake body before she was flung away, crashing into a tree by the roadside. Fortunately, she had previously enhanced her physique, so she only felt a surge of blood and energy, without sustaining any injuries. After successfully landing a hit, Zhao Zhongming tried to follow Su Ruo Jun's example and leap onto a tree to escape. However, the crystallized creature, after taking 2 heavy blows to the head, held a grudge and didn't intend to let him escape so easily, rapidly lunging up to bite Zhao Zhongming. Luckily, as Zhao Zhongming jumped away facing the giant snake, he drew a crossbow from his waist and fired a volley of crossbow bolts. A wave of poison arrows shot straight at the giant snake's eyes. If the creature continued to lunge upward, it would surely risk blinding itself, prompting it to instinctively halt its ascent and even retract its head slightly, closing its mouth. Pa pa pa! A volley of crossbow bolts hit the crystallized creature's face, but they caused no effective damage. It didn't even shake its head. However, Zhao Zhongming achieved his goal as he was about to land on the tree trunk. Hiss! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! But at that moment, an extremely brief hiss and the sound of 3 crystal spikes slicing through the air occurred. The crystallized creature, with its eyes closed and mouth shut, suddenly shot out 3 crystal spikes towards Zhao Zhongming's head with lightning speed. Nie Xiaoruan and Su Ruo Jun shouted in unison, "Old Zhao, be careful!" Zhao Zhongming's mind went blank, and all he saw were 3 crystal spikes. He instinctively swung his violent baseball bat, knocking down 2 spikes at the most critical moment. However, he ultimately missed one, which pierced through his left shoulder, pinning him directly to the tree. At that moment, Zhao Zhongming was drenched in cold sweat, thinking he was doomed. But in just an instant, he reined in his self-pity and pulled out a grenade from his waist, throwing it at the wildly attacking crystallized creature. Nie Xiaoruan, Su Ruo Jun, don't mind me. Kill it. Chapter 59, Deceitful Bomb. As Zhao Zhongming's shout fell, the grenade exploded in the mouth of the crystallized creature. The creature's head shook violently, its mouth instantly drenched in blood. But unfortunately, the grenade was just the cheapest and most ordinary item from the shop, with very limited lethality. It was merely injured, not dead. However, due to the grenade, the crystallized creature swallowed Zhao Zhongming's beautiful dream, which shattered as well. At the same time, Nie Xiaoruan and Su Ruo Jun, who were initially preparing to assist, also launched a furious attack. Bang! Pucci! One hammer, one knife, one aimed at the head, the other at the vital point. It was obvious that they all didn't know the key point of this crystal seed and were trying out their own ideas. Blood splattered as Su Ruo Jun's warhammer caused the crystal seed to droop its head and fall down. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoruan's ghost tiger fish dagger successfully pierced 7 inches deep, leaving only the handle visible. A large amount of blood gushed out, quickly pooling on the ground. With this strike, both of them exerted all their strength, dealing a heavy blow to the crystal seed. They both knew that now was not the time to be hesitant. Zhao Zhongming was injured and needed immediate treatment. Additionally, they hoped that Qin Zixuan would see their value and increase their standing in his eyes. 10 meters away, on a large tree, Gao Hanhai and his group silently watched the 3 whose combat power had drastically changed, feeling a bit emotional. With a single blow from a sword and a hammer, the crystal seed fell, its body trembling slightly, appearing to be gasping more than breathing. Seemingly on the verge of death, Su Ruo Jun immediately felt relieved, and for a moment, he even thought it might just end like this. Nie Xiaoruan also stood with her sword drawn, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Bang! Su Ruo Jun, still cautious, delivered another hammer strike even though the crystal seed was not moving. After a brief moment of relief, he felt something was off. Although it had been somewhat perilous, everything seemed too easy. Not only them, but even Zhao Zhongming, who was pinned to the tree, couldn't help but ask, "Is it really dead?" Nie Xiaoruan immediately laughed and said, "It's not moving anymore. You can come down now." As the words fell, Nie Xiaoruan gave Su Ruo Jun a look to go save him. The latter took another look at the crystal seed, which was completely motionless on the ground, and quickly climbed the tree to bring Zhao Zhongming down. With a penetrating injury to his left shoulder, fortunately, it hadn't hit any vital organs. It just affected his left arm, making it difficult to exert force and causing some bleeding, but after a bandage, it was not a big problem. After all, Zhao Zhongming's physique had already exceeded 20 points, and his body's toughness and self-healing ability were twice that of an ordinary person. Nie Xiaoruan stood in front of the crystal seed and began to bandage it. As for Su Ruojun, he still felt something was off and couldn't help but strike the crystal seed twice more with his hammer until its head became deformed. Afterward, while observing, he asked, "Sister Wan, Lao Zhao, it's not moving. Did you receive a kill notification?" Nie Xiaoruan, busy bandaging, shook her head and casually replied, "We're not in a team. If you didn't receive it, then we naturally didn't receive it." The speaker was unaware, but the listener was alert. Zhao Zhongming was taken aback and then reacted, "Not good. This guy's faking." Whoosh! Just as Zhao Zhongming spoke, the crystal seed, which had been as still as a rubber snake, suddenly launched a surprise attack. Its massive body quickly closed in, surrounding the three of them. While its previously flattened head quickly raised up, its mouth full of rotten flesh opened wide once again, viciously lunging at Su Ruojun. The giant tail swept across with incredible speed, even creating several afterimages, targeting Nie Xiaoruan and Zhao Zhongming. "Be careful." Su Ruojun, standing, was somewhat on guard and immediately caught the trajectory of the giant tail's movement. He swiftly dodged the snake's strike and moved in front of Nie Xiaoruan. Then, he pushed the completely unprepared Nie Xiaoruan aside, gripping his war hammer tightly across his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Ruojun was sent flying more than 10 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood while still in the air. The giant snake, seeing the one who had struck its head several times being flung away, let out a satisfying roar and quickly tightened its body, its gaping maw once again targeting the injured Zhao Zhongming. If that bite landed, even with another 20 points of stamina, Zhao Zhongming would be done for. Fortunately, Su Ruojun recklessly blocked the tail, giving Nie Xiaoruan a moment to react. In her stagger, she used one hand to throw Zhao Zhongming out of the snake's encirclement, and Zhao Zhongming reacted extremely quickly, throwing his powerful bat into the snake's mouth just as he leapt out. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the quality bat shattered in the crystal seed's mouth. However, that very crunch stopped it from opening its mouth again, resulting in a head-on collision with Nie Xiaoruan's back, sending her flying. Even if it was just a collision, the terrifying force still made Nie Xiaoruan spit blood in midair. At this point, all three were injured, their combat power reduced by at least 70%. And the crystal seed, although its head was flattened, seemed unharmed, energetically pursuing the injured trio. The outcome was clear. The three cannon fodder, due to their carelessness, were completely defeated by the crystal seed. This result was unexpected for Qin Zixuan, as he hadn't anticipated the crystal seed would fake its death. However, regardless of victory or defeat, the training effect had ultimately been achieved. He believed that after this experience, the three cannon fodder would never slack off in future battles until they received an explicit system notification. But for now, it was time for him to step in. Otherwise, these three cannon fodder would truly turn to ashes. "Xiao Qingshan, I'm giving you a task. Take care of them up in the tree." With that, Qin Zixuan deactivated his disguise, tossed Qingshan next to Nie Xiaoruan and Zhao Zhongming, and quickly moved to confront the attacking crystal seed. Zhao Zhongming was about to rush over to help when he was pulled back by Nie Xiaoruan. Trust Qin Zixuan, his combat power is incredibly strong, the kind that has no friends. Moreover, with us like this, we can't help, and instead might distract him. Nie Xiaoruan was very dissatisfied with her previous performance, and after saying that, she silently lowered her head. Xiao Qingshan waved her hand, three vines wrapping around the three injured, glowing with a faint green light, beginning to draw the life force from the surrounding plants to heal the three. All three were heavily injured. Nie Xiaoruan had internal injuries. Zhao Zhongming had a penetrating wound, and as for Su Ruojun, his situation was even worse. To block the crystal seed's powerful tail strike, his palm had split open, and the quality heavy gravity hammer in his hand had been bent into an arc. Damn it. That was my best weapon, over 3,000 sequence points. The moment he regained consciousness, Su Ruo-Jun didn't cry out in pain, but lamented about his hammer. On the battlefield, Qin Zixuan was teasing while pulling it away from the area where the three were injured to prevent the ongoing battle from affecting them. Hiss! Qin Zixuan's sudden appearance and blocking made the crystal seed extremely furious. It began to use all its strength, trying to swallow him whole. However, with Qin Zixuan's attributes reaching as high as 50 points, unless it was willing, this crystal snake would find it very difficult to even touch him. Therefore, in the eyes of the crystal seed, Qin Zixuan was just a little pest jumping around, agile beyond belief. No matter how fast or unexpected it was, it couldn't bite down or crush him, which drove it to madness as it rolled, bit, head-butted, swept its tail, crushed, and entangled. Its enormous body, measuring about 37 or 38 meters long and as thick as a barrel, wreaked havoc in the jungle, causing a tempest. Almost all players in the secret realm were watching, except for Zhang Xiaobei, who was in the shadows. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't see the glowing vines in the hands of the three, nor the little Qin Shan under the tree. His eyes were only on Xiaowan, only on the sequence points and resources in the hands of the three. He had been waiting for a desperate opportunity, and now, it seemed this opportunity had arrived. Chapter 60. Little Qin Shan unexpectedly causes trouble. Qin Zixuan was dealing with the situation and had no time to spare. He had a perfect chance to abduct Xiaowan. Once he killed Qin Zixuan, he could take her away immediately, then avoid Qin Zixuan and slowly develop until he could stand before him openly. As for Xiaowan, she could only belong to him. He wanted her to know that no woman could ignore him. Therefore, without a second thought, he quietly approached. Under the giant tree, Xiaowan, Su Ruo-Jun, and Zhao Zhongming were leaning against the tree. Due to their strong self-healing abilities and the life force input from Qin Shan, their injuries had improved significantly in just a few dozen seconds, although they still looked disheveled. If they hadn't noticed Zhang Xiaobei, the three were ready to get up and watch the battle. Because of Zhang Xiaobei's arrival, after a silent exchange of glances, the three of them chose to lie down in an incredibly weak manner. Clearly, they wanted to see what Zhang Xiaobei sneaked up for at this moment. "Who is there? Come out." The professional actor, Xiaowan, spoke sharply. "Sister Xiaowan, it's me." Seeing the extremely weak three, Zhang Xiaobei, with a grim face, slowly stepped out from the shadows. "I saw that you seemed to be injured earlier. How are you? Are you okay?" Stepping out of the shadow, Zhang Xiaobei wore a warm smile, showing concern for Xiaowan's injuries. His expressions and actions were filled with heartache, rivaling the professionalism of Xiaowan. "Oh, I'm fine, just some superficial injuries. Mainly, I got scared." Xiaowan cooperated, becoming increasingly fragile in her words. It was as if she was almost saying, "I'm really weak now. If you have any ideas, hurry up and act." "Oh, then I just happen to have a bottle of safflower oil. Let me apply it for you." Zhang Xiaobei spoke again. At this moment, he was already 10 meters in front of the three, a distance he could cover in the blink of an eye. Under the circumstances where the three were injured, the moment he entered this range, the initiative was completely in his hands. Therefore, at this moment, his tone unconsciously carried a sinister undertone. "Applying safflower oil to wounds?" "Zhang Xiaobei, are you trying to scare children? Just say what you want to do. No need to hide it. I noticed earlier that you like to play tricks." Su Ruo-Jun couldn't stand it anymore and directly exposed Zhang Xiaobei's facade. Zhang Xiaobei grinned cruelly. "I'm playing tricks? When it comes to schemes, I can't compare to you. After all, I had no idea how well you and Sister Xiaowan were getting along. As for my purpose, what do you think I'm here for?" The thunderous sound behind them continued, and Zhang Xiaobei wasn't in too much of a hurry. At this moment, he felt a cat-and-mouse thrill. Especially after seeing Xiaowan's utterly shocked expression, this thrill was rapidly escalating. However, this thrill didn't last long before it was completely shattered by Xiaowan's warning. "Xiaobei, I advise you not to act impulsively. We are already part of Qin Zixuan's team." Xiaowan couldn't bear it and still reminded him. It was this sentence that made Zhang Xiaobei furious. What consequences? What could the consequences be? Qin Zixuan is strong, but he is not omnipotent. Consequences? You talk to me about consequences? Let me tell you what consequences there are. After he spoke, Zhang Xiaobei shot towards the three like lightning. Whoosh! However, just as he shot out, dozens of thorny vines suddenly sprang up from the ground. Zhang Xiaobei stumbled and almost turned himself into a string of candied haws. Fortunately, his agility was high, and he managed to stop just in time, finally halting in front of the thorns. It was only at this moment that he finally saw the small Qin Zixuan that was almost integrated with the big tree behind the three. Yeah! With a soft childish shout, before Zhang Xiaobei could react, countless thorny spikes suddenly sprang out from behind the three. On the big tree, thorny brambles rapidly grew, and in just 2 or 3 breaths, they formed a huge thorn ball, wrapping Ye Xiaoruan, Su Wanjuan, and Zhao Zhoming inside. The thorny vines looked not only painful, but also had a bizarre blue hue mixed in with the brown, clearly indicating extreme toxicity. The thorns formed a net, climbing and entangling, and in no time, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't even see them, let alone get close to them. Little Qin Zixuan was very diligent. Qin Zixuan had said to take care of them, and its understanding of taking care meant ensuring their safety before Qin Zixuan arrived, not letting other creatures approach. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobei. Even the three who were being protected were dumbfounded at this moment, clearly not expecting little Qin Zixuan to make such a move. Their bodies involuntarily shrank back. They had seen these vines before. The corpses of Zhu Xiaodong's team had all turned to ashes under these vines. If they were like this, Zhang Xiaobei was even more so. Seeing this layer of thorn ball appear instantly, he couldn't help but curse in exasperation. Damn Qin Zixuan. Damn it. However, even while cursing, he didn't dare linger, quickly retreating into the shadows and disappearing. Because he knew that, with his ability, he couldn't break open the thorn ball in a short time. Time was undoubtedly a luxury for him at this moment. The commotion behind him was getting quieter, and the battle seemed to be nearing its end. He had no more chances. He just didn't notice that as he turned around, a leaf had quietly stuck to his battle suit. A good show was happening. Ye Xiaoruan, Su Wanjuan, and Zhao Zhongming even had the chance to make an appearance before being easily disrupted by little Qin Zixuan, leaving the three feeling somewhat amused and helpless. On the other side of the battlefield, Qin Zixuan seemed to see everything happening here and couldn't help but smile slightly. The good show had just started when it was disrupted by little Qin Zixuan, so he needed it in his side quickly as well. With this thought in mind, the originally stealthy Qin Zixuan began to unleash his full power. Boom! With a loud explosion, Qin Zixuan kicked powerfully at the main trunk of a big tree, unleashing 10 times the normal strength, causing the tree that couldn't be wrapped around by one person to crash down. Qin Zixuan dashed like lightning towards the head of the crystal seed, stabbing the Blood Fury war knife rapidly into its side. Crack! The broken blade, along with 2 fangs, flew out of the crystal seed's mouth. The premium-grade Blood Fury war knife shattered during the battle with the crystal seed. The red crystal snake scales scattered. And before the crystal seed could react, Qin Zixuan's flaming fist had already struck its head. Bang! With a loud explosion, under Qin Zixuan's terrifying strength, the crystal seed's head exploded. Chapter 61. No Way Out for Zhang Xiaobei. As the flesh and bone fragments scattered, a strange red crystal that seemed to have life emerged, which Qin Zixuan firmly grasped. Whoosh! The flame glove flashed with fire, and the originally wriggling crystal instantly hardened and took shape, with several orbs of light bursting from the crystal seed. The system's kill notification sounded. Congratulations! You have achieved the first kill of the crystal seed and gained 4,055 sequence points, as well as the special item crystal seed. Congratulations! You have completed the first pass of the Dark Jungle Secret Realm and received the title Pioneer. Congratulations! You have completed the Newcomer 3-stage adventure and received the title Adventurer. The teleportation for the Dark Jungle Secret Realm has opened, and a hidden summoning magic array has appeared. Players can choose whether to continue challenging. Special rewards, titles, 5 Orbs of Light. The rewards for clearing this secret realm were quite good. A series of rewards appeared before Qin Zixuan. The 3 people far inside the Thornball also received 4,055 sequence points for teaming up with Qin Zixuan. However, at this moment, Qin Zixuan had no interest in looking at the equipment. He quickly stored all the loot into his space accessory. After that, without any hesitation, He shot towards Zhang Xiaobei's direction. There was no choice. If a player died, they could choose to settle the final score. The Black Wooden Horse would calculate the player's overall performance in the secret realm and give a rating and final rewards. Qin Zixuan was in a hurry because he didn't want to let Zhang Xiaobei, who had been marked as a dark threat, escape. Originally, this matter should have been resolved by Nie Xiaowan herself. Who would have thought that with just a casual instruction, little Qin Shan would unexpectedly intervene? Qin Zixuan didn't know whether to blame the little thing for being too diligent or Zhang Xiaobei for being too weak, unable to even handle a thornball. Qin Zixuan disliked trouble, and even more so, he disliked leaving loose ends. Therefore, the moment he finished off the crystal seed, he quickly shot towards Zhang Xiaobei's location. As for why he knew its position, it was naturally due to the leaf from the main body that little Qin Shan had left on him. That thing was like a locator flickering with a faint green light. In fact, Zhang Xiaobei hadn't run far at all, or rather, he hadn't had a chance to run far before Qin Zixuan delivered a punch that knocked him out. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei had already entered the final settlement state. Hearing the wind behind him, he desperately shouted, "Black Trojan, I don't want the reward anymore. Quickly open the teleport and let me out of the secret realm. Hurry." The Black Trojan did not refuse, but rather confirmed, "Player Zhang Xiaobei, are you sure you want to give up all rewards and teleport out of the Dark Jungle secret realm?" Just as Zhang Xiaobei's words came out, he was already disoriented in the wind. A fist engulfed in flames struck him hard in the face. It sent him flying, scattering his teeth in the air, his throat burning like a knife, unable to utter the word confirm. "Player Zhang Xiaobei, are you sure?" The Black Trojan routinely inquired again, but naturally received no answer. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei had already been dragged to the ground by Qin Zixuan like a dead dog. Don't ask anymore. He definitely wasn't going out. But someone was still waiting for him to reminisce. Qin Zixuan dragged Zhang Xiaobei while also teasing the Black Trojan. The Black Trojan had previously responded mechanically, but upon hearing Qin Zixuan speak, it immediately switched to a more personal tone. "You brat, your courage is growing. Aren't you afraid that I'll just take it as his agreement and let him out for a live broadcast effect?" The Black Trojan threatened. However, Qin Zixuan laughed it off. "Haha, you wish. But it has to be allowed by the rules, right? In my opinion, to teleport out of the secret realm without rewards definitely requires personal confirmation. Some rules you might be able to change or even create, but this rule involving core player interests, I'm afraid you can't change it." The Black Trojan said impatiently, "Hey, how can you be so sure I can't? What if I can?" Qin Zixuan waved his hand and chuckled. "First of all, there is no what if, because if you could, you wouldn't be wasting time talking to me. You would have acted long ago. As for that what if, this guy isn't even a cannon fodder in my eyes. The main reason I don't want to let him go is to encourage cannon fodder growth. Even if you let him out, he'd only live one more day, one more minute, and that counts as mine." This statement left the Black Trojan speechless, yet it inexplicably felt a surge of joy. Because Qin Zixuan's wisdom and strength aligned perfectly with his own frequency of wisdom and strength. The more Qin Zixuan acted this way, the happier the Black Trojan became. "Good. Keep that confidence. I like confident players like you." The cheerful Black Trojan couldn't help but encourage him. Qin Zixuan seized the opportunity. "Right? A quality player like me, you should treat me well. After all, according to what you said before, you are just a regional manager, which means there are other managers in other regions. I see that in the end, there will definitely be a distinction between regions, and at that time, you will probably have to rely on my efforts. How about this? Tell me the location of the summoning magic array, so I don't have to search the entire map." Qin Zixuan gradually revealed his intentions. Try to reach a consensus with the Black Trojan. After all, due to the existence of gods and demons, the upcoming game would undoubtedly be more dangerous. The management of Trojans in the area would become essential targets for, because players who gain the support of Trojans will inevitably take fewer detours. Or to put another way, Qin Zixuan needed a perfect disguise. If he had to pretend to be a newbie to find the summoning magic array, it would definitely take a lot of time. And during the early stages of the game, Qin Zixuan's time was extremely precious. Therefore, without exposing his identity as a cleared player, the Black Trojan was the most cost-effective route. After all, this route, even if not repaired now, would have to be repaired later. The Black Trojan clearly did not expect that Qin Zixuan could be this wise, even calculating the subsequent regional battles. After a brief silence, it indifferently stated, "Asking a question requires paying sequence points. This question is relatively simple, 1 sequence point." The Black Trojan used the most indifferent tone to give its maximum authority. Qin Zixuan naturally knew better than to be ungrateful and immediately replied with a smile. "No problem. I'll pay, you go ahead." Sequence point 1. As soon as Qin Zixuan finished speaking, the sequence point was automatically deducted. The Black Trojan immediately said, "The magic array is located on the platform below the source of the Tunglong River." "Okay, thank you very much. Let us leave it at that for now." Qin Zixuan thanked him and quickened his pace. Not far ahead, a thorn ball came into view, and he was about to reach Xiaowan and the other's location. Chapter 62. Xiaowan's awakening boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, we would have either been suffocated to death or smothered to death. Su Ruochu and couldn't help but speak even from a distance as Qin Zixuan approached. Zhao Zhoming also couldn't help but laugh. "Qin Xiao, what is this little thing? It's so strong, and on top of that, why is it so obedient? We all said there was no danger and asked it to unlock the ball for us. Yet it just wouldn't listen." Among the three, only Xiaowan remained silent, as she could just see Qin Zixuan and the dead dog like Zhang Xiaobei from the gap in the thorn ball. At that moment, the thorn ball began to rapidly retract, as Xiao Qingshan sensed Qin Zixuan's arrival and pulled all the thorn vines back. The three who had originally been protected naturally saw Qin Zixuan and the dead dog like Zhang Xiaobei right away. "Qin Tuan, your efficiency is too high, right?" Su Ruochuan was a bit dumbfounded. After all, from his perspective, how long had it been since Zhang Xiaobei had attempted to do something wrong? It hadn't even been 3 minutes. Their boss was still fighting then. Just 2 minutes later, not only had he been killed, but that bastard Zhang Xiaobei had also been dragged back. Smack! Qin Zixuan threw Zhang Xiaobei down in front of Xiaowan like a broken sack. "I originally wanted him to give you a lesson, but I didn't expect Xiao Qingshan to be so diligent. This lesson had no effect at all. Xiaowan, I seem to have heard you tell this kid to think it over. Why don't you ask him again now?" To be honest, Qin Zixuan was very dissatisfied with the performance of the three, especially Xiaowan. After all, he had wanted to cultivate her into a cannon fodder captain. But after experiencing such a cruel game, she remained so naive. Yes, due to the existence of natural perception, during the battle, Qin Zixuan was essentially present at the scene. Xiaowan's remark had made him feel that she was still somewhat naive. Therefore, he had gone through the trouble of bringing Zhang Xiaobei back alive. His purpose was to see how Xiaowan would ultimately deal with Zhang Xiaobei. As for the previously dead, dog-like Zhang Xiaobei, once he detached from Qin Zixuan's control, he immediately came back to life, kneeling pitifully in front of Xiaowan. He began to bow his head like a garlic clove, realizing that his life and fate were ultimately in Xiaowan's hands. At that moment, he was bowing his head and crying, looking as pitiful as possible. But in Xiaowan's eyes, there was no longer any mercy, because she finally realized her own problem and saw Zhang Xiaobei for who he truly was. Fierce and decisive, able to bend and stretch. If he had succeeded before, she might not have died, but her subsequent life would definitely be worse than death. Unfortunately, due to Qin Zixuan, his plan was thwarted before it even began, and he directly retreated without hesitation. And now, when he was caught back by Qin Zixuan, he immediately played the emotional card on her. Xiaowan suddenly understood. She finally realized why Qin Zixuan had brought him back. She also finally understood why he was so angry. Because her previous statement was undoubtedly a patronizing sentiment. At this moment, Xiaowan immediately wanted to draw her ghost tiger fish short sword and end Zhang Xiaobei right then and there. But before she could make a move, Zhang Xiaobei had already lunged at her like a fierce beast. Zhang Xiaobei was well aware that if Xiaowan didn't spare him, his only chance of survival was to take her hostage and escape. With an agility of 35 points, he moved at lightning speed, leaving after images in his wake. Among the three, Zhao Zhoming didn't quite understand the relationships involved, and since this person was thrown here by Qin Zixuan, he instinctively thought the opponent had completely lost the ability to resist. He never considered that he would suddenly turn violent. Su Wanjuan did have a reaction in advance, but his speed was no match for Zhang Xiaobei's. After he kicked out, Zhang Xiaobei easily dodged, and he no longer had any angle to attack. At this moment, Nie Xiaowan's hand had already touched the short sword, but she had no chance to draw it out. Zhang Xiaobei was already at her side, one hand holding down her hand that gripped the sword, while the other hand, now hardened, rested on her shoulder. His sharp nails glinted coldly, aimed at her neck. At this moment, he only needed to move a finger for Nie Xiaowan to meet her end. Having taken Nie Xiaowan down, Zhang Xiaobei revealed a victorious smile. In his view, his life was finally secured, but in reality, he was overthinking it. Qin Zixuan hadn't moved at all and showed no intention of doing so, because the Nie Xiaowan who had come to understand the situation was far more ruthless than Zhang Xiaobei had imagined. At the moment he revealed a negotiating smile to Qin Zixuan, Nie Xiaowan's left arm shot up swiftly, positioning a round shield before her neck. Then, without hesitation, she slammed the back of her head into his nose, causing him to instinctively release his grip on her sword handle. This moment of instinctive loosening was equivalent to loosening his own life. Clang! With a piercing sound, the ghost tiger fish short sword was drawn in an instant and stabbed into Zhang Xiaobei's lower back, then twisted fiercely. The last thing he expected was for the originally gentle and modest Nie Xiaowan to strike so ruthlessly. The abdominal wound was severe, with internal organs already in shambles. Zhang Xiaobei stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his wound and starting to crawl on all fours. From the beginning to the end, he had never considered actually killing Nie Xiaowan. The harshest punishment he thought of was to imprison her as his possession, even knowing that Nie Xiaowan would draw her sword. He never thought she truly had the intent to kill him, because in his view, there was merely a Qin Zixuan among them. He had never considered things from Nie Xiaowan's perspective. Perhaps he truly liked Nie Xiaowan from the bottom of his heart. But this kind of liking was so distorted for her that it sent chills down her spine. Not all affection and love must be reciprocated. The unattainable Zhang Xiaobei could completely distance himself instead of obsessing over possession and destruction. Xiaobei, have a good journey, Nie Xiaowan said coldly, with a hint of reluctance, but without any regret, because having come to this point, the conflict between them was already irreconcilable. If Zhang Xiaobei escaped today, he would undoubtedly pose a deadly threat to her and her companions in the future. Therefore, today, she had to bring this to an end. And it had to be her who did it. Zhang Xiaobei was stunned upon hearing this, and then he completely halted his movements. A vine shot out, and Zhang Xiaobei's ultimate fate was to turn to ashes within the cocoon of Shaoqing Shan. Chapter 63. Distribution of talent scrolls. Zhang Xiaobei's inheritance was minimal. Aside from a few pieces of equipment on him, his sequence points were almost depleted. Nie Xiaowan, to be honest, I somewhat regret accepting you as the number one cannon fodder. Qin Zixuan sighed. As a woman, Nie Xiaowan was ultimately a bit too emotional. In normal circumstances, this is a good thing, but in this current environment, one moment of emotion could lead to catastrophic consequences. From today onwards, when I'm not around, the decision-making power will be handed over to Su Wanjuan. Now, come over, take a break, and after awakening your talents, you can leave. Qin Zixuan made the final decision, calling the three of them over, preparing to let them awaken in the secret realm before going out. Upon hearing about the awakening, the three immediately gathered around. Previously, after they received the talent scrolls, Qin Zixuan had instructed them not to use them for awakening. After completing the level, he would choose the most suitable talent scroll for them to awaken. However, just as the three were eagerly gathering, Xia Mengzhu and Gao Hanhai arrived together. It seemed that Xia Mengzhu had already joined them, and the five of them brought over the 30-meter-long crystal seed corpse with a rumble. Naturally, Qin Zixuan stopped his actions and turned to greet them. Boom! With a muffled sound, upon meeting, Gao Hanhai casually placed down the corpse and said, "Brother Zixuan, I saw you were in a hurry before, and even forgot to collect this corpse, so I brought it to you, By the way, I want to thank you. Without you, I would have definitely met my end today. As for that hidden thing, we can't afford to think about it anymore. I wish you great success. After going out, I'll temporarily rest at the Jinhua building. If you need anything, feel free to send someone to find me. Previously, I still owe you a promise. Whenever you need it, just say the word, and I'll do whatever it takes. Gao Hanhai spoke more sweetly than a song, causing Qin Zixuan to smile involuntarily. However, no matter how one looked at it, Gao Hanhai was indeed clever. He not only knew how to say flattering words, but also knew how to seize the opportunity to say them. After his speech, no one could find any fault. First, it was gratitude, proving that even after losing sequence points, he would still remember Qin Zixuan's kindness. Second, it reinforced sincerity. You forgot your things. And I'm not greedy, I'm bringing them back. Third, it showed awareness of the situation. We not only want to go for the hidden thing, but will also actively withdraw, giving up the stage. Fourth, it was a means of building rapport. After going out, I'll still be in the old place, and if you need help, just find me. 4 key points summed up in 2 words: understanding. Faced with such an understanding Gao Hanhai, Qin Zixuan naturally had no more words. All right, the mountains are high and the waters are long. Gao is certainly an extraordinary person. We will meet again. If you need anything later, I want to stand on ceremony. Gao Hanhai, hearing Qin Zixuan praise him, felt inexplicably happy and laughed. Haha, that is how it should be. Well, we have completed the settlement, and we are leaving now. Until we meet again. As soon as Gao Hanhai finished speaking, a strange formation pattern appeared beneath his feet. As the pattern emerged, his body began to rapidly fade, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone. Until we meet again. The remaining 4 immediately clasped their fists in salute, and formation patterns appeared beneath their feet as well, teleporting them out of the secret realm. With the small interlude over, only Qin Zixuan and his group of 4 remained in this secret realm. After handing over the crystal seed corpse they had brought to Shao Qingshan for absorption, Qin Zixuan once again sat down with the 3 cannon fodders and took out 3 talent scrolls from his pocket. 2 were the rare grade, and 1 was of the elite grade. The 2 rare talents were Spirit of Nature and Power of Ferocity. The elite talent was Lava Blacksmith. Nishiaoruan. Your positioning is an agile control type, well suited for the Spirit of Nature. Take it. Previously, you had taken out an elite talent scroll, so I'll count this rare talent as worth 10,000 sequence points. Is that all right? The Spirit of Nature. After use, it can awaken the power of nature and gain the ability to manipulate plants and other natural forces. Upon hearing the discounted price of 10,000, Nishiaoruan was startled. But after taking the Spirit of Nature scroll and looking at it, she immediately beamed with joy. Deal. Whatever you say goes, I'll go along with you. Ha! Don't act all coy after gaining a bargain. Because of the super tier awakening, this talent's actual effect will definitely exceed the description. You can only say you hit the jackpot. Alright, next is Su Ruanjuan. Your combat style is a wild power type, and the talent Zheng's power belongs to an integrated super combat type that is quite suitable. Take a look. 30,000 sequence points. No deception, no prior debts. Just pay me back when you have supplies later. After finishing his words, Qin Zixuan handed over Zheng's power to Su Ruanjuan. Su Ruanjuan, like Nishiaoruan, felt immense pressure upon hearing the 30,000, but upon taking a look, he immediately lit up with joy. Zheng's power, a transformation type enhancement talent that allows temporary transformation into a half-beast warrior with characteristics of the Zheng beast. Haha, humans will never be enslaved. I like this talent. It's much stronger than the ones I have. The boss is indeed the boss. His vision is just different. Once we get out of here, we can deal with a wave of loot, and I'll quickly be able to pay back the sequence points. Seeing that Su Ruanjuan liked it, Qin Zixuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that this kid would resist because of the transformation, but it seems he was overthinking it. Well, as I said, due to the relationship with super tier evolution, talents will definitely have a qualitative leap after reaching super tier. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to the super tier of your talent, because, if I'm not mistaken, this Zheng will likely ascend to a dragon form upon further sublimation. As soon as Qin Zixuan said this, Su Ruojuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately hid the scroll in his bosom, afraid of it being snatched away by others. Are you kidding? A dragon. Anything related to that is incredibly powerful. If there's a chance to become a dragon warrior, anyone who tries to snatch my scroll will definitely face my wrath. Of course, this was purely his overthinking, as there were only the four of them in the secret realm at the moment. Qin Zixuan glanced at him disdainfully, then took out the last scroll and looked at Zhao Zhoming. Old Zhao, sorry, you might have to make some sacrifices regarding your talent, because in my opinion, your tenacity and purity fit this lava blacksmith talent very well. You have the spirit of a craftsman. We need a craftsman for the high-tier equipment to come. Don't say that. Qin Xiao, what kind of sacrifice is this? Just the fact that you need these 3 words makes me, Old Zhao, more than willing. Lava blacksmith, awakens with fire control ability, can create a furnace to forge weapons and armor. You know what? I actually quite like the idea of forging. Before Qin Zixuan could finish his sentence, Old Zhao took the scroll, glanced at it, and was very satisfied. Chapter 64. Are you sure you want to eat this thing? Very well, since you're willing to accept it, then there's nothing more to say. In fact, this lava blacksmith talent, due to the power of lava, also significantly enhances combat effectiveness. After Super Tier Awakening, it's not weaker than ordinary combat talents. As for sequence points, just a token amount, 10,000 points will do. After all, everyone will need you later. For every piece of equipment you forge, you can appropriately charge some sequence points. If all goes well, you'll be an invisible wealthy man in the future. Old Zhao's understanding made Qin Zixuan very pleased, and he immediately detailed the benefits of this talent. Thus, all 3 of them had the talent scrolls they wanted, and they were just short of a place to awaken. Based on Qin Zixuan's past experience, awakening generally involves a few hours of unconsciousness. They needed a safe place, which naturally would be provided by little Qin Shan. After all, currently, while there were no other players in this secret realm, there were still many abyss monsters. If left unattended, they might be looted by a bunch of small monsters. And Qin Zixuan himself didn't have time to guard them. Thus, this heavy responsibility naturally fell on little Qin Shan. Poor little Qin Shan, barely a day old, was being used by Qin Zixuan for all sorts of labor. Qin Zixuan finally brought them to the foot of the highest mountain in the secret realm, Giant Rock Mountain. The source of the Tenglong River is on Giant Rock Mountain, and Qin Zixuan would soon battle the ultimate hidden evil-eyed giant at the mountaintop platform's magic array. This place was neither too far nor too close, just right. However, although Qin Zixuan had some confidence in this battle, he didn't have absolute certainty, because he had only killed this ultimate once before, and that was a narrow victory. At that time, his attributes were not as good as now, but he had already awakened his talent. Now, for the sake of the ultimate chosen one, he had not awakened any talent. It's important to know that in the Galaxy Sequence, tiers are very important. There is a fundamental difference between non-tier and awakened tier. First, there are attributes, non-tier, without enhancement, can only reach a maximum of 50 points, while awakened tiers can reach 100 points. Most importantly, talents can provide players with supernatural powers that many attribute points cannot offer. For example, Zhang Xiaobei's previous steel transformation, and the talents that Nie Xiaowan and others are about to awaken. They can amplify the physical strength brought by attribute points geometrically. So, although Qin Zixuan's attributes averaged only about 37 or 38 at that time, compared to now, they were not weak at all, and perhaps even stronger. However, compared to then, Qin Zixuan's perspective was much broader now. Moreover, after experiencing a life-and-death struggle, he had a clear and thorough understanding of most of his skills and habits. Giant Rock Mountain, not more than 1,000 meters high, was covered with jagged rocks, looking like a towering stone giant. When Qin Zixuan and his companions arrived at the foot of the mountain, the 3 cannon fodders couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, I really didn't expect that in this dark secret realm, there would be such a beautiful and majestic stone mountain." Nie Xiaowan was filled with shock. She had been to many film cities and scenic spots. She had seen all kinds of mountains, but this mountain, clearly not particularly high, gave her an overwhelming sense of majesty. "Boss, I have to say, following you really opens my eyes." Su Ruojuan flattered first, then curiously asked, "Is the hidden thing that the black wooden horse mentioned inside this mountain?" Boss, how did you know about this place? Nie Xiaoruan and Zhao Zhoming looked at Qin Zixuan with curiosity upon hearing Su Ruojuan's words. After all, during the throne contention, they had almost been together the whole time, and Qin Zixuan should not have known about this place then. Seeing their curiosity, Qin Zixuan smiled indifferently and said, "How did I know? How else could I know? Of course, it was the black wooden horse that told me." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. They all knew that the black wooden horse had a QA service, but this service was quite a ripoff. A very simple question could cost 300 to 500 points, and a more complex critical one could cost over 1,000. Who would dare to ask? Nie Xiaoruan asked another question. That must have cost a lot of sequence points. That guy really lives up to his name. Qin Zixuan laughed. Not much. Just one sequence point. Qin Zixuan's display of wealth left the three stunned. All right, stop lingering. After you awaken, that guy will definitely have a change of attitude towards you. And when you ask him questions later, it will be a bit cheaper. Qin Zixuan made a final summary, causing the three to have a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. He will treat us differently after awakening. This meant that the stronger the strength, the more valued they would be. Strength is everything. At this moment, the three had a deeper understanding of the game's rules. Arriving at the foot of Giant Rock Mountain, Qin Zixuan led the three to carve out a rock cave. He then asked Qin Shan to release poisonous vines to seal the cave entrance, allowing everyone to begin their awakening. He also began his final preparations before the battle. The so-called battle preparations referred to organizing supplies and checking and replenishing items. Thus, Qin Zixuan first took out the 5 light balls produced by the crystal seed and the special item, the condensed crystal seed, rewarded for the first kill. Condensed crystal seed, a special evolution-type item, when devoured, can coexist with bloodworms and transform into a unique condensed crystal seed. The description of this item made Qin Zixuan feel a bit creepy. Good heavens, this thing is essentially a controllable bloodworm nest. Swallowing it will grant me the power of a continuously evolving crystal seed. According to the strength of the crystal seed, this thing is indeed very powerful. Don't be fooled by its seemingly weak appearance. It can't even withstand a punch from Qin Zixuan. In fact, that's not the case at all. Just look at the situation of the 3 cannon fodder battling it. It's fierce, agile, and extremely tough. The reason it couldn't handle a punch from Qin Zixuan is that his power has exceeded its limit, and he knows its vital points very well. If it were the 3 cannon fodder, it could be hit 100 times without revealing its core, and it would instantly recover. This crystal seed cannot be said to be weak. It's just that Qin Zixuan has some difficulty accepting the fact that it coexists symbiotically with the blood-sucking bug. Therefore, no matter how strong it is, he doesn't really care for it. However, he doesn't care that others might. Almost as soon as Qin Zixuan took out the crystal seed, the little guy, Qin Shan, darted at Qin Zixuan's wrist, chirping excitedly. While chirping, the branches and leaves on its head shook rapidly, and its mouth was drooling uncontrollably, looking just like a hungry husky. Goodness, the combination of the newly born tree spirit and the crystal seed, the fusion of tree and bug. What kind of strange combination is this? Are you serious? However, given the little creature's eager behavior, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but ask with a mix of amusement and bewilderment, Little Qin Shan, are you sure you want to eat this thing? Chapter 65. Little Qin Shan's Transformation Eek. Ick. Upon hearing Qin Zixuan's words, the little guy immediately responded with excitement. With that, Qin Zixuan no longer hesitated and handed the crystal seed over. The little creature was quite unceremonious and instantly put the crystal seed into its mouth. This thing was not small, but strangely, once it entered little Qin Shan's mouth, it immediately dissolved like liquid. Then, little Qin Shan fell straight down, startling Qin Zixuan. Fortunately, he had a panel, and upon opening it immediately and seeing that little Qin Shan was in the process of evolving, he finally relaxed. At this moment, the 3 cannon fodder had also used their talent scrolls and started their awakening journey. Nie Xiaoruan was half asleep, with faint 4-colored mist swirling around her surface. Su Ruojuan leaned back with her arms crossed, her surface scales faintly visible, also in a half-dazed state. Zhao Zhoming was red, all over like a hot iron. with lightning patterns gathering on his arms, but he was completely asleep. In simple terms, before one of these three people or the tree regains consciousness, he definitely cannot leave. Fortunately, at this moment, he had not yet finished resting and was looking at a piece of loot. After examining the special item, Qin Zixuan opened the titles and took a look at the attributes of the two titles he had previously received. Pioneer, Agility 3. Great Adventurer, all attributes 3. Both titles were percentage-based, and he was surprised that the Great Adventurer title actually provided a 3 to all attributes. It is known that a forest first seat only adds 2 points, and a rookie's first pass of the 3 initial levels actually rewards this highly. However, in terms of difficulty, the difficulty of obtaining this Great Adventurer title is indeed much greater than that of the forest first seat. After all, one is a first pass of a level, while the other is a first pass of the entire secret realm. Thus, in this central business district secret realm, Qin Zixuan's title attribute gain reached an impressive 5 agility and 5 to all attributes. This percentage bonus is hardly noticeable before attributes exceed 100, but when they do, it will become increasingly significant. Not dwelling too much on the titles, a pleased Qin Zixuan quickly shifted his focus to the 5 light orbs that burst from the crystal seed. Without the talent scroll, the 5 light orbs included 1 piece of equipment, 1 5 attribute stone, 1 hidden summoning item, and 2 equipment upgrade scrolls. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 rare and 1 exquisite. When following boots, equipment type, armor. Equipment grade, rare. Equipment effect. After equipping, you can briefly walk on the wind. Note, I am as free as the wind, like your tenderness, which cannot be retained. Note 2, effect doubles when moving forward. Crystal crossbow, equipment type, weapon. Equipment grade, exquisite. Equipment effect, can continuously fire 50 extremely penetrating red crystal crossbow bolts in a very short time. Note, condense, and condense again. I can condense infinitely. No need for crossbow bolts. The war crossbow automatically condenses arrows. Note 2, whoosh, 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 I can keep shooting. Both pieces of equipment are good, especially the crystal crossbow, which fills the gap in Qin Zixuan's ranged weapons. After that, the attribute stone is nothing special, just a red strength 5 stone. Qin Zixuan currently has full attributes, so he can only temporarily toss it into his accessories. After that, there are the 2 equipment upgrade scrolls. 1 for upgrading to superior quality and 1 for upgrading to exquisite quality. These 2 are like timely rain for Qin Zixuan. Without a doubt, the superior upgrade scroll was naturally given to the spider silk bracers, which he had become increasingly adept at using in the secret realm. After all, this functional piece of equipment can be said to be incredibly versatile and will have a large stage in the future. And after the upgrade, it did not disappoint Qin Zixuan at all. Spider silk bracers, type, functional. Grade, exquisite. Equipment effect, comes with tough spider silk, useful for killing enemies, grappling, spinning, jumping, and is incredibly versatile. Note, with great power comes great responsibility. Once worn, you will have no hindrance. Note 2, hey Spider-Man, you are not alone. In the equipment description, there seems to be no significant change, except that the webbing shot out is now more than 10 times tougher than before. What pleased Qin Zixuan even more was that the first note, reflecting no hindrance, relates to luck. His hidden attribute, luck, increased by 1 point, becoming 5 points. Don't underestimate luck. When it's high, even small monsters can occasionally drop attribute stones. When fighting, while others drop 1 piece of equipment, you might drop 3. In a 3-year dream, Qin Zixuan once encountered someone with an initial luck of over 10 points and even boasted about it. What? R&T attribute stones full after defeating small monsters? Don't you get a bunch of drops from fighting elite monsters? Such famous sayings almost made Dream Qin Zixuan spit blood. The superior upgrade scroll was given to the spider silk bracers, and after much consideration, Qin Zixuan ultimately gave the just-received crystal crossbow the exquisite equipment upgrade scroll. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and the newly transformed crystal crossbow appeared before Qin Zixuan. The originally eye-catching red snake design vanished, replaced by a black snake design, and the entire body of the crossbow shrank significantly. It became smaller and more exquisite. Its power was even greater. Crystal Soul Crossbow, equipment type, weapon, equipment grade, rare, equipment effect, can continuously fire 50 extremely penetrating black crystal crossbow bolts in a very short time. Note, condense, condense, and condense again. I can condense infinitely. Condense arrows. Condense prey. Note 2. Condense, condense, crystallize, turning everything into art. After upgrading to rare, this crossbow underwent a qualitative change, preserving its previous superior attributes while sublimating into crystallization power, which is a significant enhancement for Qin Zixuan. The last piece of loot is a red crystal the size of a fist. The final hidden summoning item is the Crystal Seed Core. Crystal Seed Core. When placed into a magic array along with the Tree Spirit Heart and the Fanged Horror, it can summon the ultimate fear. With all 3 hidden items now complete, Qin Zixuan finished resting and only needed one of the 3 people or the tree to awaken before he could head up the mountain. In fact, he would have already gone up the mountain by now if it weren't for little Qin Shan's interruption. However, given the little creature's condition, it should wake up earlier than the other 3, so it wouldn't delay Qin Zixuan for too long. Because just a few minutes had passed, and in a moment of distraction, the little guy had already changed. Its originally brown body had become extremely solid, so solid that it looked like a crystal rather than a wooden entity. The color of its leaves had also changed. The originally emerald hair on his head turned into a strange red color, resembling pieces of blood-colored agate, looking quite impressive. Chapter 66. The final battle begins sure enough. Not long after, in less than 10 minutes, Qin Zixuan received a system notification. Your partner Qin Shan has completed fusion and evolved into a new race, gaining the power of crystallization and obtained growth attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 7, Agility 7, Spirit 3. With this panel alert, little Qin Shan stretched lazily and finally opened his eyes. Qin Zixuan immediately opened his panel as well. Qin Shan Race, Nature Crystal Seed. Rank None. Status Juvenile Phase. Awakening Value 3018100000. Master Qin Zixuan. Attributes Strength 23, Constitution 35, Agility 15, Spirit 10. Notes: the rebirth of the Tree King's indomitable will. Mastering unusual natural powers and crystallization power can assist the master in battle. Note 2. Can absorb natural energy for evolution. It must be said that this time the little guy's evolution was much greater than the previous enhancement from absorbing 2 corpses, because this time he not only increased his attributes, but also underwent a racial mutation, becoming the so-called Nature Crystal Seed. The originally protruding thorny vines had not changed much in style, but the texture had transformed into something akin to jade. From Qin Zixuan's perspective, this texture should no longer fear flames. In simple terms, from now on, little Qin Shan would not be afraid of fire or thunder, the elemental powers that originally countered him like other tree people. Moreover, due to the crystal core, his future evolutionary path would inevitably differ from that of other tree people. Yeah. As soon as the little guy opened his eyes and saw Qin Zixuan, he excitedly flew onto his shoulder and began rubbing his face. This time, Qin Zixuan did not dislike him anymore, as the little guy's face was already smooth and rubbing against him felt cool and pleasant, no longer rough like before. With the awakening of the little one, it was time for Qin Zixuan to set off. The little guy was somewhat reluctant, but after a few comforting words from Qin Zixuan, he ultimately chirped that he would definitely complete the tasks assigned to him, ensuring that no other creatures would disturb the 3 in the cave. Thus, Qin Zixuan did not hesitate any longer and quickly walked out of the cave, heading straight for the mountain peak. The more than 1,000-meter-high mountain had no clear path and was hidden with many abyssal monsters. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan had a jungle cloak, along with wind-treading boots and spider silk bracers, allowing him to traverse the heights easily, avoiding many troubles along the way. After about 10 minutes, Qin Zixuan silently arrived near the mountain top on a familiar platform. Above the platform, a massive stone was clearly visible, with a thin stream trickling out from the crevice, which was the so-called source of the Tunglong River. As for the platform, it was essentially a giant rock, about the size of 2 classrooms. On the surface of the giant rock, there were knife-carved and axe-hewn patterns, forming a bizarre design with a circle and a triangle. In the triangular position of this pattern, Qin Zixuan saw familiar hidden symbols: fangs, crystal core, and heart. He immediately took out the 3 hidden items. As the scene unfolded, the black wooden horse immediately pinned the channel to the top, simultaneously sending out a notification of attention. The few divine beings who had previously followed Qin Zixuan, the unparalleled beauty of the silent goddess, the 7th princess, the king of failure, the duke of Daxia, ink-stained glamour, all descended. The final battle has finally arrived. This battle will definitely not be boring. The unparalleled beauty of the silent goddess was the first to speak. In fact, she had never left the live broadcast room. This kid is quite bold, daring to take risks without awakening to hammer the ultimate hidden. I'm looking forward to it. Ink-stained glamour spoke second. After watching Qin Zixuan's performance for a day, he became increasingly interested in this human player. He had almost no weaknesses and, like him, pursued perfection. For example, awakening. His pursuit was actually a perfect super-tier awakening, even extreme awakening. The other 3 divine beings also sent out expectant bullet comments, just waiting for Qin Zixuan to serve the dish. Qin Zixuan did not keep the divine beings waiting long and placed the 3 hidden items one by one on the apex of the array triangle. Splash! The moment the 3 hidden items were placed, the knife-carved and axe-hewn array suddenly burst forth with terrifying brilliance. The space was suddenly torn open, and a gigantic monster leaped out. As the monster emerged, a system notification popped up on the panel. You have summoned the ultimate hidden evil eye giant. The monster was 7 to 8 meters tall, with thick black-gray skin, extremely strong and robust. Its left arm's fingers were like blades. Its feet were several sizes larger than a human's, with a single thick toe on the heel, forming an unusual structure of 4 in front and 1 behind, with claw-like nails. Its facial features looked almost indistinguishable from a human's, just larger, and it had an additional vertical eye on its forehead, which had no pupil and looked like a deep black gem. At this moment, it was somewhat dazed, shaking its head, seemingly unaware of the situation before it. Naturally, Qin Zixuan would not miss this opportunity to take the initiative. The final battle in the secret realm had begun. With a surge of energy, Qin Zixuan kicked off and shot upwards, the great blade silently drawn into his hand, targeting the evil eye giant in the center of the magic array. Roar! Seeing Qin Zixuan rushing at him with the blade, the evil eye giant let out a roar, its skin darkening further, almost instinctively lowering its head. Whoosh! With a light sound, a very thin beam of light shot from the black vertical eye on its forehead, slicing toward Qin Zixuan like a ray. Qin Zixuan, being an experienced player, was naturally prepared for the charge. Almost the moment it lowered its head, his figure flickered, creating 2 images of Qin Zixuan as he moved at high speed. The beam sliced through the left image, which dissipated without any scream or bloodshed. Due to this delay, Qin Zixuan's real body had already entered within 10 meters of the evil eye giant. With a swift slash, the blade emitted a red flame that howled, extremely violent. At this moment, Qin Zixuan's combat power was truly unleashed, and the power of the flame gauntlet was pushed to its limit. With such a strike, even the evil eye giant did not dare to take it lightly. A thick black mist erupted from its body, and its skin solidified like black crystal. Then, it swiped with its left hand, unleashing 5 streams of black claw winds straight at the flame. Boom! The flame collided with 3 of the claw winds, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Whoosh! The 2 claw winds that were not block shot towards Qin Zixuan. On the other side, Qin Zixuan's flame was ultimately stronger than the 3 claw winds, breaking through them and heading straight for the evil eye giant. Qin Zixuan dodged the claw winds with a sidestep, while the evil eye giant crossed its arms in front of its chest, a claw mark slashing through, causing Qin Zixuan's flame to dissipate before him. In this brief exchange, Qin Zixuan gained a new understanding of the evil eye giant's combat power. The black mist was a manifestation of awakened energy being released. The evil eye giant before him was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered since the game was transformed. Its body was filled with energy, its skin hard, its claws capable of unleashing claw winds, its speed as swift as the wind, its reflexes as quick as lightning. An extremely dangerous beam from the black vertical eye on its forehead. Qin Zixuan had no doubt that even with his gear, if hit by that beam, he would be instantly cut open without any resistance. However, no matter how strong it was, he had to fight, for this was the path he chose. The evil-eyed giant roared menacingly at Qin Zixuan, as if trying to convey something, but Qin Zixuan clearly couldn't understand and continued to charge forward recklessly. The evil-eyed giant seemed enraged and lowered its head again. This time, the aurora was not just a fleeting flash, but rather shone like a small spotlight. Qin Zixuan moved extremely quickly, dodging the laser once more. While he could evade, the immovable rock platform could not. An entire corner was illuminated by the beam of light. Crack! The horrifying sound of tearing and crushing echoed as the illuminated corner began to slide down slowly, and Qin Zixuan, who had just avoided the aurora, immediately realized that the giant rock he was on was about to fall, causing his pupils to constrict. Boom! He suddenly stomped down, bursting forth at full speed like a gust of wind, charging straight towards the seemingly overexerted evil-eyed giant, taking advantage of its weakness to strike. This was Qin Zixuan's usual battle principle. Crack! With a final kick before leaving, he sent the corner of the giant rock that had been hit by the evil-eyed giant's black beam sliding down faster amid a loud crash. Snap! Finally, half of the giant rock couldn't withstand the increasing weight and broke apart, starting to plummet rapidly. At this moment, Qin Zixuan had already surged forward from the falling rock, arriving in front of the evil-eyed giant, whose vertical eye on its forehead was now barely a thin slit. Such a massive black ray was a huge drain on it as well. Qin Zixuan, now so close, swung his large knife with his right hand, the flames on the blade surging like a mountain colliding sideways, the sharp aura of the knife peaking in an instant. However, the evil-eyed giant showed no fear. Surrounded by swirling black mist, its entire right arm crystallizing like black crystal, sweeping towards him at high speed, choosing to clash head-on. As Qin Zixuan's knife was halfway through the swing, he saw the evil-eyed giant revealing its black crystal-like claw, opting for a direct confrontation, which made him feel a surge of excitement. Huh! Qin Zixuan shouted, unleashing all 100 points of his strength, maximizing the power of the flames, the knife's flames blindingly bright, making his right arm seem to swell in size. The veins on his hand quickly bulged as he truly unleashed his full power, swinging fiercely. When it was a loud crack, the evil-eyed giant's right claw was knocked aside in the sound of a crisp impact, and under the enormous recoil, Qin Zixuan's knife was slightly lifted. The entire right arm of the evil-eyed giant, after the initial clash of metal, couldn't withstand the subsequent tremendous force and shattered under the impact, the bones in its wrist also giving way, breaking through the skin to reveal a segment of its palm. Dark purple blood gushing forth. The entire body of the evil-eyed giant was then driven into the giant rock by the force of the strike. This time, the evil-eyed giant miscalculated. It never expected that in a contest of strength with Qin Zixuan, it would be the one unable to withstand a blow. Qin Zixuan looked at the evil-eyed giant being smashed into the rock like a baseball and felt a bit regretful. If only the rock were harder, or if the giant's skin and bones weren't so tough, that strike could have taken its life. After being embedded into the rock layer, dust flew up all around, and the mountain's monsters were attracted by the noise, rushing out. Qin Zixuan sensed that the evil-eyed giant had suffered significant injuries, but the visibility was poor, and he didn't dare to recklessly charge down. He had to remain on guard against the evil-eyed giant's black ray. Once hit by that thing, it would be deadly, so he did not pursue too aggressively. Instead, he stood firm with his knife, locking onto the position of the evil-eyed giant, ensuring it had nowhere to escape. The slash and contest of strength had occurred in the blink of an eye, and, at this moment, the giant rock cut down by the evil-eyed giant hadn't even hit the ground yet. Crash, crack, whoosh. It scraped past countless exposed trees and plants on the mountainside, making a chaotic noise as it sped toward the ground. Boom! The entire giant rock finally crashed into a deep valley on the mountainside with a deafening roar, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and shockwave. Amid the loud noise, the evil-eyed giant stood up again. Oh, woo! The moment the evil-eyed giant stood, it let out a loud howl, as if conveying some signal. The sound seemed to have great penetrating power, instantly piercing through the giant rock mountain and echoing across a good portion of the secret realm. At the foot of the mountain, little Qin Zixuan had just replenished the outer vines and was preparing to take a short rest. Oh, whoa! Suddenly, an extremely penetrating howl resonated in her eardrums. Eek! Qin Zixuan also excitedly screamed, wishing she could rush up the mountain to help. Unfortunately, glancing at the three people who were either sitting or lying down, she had no choice but to give up. Following this howl, many abyssal monsters rushed out from the mountains and gathered quickly at the foot of the mountain, soon forming a torrent heading towards the summit. At this moment, Qin Zixuan, hearing the evil-eyed giant's roar, couldn't help but sigh. What a hassle. The evil-eyed giant was a high-level abyssal race and had the ability to summon abyssal monsters, but fortunately, it was not of royal lineage. It could only summon, not control. Summoning is different from controlling. Summoning is akin to a superior calling upon a subordinate in human society, where the subordinate can choose to refuse. However, in the hierarchically structured abyssal monsters, the level of compliance to superiors is much stricter than in human society. Any summoned monsters will certainly rebel. Controlling, on the other hand, is much stronger than summoning. Summoned monsters, like the abyssal poison spider, will fight for the summoner but will instinctively evade or even flee when facing danger. Controlled monsters, however, will execute the controller's commands more rigorously. Even in the face of danger, they will not follow their instinct to escape, but will meticulously obey the commands of the controller. In terms of combat power, controlled poison spiders are stronger than summoned ones. The former can even self-destruct to harm enemies. This is because summoned monsters, in a sense, still belong to the wild, abyssal monsters. Once controlled, it signifies permanent enslavement, indicating that those abyssal monsters have become organized. Their combat style is no longer the chaotic biting and pouncing of wild abyssal monsters, but resembles an army fighting in formation. However, for Qin Zixuan at this moment, whether it was summoning or controlling, it was quite a significant problem. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle with the Evil-Eyed Giant. Thus, Qin Zixuan had only one path left to take, to quickly eliminate the ultimate hidden evil-eyed giant. With this thought, Qin Zixuan, who had temporarily retreated, felt the crimson flames surge forth again in his hands. Behind the platform, several lizardmen slaves were rushing towards his position. It seemed they wanted to jump directly onto the platform from the left side, and the evil-eyed giant had now stopped howling. Qin Zixuan stomped down hard, the flames on his knife blazing, sweeping away the dust. At the same time, the lizardmen, drawn by the sound, quickly pounced. Qin Zixuan held the knife with one hand against his shoulder, stepping toward the evil-eyed giant that had been driven into the giant rock. As he walked, he drew the crystal soul crossbow from his waist, shooting dozens of black crossbow bolts. Whiz! The lizardmen were directly pinned to the ground during their pounce. So the luckier ones who weren't shot in the head still alive. Qin Zixuan paid them no mind and continued to walk step by step toward the evil-eyed giant. The crystallization ability of the crossbow bolts forced the lizardmen, even if they weren't dead, to struggle futilely on the arrows with their partially crystallized bodies. Finally, Qin Zixuan reached within 5 meters of the evil-eyed giant, only to find that the giant's appearance was now extremely tragic. The previous extreme violent slash had caused the left half of his nose to vanish, and the left side of his lips was reduced to just the alveolar ridge with a few scattered sharp teeth inside. His left eye was a bloody mess, and it was unclear if he was blind. However, none of the wounds were bleeding anymore. His right hand had completely disappeared, but the wound on his wrist had scabbed over. The bone that had been driven out through his elbow by the powerful strike seemed to have been pushed back into his arm. Around the evil-eyed giant, several disemboweled lizardmen lay scattered on the ground. The evil-eyed giant had an extremely strong physique and could heal himself by devouring the hearts of abyssal monsters. And the effect was remarkable, which made Qin Zixuan sigh in admiration. The evil-eyed giant was momentarily stunned by Qin Zixuan's slash, but this also fully ignited his ferocity. Bang! Seeing Qin Zixuan approach, he pushed off the ground and suddenly lunged forward. His speed was astonishing, matching that of Qin Zixuan at full power, as he instantly swiped his claws towards Qin Zixuan's abdomen. Ding! Qin Zixuan reacted without delay, swiftly slashing down with his knife, and the two forces collided, producing a sound of metal clashing and sparking flames. With no results from the first strike, the evil-eyed giant used the recoil to propel himself backward like a cannonball towards the left wall. Just before hitting the wall, he jumped back and pushed off, charging at Qin Zixuan again, his claws like black crystal aimed directly at Qin Zixuan's head. In Qin Zixuan's eyes, a sharp glint flickered, due to his strength attribute. Close combat was currently his strongest and most preferred fighting style. With the evil-eyed giant engaging him in close quarters, Qin Zixuan showed no signs of backing down, immediately countering with his knife. The knife techniques honed over 3 years of dreaming were fully unleashed, sweeping, chopping, pulling, slicing, all executed with great vigor. And coupled with the flame power from his hands, the knife became wild and unruly. The evil-eyed giant, shrouded in black mist like crystal, collided with him once more. Ding, 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 ding. Both sides had considerable strength, their speed of attack was not slow, and their feet were exceptionally agile, moving faster and faster, with the sounds of metal clashing becoming increasingly dense. In an instant, the figures in the arena became indistinguishable, leaving only 2 shadows, one red and one black, entangled in a chaotic dance, each contact producing sparks. After a moment of fierce battle, the evil-eyed giant's strength ultimately waned, and he was finally struck in the chest by Qin Zixuan's blade. Although his skin was tough and his bones hard as steel, Qin Zixuan's immense strength combined with explosive flames shattered his bones, and dark purple blood gushed forth. Qin Zixuan's combat suit was torn at the chest, with 5 claw marks stretching diagonally from his lower abdomen to his left chest and a long blood streak on his left hand. Without the armor, that hit would have incapacitated Qin Zixuan. Even with it, his internal organs experienced some shock. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan's physique held up, and this slight shock had little effect on him. As for the long blood streak on his left arm, it was naturally a wound left by the evil-eyed giant's claw wind. The claw wind of the evil-eyed giant played a crucial role in this rapid combat. Its speed and concealment made it a significant factor that allowed Qin Zixuan to match him evenly. At this moment, blood seeped from Qin Zixuan's left arm, but luckily it was just a superficial wound, and he paid it no mind, his gaze becoming even sharper. Huh! The evil-eyed giant caught the scent of blood from Qin Zixuan, and the murderous glint in his eyes intensified, his already grotesque face becoming even more ferocious. With his alveolar ridge exposed from the loss of half his lip, a deep blue tongue licked the fresh blood on his hand, and his right eye involuntarily squinted. Seemingly intoxicated, Qin Zixuan narrowed his eyes, holding the knife with flames raging, and instantly charged up, causing the entire blade to vanish from sight, transforming into a cluster of extremely violent flames, accompanied by the sound of roaring fire around him. Qin Zixuan suddenly pushed off, and the massive rock beneath him exploded, and with a low shout, he shot out like lightning. Buzz! The wind and fire howled, and the knife vibrated as the evil-eyed giant almost immediately turned to step, left the moment he saw Qin Zixuan gather his power, but he was still too slow. Because Qin Zixuan had finally used the wind-treading boots he had been hiding, the force of that savage strike was incredibly fast. Almost at the moment the giant lifted his foot, the knife flames were already upon him, and the evil-eyed giant's pupils contracted. At this point, it was too late to evade, and he could only take it head-on. In that moment, black mist erupted from his body, instantly enveloping him and solidifying into a black crystal sculpture. His right arm, which had exploded and disappeared, was crossed in front of his chest, while his left arm crossed behind it, and both hands were crossed in front of his head. Huh! With such an opportunity, how could Qin Zixuan let it slip? He shook his battle knife, and the first wave of knife flames shot out from the blade. Then, The flames surged again from his hands, rapidly flowing toward the knife. And in an instant, all the flames on Qin Zixuan's hands vanished, holding the knife above his head. The flames on the blade condensed into a blade aura that shot out 3 to 4 meters long, with veins bulging on both hands. The knife flames cascaded down toward the evil-eyed giant's head with a thunderous slash. Chapter 69. Aerial Pursuit. Since the beginning of the battle, Qin Zixuan had been relentlessly pursuing and attacking, with each move being a life-or-death struggle, giving no time to breathe. The evil-eyed giant had managed to draw blood from Qin Zixuan, thinking that it would make him cautious in the subsequent fight, thus buying himself some time to recover. However, to his surprise, the opponent completely ignored this, becoming even more frenzied after tasting blood. At this moment, Qin Zixuan's sudden 2 furious slashes placed the evil-eyed giant in immediate peril. In the blink of an eye, the first slash of pure knife flames had already struck the evil-eyed giant's right arm. Boom! The collision between the knife flames and the evil-eyed giant's right arm produced a violent explosion. The black energy barrier on the evil-eyed giant's body, which resembled crystal, couldn't fully withstand the explosive force of Qin Zixuan's charged knife flames. Although it faced significant resistance, this enhanced knife flame still charred the flesh black in an instant. And the front end of his right arm, which had lost its claws, was almost instantly turned to charcoal. After that strike, before the evil-eyed giant could counterattack, Qin Zixuan's second jump slash had already descended, causing the giant to instinctively step half a step to the right. But Qin Zixuan's all-out strike was simply too fast. The moment the evil-eyed giant took that half step, the blade came crashing down. The crimson knife flames flashed like lightning. And although the evil-eyed giant's instinctive movement couldn't completely evade Qin Zixuan's strike, it did help him avoid a fatal blow to the head. Ultimately, Qin Zixuan's full-force strike landed on the evil-eyed giant's shoulder, severing the scapula and slicing diagonally down to his chest. Unfortunately, the massive rock beneath the evil-eyed giant couldn't withstand this tremendous force and cracked open a large hole, causing the giant to be once again engulfed by the rock, leaving a large hole behind. Boom! As Qin Zixuan's knife descended and impacted the ground, the flame power fully erupted, and the massive rock instantly spiderwebbed from the point of contact, exploding in an instant as it began to collapse downward. Bang! The entire rock shattered under the downward force of the giant strike, causing the evil-eyed giant to penetrate through layers of rock plates. The immense weight pressing down caused the entire array rock to shatter completely, leaving Qin Zixuan, who had finally found a foothold, covered in a thick layer of dust. However, at that moment, Qin Zixuan had no time to care about that. The urgent matter was to seize this opportunity to slay the evil-eyed giant. The evil-eyed giant was once again struck by a slashing blow, ultimately breaking through the entire rocky platform and falling onto a thorny hillside below. In an instant, the dust filled the air, obscuring Qin Zixuan's view of the situation below. However, he didn't need to see to guess that those sudden 2 slashes would surely have deepened the evil-eyed giant's injuries. He understood that the evil-eyed giant had an abnormal physique and didn't want to give him too much time to recover, so he shot out again. His target was the hillside where the evil-eyed giant had fallen, and at this moment, the evil-eyed giant was sitting on the ground, with a massive human-shaped crack spreading across the ground. At this moment, he was already in a very tragic state, with a huge fissure stretching from his left shoulder down to his chest. In the faint gap, one could even see some charred organs. The entire area of the right arm's elbow had vanished, and the left forearm was a bloody mess, with a weak and dispirited expression. Nearby, a few lizardman slaves were missing their hearts, clearly having devoured the originally supportive lizardmen. Just as Qin Zixuan descended, he was still holding a lizardman's arm in his hand, biting into it. Without a heart, the blood and flesh seemed to still have some effect. Upon seeing Qin Zixuan, a fierce light shot from his eyes, wishing he could dig out his heart and eat his flesh. If it weren't for being exiled for too long, with his magical energy depleted to the extreme, and Qin Zixuan being too strong, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. At this moment, with his life hanging by a thread, a strange light suddenly flashed in his only open right eye. Qin Zixuan was very clear that to kill the evil eye giant, he had to act quickly. Because of its strong recovery ability, the magical energy within it would rapidly accumulate over time. Once it reached a certain critical point, even if Qin Zixuan's attributes were slightly stronger, he would gain no advantage. To be more precise, facing the endless rays and the suffocating wind from its claws, no one could gain any benefit. Knowing all this, Qin Zixuan naturally wouldn't give it time to recover and charged out again. In desperation, the evil eye giant grabbed a lizard man corpse beside it and hurled it toward Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan swiftly dodged to the side. Bang! Taking advantage of that moment, the evil eye giant suddenly pushed off the ground and lunged toward the right cliff of the slope, leaping down without hesitation. Qin Zixuan didn't hesitate and leaped out after the evil eye giant. Just as Qin Zixuan jumped off the cliff, a faint, extremely thin black ray swept horizontally, and Qin Zixuan, who was already in midair, had no way to evade it. In a critical moment, a green light burst forth from his neck, and the emerald nature barrier opened. Snap! The emerald nature barrier shattered within half a second of the ray's contact, giving Qin Zixuan only a very brief reaction time. But it was just this extremely short half-second that allowed Qin Zixuan to suddenly step on the wind, his body swiftly shifting sideways, narrowly avoiding the ray. Then, Qin Zixuan stomped with his left leg in the air, and with a sound like stepping on solid ground, flames once again swirled around his claws, shooting toward the evil eye giant like a meteor. In that instant, the evil eye giant, who was falling rapidly, caught hold of a giant tree at the cliff's edge with its right arm to mitigate its fall, then let go and landed on a protruding ledge. After that, it quickly shot down again, and at this moment, the evil eye giant had already been frightened by Qin Zixuan. Knowing it absolutely couldn't defeat the crazed Qin Zixuan and that continuing to fight would lead to its death, it could only escape helplessly. But Qin Zixuan would never let the tiger return to the mountain, showing no hesitation despite the terrifying height of the cliff. After jumping down, the evil eye giant occasionally used its arm to grab the big tree, mitigating the terrifying force of its fall, while Qin Zixuan completely ignored it, descending to within 5 or 6 meters of the evil eye giant before pressing one hand against the cliff wall to slightly reduce his falling speed. After slowing his descent, a blade of flame shot directly down toward the evil eye giant. The evil eye giant intended to use its right arm to grab a protrusion on the cliff to mitigate some of its falling force. But the blade of flame forced it to retract its arm, causing it to fall rapidly without mitigating its speed. As both sides fell rapidly, Qin Zixuan took out the crystal soul crossbow and shot out a wave of condensed crystal arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavily injured evil eye giant was in midair and was hit by several arrows in an instant, relying solely on instinct to avoid vital points, but still crashed into a protruding rock on the cliff. Bang! With debris flying, the evil eye giant smashed through the protruding rock, significantly reducing its falling speed. But Qin Zixuan accelerated again, moving faster than the evil eye giant's rapid descent. Whoosh! A red blade of flame shot out again, heading straight for the already unbalanced, tumbling evil eye giant. The latter, having exhausted all its tricks, summoned its remaining right arm to unleash a claw wind, instantly shattering the blade of flame. But blood immediately flowed from the corner of its mouth. Qin Zixuan realized that the evil eye giant was at its last gasp, its magical energy nearly depleted. Without sufficient magical energy to fortify its flesh, its physical defenses had dropped several levels. At this moment, the two were only about 10 stories high from the bottom of the cliff into the valley, and the evil eye giant had faced continuous attacks and self-mitigation during its fall, so its speed had slowed considerably. Qin Zixuan had also been controlling his own speed, remaining about 7 or 8 meters above the evil eye giant. Just then, instead of mitigating his fall again, Qin Zixuan stepped through the air, increasing his falling speed even more. In an instant, he caught up with the evil eye giant, holding his blades downward. He knelt and shot down toward the evil eye giant. In that moment, Qin Zixuan changed speed so rapidly that the evil eye giant couldn't react before being fiercely pressed down. Then, Qin Zixuan horizontally positioned his blades and aimed for the right side of the evil-eye giant's neck, intending to deliver a final beheading strike. In a moment of life and death, the evil-eye giant reacted extremely quickly. Its right arm's elbow was crushed by Qin Zixuan, and its left claw hurriedly reached out, tightly grabbing Qin Zixuan's blade. At the foot of the mountain, several waves of abyssal monsters of varying sizes began to appear, howling as they rushed up the mountain. In battle, a glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Zixuan's eyes. The monster horde was almost there, but there should still be time. Qin Zixuan decisively released the hilt of his blade, raising both arms above his head, flames erupting fiercely from his hands, like a fiery hammer striking the evil-eye giant's back. Chapter 70, A Brutal Beating. Bang! With 100 points of immense force, combined with raging flames, Qin Zixuan's hammer strike was unmatched in power. The evil-eye giant's back instantly shattered, its organs violently shaken, blood gushing from its 7 orifices, crashing into the valley like a cannonball. Under the recoil of this immense hammer strike, Qin Zixuan momentarily slowed his descent. Boom! The shattered rocks and dust surged upward like a storm, and in the rolling valley of rubble, a massive human-shaped pit appeared. Centered around the pit, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread, and dust flew everywhere. Even so, Qin Zixuan still did not give up the chase, maintaining his kneeling kill posture, like a meteor falling into the pit. Bang! With a loud noise, Qin Zixuan's knees finally struck fiercely against the back of the toppled evil-eye giant. Boom! With a muffled sound, the evil-eye giant's chest nearly exploded, blood and some organs spraying from between its ribs, mingling with the dust and erupting into a massive black-purple blood mist. At this moment, the evil-eye giant was not dead yet. Its bones were already broken in many places, and as the evil-eye giant fell to the ground, Qin Zixuan's blade was sent flying dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, the nearest group of monsters had already reached the valley's entrance. Bang! Qin Zixuan pressed down on the evil-eye giant's head with his left arm, preventing it from even turning its head, while his right arm, engulfed in flames, smashed down onto the evil-eye giant's head. With this punch, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a jolt in his arm, and the bones of his fist ached slightly. The evil-eye giant's skull, as Qin Zixuan expected, was as hard as iron. But Qin Zixuan did not stop. Instead, a fierce expression appeared on his face as he swung his fist again. Bang! Ignoring the pain in his arm, his right fist exploded with flames, raining down like raindrops. Bang! 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 Crack! After a series of intense strikes, the sound of bones shattering followed, and blood finally erupted from the evil-eye giant's head. But Qin Zixuan continued his relentless assault mechanically. Bang! Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered, and bone fragments flew. With a storm-like barrage of massive power striking at least dozens of times, the evil-eye giant's head completely exploded, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere, covering Qin Zixuan in gore. 9 brilliant light spheres erupted from its self-mutilated body. Meanwhile, Qin Zixuan finally received the system prompt. Congratulations! You have achieved the first kill of the ultimate hidden evil-eye giant, earning 60,000 sequence points and the special item Giant Bloodline. Congratulations! You're the first to achieve the first kill of all secret realms in the entire region, earning the unique title Ultimate Killer. Kill leaderboard number 1. Currently ranked first. Confirming that the evil-eye giant was dead, Qin Zixuan finally stopped. To be honest, even at this moment, Qin Zixuan couldn't quite believe that the giant had ultimately fallen to his blows. Under the perspective of the black wooden horse stretching the live broadcast, the disemboweled flesh and organs of the evil-eye giant resembled a blooming blood-red rose, appearing extremely dazzling and eye-catching against the cracked ground. Ding dong! The deity, the incomparable beauty of the silent goddess, appreciated your brilliant performance in the game and rewarded you with 10 deity coins. I thought it would be a bit difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so exhilarating, so refreshing. The incomparable beauty of the silent goddess sent a congratulatory message along with the reward. Indeed refreshing. Who would have thought this guy was such a madman? This battle was truly insane. The King of Defeat also spoke up, but did not reward again. In his view, Qin Zixuan was already strong enough, and further rewards would merely be icing on the cake. Ding dong. The deity, Daxia Marquis, appreciated your brilliant performance in the game and rewarded you with 10 fish bubbles. This guy indeed has a bit of my former style. He deserves a reward. Daxia Marquis, rewarded with fish bubbles while also praising himself, causing the other deities to roll their eyes in unison. Goodness, Marquis trash. Are you trying to play mind games? The fish row and fish bubbles are enough for that kid to make a hot pot. Can't you be a bit more generous? As a friend, Mo Ran Xianhua couldn't help but send a barrage of comments attacking. Then, he also rewarded with a piece of trash calligraphy. Haha, trash Marquis, trash Mo. You two are truly good friends. Your rewards are all in the same style. The deity, seventh princess, mockingly laughed, then casually took out a handful of deity coins and threw them out without even looking. On Qin Zixuan's side, he was still a bit dazed when a series of rewards rang in his ears. However, at this moment, let alone rewards, he didn't even have time to check the loot. He had no mood to look, because at this moment, a large number of monsters, lizardmen, and even leaders like Abyssal Spider and Forest Anaconda were rushing towards the valley at high speed. Qin Zixuan decisively rolled up the loot, collecting both the light orbs and the corpse of the evil-eyed giant into the ghost tiger fish ornament. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he shot into the trees and disappeared without a trace. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Zixuan returned to the rocky cave at the foot of the mountain. Inside the cave, everything was as usual. The 3 cannon fodders were still in a deep sleep. Upon seeing Qin Zixuan return, little Qin Shan chirped eagerly to take credit. All right, I know you've worked hard. Didn't I bring you some good food? Qin Zixuan smiled and tossed out the corpse of the ultimate hidden evil-eyed giant. As soon as little Qin Shan saw the corpse, her eyes lit up and she pounced on it. The emerald-like thorny vines shot out and instantly transformed into a large cocoon, entering a state of absorption with dreamy eyes. Finally back on his own turf, Qin Zixuan could finally focus on opening the ultimate hidden loot. First was the special reward, the giant bloodline potion. This was the first time Qin Zixuan had obtained it, as the first kill reward during his dream was not this item. Giant bloodline potion. After consumption, you will be granted the bloodline of the evil-eyed giant, comprehending all bloodline talents of this race. The introduction was extremely simple and straightforward. It did not diminish its value at all. Yes, that's right, a bloodline potion, one of the 3 core sources of power in Galaxy Sequence. Qin Zixuan never expected to obtain a bloodline potion, which was rarely seen in the main city, right in the first secret realm. Indeed, killing beyond the game's progress can indeed elevate the loot's tier. Most importantly, the evil-eyed giant bloodline is not a common low-grade bloodline, but rather a high-level abyssal race with considerable potential. It can be compatible with many giant bloodlines, has a high starting point, and provides a massive boost to combat power after use, making it an extremely rare treasure. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan had been prompted that the bloodline potion was invalid when he tried to use it multiple times in his dreams, so he dared not use it recklessly now. Chapter 71. 1 discount mysterious mall voucher, however. Just because he couldn't use it didn't mean others couldn't. The evil-eyed giant bloodline was suitable for his companions, Su Ruojuan and Zhao Zhoming. As for him, although he hadn't figured out why he couldn't use the bloodline potion, he found an alternative method. However, this method was still too far away in terms of game progress, so there was no need to think about it for now. After safely storing this precious bloodline potion, Qin Zixuan habitually glanced at his unique title, Ultimate Killer. You can accumulate killing intent through slaughter. This was yet another new title that Qin Zixuan had never seen before. The introduction was very brief, but made him extremely happy. Indeed, because he didn't know what this killing intent was useful for. But he did know some rules about certain items in Galaxy Sequence. The shorter the introduction, the stronger the attributes. According to this rule, this killing intent was likely to be an immensely useful item. If it weren't for the loot waiting to be opened, Qin Zixuan would be eager to go out and kill some monsters to see. Closing the title panel, Qin Zixuan took out the 9 light orbs dropped from the ultimate hidden loot. 1 discount mysterious mall voucher, 1 level chosen awakening scroll, 2 legendary equipment blueprints, 2 rare equipment, 2 quality upgrade scrolls, and 1 abyssal rose. The 9 pieces of loot displayed before Qin Zixuan completely stunned him, a seasoned player. Among them, not to mention the equipment blueprints and rare equipment, just the scrolls alone were worth their weight in gold. First was the discount Mysterious Mall voucher. This was undoubtedly the best loot that Qin Zixuan could have hoped for from the ultimate hidden drop, with no exceptions. Because the Mysterious Mall is not an ordinary mall accessible via the Galaxy vending machine, but the top-tier mall in Galaxy Sequence, which includes all items from Galaxy Sequence. This mall can only be opened through specific channels, refreshing only 3 pieces of loot at a time. The quality and type are random, and once the mall is opened, it closes after 1 day without purchases. The 1 discount Mysterious Mall voucher that Qin Zixuan obtained not only grants him an opportunity to open the Mysterious Mall, but also allows him to enjoy a 90 discount on the first purchase. Simply put, with this scroll, if Qin Zixuan opens the mysterious store and finds super awesome items inside, he would have the qualification to obtain them. After all, during 3 years in the dream, the Mysterious Mall used sequence points. And at this moment, Qin Zixuan had quite a few sequence points. With a 90 discount, he could even buy high-tier items. It's important to note that whether it's equipment, techniques, or bloodlines, obtaining high-tier items early in the game would make Qin Zixuan an incomprehensible existence to other players. However, for now, Qin Zixuan was not in a hurry to use it because he hadn't thoroughly sorted out the loot and hadn't fully gathered the sequence points. Besides the discount Mysterious Mall voucher, the other item Qin Zixuan had longed for was the Level Chosen scroll. With it, Qin Zixuan's future awakenings will be the most extreme super-tier awakenings. Level Chosen inherently carries hidden transcending capabilities. Simply put, it is a Level Chosen awakening talent. Because of its high compatibility in all aspects, its actual level is not inferior to ordinary level talents. Coupled with the bonuses provided by the super tier awakening, Qin Zixuan's awakening level would surpass the limits and reach an extreme level. To be honest, at this moment, Qin Zixuan himself was a bit excited about what talent he would awaken after using this talent scroll. However, since the 3 cannon fodders were still asleep and little Qin Shan was in an absorption state, he could only wait for them to wake up before proceeding. Putting down the talent awakening scroll, the next items were the 2 legendary equipment blueprints. The first item is the reversal blade. The blueprint does not display its attributes. It only shows the equipment name, icon, and the materials needed for crafting. The design of the reversal blade is quite peculiar, as it appears to have no sharp edge, with the entire blade formed from countless fangs. The required materials align with its design. 10,000 abyssal spider fangs, 5,000 abyssal crocodile lizard fangs, 3,000 abyssal forest python fangs, 5 abyssal cold iron ingots, 5 abyssal crystal gold ingots, and 5 abyssal black copper ingots. Nearly 20,000 teeth are needed, and just extracting them would take a long time, not to mention acquiring the abyssal metals. It's important to know that these metals are only obtainable from specific secret realms or certain particular monsters. In simple terms, crafting a legendary piece of equipment, even just gathering materials, is definitely not something that can be accomplished in a day or 2. It's an extremely massive undertaking. However, once such a grand project succeeds in crafting the equipment, the attribute enhancement can often reach about 10 times that of rare equipment. To put in perspective, take the silk thread bracers as an example. A rare level silk thread bracer can release silk for only about 10,000 meters in a short time, and the maximum tensile strength might only be 1 ton. But if it's legendary level, that could be 100,000 meters, with a maximum tensile strength exceeding 10 tons. Of course, this is just a simple example, and the limits of the silk thread bracer only reach rare level. There may be similar equipment at higher levels, but they might not even share the same name or attributes. This is just a functional bracer when converted to swords and other main weapons. The power increase is even more exaggerated. Qin Zixuan will definitely craft this reversal blade later on. As for the second legendary blueprint, it is a ring called the Cloud Pattern Ring. This rare jewelry type equipment requires collecting several materials, mostly from abyssal ink cloud leopards. as well as a few very precious abyssal plants and jade stones, making its crafting difficulty no lower than that of the reversal blade. For now, Qin Zixuan won't think about the second item until he has crafted the first one. After putting the 2 blueprints into his accessories, Qin Zixuan did not look at the equipment anymore, but turned his gaze to the black-purple rose. Abyssal Rose, a special attribute item that increases charm value when its petals are consumed. Increasing charm value is a good thing. Luck and charm are both hidden attributes that ordinary items cannot enhance. The description does not specify how much it enhances, and Qin Zixuan did not think too much about it. He plucked the rose petals and placed them in his mouth one by one. The petals are very fragrant. They initially taste bitter, then slowly turn sweet. As he consumed them, Qin Zixuan immediately felt that the skin on his face became smoother and more refined. Charm 3. At the same time, the system panel also provided prompt. As a result, Qin Zixuan's charm value rose to 7 points, officially entering the excellent category. After finishing the Abyssal Rose, Qin Zixuan finally looked at the 2 pieces of rare equipment, a great sword and a suit of armor. The great sword is named Earth's Fury. Definitely a rare find. It is comparable to Qin Zixuan's Fierce Blade, but at this moment, he is not too concerned about it, because for him, one main weapon is enough. Moreover, he has already become accustomed to using a sword during his 3 years in the Dream Realm. Chapter 72, Equipment Upgrade, Old Zhao Awakens. The suit of armor, however, is very much to Qin Zixuan's taste. Night Demon Battle Armor. Type: Armor. Grade: Rare. Equipment effect. Wearing it allows the user to freely release magic mist, concealing oneself or solidifying defense. Wearing it at night doubles agility attributes. Note: the doubling attribute limit does not exceed 100 points. Note 2. I am a nightmare of night. I am the ultimate fear. Wearing it at night carries a fear effect. This is a suit of armor in black and red, with a scarlet ghost face on the chest. Overall, it looks very aggressive, contrasting greatly with the standard military uniform of soldiers. In simple terms, one is a standard military uniform, while the other clearly belongs to the premium category. The craftsmanship and details, as well as the appearance, are several times more exquisite. Most importantly, its functionality is immensely stronger compared to the original excellent grade combat uniform. Thus, Qin Zixuan naturally had no reason to hesitate and immediately stripped off his tattered soldier's combat uniform, putting on a Night Demon Battle Armor. The black and red pattern is fierce and strange, but also carries a unique coolness. However, because of the dense forest cloak, Qin Zixuan focused his thoughts, and his cool appearance was completely disguised. The whole person transformed from a fierce warrior into an ordinary college student wearing a plain black t-shirt, versatile jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. After equipping the 2 pieces, only 2 premium-grade upgrade scrolls remained. Qin Zixuan ultimately gave these 2 scrolls to the first 2 premium-grade equipment items, Flame Manipulation Gloves and Scorching Rock Battle Axe. Qin Zixuan is very comfortable using both of these items, especially the Flame Manipulation Gloves, which played an essential role when fighting the Evil Eye Giant. The Scorching Rock Battle Axe, on the other hand, is considered a backup since they have a synergistic relationship, and Qin Zixuan is also quite good at using axes. A flash of light passed over, and the 2 pieces of equipment jumped from premium grade to rare grade, with their attributes receiving a significant boost. Raging Flame Gloves. Type: Functional. Grade: Rare. Equipment effect. When worn, the user's hands can generate raging flames, dealing explosive damage upon attacking the target. Note: the raging flames will intensify with the user's anger. The angrier the user, the deeper the color of the flames, and the higher the temperature. Note 2. My raging flames will never extinguish. The upgraded Raging Flame Gloves are still the familiar black leather, fingerless fighting gloves. But the red flame pattern on the back of the hand has transformed into a strange blue. As for the attributes, they have been greatly enhanced, making them one of the best among all of Qin Zixuan's equipment. With a sigh, Qin Zixuan donned the gloves, lightly clenched his right fist, and a strange blue raging flames ignited, a satisfied smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, with great anticipation, he looked at the upgraded Scorching Rock Battle Axe. Scorching Rock Battle Axe. Type: Weapon. Grade rare. Equipment effect. Heat accumulates at the edge, growing stronger with battle. Forged from highly heat-absorptive scorching rock, it can continuously accumulate heat. The higher the temperature, the sharper the edge, and the greater the weapon's might. Note: infinite extreme heat. Never-ending limits. Note 2. An axe hotter than a hot potato doubles the attack speed when equipped. This premium equipment did not disappoint Qin Zixuan at all. Although the description seems unchanged, the infinite extreme heat has already provided the answer. In simple terms, if Qin Zixuan provides enough high temperature, it could even exceed limits, reaching a pseudo-legendary level of existence. In simple terms, it means it is incredibly powerful. The Fierce Blade is for armor breaking, the Scorching Rock Battle Axe for charging, and the Golden Hoop Thorn Poison Spear for surprise attacks. The three main weapons in Qin Zixuan's hands each have their own characteristics, enough for him to handle any situation. After tidying up the equipment, Qin Zixuan immediately opened a reward inbox to check the rewards from the previous battle. The stunningly beautiful Goddess of Silence, 10 demon coins. Daxiao Noble rewarded 10 fish bladders. Ink-stained lead flower, waste calligraphy book. 7th Princess, 7 demon coins. Aside from the fish noble, overall it's not bad. The ink-stained lead flower, calligraphy book, although it doesn't show much of the moment, should not be too bad. However, Qin Zixuan currently has no time to write 1,000 times, so he can only set it aside for now. Thus, Qin Zixuan's side has completed the loot clearing. Overall, the gains are substantial and will definitely lead to significant changes in future developments, especially the 10 discount mall voucher. However, for now, he still needs to awaken first. Or to be more precise, wait for the 3 pawns to wake up before he can begin his own awakening. However, it seems that these 3 will need some more time. Xiao Qingshan fell into a state of absorption, and not long after, Qin Zixuan woke up. Of course, with its awakening, the corpse of the evil-eyed giant had already turned to ashes and dissipated. The system notification appeared again. Your partner Qingshan has completely absorbed the powerful life form, gaining 1,000 awakening points and obtaining growth attributes: Strength 20, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Spirit 7. 1,000 awakening points and nearly 50 attribute points. One has to say, the ultimate hidden is indeed the ultimate hidden. Even with just the corpse left as fertilizer. It is definitely a super fertilizer. This boost also made Xiao Qingshan's attributes soar again. Qingshan race, natural crystal seed. Rank none. Status, juvenile phase. Awakening points, 401810000. Master, Qin Zixuan. Surrounding attributes, strength, 43, constitution, 45, agility, 25, spirit, 17. Note: the rebirth of the Tree Man King's indomitable will, mastering strange natural powers and crystallization power, can assist the master in battle. Note 2. Can absorb natural energy for evolution. With attributes of 40 for both strength and constitution. It is much stronger than the average player at this stage. Xiao Qingshan deeply realized the importance of having a powerful master. After all, according to the normal game process, the secret realm would have been consumed after just one clearance. Qin Zixuan had killed all enemies, even the hidden ones, turning them all into fertilizer for the little guy. After this wave of absorption, the little fellow had grown from the size of a plum palm to a cute little tree man, the length of an arm, prompting Qin Zixuan to gently pat its little head. The little fellow had grown so much, and its attribute values had increased significantly. It seems that it can complete the final awakening before going out. Qin Zixuan murmured plans for the little guy, who also squinted its eyes and gently responded with soft sounds, creating a very warm scene. However, just at this warm moment between the big and small, Zhao Zhongming, on the far left with a fiery red body, suddenly erupted with heat and thunderous light, which then quickly retracted into his body. The next moment, a pair of eyes filled with flames and thunder opened, seemingly having completed their awakening. Chapter 73. Each person's talent. Old Zhao, how do you feel? Such an unusual occurrence naturally caught Qin Zixuan's attention, and he immediately approached. Who crackle? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongming instantly became alert, subconsciously clenching his fists, with red flames and blue lightning swirling around him, before immediately getting up. Young master, I'm great, unprecedentedly great. Old Zhao was a bit dazed, again gripping his hands to feel the intertwined power of thunder and flames, his expression full of disbelief. Qin Zixuan also asked with slight surprise, "What is going on? Is your talent completely transformed after the super-tier awakening?" Zhao Zhoming first nodded, then shook his head and smiled. "Young master, I don't know what completely transformed means. However, the awakened talent is indeed very different from what was introduced in the scroll." After saying this, the straightforward Zhao Zhoming directly opened his attribute panel and displayed it in front of Qin Zixuan. Name, Zhao Zhoming. Age, 43. Rank, Awakening. Talent, Ability, Thunder Flame, Craftsman. Sequence points, 1, 5, 7, 9, 8. Cultivation method, none. Basic 4-dimensional values, Thunder Flame, Craftsman. Qin Zixuan's voice suddenly rose an octave. To be honest, Qin Zixuan had thought that after Zhao Zhoming's talent evolved to the super tier, he would advance to a higher level talent, but he did not expect it to be so thorough. Not only had the lava turned into Thunder Flame, with a single attribute evolving into a dual attribute, but even the blacksmith had advanced to a craftsman. Not to mention the difference between single and dual attributes. The latter is obviously stronger than the former. After all, the stacking of elemental attributes on one's own combat power is far more than simple addition. As for the blacksmith and craftsman, the change is just one word, yet it represents the difference between a side occupation and a full occupation. That's right, a blacksmith, as the name suggests, can only forge weapons and armor, or more accurately, can only work with iron. As for a craftsman, not only can they work with iron, but they can also weave clothing and armor, carve jewelry. And as long as they spend time learning seriously, they can dabble in all equipment manufacturing. Simply put, it's like hitting the jackpot. Zhao Zhoming had hit the jackpot himself. With this talent, no matter where he goes in the future, he will undoubtedly be a respected presence. Qin Zixuan also hit the jackpot, as out of a moment of compassion, he gained a reliable, exclusive craftsman for free. Zhao Zhoming's astonishment made him frown slightly. Feeling a bit insecure, what's wrong? Is this talent not good? The thing Zhao Zhoming feared the most was being useless, because being useless would inevitably lead to being eliminated. He wanted to be someone useful to Qin Zixuan. Haha, no, it's not that it's not good, it's that it's too good, especially very good. Qin Zixuan immediately laughed and affirmed. If a level talent of Thunderflame Craftsman is not good, then what talent is? Seeing Qin Zixuan so happy, Zhao Zhoming also smiled and said, "As long as it's useful, it's all thanks to young master's allocation." Qin Zixuan patted his shoulder. "What you awaken into is your own fortune. Well done. Get familiar with your talent first." Zhao Zhoming saw this and didn't say much, glanced at the two people on the ground, then stepped into the depths of the cave. Soon, the sounds of roaring flames and crackling thunder came from inside. Not long after Zhao Zhoming entered, Nie Xiaowan and Su Ruojuan quickly underwent changes. First, Nie Xiaowan suddenly emitted a 4-colored dense mist from her body, filling the entire cave with a strange fragrance. Then, the mist receded, and her long green hair was instantly dyed in colors: red, yellow, green, and blue. Even though Nie Xiaowan was pretty, it gave her a unique flavor. If someone else were to take her place, they would probably turn into a street chicken in seconds. As for Su Ruojuan, he began to inflate like a balloon. Originally standing at 179 meters, he shot up over 195 meters, and his clothes were instantly torn apart, with scales manifesting on his body, exuding a fierce aura, resembling a humanoid beast. Then, both of them opened their eyes and woke up. "Zixuan go, boss." Upon noticing Qin Zixuan staring at them, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Qin Zixuan smiled broadly and said, "Very good. It seems that the effects of your awakening this time are quite impressive. First, feel it out. Then tell me what your changed talents are and what specific characteristics they have. This will help me understand your talents better and assign tasks to you in the future." Hearing Qin Zixuan's words, the two paused, then began to try to activate their talent abilities. First was Nie Xiaowan, who suddenly unleashed a 4-colored mist, starting one experiment after another. First was the green light flashing, and a gentle breeze swept over, making her feel much lighter in body and spirit. Then came the green light, and she felt a sense of comfort in her heart, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. It was indescribably pleasant. Next was the red light flashing, and she felt her blood boil, instantly filled with power, unable to contain herself. The yellow light flashed, and several small yellow shields shot out from her body, causing Qin Zixuan to glance sideways. As for Su Ruojuan, it was very simple. He just exerted a bit of force, and his whole body underwent a huge transformation. After growing taller than 9 meters, he increased slightly again, with scale patterns appearing on his body, taking on a bronze-like texture, and then a terrifying, beastly aura naturally emanated from him. Boss, my talent after the change is called Songlong Transformation. Just as you said, it has the word dragon in it. After fully activating it, it carries a fierce beast aura, and my attributes for strength, body, and agility are tripled, while also possessing the ability to breathe underwater. In the future, for any underwater battles or siege battles, you can let me go first, guaranteeing that I lead the charge, no tricks, and never retreat. Su Ruojuan spoke in a deep voice, filled with pride. Clearly, Su Ruojun was very satisfied with his awakened talent. His personality was straightforward, and he excelled in close combat. Qin Zixuan smiled upon hearing this. Not bad. That Songlong transformation was expected, but I didn't anticipate this attribute doubling. A 50 boost is worth a secret smile. But to think it would double after the transformation, you're definitely going to be a formidable force in close combat, not backing down from anyone. After saying this, Qin Zixuan looked at Xiaowan. The latter, seeing this, cleared her throat and said softly, "My talent after the mutation is called Nature's Divine Offspring. Its main abilities are the 4 natural forces of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, which can be used to kill enemies or bestow blessings. I haven't explored the killing aspect yet, but the boosts correspond to speed, self-healing, strength, and defense. That's about it for now. I still have to dig deeper into the other aspects." Upon hearing Xiaowan's talent name and functions, Qin Zixuan was taken aback. Chapter 74. Touching the power of rules, nature's divine offspring. Boosting the 4 elemental powers of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Wow, is this game all about looks? Being beautiful means a fiercer mutation after awakening? I have to say, even Qin Zixuan, who has cleared the game before, had never seen such a comprehensive talent. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain can attack, defend, assist, bless, kill enemies and monsters. It's versatile. However, no matter how strong Xiaowan is, she will ultimately still be his first cannon fodder. Her strength, in a sense, is also Qin Zixuan's strength. Qin Zixuan felt extremely excited, but maintained a calm demeanor. Not bad. Your identity as the first cannon fodder is secured. Su Ruojun, somewhat slow to realize, exclaimed, "Wow. Sister Xiaowan, your talent has 4 elemental powers?" Xiaowan smiled. "Well, it's not complete control, but you're not wrong to say that." Su Ruojun teased. "All right, I was hoping my awakening would let me turn the tables and become a cannon fodder boss. But it turns out I'm still a loser. What about old Zhao? He can't possibly be worse than Sister Xiaowan, right?" Seeing Su Ruojun getting a bit inflated, Qin Zixuan immediately poured cold water on him. "Your combat power might be slightly stronger, but in terms of functionality, you're really not as good as her. She's a Thunder Flame artisan. From now on, you can count on him to craft your legendary gear." Su Ruojun was taken aback. "Artisan? Isn't that a blacksmith? What's the difference?" Qin Zixuan laughed. "No difference, just specialized in different crafts." Su Ruojun immediately smiled apologetically. "All right, I can't provoke you." At this moment, old Zhao, deep in the cave, heard the voices of the 3 and quickly walked out. "What's going on? Have you all completed your awakenings?" Xiaowan and Su Ruojun nodded to indicate they had completed their awakenings. Qin Zixuan smiled. "All right, since you all have completed your awakenings, there's nothing left to do in this secret realm. Let's head out, deal with the surplus equipment, and look for the blood-footed worm parasites, and adapt to your respective talent abilities. Try to accumulate sequence points. Let's meet at 1 Hui Square on City Learning Road at 3 p.m. this afternoon." Qin Zixuan made arrangements. Although the 3 were somewhat confused, They didn't ask any further questions, as they had a good understanding of Qin Zixuan's nature during their time together. He would naturally say what needed to be said. If he didn't say it, it just wasn't the right time, and asking would be pointless. All right, 3 p.m. at Wanhui Square. We'll be waiting for you, no matter what. Nie Xiaowan guessed that Qin Zixuan's actions had two meanings. The first was to test their loyalty. The second was that he didn't fully trust them, not wanting them to be in the secret realm while he was in a dormant state during his awakening. Nie Xiaowan didn't care much about these 2 points. After all, from Qin Zixuan's perspective, trust requires great courage. What she cared about more was whether he would show up later. Therefore, in the end, she added, no matter what, we won't leave without you. Don't worry, you all still owe me quite a few sequence points. I'll definitely come find you at Wanhui Square at 3 p.m. By the way, this sword, you all handle it. Qin Zixuan reiterated and then took out the rare grade, Rage of the Earth. The 3 of them saw the rare greatsword, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and finally, it was Nie Xiaowan who took it. After that, the 3 said nothing more, took a deep look at Qin Zixuan, summoned the black wooden horse, and began to settle up. Thanks to Qin Zixuan's involvement, the final scores of the 3 in the secret realm reached a high level. Each received sequence points, equipment, titles, and a series of generous rewards, happily teleporting out of the secret realm. After the 3 left, Qin Zixuan did not linger. After instructing Xiao Qingshan to protect herself, he decisively opened the level selection scroll. Swish! As the scroll unfurled, a brilliant, glass-like radiance erupted in Qin Zixuan's eyes. And then his consciousness seemed to fall into a colorful illusion. In this illusion, everything was so bizarre, with no apparent boundary between reality and fantasy. Qin Zixuan saw many versions of himself, or rather, many parallel world versions of himself, each experiencing various lives. Everything felt so real that Qin Zixuan gradually couldn't distinguish which one was the real Qin Zixuan. He slowly lost track of which was the dream and which was reality. Time seemed to lose its meaning for him. He was immersed in one fascinating dream after another, each lasting decades or even centuries. In this magical dream, he didn't know how much time had passed, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Gradually, space seemed to lose all meaning for Qin Zixuan. He transformed into a butterfly, a very delicate and small butterfly. Yet this butterfly could ignore the existence of space, linking all truths and illusions together. All the Qin Zixuans in the dream ultimately overlapped, transforming into a colorful butterfly. At the moment this colorful butterfly emerged, Qin Zixuan saw the shadow of an incredibly beautiful goddess. For some reason, even though he only caught a fleeting glimpse, he felt an extreme sense of familiarity with this goddess. This feeling was very strange, reminiscent of the warmth he felt from his mother, Qin Nan. Unfortunately, the beautiful goddess seemed to be fleeting. She appeared to be trying hard to say something, but no matter how hard Qin Zixuan strained to listen, he couldn't understand her words. As all the real and illusory versions of Qin Zixuan overlapped, his personal will seemed to undergo an unprecedented sublimation. At that moment, he felt that his self-awareness could manifest at any time. There was a name on the tip of his tongue. He seemed very clear about it and wanted to shout it out. Yet no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to do so. In this state, Qin Zixuan's recently awakened self-awareness fell back into a state of confusion. Just as Qin Zixuan was once again lost in this haze, 7-colored mist suddenly surged around his body, quickly converging into a dragon-like totem with butterfly wings. The totem was small, but at the moment it appeared, the surrounding space abruptly shattered. 7-colored ripples rippled out, and the black wooden horse immediately activated its permissions in an attempt to repair the shattered space. But just as it was about to act, it discovered that the power of the Galaxy Sequence rule had already been triggered on its own, and both sides were in a state of struggle. Can self-will resist the Galaxy Sequence rules? This discovery immediately caused chaos among both the gods and demons within the frequency band, as well as within himself. The demon god, the incredibly beautiful, quiet goddess, expressed disbelief and surprise. My goodness, can someone tell me what's going on with our little Su Xian? Why does awakening a talent even trigger the Galaxy Sequence rule? Chapter 75. Level talent, yeah. What's going on? Is management even there? Do they know what's happening? The god and demon, king of failure, was also filled with surprise, as if discovering a new continent. This situation was not merely a trigger. It seemed there was also a form of resistance. Could it be that this kid was not just human, but also a descendant of a god king? The god and demon, ink-stained lead, offered a guess. God king? Don't be ridiculous, Mo. Since the god emperor's dissolution, where would there be any god kings in the entire galaxy? The god and demon, great Xia prince, rarely spoke seriously. The bloodline of a god king was indeed unlikely, let alone a god king bloodline. Based on the energy levels of Blue Star, even a divine bloodline was impossible. However, aside from these, what else could single-handedly resist the entire Galaxy Sequence rule? Management? Since this has happened, why aren't you quickly fixing it? The seventh princess was also puzzled. The black wooden horse had no words of pain. He wanted to repair it, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Because with his authority, he simply couldn't interfere with the Galaxy Sequence rule. As for interfering with Qin Zixuan, at this moment, even the Galaxy Sequence rule couldn't successfully intervene, so it was even more impossible for him. To be honest, the game management was quite frustrating at this point. Unable to solve the problem, and also unable to expose his incompetence, the black wooden horse could only fake his death. No matter how the gods and demons discussed in the bullet comments, the black wooden horse acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Fortunately, this confrontation did not last long. The butterfly wing Qi dragon totem, from gathering to finally tracing back into Qin Zixuan's body, took only a short 2 or 3 minutes. After this, there were no further abnormalities in Qin Zixuan's awakening. Under the colorful mist, after about 2 hours, the mist around Qin Zixuan receded, successfully completing his awakening. The system prompt indicated super-tier awakening talent, absolute will, but Qin Zixuan found it somewhat incomprehensible. He understood the super-tier awakening, but what did the level mean? Based on his previous experience, wasn't it generally tier, super-tier to tier, and then extreme chosen a tier? What the heck is a tier talent? Black wooden horse. Come out? When Qin Zixuan woke up, he didn't even have time to try to use his talent abilities and directly summoned the black wooden horse. As a regional game manager, this was the first time he encountered such a situation with Qin Zixuan. He was actually quite curious about what kind of talent Qin Zixuan had awakened, so he appeared immediately. Qin Zixuan, what's the matter? Seeing the black wooden horse appear, Qin Zixuan immediately asked, what's going on with my talent? What does level mean? Level? When Qin Zixuan said this, the black wooden horse was stunned. To be honest, before this, the black wooden horse also didn't know that there was a level to talents, and he almost instinctively exclaimed in surprise. He was not alone. The gods and demons in the bullet comments reacted similarly. Goodness, I can't believe it. After watching live streams for so many years, this is the first time I know there's a level to talents. The god and demon, king of failure, exclaimed, already somewhat numb from being shocked by Qin Zixuan. What is level anyway? Is it higher or lower? The god and demon, ink-stained lead, was also full of curiosity. Same here. I want to know what this level talent is all about. Can someone explain? The gods and demons transformed into curious babies, all staring intently at the black wooden horse. After all, if even they didn't know, then only the game manager would know. Did the black wooden horse know? Of course not. It was the first time hearing about it. How would it know? Qin Zixuan sensed the black wooden horse's astonishment and couldn't help but ask, what? You don't know either? The black wooden horse never expected that as a game manager, he would encounter a day when he was stumped by a player. The most crucial point was that this player was Qin Zixuan, so he had to pay extra attention to his management image. He immediately tried to deceive him, saying, no, it's not that I don't know, but the questions about talents have too many consultation points, and you definitely can't afford to pay them right now. Qin Zixuan raised his eyebrows at this. Can't afford to pay? How many points do you need? The black wooden horse, in order to deter Qin Zixuan's thoughts, opened his mouth wide and said, 10 million. 10 million. Qin Zixuan was stunned. That's right. So it's better for you to explore this talent on your own. The black wooden horse urged, almost revealing his true intentions. Of course, this intention was temporarily hidden from Qin Zixuan. However, on the side of the gods and demons in the bullet comments, it was wide open. I bet 1,000 divine coins that this dog manager doesn't even know what this level talent is. The beautiful and unmatchable goddess of silence spoke again. That's right. The most expensive consultations are only over 100,000. Where would there be a consultation fee of 10 million? Nonsense. The god and demon, the seventh princess, echoed. If you don't know, just say you don't know. This manager is actually lying. The god and demon, great Xia Prince, complained. Haha, give him a break. To be honest, I can feel the desperation of that manager through the screen. It seems that this game's players are too monstrous, and that's not a good thing. Asking a question you don't even know how to answer. King of Failure laughed and sent a bullet comment. For him, this scene was undoubtedly amusing. But for Qin Zixuan below, it was not interesting at all. He was not stupid. The so-called 10 million sequence points for an answer was clearly nonsense. Thus, only two possibilities remained. Either the black wooden horse didn't know, or his authority was insufficient. Among these two possibilities, Qin Zixuan inexplicably inclined towards the first. However, at this moment, he naturally would not expose the black wooden horse. Instead, as he said, he began to carefully feel all the changes within himself after awakening his talent. After all, this was a talent he had calculated and struggled to obtain. Focusing and calming his mind after careful observation, Qin Zixuan first discovered that his senses were at least several times sharper than before, especially in terms of mental power. Everything around him seemed to slow down dozens of times in his eyes or thoughts. This feeling was very wonderful. Besides this, he could also clearly perceive his own will. It was a mysterious feeling, but he had a firm belief that from today onward, all mental talent abilities would directly become ineffective for him. That's right. Absolute Will at least granted him the ability to exempt from mental talents, such as hypnosis, charm, and mental manipulation. Don't underestimate this exemption. It should be noted that among all talent abilities, the most rare and difficult ones are the mental talents. Because they are invisible and intangible, they can kill people invisibly without anyone noticing, making them the hardest to defend against. Chapter 76. Cognitive Infiltration after gaining the ability to exempt from mental talents. Qin Zixuan's defensive capabilities officially entered the realm of the abnormal. From now on, all players who awaken mental talents would lose their threat to Qin Zixuan. As a level talent, Qin Zixuan's absolute will was far more than just an exemption from mental talents. Not to mention the enhancement of various senses. Qin Zixuan suddenly turned his head and realized that he could actually see the consciousness ideology of little Qin Shan. That's right, he could see its mental will. And within its mental consciousness, or rather its soul, he found his own mark. It was precisely because of the existence of this mark that little Qin Shan regarded him as the closest being. Discovering this was not a big deal. What truly shocked Qin Zixuan was that he found that as long as he was willing, he could change the nature of this mark and even everything in little Qin Shan's mind. With this thought, Qin Zixuan suddenly became interested and began to pour his 20 years of human cognition into little Qin Shan's mental consciousness. The little guy was originally just looking blankly at Qin Zixuan, but suddenly noticed a flash of colorful light in Qin Zixuan's eyes, and then felt a lot of strange knowledge surging into his brain in a fill-in-the-blank manner. Those strange pieces of knowledge seemed like things he had never encountered before. Yet there was also a strange sense of familiarity. In an instant, it seemed no longer just the tree-person Qin Shan, but also Qin Zixuan's most loyal servant. Qin Shan. It grew up with him, studied and worked together, and was drawn into this game. Its cognition had fundamentally changed. You activated the talent Absolute Will, enlightened your partner to evolve into superintelligence. Yeah, master, it seems I can speak now. Little Qin Shan instinctively blurted out a half-sentence in a foreign language, but then spoke perfectly in Huaxiao language. Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan was overjoyed and laughed. Haha, really? That's wonderful. Their previous communication had always relied on spiritual power, without any verbal exchange. Hearing the little one's voice made Qin Zixuan extremely happy. It still had a slightly familiar childish tone, sounding like a cute little girl. However, after this action, Qin Zixuan suddenly felt an unusual fatigue. It seemed that this seemingly simple task was far from easy. Qin Zixuan was very satisfied with the final result, but not with the terrifying consumption it had caused. Little did he know, His recent eye operation had once again shocked the black Trojan horse and the gods and demons on the bullet screen. What did I just see? Did that kid just break the rules and change the fundamental nature of his partner? The stunningly beautiful goddess of tranquility exclaimed in shock. To be honest, from the beginning until now, Qin Zixuan had consistently brought her shock. Each time she thought she wouldn't be shocked again, he would surprise her greatly once more. It wasn't just a change in nature. That little thing's future had already been completely altered by him. The king of failure added. It must be said that his actions had completely exceeded the category of players, and the game management should report his performance. The great Siam Marquis said seriously, "Report my foot. The stronger the player, the happier the game management is. Someone as strong as Qin Zixuan, who breaks the rules, is someone the game management would love to keep. Only someone with a sick mind would report him." The seventh princess voiced the thoughts of the black Trojan horse. At this moment, the black Trojan horse was actually quite conflicted. Given Qin Zixuan's current performance, if he didn't report it, he would inevitably be held accountable if discovered later. But if he reported it, needless to say, Qin Zixuan as a player would definitely not be able to stay. Not to mention what the final outcome would be. At least he wouldn't be allowed to remain in the new game area. The brave survive, the timid starve. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. A player like Qin Zixuan would undoubtedly be a super presence even in city battles. Keeping him would ensure a minimum starting point of a large city for himself. If luck were a bit better, and this kid made another push, nation level, continent level, or even star level wouldn't be impossible. With that thought, the black Trojan horse closed its eyes and chose to turn a blind eye. Qin Zixuan didn't think that much, and due to the fatigue after the experiment, he refrained from any more flashy operations. He had Qin Shan remove the thorn barrier and took it out of the cave. Of course, after exiting the cave, Qin Zixuan didn't immediately let the black Trojan horse settle his points, but directly took little Qin Shan up the mountain. The little guy still needed 6,000 awakening points. And now that the mountain was filled with monsters due to the final summoning of the hidden evil-eyed giant, it was the perfect opportunity to farm awakening points. So Qin Zixuan wouldn't waste it. However, after a thrilling monster hunt, he lost track of time. At 3 p.m. at Wanhui Plaza, the large plaza was empty, surrounded by various parasitic bloodworm species. Nie Xiaowan, Su Ruochuan, and Zhao Zhongming stood straight in the most conspicuous spot, occasionally glancing around. "Sister Xiaowan, what time is it?" "It's time, right? Why hasn't Qin Tuan arrived yet?" Su Ruochuan felt empty inside, starting to ask once a minute since 2:50 p.m., his face filled with anxiety. Nie Xiaowan, who was originally not in a hurry, was now annoyed by his questions. "Stop being so impatient. It's just the right time." Only Zhao Zhongming was completely relaxed, pulling out a cigarette, leisurely lighting it and puffing out smoke rings. "Xiaowan, Ruochuan, don't rush. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to pass the time. Even if Qin Xiao doesn't team make it, it must be because something came up. Let us just wait a bit longer. Don't worry. Since Qin Xiao made an appointment with us, he will definitely come. Just stay calm. Maybe he is watching us from somewhere." Zhao Zhongming was completely at ease, showing no signs of worry. Hearing this, Nie Xiaowan and Su Ruochuan relaxed a lot. Qin Zixuan was probably just delayed. Time passed second by second, from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., and then to dusk. Even the most confident Zhao Zhongming began to feel a bit anxious. Could it be that something happened during Qin Xiao's awakening? Zhao Zhongming tentatively spoke, no longer as resolute as before. Upon hearing this, Su Ruochuan's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. Instead, Nie Xiaowan firmly stated impossible. Qin Zixuan never does anything without confidence. Letting us come out before the awakening was to eliminate any unexpected situations. If something unexpected did happen, it would only be that he misjudged how long he'd be asleep. Just wait patiently. I believe he will come. At a critical moment, Nie Xiaowan, who had been with Qin Zixuan the longest, made a decisive conclusion. This reassured the somewhat anxious Su Ruochuan and Zhao Zhongming again. Zhao Zhongming pulled out a cigarette once more, marking the 40th time in 2 hours. Although they had all awakened very powerful abilities because of Qin Zixuan, facing the completely unknown death game, Their powerful talents did not bring them much sense of security. At this moment, to say they weren't nervous would certainly be a lie. Chapter 77. Restless Anxiety. As for Qin Zixuan, did he really encounter any accidents? Of course not. If anything could be called an accident, it was that he got carried away with the thrill of killing monsters. Inside the secret realm, Qin Zixuan swung his knife, and the last lizardman fell. Little Qin Shan's fingers danced with thorns, instantly creating a ground full of cocoons. Hundreds and thousands of awakening points quickly flowed in, and the system prompt sounded. Partners' awakening points have reached the critical point. Would you like to awaken immediately? Yes. What are we waiting for? Finally reaching the awakening critical point, Qin Zixuan naturally didn't hesitate anymore and instructed little Qin Shan to begin awakening. As soon as he finished speaking, the little one eagerly said, "Master, wait for me," and then transformed into a large green cocoon. It was only at this moment that Qin Zixuan remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Right, the time. Black Trojan Horse, what time is it now? Qin Zixuan suddenly asked aimlessly into the sky. The Black Trojan Horse appeared, looking confused. What time is it? Qin Zixuan anxiously replied, outside the secret realm, Blue Star time. What time is it? 5:34. The Black Trojan Horse sensed Qin Zixuan's urgency and quickly provided the answer. Without further ado, it didn't mention any sequence points, because he was Qin Zixuan, a player who even moved the rules. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but face-bombed and chuckled bitterly. All right, I really forgot. Quickly settle it. Hurry up and settle it. I need to go out. Upon hearing this, the Black Trojan Horse remembered Qin Zixuan's previous appointment with Xiaowan and the others and sped up his speech. Okay, based on your performance in the secret realm, the score is undoubtedly level A. Big brother, stop the nonsense. Just directly give the rewards and open the teleportation array. Let me out first. We could talk about everything else later. The Black Trojan Horse initially had a character scoring report to read, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Qin Zixuan and immediately put away. Player Qin Zixuan exceeded the 200 threshold in the Central Business District Secret Realm, earning a double reward of 100,000 sequence points. Reward: Unique Growth Type Equipment, 7 Deadly Sin Seal. Reward: Unique Title, World Breaker. Reward distribution: Should the teleportation be activated immediately? Yes. At this moment, Qin Zixuan didn't hesitate at all, not even taking a look at the only growth type equipment, and directly initiated the teleportation. In an instant, after a brief moment of disorientation, Qin Zixuan appeared in the Times Square at the time of entering the secret realm. As soon as he emerged, he quickly flew out, holding the cocooned little Qin Shan. Outside the secret realm, the mist had completely dissipated. Players no longer needed filtering masks and could move freely on the ground. However, compared to the blood mist, there were many more parasitic creatures outside. At this time, they were fully active, crawling on all fours, with long tongues like frogs, agile movements, and long tails. There were the giant types that Qin Zixuan had wiped out in the supermarket, as well as rare humanoid crystal types that could take hits and endure. Just as Qin Zixuan had just exited the secret realm, a group of crawling types immediately surged toward him like dogs smelling meat. Fortunately, Qin Zixuan was in a hurry and didn't bother with them. He pushed off the ground and leaped over 10 meters, gradually becoming transparent and disappearing without a trace. At Wanhui Square, the time had reached 5:50 p.m., and the sky was gradually darkening. A trace of unerasable vertical lines appeared between Ye Xiaowan's brows. Su Wanjuan had already started pacing in the square, while Zhao Zhongming pulled out his 7th pack of cigarettes. They all knew that Qin Zixuan should be coming. But before he arrived, they still couldn't control their anxiety. After all, for the three of them, Qin Zixuan was incredibly important. Everyone in the secret realm knew that Qin Zixuan was very, very powerful, because he was number 1 on the 3 leaderboards, because he always managed to be one step ahead. They all wanted to be by his side, as this would surely mean living longer than following others. Ultimately, only 3 became people around him, whether as cannon fodder or teammates. They were simply those who could stay by his side. They didn't believe that anything would happen to Qin Zixuan. So even though Qin Zixuan had exceeded the time, they still waited. However, the longer they waited, the more anxious they became, because after surpassing this time, they had no clear time target. They could only wait indefinitely, and this kind of waiting was very painful, extremely painful. But no matter how painful it was, they had to continue waiting. Sister Shaowan, don't you have the boss as a friend? Send him a message. Su Ruanjuan suddenly thought of something in a moment of urgency, recalling how she had once shown them her friend list when they acted together. Nie Xiaowan was also taken aback, suddenly remembering this. However, just for a moment of excitement, Nie Xiaowan immediately fell back into despair. Because since Qin Zixuan added them as friends, he had rarely replied to her messages. The significance of sending this message was minimal. But since it had come to this, she decided to give it a try and send a message. Zixuan, what is going on? Did you encounter any trouble? Ding dong. However, this time, as soon as her message was sent, Qin Zixuan immediately responded. No trouble, I'll be there soon. His reply was brief, but instantly put the three at ease. Yet at that moment, 3 giant types and about 10 crawling types charged toward them from afar. Goodness, I was just feeling anxious, and these guys come to entertain me. Sister Shaowan, Uncle Zhao, don't move, I'll take care of them. As Su Ruanjuan spoke, the Earth's wrath in his hand was drawn, a terrifying beastly aura spreading as he charged toward the parasitic creatures. However, just as he started, a flash of azure light appeared on Xiaowan, instantly surpassing him and heading straight for the wave of parasitic creatures. At the same time, Zhao Zhongming smirked, and the thunder flame erupted from his feet, shooting out like a cannonball, instantly overtaking the untransformed Su Ruanjuan to meet that wave of parasitic creatures first. Then, there was nothing else. The elemental energies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain roared past, with flames and thunder flashing, and by the time Su Ruanjuan charged in, there were no standing parasitic creatures left. Aside from the monsters' cries, only Su Ruanjuan's dissatisfaction remained. Come on, can you leave me a few? Chapter 78. Not in a hurry. Su Ruanjuan loves fighting monsters? At that moment, a flicker of firelight appeared ahead, and Qin Zixuan's figure suddenly materialized. Zixuan, boss, young master. As soon as Qin Zixuan appeared, the 3 almost simultaneously spoke, all full of joy. Sorry, I lost track of time while helping this little guy gain awakening points. Were you worried? Qin Zixuan waved his hand at the cocooned little Qin Shan, feeling a bit embarrassed for being late. What reassured him was that all 3 were still there, and that even though he was several hours late, they showed no intention of leaving. No, there are many parasitic creatures in this square. We just stopped, not in a hurry at all. How could we be anxious? Even if you were a few hours late, we wouldn't be anxious. We would definitely wait for you. Su Ruanjuan perfectly immersed himself in the role, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't joke around for a day. As soon as he said this, Nie Xiaowan immediately countered, how can you say you're not in a hurry, Su Ruanjuan? The whole square is filled with your footprints. If Zixuan were any later, you would probably flatten the entire square. See, and you tell me not in a hurry. Come on, Sister Shaowan, that's not fair. I wasn't too anxious. I just sat too long and needed to stretch my legs. You are still blaming me. I was just stretching my legs too. Your brow was almost twisted into a braid. Su Ruanjuan argued back, not backing down at all. What braid? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Nie Xiaowan naturally disagreed, as she wanted to maintain a good image in front of Qin Zixuan. Zhao Zhongming, on the other hand, said nothing, just stood aside watching the two with a silly smile. Originally, Nie Xiaowan didn't think much of it, but Zhao Zhongming's smile made her unable to hold back, and she directly broke down. Old Zhao, what are you laughing at? 8 packs of cigarettes in an hour. Is that for smoke-cured meat? Zhao Zhongming didn't argue, still chuckling. He laughed at himself and everyone else, clearly very anxious, but insisting on saying he wasn't. The atmosphere among the 3 was good, but Qin Zixuan's mood was ordinary because he had received a friend request and a message from Xiao Mengzhu. All right, since everyone is here, let us stop the small talk. Old Zhao, go find a car. We're heading to the university town. University town? Ni Xiao Wuan vas aston is hit. Are you going to find your ex-girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend, wow, there's a story. Su Ruanjuan exclaimed, enjoying the drama. Only Zhao Zhongming showed no interest and turned to look for a car on the street. Qin Zixuan took out his phone and said, "What ex-girlfriend? I just got news that the secret realm over in the university town has been completely wiped out. Let us go grab a first clear." Completely wiped out? Xiaowan relaxed a bit and instinctively asked. "Exactly. All the players who entered have died. It said that they didn't even get past the second stage." Qin Zixuan spoke solemnly, as he was also quite surprised when he received the news from Xiaomingzhu, because Li Xiaoming was also in the secret realm of the university town. Due to his influence, Li Xiaoming's initial resources wouldn't be too bad. If they were careful, taking down a secret realm shouldn't be too difficult. How could it be completely wiped out? Congratulations to player Qin Zixuan for being the first to clear the central business district secret realm in the area. The eightfold seal of Jinsaking has been unlocked. The eightfold secret realm has appeared. Players are requested to unlock the eightfold secret realm as quickly as possible to open the safety zone of Jinsaking. Just as Qin Zixuan was preparing to arrange for everyone to head to the university town, a system prompt from the Black Wooden Horse suddenly arrived. This time, Qin Zixuan was not surprised, as this was the normal game process. The so-called 8 directions seal refers to the 8 great secret realms. Each time a player clears a secret realm, they can obtain a golden lock. Collecting all 8 golden locks allows them to form the 8 gates golden lock array, establishing a safe zone in Golden Sand City. Once the safe zone is built, players only need to face a monster siege once a year to secure a fixed supply point, greatly increasing the survival rate for players in Golden Sand City. For Qin Zixuan, he doesn't care much about the safe zone, but the rewards for opening the 8 gates golden lock array and the final loot from the siege battle are essential. This is because one of the items will play a decisive role in a significant event later on. Before they set out, I asked you to handle the loot and gather the sequence points. How'd it go? While Lao Zhao was looking for a car, Qin Zixuan began to inquire about what he had instructed earlier. Upon hearing Qin Zixuan's question, Xiaowan immediately responded seriously. "Yes, it's all sorted out. I want to see Lao Gao and the others, and we exchanged almost everything for sequence points. That guy is really a cunning old fox." Just a few hours after coming out of the secret realm, he managed to gather over 100 players. After selling the unnecessary loot, we bought some essentials, and the total sequence points now amount to 77,191. If you need them urgently, I can give them all to you right now. Xiaowan was quite generous, revealing her entire stash. She knew very well that being generous to Qin Zixuan meant being generous to herself. She understood that Qin Zixuan, who seemed unapproachable, never took advantage of others. After hearing this, Qin Zixuan did not immediately accept, but instead turned to Su Wanjuan and asked, "What about you, Sanyu?" "Thanks to the boss's care, I sold all my junk, and along with the final settlement rewards, I now have over 80,000 points. The previous talent scroll was valued at 30,000, and I kept the rare sword you gave me. If you need it, feel free to take it all." Su Wanjuan wasn't foolish either, although he didn't understand why the wealthiest Qin Zixuan wanted them to gather sequence points. He knew he couldn't be stingy at this moment. Therefore, after collecting the sequence points, he didn't spend a single one and save them all. Qin Zixuan looked at the two with surprise. "No need, just keep it for now. I'll let you know when I need it." To be honest, Qin Zixuan was somewhat surprised by the sequence points of the two. It seemed the final clearing rewards were substantial. It was only then that Qin Zixuan remembered that he still had a final reward from the secret realm in his reward mailbox. In just a few moments, a nearly brand new Cadillac SUV sped onto the square. "Qin Xiao, I found the car. I checked the road conditions, and it should take less than an hour to reach the learning district." Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Get in." After saying this, the three quickly got into the car. Once inside, Qin Zixuan asked Lao Zhao about his sequence points. Lao Zhao was still his usual honest self and directly presented his attribute panel, showing a total of 64,212 sequence points. He then, like the previous two, indicated that Qin Zixuan could take them anytime if needed. Qin Zixuan naturally repeated his earlier response. "Just keep it for now. We'll talk later." The SUV roared forward, and sitting in the back seat with Xiaowan, Qin Zixuan finally had the time to set aside his awakening of Qin Shan and check the final reward. which was the only growth-type equipment. Chapter 79. The only growth-type equipment, 7 Sin Seal, equipment type, special equipment grade. Unique growth type, currently rare, equipment effect, can absorb all negative emotions from surrounding life when worn. Note, this is the root of all evil. Note 2. A thought of demon, a thought of life, a thought of extinction, a thought of light, a thought of eternal abyss. Note 3. Requires soul binding to use. As expected of a unique growth-type equipment, its description was so brief that Qin Zixuan found it baffling. The equipment was small, appearing as an extremely tiny round seal. On the seal was a strange face, one that seemed to change constantly. Sometimes proud, sometimes angry, sometimes anxious, sometimes greedy. To be honest, if it had been before awakening his absolute will, Qin Zixuan probably wouldn't have known how to bind this thing. But after awakening his absolute will, he had inexplicably developed a sense of familiarity with what could be called spiritual consciousness or the soul. Qin Zixuan's eyes flashed with colorful light as he poured his thoughts into the seal, which suddenly transformed in a black mist and dissolved like snowflakes. Then he saw 7 demons, 7 terrifying figures that were faintly present, kneeling before him. This feeling was wonderful. If it had to be described, it was absolute control. Under the infusion of his absolute will, the 7 sins demons were instantly conquered. With the surrender of the 7 sins demons, Qin Zixuan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surge through his mental consciousness, instantly feeling invigorated. This was the complete opposite of the feeling he had when he first used absolute will to infuse into self-awareness. It seemed that his mental consciousness had undergone a sublimation because of this unique growth-type equipment. However, he was still completely in the dark about how to use the equipment and how to collect negative effects. But since this thing was already soul-bound, he didn't need to rush into understanding it right away. He would have plenty of time in the future. As for Zixuan, who was sitting next to Qin Zixuan, she only saw him take out a seal that then transformed in a black mist, and nothing else happened. However, she was closely watching Qin Zixuan and noticed that he was becoming increasingly handsome and charming. Sitting beside him, she instinctively licked her lips. For a moment, she really wanted to taste his lips, but in the end, she was restrained by rationality. After Qin Zixuan merged with the unique growth-type equipment, the world in his eyes changed once again. He could hear Zixuan's heart racing beside him and also saw a trace of her inner feelings for him, causing a faint smile to appear on his lips. He hadn't expected that this little vixen would start to crave him. After a light laugh, Qin Zixuan didn't dwell on it too much. The game process was exceptionally dangerous, and he would spend too much time on such matters before clearing the game. After all, this wasn't a 3-year dream, a matter of romance. He had already had various attempts and had had enough. The key now was to conquer the game. So Qin Zixuan immediately focused on the 10 discount mall voucher. Lao Zhao was driving and didn't notice what was happening in the back. But Su Wanjuan had been staring at the rearview mirror, wanting to see the 2's shy interactions. To his surprise, instead of seeing any interaction, he witnessed an extremely bizarre scene and immediately asked, "Boss, what was that thing you just had? How did it turn into mist all of a sudden?" Hearing Su Wanjuan's question, Qin Zixuan didn't even look up as he replied, "It's nothing, just a growth-type equipment." "What? Growth-type equipment?" Su Wanjuan's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, causing Lao Zhao, who was driving, to swerve the steering wheel and nearly drive the car into a ditch. Zixuan was also extremely surprised because she hadn't expected that the small item Qin Zixuan had casually taken out was actually growth-type equipment. "Wow, boss, are you saying that growth-type equipment is the highest grade of equipment?" Su Wanjuan asked sharply, his words overflowing with envy. Qin Zixuan, however, laughed and said, "Why are you yelling? Who told you that growth-type equipment is the highest grade? Growth-type equipment just has higher potential. Which exact grade it can evolve into depends on how you feed it. It's not the highest grade equipment. Use your brain. If the highest grade equipment came out now, how would other players in this game continue to play?" Yes. Whatever the boss says is what it is." Su Wanjuan didn't listen to any of that, only hearing the phrase high potential. For him, as long as it had this trait, it was enough. An item that could grow alongside the player was, in his view, the strongest equipment. Lao Zhao, just drive safely. As long as you don't mess around, we'll have all kinds of equipment. The only growth-type equipment is not available. But there will still be growth-type equipment. Qin Zixuan did not elaborate further, simply reminding them before turning to look at his sequence points. 447896. This number is not small. And if you add the sequence points of the other 3 people in the car, it has already far exceeded 500,000. Thus, Qin Zixuan did not hesitate any longer. Taking advantage of the boring time in the car, he opened the one-fold, mysterious mall scroll. Swish! Almost the moment Qin Zixuan tore open the scroll, a product box appeared in front of him that only he could see. 3 items jumped into Qin Zixuan's view, as well as the attention of the black wooden horse and the demons watching closely. Unsurprisingly, at the moment these 3 items appeared, the barrage exploded again. Wow, good guy. I can't believe that martial art appeared here. The Demon King of Failure was so shocked that he was at a loss for words, completely unable to express himself. Yes, wasn't it said that that martial art had vanished along with that person? Where's the management? Come out quickly. This kid is using hacks, report it. The demon, Great Summer Noble, screamed in the barrage. If jealous looks could kill, Qin Zixuan would have died millions of times. Wow, I'm feeling jealous too. What kind of monster is this kid? How could the Galaxy Sequence system possibly generate this martial art for him? The beautiful and incomparable goddess of silence was also puzzled. To be honest, at this moment, she wished she could swap places with Qin Zixuan, let him watch the live stream, and she could go down and play the game. It's impossible. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a martial art with the same name. If I remember correctly, that martial art Galaxy Sequence is not even qualified to be recorded. Ink-Stained Beauty found it hard to believe the facts before her. After all, that martial art could only be practiced by direct bloodline, and that bloodline should have completely disappeared in this universe. Could it be that the person didn't actually die? Could it be that the essence of this game, aside from survival of the fittest and dealing with the trash of galactic expansion, also has some filtering meaning? Nothing is impossible. I just used the golden eyes to look, and I couldn't see through it at all. 7th Princess sent a barrage, causing the other demons to be even more astonished. Chapter 80. Fragment of Martial Art. What? Chi-Chi, even your family-esque golden eye secret technique can't see through it? The beautiful and incomparable goddess of silence was once again shocked. Stop chatting. That kid is about to make a choice. King of Failure was fully concentrated, more nervous than when he was choosing himself. You all seem to have forgotten. Even if that thing is real, the price must be extremely high. Ink-Stained Beauty interjected. Only then did the demons focus and look at the price of that martial art. 5 million sequence points, plus 500 demon coins. Wow, that is a sky-high price. For new players, this is definitely a price among prices. However, for Qin Zixuan, if he puts everything on the line, it's not impossible to obtain it. It's just that the demons were somewhat unsure whether this guy would risk everything to get this martial art. After all, at this moment, Qin Zixuan had 3 choices in front of him. 1. Fragment of Heavenly Fall Eternal Body Martial Art, Flesh and Skin version. Price, 5 million sequence points, 500 demon coins. 2. Super Bloodline Potion of Blue Eyes, which can awaken the blue eye bloodline after use. Price, for million sequence points, 300 demon coins. 3. Ring of Oath Equipment, Epic Level Finished Equipment. Price, 1 million sequence points, 100 demon coins. Among the 3 choices, Qin Zixuan's first glance was at the bloodline, because he had experienced the power of this thing in the 3-year dream. It's not an exaggeration to say that a normal bloodline, if its owner is not smart enough and gets killed by the rules, can definitely be more OP than a hacker. But then he thought, such an awesome blue eye bloodline being in the mysterious shop, its value is actually not even comparable to that martial art fragment. Doesn't that mean that even if the martial art is a fragment, the enhancement it brings might be stronger than the blue eye bloodline? To be honest, at this moment, Qin Zixuan was somewhat conflicted. As for the blue eye bloodline, his physique is special, and even a super bloodline might fail to work. But this martial art fragment is also a trap. If it's high level and useful, it means finding the subsequent martial arts might be very, very difficult. Or even if he finds them, the value might not be very friendly. Qin Zixuan is not short on sequence points, but he cannot guarantee the demon coins. Produce. He had practiced several martial arts in his previous 3-year dream, making him even more hesitant. But there were only these 2 options left. The remaining piece of equipment is indeed not on the same level as the first 2. Just as Qin Zixuan was extremely conflicted, a sudden roar came from the front of the SUV. There was no choice. While the Cadillac's performance was good and the noise was not loud, it couldn't withstand the silence of the city. At this time, most players were hiding quietly wherever they could. Who would dare to drive blatantly like Qin Zixuan and the others? As soon as this commotion broke out, nearby parasitic creatures were naturally attracted. So, before Qin Zixuan could speak, more than a dozen parasitic creatures sprang out from all around. Susan, you like killing monsters. Go down and take care of them. They're all yours. With Qin Zixuan's command, Su Ruojuan did not dare to hesitate. Without waiting for old Zhao to slow down the car, he leaped out of the window like a swift swallow, standing at nearly 9 meters tall. Clang! As he landed, the weapons clashed, the Earth's fury was unsheathed, and a flash of cold light crossed as a crawling creature that attempted to pounce on the SUV was smoothly cut in half. Because Qin Zixuan called him out, Su Ruojuan knew there was a test involved, so he fought exceptionally hard. After slaying the vanguard parasitic creature with 1 sword, Su Ruojuan suddenly kicked off the ground, violently charging into the swarm of parasitic creatures, and the orange-yellow dazzling light flashed on his large sword. Within a radius of 10 meters centered around him, all parasitic creatures suddenly froze, and the gravity around them suddenly intensified. Su Ruojuan wildly swung his large sword, spinning like a whirlwind. Dozens of parasitic creatures that rushed up were instantly turned into scattered pieces of flesh and blood. The Cadillac sped through the muddy ground covered with blood and flesh without losing speed. Su Ruojuan also took the opportunity to leap back into the car like a fish. The Earth's fury sheathed, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. However, this kid's expert demeanor only lasted for 3 seconds before he couldn't help but show off. How was it, boss? My wave of monster slaying and getting back in the car, was it cool or what? Qin Zixuan generously praised him. Not bad, as agile as a monkey, but you still need to improve your control over your body as strength. To be honest, Su Ruojuan's progress actually shocked Qin Zixuan. You have to know that this is only the 2nd evening after the game went live. Su Ruojuan being able to reach this level is definitely among the best of the players. After that, they encountered several waves of parasitic creatures along the way, but they were all just ordinary crawling types and a few giant ones, which did not cause any trouble for Qin Zixuan and the others. Qin Zixuan still had not made his final decision on the choice from the mysterious shop. The SUV was still speeding along the road, and they were getting closer to the university town. At this time, the 3 of them could already see quite a few players through the windows. They were grouped in 3s and 5s, forming one small group after another. When they saw Qin Zixuan's war vehicle, everyone looked astonished. You have to know that it was already dark, and a car suddenly driving in from outside naturally drew everyone's attention. However, after 2 days of gaming, most players had learned to keep a low profile, and even if they had thoughts, they would not rashly show hostility. Qin Xiao, we're getting close to the university town. Where specifically are we going? Old Zhao asked about the specific destination, and Qin Zixuan simply said, Jinsha, Normal University. Just head there. Tonight, we won't enter the secret realm. Let's find a hotel to rest and go in tomorrow. Boss, didn't they say that the secret realm here was completely wiped out? Why are there still so many players around? Just then, Su Ruojuan looked out the window at the players and couldn't help but ask another question. Qin Zixuan smiled lightly and turned to Nye Xiaowan. Nye Xiaowan, do you know the answer to this question? The latter was taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Zixuan to quiz her. However, her reaction was quick, after a brief thought. She smiled and replied, based on how Zixuan received the information, it should be that this area is densely populated, with a large player base. So, the first wave entering the secret realm only included some players from this region, not all players. Su Ruojuan replied irritably, well, if that's the case, do we have to compete with them tomorrow? Qin Zixuan nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Are you scared? Su Ruo-Jun laughed. Scared? I'm not afraid of anyone except you, boss. As long as you give the order, All right, stop flattering me. Jinshan Normal University is almost here. Get ready to get out of the car. Qin Zixuan laughed and scolded as the off-road vehicle finally arrived at the east gate of Jinsha Normal University. Chapter 81. Kneeling too long, can't stand up. Outside the school gate, neon lights flickered, completely unlike the desolation on the way here. It was clear that someone had maintained a power system in this area. Qin Zixuan had anticipated this and pointed to a themed hotel called Maple Forest on the left. Let us stay here. We'll rest here today. The remaining three nodded in agreement upon hearing Qin Zixuan's words. Old Zhao parked the car by the roadside, and the four quickly got out and headed straight for the Maple Forest-themed hotel. However, just as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by a dozen players. Most of these players were wearing combat suits and looked like college students. They all held weapons, exuding a strong and fierce aura. What surprised Qin Zixuan and the others was that among them was a Western man. With blonde hair and fair skin, he stood at the center, surrounded by several student players who seemed to look up to him. These people were also quite surprised because, although Qin Zixuan was not particularly eye-catching, the equipment worn by the three behind him was very attention-grabbing. Under the gaze of thousands, Qin Zixuan drove up to the entrance of Jinsha Normal University, and naturally, everyone was curious. Information about them had already spread throughout the player community in the university town. Some were taking pictures, and others recognized Qin Zixuan and Nie Xiaowan beside him. As a national goddess with colorful hair, Nie Xiaowan's charm was undeniable, even without any equipment. She would certainly attract everyone's attention. As Qin Zixuan and his group approached the Maple Forest Hotel, many players outside exploded in excitement, whispering to each other, "Wow, that's Nie Xiaowan, isn't it? The receptionist at Maple Forest Hotel has come out. It seems these people have some background. I hope they're tough. I really hope they can get rid of those disgusting guys." Qin Zixuan also didn't expect that upon his return to school, he would face such a situation. As Qin Zixuan approached, two 18-year-old male players strode out and casually asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing at the Maple Forest Hotel?" Qin Zixuan's eyes flashed coldly. "We're here to rest at the hotel. What else could we do? As for who we are, you don't need to know." Upon hearing this, the white man in the middle impatiently said, "Li Su, Wang Xiaofei, what's going on? Can you handle this?" He spoke in broken Mandarin, with an air of superiority. What infuriated Qin Zixuan and the others even more was that after hearing the white man's words, these two young men immediately fawned over him. "William, no problem. We can handle it. You go up and keep the boss happy. We'll take care of this." "Fine, this girl is pretty good. Bring her up later?" The white man made a face and pointed at Nie Xiaowan before quickly entering the hotel with two female players. Seeing the situation, Su Ruo-Jun immediately wanted to take action, but was stopped by a glance from Qin Zixuan. Of course, that William needed to be dealt with, but compared to him, Qin Zixuan wanted to deal with these compatriots in front of him even more, as they were too disgraceful. After sending off William, the two male players who spoke first immediately changed their expressions and mockingly said, "This hotel is fully booked. Leave the girl and hurry up and roll out." At this point, Su Ruo-Jun could no longer hold back. "You two are still countrymen. You have a few fully equipped brothers with you. Why are you acting like dogs for a foreigner, harming your own people?" As soon as Su Ruo-Jun said this, the two were first taken aback, but then they showed no shame and instead laughed. "Ignorance is bliss. You guys don't look like children anymore. What dogs? Lord William is an awakened one. Those who want to follow him can circle around the university 10 times. Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a cruel smile. "With your obsequiousness, you must have done this kind of thing quite a bit. Young and spineless. If you like kneeling so much, then just keep kneeling." Bang! As Qin Zixuan's words fell, he suddenly kicked out with his right foot, sweeping his left foot like a sickle. Crack! The sound of two legs breaking was like snapping bamboo, and the two leading male players collapsed to the ground like straw. The players behind were about to draw their weapons when, before they could do so, two figures appeared in front of them. Furious, Su Ruo-Jun and Zhao Zhongming followed suit, sweeping their right feet, and in an instant, the entrance of the themed hotel was filled with people rolling on the ground. "You bastards, How dare you break our legs? William won't let you go, Lord Constans Norton. Slap. Even with crushed legs, Wang Xiaofei didn't forget to threaten Qin Zixuan, trying to scare him. Little did he know that just as he finished half a sentence, Qin Zixuan pressed him to the ground with one foot. The Lord has come out. It seems you're truly hopeless. I ask, you answer. Where is that William Constans Norton in the hotel? Tell me, and it will save you some suffering. Qin Zixuan whispered as he gradually increased the pressure on his foot. At this moment, Wang Xiaofei finally felt fear, as he clearly understood that if he hesitated even slightly, his head would be crushed in an instant. On the top floor, in an 888 entertainment suite. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Zixuan ultimately did not kill Wang Xiaofei, as he feared dirtying his shoes. Let's go up and meet this foreign lord. Qin Zixuan was furious, and Su Ruojun and Zhao Zhongming were equally enraged. Only Nie Xiaoruan felt a sweet warmth in her heart because of Qin Zixuan's defense. Although she knew that the main reason Qin Zixuan acted was due to the servility of these sycophants, it still felt like he acted because of her. The three stepped into the hotel, and in the lobby, only 2 players remained. When they saw Qin Zixuan and the others enter, they raised their crossbows and shot out dozens of crossbow bolts. Seeing the bolts flying towards them, Nie Xiaoruan quickly spun her hands, and suddenly a whirlwind appeared in front of them. All the bolts were instantly sucked into it, completely dispersing their lethality. At the same time, Su Ruojun and Zhao Zhongming charged out, and in the next second, the 2 front desk players were slammed against the wall like paper. After dealing with the front desk guards, Su Ruojun pressed the elevator button. On the top floor, in an 888 entertainment suite, an unrestricted party was in full swing. 2 white men were sitting on the sofa, the music blasting loudly, while several young girls awkwardly twisted their bodies, trying to please these 2 lords. Constans Norton, who considered himself the master of the place, had never felt so happy. He was enjoying himself immensely. Because of the game, he had gained unparalleled power and experienced unprecedented privileges. Give him some time. He even feels he can completely dominate this academy full of sycophants. Chapter 82. Who are you? Bang! Just as Constans Norton was about to reach the peak, the suite door burst open with a loud bang. Su Ruojun and Zhao Zhongming forcefully rushed into the room, one hand pressing the main light switch. In an instant, various figures of all kinds appeared in the private room. In the chaos, the naked individuals quickly hid or covered themselves, immediately protecting their key areas. William, what the hell is going on? Who are these people? Constans Norton shouted angrily. At that moment, Qin Zixuan entered the suite with Nie Xiaoruan. You are Constans Norton? Qin Zixuan did not answer immediately, but directly questioned the other party. Yes, I am Constans Norton, a senior foreign language professor at Normal University, a public intellectual in the United States. Just as Constans Norton was halfway through his sentence, a gust of wind interrupted him. Qin Zixuan moved the instant he confirmed the other's identity. His figure was as fast as a whirlwind, leaving a series of afterimages. And a violent knee strike hit the opponent's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, under Qin Zixuan's violent force, Constans Norton, along with the sofa back, was embedded into the wall, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. William, seeing this, rolled to the left side of the suite, preparing to grab his equipment. Unfortunately, just as he made a move, the Tyrannosaurus-like Su Ruojun had already stepped on his head. The overwhelming force made him keenly aware that any further movement would lead to his instant demise. Besides the 2 men, the room was filled with naked women. Controlling these 2 meant that the entire private room was already under the control of Qin Zixuan and his group. Public intellectual? More like a public dog. This is Huaxia. No matter where you come from, if you dare to act arrogantly here, I will kill you directly. With just one knee strike, Constans Norton, who considered himself invincible with nearly 20 points in all attributes, instantly fell into a daze, realizing he wouldn't survive. What are you? Until his life ended. He still didn't know who had incapacitated him with a single knee. Huaxia people, remember this if you come to Huaxia in your next life. You must follow Huaxia's rules. Qin Zixuan replied indifferently. Then with one hand holding Constans Norton, he opened the left window. No, please. In Constans Norton's weak please, He was thrown out like a broken sack. Bang! After a brief scream, a bright red blood flower bloomed on the ground under the streetlight. You killed player Constance Norton, gaining 7,714 sequence points. Please, let me go. It was Professor Constance who forced me if I don't help him find prey. He will get me. Constance Norton's landing completely terrified William, who began to beg frantically. However, Qin Zixuan remained unmoved. His indifferent gaze passed by. And Su Ruo-Jun immediately understood, delivering a powerful kick that sent William flying out the window like a cannonball. Bang! A scream pierced the quiet night sky, adding another blood flower under the streetlight outside Fonlin Hotel. After dealing with the two, Qin Zixuan looked at the women in the room who were hiding and covering up, still somewhat angry. No matter how you got here, you have 1 minute to get dressed and get lost. There was no trace of resistance in the room. Most of these women were there willingly. A few even gave seductive glances in a panic after Qin Zixuan dealt with Constance Norton. Qin Zixuan naturally had no kind expression for these women. The so-called anger for their lack of ambition was just like that. After speaking, Qin Zixuan took back the small Qin Shan from Nie Xiaowan's hands and walked out of the room. This act was very clear, letting Nie Xiaowan handle the aftermath. And thus the farce came to an end. For Qin Zixuan, this was just a minor episode while looking for a hotel. But it was not the same for other players. One must understand that before Qin Zixuan arrived, Constance Norton was the strongest player at Jinsa Normal University and even in the surrounding area. He not only organized dozens of powerful players to sweep the surrounding parasitic species, but also fortuitously found dozens of blind boxes. During the first wave into the secret realm, he was lucky not to go in and developed a group outside. Not to mention Jinsa Normal University, he was considered a top figure in the entire university town. However, with the blooming of 2 blood flowers under the Fonlin Hotel, the news of national-level star Nie Xiaowan taking people to stay at Fonlin Hotel spread quickly. The so-called university town is located at the northernmost part of Jinsa City, with flat terrain and convenient transportation, including Jinsa Normal University. There are a total of 8 colleges, with nearly 200,000 teachers and students, and a surrounding social population of over 300,000. In simple terms, the area around the university town accounts for almost 1/3 of the entire population of Jinsa City. Of course, this was before gamification. The massive population base, combined with more advanced thinking, resulted in a relatively high survival rate. After 2 days of gamification, the number of players in the university town area remained over 30,000. Even after the secret realm was wiped out once. What does 30,000 mean? If calculated according to military organization, that has 3 divisions. However, after the 3 challenges for newcomers, most players' family and friends had already met their end. So at this moment, most player teams were still loose small groups. The commotion on Qin Zixuan's side naturally attracted attention from all sides. Nanfeng University. In a huge auditorium, a male student was violently wielding a spear on stage. Below, dozens of players were intently focused on him. Amid the howling wind, the boy was not only dancing with the spear, but also carefully explaining. Brother Shun, hold on a second. We just got some explosive news from the normal university next door. Just as everyone was engrossed, a girl suddenly rushed in from behind the auditorium curtain, interrupting Shun Lianzhou's practice. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around. Shun Lianzhou stopped and stood still, saying in a low voice, "What explosive news has made even you, President Wang, so flustered?" The girl paused, then solemnly said, "No kidding, just now? Constance Norton and Powell William both died." What? Shun Lianzhou's voice immediately rose by 8 degrees. Those 2 bastards are dead? How did they die? Who killed them? Chapter 83, A Small Surprise, Nie Xiaowan. The girl Wang Yao spoke again, dropping a name that shocked everyone in the auditorium. Nie Xiaowan. Which Nie Xiaowan? The one you're thinking of. The back-and-forth dialogue between Shun Lianzhou and Wang Yao quickly made everyone realize the answer. A muscular tall boy, slightly doubtful, said, "No way. She is just a celebrity. Is she that strong?" Shun Lianzhou did not agree with the boy's doubt and said seriously, "Nie Xiaowan is not an ordinary celebrity. She has certain martial arts skills, and after enhancing her attributes, she is much stronger than an average player. But Constance Norton is not weak either, and he had a bunch of elite players around him. Could she have done it alone? Wang Yao spoke again. No, there were 3 men with her, 2 in their 20s and 1 in their 40s, looking like bodyguards and drivers. Rumor has it that she is following a ruthless character who has already cleared a secret realm. Shun Lianzhou was surprised. Following a ruthless character? Cleared a secret realm? How ruthless? Wang Yao laughed. First on all 4 leaderboards. Does that count as ruthless? Shun Lianzhou was astonished. That Qin Zixuan? Wang Yao nodded, yes. It's that Qin Zixuan, first on the tier, combat power, kills, and popularity leaderboards in the Jinsei area. Hearing this, Shun Lianzhou sighed. Is the news reliable? Wang Yao said seriously, there might be some discrepancies, but it shouldn't be too far off. Qin Zixuan is said to be a fresh graduate from the normal university, having just left the university town for a few months. Shun Lianzhou was somewhat surprised. A student? Qin Zixuan is a student? Could it be a coincidence with the name? He had experienced the game's quirks himself. With his skills, he was already considered one of the top players in the entire university town. Yet, he couldn't even make it into the top 10 of the Golden Sands Battle Power ranking. He really couldn't understand how Qin Zixuan, also a student, managed to top all 4 rankings. Wang Yao shook his head. I don't know, but based on various rumors, it's highly unlikely to be a coincidence. Shun Lianzhou smiled, that's fine. If it really is him, we might see this top-ranked player in the secret realm tomorrow. If he's friendly, I can learn from him. You're quite open-minded. The moment he arrives, he'll be killing people. Aren't you afraid he'll take us out? Wang Yao laughed while making a throat-cutting gesture, causing those around him to feel a bit tense. I'm not afraid. If it really is Qin Zixuan, the one who tops all 4 rankings, if he really wants to kill us, we could just clean our necks. In the Golden Sands Battle Power ranking, I'm ranked 33rd. I got 2 pieces of premium equipment yesterday and only managed to get 5 rankings. What does being first even mean? If he really wanted to kill us, could we escape? Shun Lianzhou chuckled, revealing a harsh reality. In fact, at this moment, they were not the only ones discussing Nie Xiaoruan and Qin Zixuan. The Golden Sands Institute SMO by team, Lin Miaoxing's team from the Sports Institute, and Fang Yi from Agricultural University, among others, were all talking about Nie Xiaoruan, Qin Zixuan, and their group. Not only were they discussing, but some proactive player teams had even come with various gifts to pay their respects. After all, being first in all 4 rankings, they might enter the secret realm tomorrow, and if they could win Qin Zixuan's favor, their survival rate would surely increase significantly. Especially those female players who considered themselves somewhat attractive and didn't want to risk fighting monsters. They came in droves. In room 777 on the 17th floor of the Maple Forest Hotel, Qin Zixuan and his group were having dinner. The ingredients were provided by Qin Zixuan, while Su Wanjuan and Zhao Zhoming assisted as Nie Xiaoruan chefs. A large portion of pickled ghost tiger fish, 3 crispy crocodile tails, plus the most expensive bottle of red wine from the hotel's goods cabinet. The standard for this dinner was absolutely exceptional. Qin Zixuan cut off a piece of crocodile tail and took a big bite, very satisfied, saying to Nie Xiaoruan, not bad, this crocodile tail is roasted. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious. Hearing Qin Zixuan's praise, Nie Xiaoruan smiled brightly. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. To win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. She seemed to have taken the right step. Looking at Qin Zixuan, he was purely a foodie, and fortunately, she had spent some time honing her culinary skills because of a variety show. Winning Qin Zixuan's stomach shouldn't be too difficult. Her words made the atmosphere in the room suddenly a bit delicate. Su Wanjuan immediately joked. Wow, Sister Xiaoruan, you're really good. Is this a confession? Do you need me and old Zhao to go out to eat? Zhao Zhoming was taken aback, looked at Nie Xiaoruan, especially those big lights behind her, and couldn't help but laugh. I think that's a hit. Their teasing made Nie Xiaoruan blush, angrily saying, Su Sanyu, you can't just eat without shutting your mouth. If you say more, don't eat. No, I'll eat, I'll keep quiet. Amidst the laughter, a joyful dinner was quickly finished. Nie Xiaoruan's cooking was indeed good, and all 3 of them ate cleanly without leaving a single bite. After enjoying a hearty meal, Qin Zixuan opened his mouth to arrange tasks. Once everything is cleaned up, You three go down and guard a door. Don't let any outsiders come up. The other two can find a room nearby to rest. 4-hour shifts. Any problems? Upon hearing this, the three immediately nodded to indicate no issues. All right, Su-Sen, you stay behind. Xiaowan, old Zhao, you can go down first. You can coordinate who takes the first shift. Nie Xiaowan and Zhao Zhoming exchanged surprised glances at Su Wanjuan, then instinctively responded with a good before quickly leaving the suite. Once the door was closed again, Qin Zixuan smiled at Su Wanjuan. What's wrong? Surprised that I would keep you? Su Wanjuan smiled. Not surprised, just a bit taken aback. Qin Zixuan smiled. No need to be surprised. I kept you because I have a little surprise for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zixuan took out a black vial containing the bloodline potion of the evil Eye Giant and placed it on the table. Su Wanjuan picked up the small black bottle in confusion, and her face immediately lit up with excitement. My boss, what I need to pay for this? Su Wanjuan wasn't foolish. Even if she hadn't seen it before, she knew the value of this small vial. Her face wasn't that big. She couldn't dare to take something like this for free. Qin Zixuan smiled brightly. Nothing much, just engrave the cannon fodder principle into your soul. Of course, you can choose to refuse. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjuan was stunned for a moment, but it was just a fleeting moment before she immediately gave her answer. Refuse? No, I accept. In this environment, I don't even trust myself, but I trust you completely. I believe you won't let us sacrifice recklessly. And if there must be a sacrifice, it should start with us. It's reasonable, because in this world, you can do more than we can. Qin Zixuan didn't expect Su Wanjuan to think so clearly. Good. Remember what you said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zixuan's eyes sparkled, activating his talent of absolute will, imprinting Su Wanjuan's words deep into her consciousness like a creed. From today onward, no matter what happens, Su Wanjuan will strictly adhere to what she said, never betraying. Because for Su Wanjuan now, betraying Qin Zixuan would be betraying herself. Chapter 84, Eternal Body, Bloodline, Awakening of Anomalies. All right, transfer me 50,000 sequence points, and you can take it with you. A level talent scroll, a rare grade Earth Rage, plus this bloodline power. It only cost him 50,000 to transfer. And Su Wanjuan was incredibly moved. Boss, no matter how you say it, thank you. Su Wanjuan sincerely thanked him, knowing that Qin Zixuan could have many other choices besides her. But in the end, he still chose her. It was a choice, and it was trust. She had to understand gratitude. After respectfully handing over 50,000 sequence points, Su Wanjuan quickly left the suite with the bloodline potion. After Su Wanjuan made her choice, it was time for Qin Zixuan to make his final decision. Heavenly Fall, Eternal Body, Sacred Blood of the Blue Eyes. Which one to choose? The demons had been staring at him for most of the night, anxiously waiting for his final choice. To be honest, during this long and boring wait, they wished they could jump on Qin Zixuan and make the choice for him. At this moment, seeing Qin Zixuan open the shop interface, the demons immediately perked up. Wow, is it finally coming? We've waited all night. King of Failure was incredibly excited, feeling even more nervous than the first time. The other demons felt the same, and at this moment, they didn't even bother to send bullet comments, afraid of missing any details. As the saying goes, watching is more nerve-wracking than choosing. And that was the situation. After all, they knew what this choice meant, while Qin Zixuan did not. After struggling for half the night, Qin Zixuan ultimately chose the incomplete technique Heavenly Fall, Eternal Body, considering the unique item of the Forest Throne. The technique itself belonged to a means of super progression, and because of the existence of the Forest Throne, Qin Zixuan could further accelerate this super progression. Thus, not only could he start practicing the technique early, but he could also achieve twice the result with half the effort in this regard. Why not? When Qin Zixuan's mind chose Heavenly Fall, Eternal Body, a red dialog box immediately popped up on the panel. Are you sure you want to pay 500,000 sequence points and 50 demon coins to purchase the incomplete manual Heavenly Meteor Eternal Body, Flesh and Skin Edition? Yes. No. Focusing his mind, Qin Zixuan immediately chose yes. You have purchased the level skill Heavenly Meteor Eternal Body Incomplete Manual, Flesh and Skin Edition, 4 500,000 sequence points, and 50 demon coins. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zixuan's previously accumulated points were almost entirely depleted, with the sequence points dropping from 500,000 to just under 5,000, and there were less than 20 demon coins remaining. At the same time, a thick and massive ancient book appeared in Qin Zixuan's hands. This scene made the black Trojan horse, which was closely monitoring Qin Zixuan, breathe a sigh of relief, and then they immediately became excited again. Ha! Our little Zixuan really made the right choice in the end. If he can successfully cultivate this skill, we won't be afraid of any players that Cogeo and the other support. The stunningly beautiful goddess of silence happily sent out a barrage. Then, she casually tipped Qin Zixuan with over 10 demon coins. It's not that we're not afraid. It's that they should be afraid. Next time, when Earlyon comes for a bet, I want to participate too. King of Failures excitedly sent out a barrage. Haha, Cogeo is getting much closer to carrying the bucket into the factory. Mo Ran Qianhua began to joke. Haha, the worthless Mo is right. If Cogeo is still stubborn next time, carrying the bucket into the factory is just around the corner. Da Xiao Marquis sent a congratulatory message and unusually tipped a special item. Sigh, I really didn't expect that the blue-eyed candidate, comparable to our golden-eyed one, would be eliminated. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, it seemed everyone had forgotten that the blue-eyed bloodline had gone silent for thousands of years. I can only say, let's look forward to this little guy's future. Seventh Princess expressed some sentiment. From Qin Zixuan's perspective, almost the moment he got this ancient manual, his tipping inbox started ringing with a series of notifications. However, Qin Zixuan did not open the inbox immediately because all his attention was captured by the heavenly meteor eternal body, flesh and skin edition, in his hands. Almost the moment he acquired this skill, he subconsciously entered a state of absolute focus and calm. His eyes sparkled with colorful light, and every word on heavenly meteor eternal body, flesh and skin edition, seemed to shoot into his heart like shooting stars. Clearly, it was his first time seeing this skill. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The words were quite peculiar. At first glance, Qin Zixuan thought they looked like stones, but upon closer inspection, they resembled stubborn boulders, and then they seemed like planets. Just the feeling of the words alone gave an extremely unique sensation, as if each word was ever-changing, resembling rocks. Meteors, clusters of stars, and nebulae. Essence of the rock, flesh of the body. The opening sentence of Heavenly Meteor Eternal Body, Refining Body Initial Chapter, Flesh and Skin Edition, was a short phrase. Qin Zixuan could naturally understand this short phrase, and thus he knew the nature of this skill. Refining Body. From a name, Qin Zixuan already knew that this skill's main direction was body refining. However, he was somewhat unclear about the essence of the rock. But after the short phrase, there were specific operational methods, such as finding suitable heavenly meteor strange stones, absorbing their essence into oneself. Just by looking, Qin Zixuan could sense that this refining method was extremely painful. Yet, just as he was subtly regretting in his heart, he saw the last line of the flesh and skin edition. During the cultivation process, attributes would enhance based on progress, and these attributes would break through the limits of their ranks, ultimately increasing one's attributes by 500. Wow. What does it mean to break through the limits of rank attributes and enhance one's attributes by 500 after perfection? To be honest, as a player who has cleared the game, Qin Zixuan found it hard to imagine at this moment. This attribute enhancement was still just a basic enhancement. The so-called Heavenly Meteor Eternal Body ultimate goal was actually to forge oneself into an eternal heavenly meteor in the universe, refining to the extreme to possess an unbreakable eternal body. To be honest, seeing this, Qin Zixuan could only say that the person who created this skill was definitely a madman among madmen. Besides the introduction, the Flesh and Skin Edition also included a set of close combat grappling techniques known as the Heavenly Meteor Star Throwing Hand. Just a glimpse was enough for Qin Zixuan to immediately fall in love with this simple and violent technique. After the introduction, there were detailed, illustrated methods of cultivation that left Qin Zixuan dazzled, completely unsure where to start. Just at this moment, The ancient book in Qin Zixuan's hand began to slowly dissolve. No, it wasn't dissolving. It should be said to be condensing, refining, and ultimately transforming into a drop of sky-blue liquid. This drop of liquid was very peculiar, resembling a liquid gem. Essence of the rock. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Zixuan's mind. Before he could react, this liquid gem had already seeped into his skin. Then he felt a severe pain, as if fine blades were cutting through his skin. This sensation gradually spread throughout his body, taking 2 or 3 cycles to finally disappear completely. As the pain faded, that drop of blue liquid also completely merged into his flesh and skin. This process actually didn't take long. It was less than 5 minutes, but Qin Zixuan was already drenched in sweat, and his face had turned somewhat pale. However, after the painfully immersive process, Qin Zixuan noticed that his skin seemed to be a bit tougher than before, though not significantly. Strength, physique, and agility all received a slight boost, but under Qin Zixuan's abnormal attribute base, it wasn't very noticeable. The most terrifying part was that this attribute enhancement did not trigger a system notification. What is a system notification? In a sense, that is the power of the Galactic Sequence rules. The fact that this skill could enhance attributes while evading the rules was astonishing. It was only at this moment that Qin Zixuan finally understood how remarkable the skill he had chosen was. However, being strong also came with many problems. First, the refining material, heavenly meteor strange rock, according to the skill's description, was quite a rare item. On Blue Star, finding materials for cultivation would probably be very limited. To continue cultivating, this rare material would be the biggest obstacle. This was just one problem. Besides materials, there was another crucial issue. That was the continuation of the skill. This so-called level skill currently seemed to be more advanced than all the skills he had cultivated in his 3 years of dreaming. And right now, he only had the initial chapter, the most basic flesh and skin edition. The subsequent chapters, such as the bone and blood marrow editions, he had no idea where to start. Should he ask the Black Trojan Horse? The thought was just forming when Qin Zixuan quickly extinguished it. Since this skill and talent had been classified as level, then asking him would likely yield a similar result as last time. That guy would probably just give some exorbitant price to brush it off, so he could only explore slowly on his own. Where there is a will, there is a way. He could only take it step by step. Qin Zixuan actually disliked this feeling, but since he had already acquired this skill, there was nothing more to say. After casually glancing at the increased attributes, he suddenly discovered 2 previously non-existent things. Name: Qin Zixuan. Age: 22. Bloodline: unable to identify. Rank: awakening. Talent: absolute will. Sequence